Chapter 781. Songsher spent some time cleaning up the mess before returning to Inminluo. Too much of a good thing. He had never been one to take risks. Although this attempt had yielded new progress, since he had already slightly injured one hand, there was no need to try again immediately. Of course, the most crucial reason was the duel between the corrector Juan Fa and Lord of the 10 Domains Dwight Brooks was finally approaching. At this critical moment, in order to better observe the battle up close, Songsher had to ensure that he maintained his peak condition. Calculating the time, he could just recover from all his injuries and return to his peak form before the two sides officially began fighting. To face this battle in his full glory. You're not going in your main body? It's a rare opportunity. Songsher looked regretful. This is a top-tier event. I know, Suyudu replied calmly. That's why I sent an avatar. How can an avatar be the same as the main body? Let me correct a misconception, Suyudu interrupted. Many people, including you, believe that I have a main body and an avatar. But that's wrong, or at least outdated. I did have such limitations before, but after I completed the true spirit concealment and hidden form. After that, I no longer have the distinction between my original form and my avatar. He paused, thought for a moment, and said, at least from my perspective, there is no difference. Perhaps the eyes of the God Throne can discern the difference. The one before you is Suyudu, the one in Zhuguang City is Suyudu, and the one handling government affairs on the other side of Inminluo is also Suyudu. Suyudu's expression was calm. As he spoke these words, his body suddenly became transparent, like a sandcastle in the wind, with grains of sand being swept up by the air currents. But the next second, these grains of sand that were about to detach condensed again, returning to human form. They are all me, and I am them. What you perceive as clones and the original body are merely products of different distributions of spiritual energy to me. Is that so? Songsher raised an eyebrow, then asked, have you any plans for the second stage of your true spirit? Hearing this, Suyu was unusually silent for a moment, then he opened a cigarette and said, word by word, on a small scale, I can conceal my form, on a large scale. Smoke and smoke. Songsher understood. In his memory, the other party had broken through to the second stage of true spirit shortly before his death in battle. Unfortunately, at that time, he was busy causing trouble for the Van Pusta Empire, so this news was only hearsay, and he hadn't witnessed it firsthand. The sandbox was being casually manipulated by a hand. It was a miniature model of a city. It was hard to imagine how much effort the person who created it had put in. With the movement of his hand, the city's sandbox sometimes enlarged and sometimes shrank. When shrunken, it was a magnificent city housing tens of millions of people. When enlarged, even the layout of a random street was lifelike and exquisitely detailed. Anyone with a basic understanding of geography could easily recognize this as a sandbox model of a city within the corporate alliance. The headquarters of the megacorporation Time Travel, a super-large metropolis. Convergence Point. Many have heard the saying, Convergence Point is alive. But they only heard it. Without setting foot on this land themselves, no one could imagine that a modern metropolis could change to this extent. The artificial lake of the morning has vanished by evening, replaced by a bustling commercial plaza. Towering skyscrapers will disintegrate before your eyes, slowly separating like building blocks, each connecting to other structures. Different urban sections at varying heights will rise and fall, separate and reassemble over time. Mountains descend, oceans rise. Roads, airspace routes, buildings, anti-gravity levitation facilities, terrain blocks. From the moment it was built, the entire Convergence Point has never ceased to change, thanks to its incredibly advanced intelligent control and modular engineering technology. This Rubik's Cube, possessing infinite facets, presents an equally infinite array of appearances through its endless rotations. Like Fubo Energy personally pricing sunlight in Forge Light City, the giant corporation Time Sequence built the Convergence Point to showcase to Terra its grand blueprint of unifying the entire planet and freeing it from physical constraints. And at this moment, if someone were simultaneously looking down at the sandbox and the Convergence Point city itself, they would realize something chilling. That hand casually toyed with the sandbox. And the intersection point itself, obediently changing according to the manipulation of the sandbox. The entire city had become a toy for the other party to manipulate at will. Teacher, your injury? Hearing the voice behind him, the hand toying with the sandbox stopped and withdrew. Putting aside the fact that Yunnan Superstorm happened almost half a year ago, even if I had an injury, it would have healed long ago, Ing Bancheng said lazily. Besides, your teacher just couldn't completely stop it. Where would I get an injury? That's a pointless question. What do you think, Roland? Ing Bancheng turned around and looked at the newcomer, a rather young boy who looked to have just come of age. He wore a black suit, but didn't appear immature or naive. Instead, he possessed a unique, restrained confidence. This was none other than Ing Bancheng, the master of time travel, one of his personally trained students. I learned a lot, teacher. The other person nodded. What kind of teaching is this? Ing Bancheng laughed. You're just spouting nonsense to get the conversation started. Your real purpose here is for Rod Fa and Dwight. You have keen insight, teacher. Roland wasn't embarrassed at all, and laughed along. You said that curiosity is our revelation's nature. I'm really curious about what answer you calculated regarding the battle between Rod Fa and Dwight Brooks. You always like to take shortcuts. Ing Bancheng tapped the sandbox with his index finger. Unfortunately, you'd be disappointed this time. Oh! Roland was slightly taken aback. He asked, somewhat surprised, even with your psychic abilities and singularity technology, chaotic probability calculation, you can't calculate the result? It might work, it might not, who knows? Ing Bancheng said casually, I just haven't tried. Let me teach you something more substantial, Roland. Curiosity is indeed our nature, but if we relentlessly pursue it, insisting on being the first to understand everything, it becomes incredibly boring. Ing Bancheng's fingers danced lightly across the sandbox, as if playing the piano. Even consensus doesn't mean constantly peeking into other people's minds. The battle between Rod Fa and Dwight, such a precious unknown, how could I peek at the spoilers beforehand? You should be full of anticipation and witness it with me. Chapter 782. The first thing to shock the senses was the boundless, crushed grayness. Loose particles accumulated from meteorite impacts, cosmic ray bombardment, and drastic temperature changes were named lunar soil, like fine, fluffy sand gently covering the surface of the evening moon. Massive crater walls, like scars on the planet, formed jagged silhouettes, shifting day after day under the sunlight as the planet rotated, slicing the craters into fragments. In the dense, suffocating darkness, a slight arc emerged, the unique outline of the evening moon. Further away, much farther than the horizon, a planet that could barely be called blue slowly rotated, its surface, viewed from space, covered with shocking, brownish-gray, decaying wounds. Terra and its moon, evening moon. But on the moon, which should have been a desolate, empty expanse, traces of human creation appeared. Steel has built a white island, conservatively estimated to cover over 100,000 square kilometers. A colossal, breathtaking complex of buildings stands on the Earth, like a heavy sword picked up by a giant and then driven deep into the planet. This is the headquarters of the giant corporation Zenith Central, the lunar exploration base Lone Sea. A person stands before a floor-to-ceiling window, eyes fixed intently. Compared to his Earth counterparts, he is taller, nearly 2 meters, but his legs are rather slender, and his heart beats slightly slower. These are the unique physiological characteristics of those living in Lone Sea. Gravity, radiation, atmosphere, the environment has gradually influenced their genes, making them more accustomed to life on the waning moon. No one feels uncomfortable about this, on the contrary, every celestial being is proud of it. Celestial being is what those living on Lone Sea call themselves. Compared to their kin who persevered in wallowing in the mire of Terra, they, with a reserved yet proud air, had become a nobler, entirely new kind of human. Before the great celestial beings, even the Groden family of Fubo Energy, who called themselves new gods, were nothing more than a laughable, self-amusing spectacle. The gaze passed through the glass window. In the distance, towering automated mining arms, like titans moving mountains, rhythmically swung in the stillness, raising clouds of gray dust that slowly settled. Standard model transport pipes and cables meandered across the surface, forming a tangled network of anthills. According to the employee handbook issued by Zenith Central, the company discouraged employees from looking directly at the outdoors for extended periods without protective equipment, and the man standing before the glass window perfectly embodied the opposite of this rule. He wasn't wearing enhanced protective clothing, nor was he wearing any physiological support equipment, and there were hardly any signs of prosthetic implants on his body. But it didn't matter. He was the undisputed master of the colossal corporation Zenith Central, the ruler of the lunar exploration base Lone Sea, and the supreme leader revered and worshipped by all the Celestials. The Fifth Ring's great source, deep darkness, Solomon Beaufort. He stood there with his hands behind his back, silently, and the surroundings seemed to darken inexplicably. No, not seemed, the brightness of the environment was clearly dimming little by little. The man was like the origin of a black hole. Even without doing anything, his mere existence was devouring the light around him. The sensor lights embedded in the ceiling sensed something was wrong and began to adaptively adjust, rapidly increasing their power, in an attempt to relight the area. However, no matter how hard they tried, the environment continued to slowly sink into profound, eternal darkness. Leader. A pebble shattered the eternal darkness. Like a bubble bursting, releasing the light imprisoned within, Solomon Beaufort didn't turn around, but in that instant, the environment shifted, returning to its initial brightness. He was quite familiar with the newcomer's voice. The other was also a celestial being, and one of the core management members of the Zenith Central, an exceptional individual whose abilities and loyalty had been proven countless times. He stood a few steps away from Solomon Beaufort and said in a deep voice, "Our deep space fleet, orbital satellites, and communication relay networks have all moved away from the marked area, and most facilities on the surface of the Sunset Moon have ceased operations and entered a closed-off defensive state. At the same time, the Lone Sea's defense system has entered a state of first-level combat readiness, fully activated. According to the assessment report given by the Defense Department, we are capable of dealing with the possible impact that may follow." Well done. Solomon Beaufort nodded slightly. As the undisputed leader in aerospace engineering, deep space communications, and other technological fields, Zenith Nexus holds dominance in near-Earth space and outer space. It commands an entire deep space fleet and the strategically armed orbital electromagnetic railgun swarm, orbiting the edge of the world, capable of launching beyond visual range strikes against Terra directly from space. Furthermore, a massive constellation of thousands of small satellites provides the company with services including, but not limited to, deep space relay communications. Mass launchers erected on the surface of the Sunset Moon monopolize transportation between Terra and the Sunset Moon, sending minerals and other resources mined by Zenith Nexus from the Sunset Moon back to Terra, reaping enormous profits. All these things, gathered together, constitute this independent kingdom belonging to the Celestials. Without exception, they are all precious assets of the Celestial Central Hub, and no waste is allowed. But, it's still not enough security, Solomon Beaufort added. Isn't this enough? The other pondered for a moment, then gave a wry smile. Truly. Utterly exaggerated. Just a struggle between two people, yet it requires us, the lonely sea, far away on the Sunset Moon, to be this cautious, he sighed. Even during the last solar storm, the lonely sea's defenses weren't this thorough. You're mistaken. Solar storms leave clues. Solomon Beaufort extended a hand, slightly raised it, and the light projected from outer space silently dissipated. And the psionicists are untraceable. Watch closely. This is for your own good. Solomon Beaufort gazed into the distance. Though you successfully reached the fourth ring, staying on the lone sea for so long still leaves you lacking the tempering of conflict. He said, after this battle, you will lead your team to Terra. Though I'm weary of the chaos on Earth, after this battle, we cannot remain uninvolved for long. If you don't go to Terra, you will never know the vastness of the world. The other man was taken aback at first, then solemnly replied, "As you wish." After answering, he noticed that Solomon Beaufort said nothing more. He simply gazed out the window, at the horizon, between the setting moon and Terra. They arrived. After a long while, Solomon Beaufort suddenly spoke. As soon as the words fell, on the surface of Terra, two streaks of starlight simultaneously lit up. Chapter 783. The boundless darkness surged in like a tidal wave, only to be forcefully blocked by a single spark of light. Songshur stood atop Terra. The planet, its wounds barely concealed, lay beneath him, silently and slowly rotating. This was outer space, far from Terra. Where else, besides space, could a battleground be held for two true spirits at the third stage of their cultivation, a place of global attention? The once tranquil space, in Songshur's perception, suddenly felt somewhat crowded. Half-knowledgeable Fei Ing Ban Chung, Colossus Baps, Heavenly Palace Feng Lian, Still Waters He Xian, Five Realms Earthquake Boyd Freeman, Green Pass Shin Yu, the imposter Mortimer Condantance, Structure Warville. The fifth ring, the fifth ring, the fifth ring. Still the fifth ring. Rarely seen in the past, terrifying beings capable of single-handedly forming a strategic deterrent and awakening their own true spirits converged in the same place at this moment. One after another, wills descended, each occupying a region in turn. They crisscrossed like floating flags, but the moment they touched, they would erupt with a blazing light 1,000,000 times more intense than the clash of swords. The development of space technology has never been achieved overnight. It is a discipline that has gradually evolved and been refined by countless people and generations. But Terra's exploration of the sky, and of the celestial realms beyond, predates the launch of its first satellite by far. Much earlier. When they looked up, the ancient psionicists could cast their gaze upon these celestial realms, whether to satisfy their curiosity, to demonstrate their authority, or simply to do something. They began to experiment, initially with individual attempts to enter the atmosphere, then breakthroughs, until finally, a psionicist stood in a place higher than the sky. Then, their gaze turned to the distant sunset and the once existing azure capital. But at every stage, among those madmen who ventured into the outer heavens, some always found themselves drawn to leaving something behind. Bronze artifacts inscribed with their names, identities, and dates of ascension, marble statues sculpted in their own likeness, bundles of handwritten reflections, even bamboo slips containing poems composed on the spot, flags symbolizing their nations, tribes, and powers, stone tablets with murals. These transcended the flow of time on Earth, orbiting Terra alone, recording only the events of the past. This is the origin of the discipline of orbital space archaeology. Over thousands of years, few psionicists have successfully ascended to the heavens, but they are certainly not few either. A significant portion of these psionicists initially had no intention of leaving anything behind, but upon seeing the remains of their predecessors after ascending, they changed their minds and left their own mark. With the development of aerospace technology and the urgent needs of war, satellites, spacecraft, space stations, orbital strike weapons, were launched in massive quantities, and then abandoned and destroyed in massive quantities, becoming, along with the artifacts left behind by ancient psionicists, a massive amount of space debris piled up in Terra's orbit. And now, under the collision of the wills of more than 45th ring beings, the space debris within a radius of 1,000 miles is being cleared away at a visible speed, turning into disintegrating dust. Songsher grinned, joining the collision without hesitation. The psionicists will materialize into the shape of flame, suddenly plunging into deep space. If people on the ground looked up, they could see that in the vast sky, and even higher up, an aurora-like spectacle was unfolding, with iridescent streams of light slowly permeating outer space. Since breaking through to the fifth ring, Songsher felt for the first time like a small boat in a raging storm. Waves crashed down from all sides, undercurrents surging, threatening to capsize him at any moment. The battle against Emerald Pharmaceutical, including his own chaotic fight against 5 fifth-ring psionicists, had been a tumultuous, world-destroying spectacle. Yet, before this battlefield teeming with double-digit fifth-ring cultivators, it seemed insignificant. In this storm, Songsher recognized some familiar faces, such as Wang Chunlai, the 5 phases reincarnation. Compared to the battle at Martial Ruins, Wang's psionic energy now possessed a greater degree of fluidity and control. The first and second stages of his true spirit, endless life, and 5 punishments annihilation, shone brightly, clearly indicating his own progress over the years. The storm suddenly ceased. Everyone, inexplicably, and with astonishingly, stopped fighting, withdrew their psionic energy, leaving only the gradually fading aurora, confirming that the previous scene was not an illusion. The formless, intangible darkness suddenly trembled. Like glass being struck, fine cracks spread across its surface. Then, from these winding fissures, a profound, eerie light shot forth, spreading along the cracks with a breathtaking power. From behind the light, a powerful hand reached out. It grasped the edge of the crack and, with overwhelming force, widened it, expanded it, transforming it into a colossal, conspicuous wound appearing in space. A torrent of murky matter poured down, tainting and altering the physical world. The boundary between the abyss and reality blurred rapidly. The redundancy accumulated day after day by countless network users transformed into a terrifying pollution, engulfing everything. Even a fifth-ring psionicist frowned at the sight. Because the abyss of depth 6 had descended upon reality. Singularity technology base reality overwrite. A purplish-red wound, outlined in a cross shape, stood in space. Before it stood a figure, as small as a grain of sand compared to the immense size of the wound. Yet all eyes were drawn to this grain of sand. It was an elderly man, with a full head of silver hair, yet showing no signs of age. His black suit was slightly bulging, giving him the air of a king touring his kingdom, exuding a unique majesty. On each of his fingers wore a ring, 10 different lights flashing, forming a breathtaking rainbow. The behemoth, Zero Network. Lord of the 10 Realms, Dwight Brooks. He slowly adjusted his tie, then his deep eyes looked ahead. An empty passage appeared in the space that had once been filled with numerous fifth rings. A figure walked slowly towards her. It was a woman with an indifferent expression, her white robe devoid of any other color, only pure white. As she walked, the strange phenomena caused by the previous collisions of the fifth rings, the aftershocks that intertwined like aurora borealis, vanished silently one by one. The entire world seemed to operate based on her, any changes outside of this baseline being reversed and corrected. The Pan-Eastern Continental Union, Academic Council. The Corrector 1FA. Chapter 784. 1FA. Dwight Brooks uttered the other's name, his voice low. Over the years, your Knowledge Council has stolen countless assets from my Zero Network and the Enterprise Alliance. Each other. 1FA's hair wasn't short, it wasn't smooth, but rather hung down in a cold, icy way. Her eyes were deep blue, with a detached scrutiny, as if looking down upon the people and things before her. Your annual intelligence expenditure on the Knowledge Council is astronomical, she spoke, her voice suffocatingly indifferent. Unfortunately, you still failed to steal time stasis. Time stasis. One of the 3 singularity technologies mastered by the Knowledge Council. It allows for the materialization of the ethereal concept of time, stopping the eternal flow of time and solidifying it into a piece of amber for people to admire. Technology is neither good nor evil. In your hands, it's a tool for satisfying selfish desires, a support for cruel rule. 1FA's hands slowly clenched. They are inherently the cornerstones of the future, leading to a more superior world. Ridiculous. Dwight chuckled coldly, the rings on his fingers seemingly infected by his emotions, lighting up. The superiority you speak of. Ha, I truly didn't expect that the leader of the Knowledge Council would be a fool who believes that technology can continuously progress through hard work alone. I don't know about other futures, but I think the future of your Knowledge Council is very worrying. Our alliance of corporations has proven to the world that the corporation is the best, the ultimate form of entity. He held his head high, his arms outstretched almost arrogantly, revealing his broad chest. Our resource allocation ensures that every wisp of energy enters the most efficient cycle. All talent is discovered and utilized. Wherever it may be, we identify, refine, and forge it. We offer generous incentives to all beings, not empty promises. This chaotic world needs an answer, and the company has demonstrated unparalleled efficiency and results to Terra. 1FA calmly gazed at the old man, her gaze serene as if looking down upon him. She declared, "The future is already before my eyes." No more words were needed. Behind Dwight, a massive cross-shaped wound appeared in space, emanating a distant and heavy sound. Computational power from 10 abyssal networks, following the will of the ruler, was bestowed upon him. The old man's aura surged, even affecting the abyss that covered reality. Redundant psionic energy, chaotic consciousness, fragments of cognition, these things were swept up, transforming into a viscous tide. For an ordinary person, even a single glance at this tide would instantly shatter their mind, causing physical deformities. The next second, the viscous tide exploded, transforming into a massive tsunami crashing forward. A depth of 6 abyss could even affect a 5th-ring psionicist, and Dwight Brooks's attack was precisely the condensation of that effect, forming the abyss impact. The abyss impact, personally unleashed by Dwight Brooks, even shook the colossal structure that separated the abyss from the upper network domain, the network firewall. With this single strike, Dwight Brooks truly deserved his title as the King of the Abyss. Facing the crashing tsunami, 1FA simply moved forward. She moved forward, her entire being like a sun that never shines. The tsunami collapsed just before it touched her. The apocalyptic tsunami first disintegrated into countless waves, which then evaporated and dissolved. Not just the tsunami. Wherever she passed, even the abyss rapidly receded, revealing its original form, a dark void originating from space. Erased? Destroyed? Covered? No, none of these. Being in the abyss, Dwight Brooks' control was greatly enhanced. No change could hide from him. Every detail was as clear as the lines on his palm, easily discernible. Therefore, he clearly understood that his opponent had not used brute force to directly destroy the abyss. Both were 5th-ring balance beings, both the strongest in their 2 physical forms. To be precise, 1FA should be the second strongest. Yet, for various reasons, Dwight Brooks had never truly fought her in the past few years. Information recorded on paper can never fully encompass the entirety of a 5th-ring psionicist, so it wasn't until this moment, until the actual clash, that Dwight Brooks gradually glimpsed the full extent of 1FA's psionic abilities. It was a correction. "You are more arrogant than the files describe, 1FA, Dwight Brooks murmured. He pressed down with his large hand, and the abyss that had just receded immediately spread back, filling the void. However, when it approached 1FA's vicinity, the abyss seemed to encounter an insurmountable chasm, unable to advance an inch further. Such balance. A balance without any balance. Apples fall to the ground due to gravity, air pressure changes the boiling point of liquids, light shifts with the medium, space exhibits discontinuous distribution, and human age only increases. They all follow a rule, a law, a principle. In the eyes of psionicists on the path of balance, Or at least in the eyes of most psionicists, different rules influence each other, evolving into entirely new rules, yet regardless, it remains just one rule. Countless rules achieve a dynamic balance, thus constructing the world we know today. Psionicists walking the path of balance use their will to manipulate and influence this balance, achieving all sorts of extraordinary results. But in Dwight Brooks's gaze, Ron Fa is blatantly trampling on this principle. Her balance is fundamentally anchored to herself, serving as the sole baseline. Anything that deviates from this baseline is deemed wrong and subjected to ruthless correction. The balance, which should be dynamic and fluctuating, is given a fixed outline before her mind, becoming a straight line. All realities that do not conform to it are like athletes who have strayed from their tracks, brought back onto the right track by Ron Fa in the name of judgment. At the same moment the tsunami collapsed, Ron Fa's hand moved. Her 5 fingers extended, but not fully opened. Rather than an attack, her posture was more like plucking something, her fingers hooking onto an immeasurable number of unseen and intangible strings. These strings are rules, laws, principles, which Ron Fa acknowledges, anchoring the logic of the world's operation. True Spirit, First Stage. Definition. Chapter 785. Dwight Brooks felt it most intensely. As Ron Fa officially made his move, he felt a sense of unease, as if he had suddenly become a bug in a program, out of place, yet noticed by the programmer and about to be fixed. But as the second Abyss King of Terra, the Abyss should have been his absolute home turf, so how could he feel any so-called unease? There was no time for reflection. The real offensive had arrived. Dwight Brooks felt gravity from all directions. Like undercurrents hidden beneath the surface of the sea, their vectors constantly shifting, forming intricate vortices, threatening to tear Dwight Brooks to pieces. If this vortex were aimed at a mountain, then that mountain would be shattered by the powerful gravity, turning into dust carried away by the wind. But what arrived was not just gravity. The temperature dropped. For a natural human, temperatures near 0 degrees Celsius are considered quite cold, and at tens of degrees below zero, even most cyborgs would find it unbearable if they didn't have specialized prosthetics for heating and physiological maintenance. But the low temperature Dwight Brooks was facing was many, many times more intense. Even though it hadn't reached the thermodynamic limit of absolute zero, where energy is frozen, it was still an unimaginably low temperature. The Brownian motion of molecules in the environment had gradually slowed, like viscous quicksand. And then came light. Electrons and protons intertwined, condensing into an indescribable burst of intense light, a high-energy particle stream. The liquid-like whip of light pierced through. If it weren't for the vacuum of outer space, but within the atmosphere, the air would have been instantly ionized into plasma by the whip. Gravity, temperature, high-energy particle streams. Under Ron Fa's command, the rules of physics seemed to come alive, possessing their own mind, unleashing destructive power to correct Dwight Brooks's mistake. Witnessing this scene, some of the surrounding onlookers frowned slightly. They assessed that if they were facing this attack, while they wouldn't be defeated on the spot, it would be troublesome, even strenuous. Songshire's appetite was whetted, his glassy observation pupils gleaming, not wanting to miss a single detail. A glimpse into the whole picture. No wonder Ron Fa had considered attacking the Grand Marshal that day. She certainly had the ability, but onlookers are, after all, just onlookers. Insignificant bystanders. Time was artificially dragged out, slowed down a million times on a subjective level. Dwight Brooks activated time stasis. Unlike the singularity technology, time stasis applied to the physical world by the Knowledge Council, the effects of this unicorn prosthetic body, also named Dwight Brooks, were limited to the realm of consciousness. What most people would consider an extremely burdensome neuroaccelerated prosthetic body, before time stasis, was merely a slow-moving snail, a limping old man. This concept-level prosthetic body, designed and built with no expense by the giant corporation Zero Network, presented an astonishing burden after its amazing effects. However, Dwight Brooks, as a fifth-ring psionicist, could withstand it. Everything stopped moving forward. Dwight's consciousness temporarily transcended reality, as if standing on a superior vantage point, able to calmly examine reality. Gravitational waves rippled, the random motion of molecules was clearly visible, the light of the high-energy particle stream was dazzling, but a frozen brilliance. He issued the command. Quantum Cloud Platform. Access permission confirmed. Confirmed highest permission, Omega. Reality editor loaded. Interaction protocol is awakening. Dwight Brooks's body blurred slightly, a symbol of reorganization and change. He was the king of the Abyss, and the owner of the behemoth Zero Network. He had backed up over 15 tactical strategies on the Quantum Cloud platform, each a culmination of Zero Network's highest technological achievements, personally designed by him and incorporating the Abyss King's abilities. Each strategy had its own focus, sufficient to meet the needs of any scenario. Threshold Gate Level 1 Breakthrough, Level 2 Breakthrough, Level 3 Breakthrough. Dwight Brooks had long since completely digitized himself, thus able to freely download these pre-backed up tactical strategies, and in the current situation, he unhesitatingly activated one of them. Tactical Countermeasures Creator Mode, download complete. The logic of the world's operation is thus explained. Time flows anew. Facing the overwhelming destructive onslaught, Dwight Brooks remained calm and composed. Just as its name suggests, Creator Mode targets the realm of physical laws. High-energy particle streams were outlined in his vision, molecular force coefficients, chemical bond models, electron trajectories. Single physical phenomena were broken down into countless dynamically changing data streams, clearly displaying the whole picture. Gravity, temperature, the same applies to both. To achieve such a miraculous operation, even disregarding other conditions, the required computing resources alone are astronomical. However, as the Lord of the 10 Domains, who governs 10 entire Abyss networks, and the owner of the giant corporation Zero Network, Dwight Brooks is undoubtedly the undisputed number one in this regard across Terra. His consciousness focused on one of the data streams, the mass of the high-energy particle stream, and then he increased it. According to relativity and the mass-energy equivalence formula, the energy and mass of matter can be interconverted. The high-energy particle stream dimmed instantly, it became heavier, its mass increased, at the cost of most of the terrifying energy that could have melted through mountains in one go. This wasn't the only command issued. Multi-threaded operation was a fundamental skill for the King of the Abyss, and Dwight Brooks was naturally a master in this area. Hundreds upon hundreds of tasks ran simultaneously, rewriting each data stream specifically under the power of the tactical countermeasure, Creator Mode. Thus, the earth-shattering physical attack, when it actually reached Dwight Brooks, became a harmless breeze, insignificant. Not bad. After the first strike, Ron F.A. didn't launch a second attack, nor did Dwight Brooks, but the former's voice rang out, not from a consciousness transmission, but echoing in the vacuum. Though much of it is borrowed from others, it still counts as your own strength. Ron F.A. stood with her hands behind her back, her indifferent expression finally showing a new change. She looked at the old man, her tone carrying a hint of comment. Dwight Brooks, to achieve this with your psychic abilities is quite remarkable. Is this your definition of external force? The old man stood still, slowly saying, superficial, foolish. Ron F.A. remained non-committal. She simply withdrew her hand once more. True Spirit, Second Stage. Correction. Chapter 786. Although Ron F.A. already showed signs of becoming a corrector long before reaching the fifth ring, viewing anything that didn't conform to her ideas as wrong, she wasn't truly crowned a corrector until after breaking through to the fifth ring. Definition. This was the first stage of her true spirit, using herself as a baseline to define the rules governing the operation of things. These defined rules would then be at her disposal, countless like countless strings, woven into the desired reality with the plucking of her fingers. Together, they constructed a rule system unique to Ron F.A. The previous offensive, simultaneously involving the physical rules of gravity and high-energy particle flows, was a manifestation of this. Based on this, the second stage of the true spirit, correction, was born. Dwight Brooks' pupils suddenly flashed, and the numerous data streams marked in his vision, those data streams representing the laws of physics, instantly turned crimson, and countless pop-ups appeared. If it weren't for activating the tactical countermeasure, Creator Mode, and the significant boost from being in the Abyss, he would have lost control over the laws of physics in an instant. Dwight remained expressionless, reached out, gouged out 2 eyeballs, and crushed them violently. Due to the sudden surge in data processing, they displayed errors. The flash just now was a sign of a malfunction, rendering them unusable. The constantly running self-detection program detected the problem in less than 1,000th of a second. It connected to the Quantum Cloud platform, re-downloaded the backup of the tactical countermeasure, Creator Mode, and as the fragments of the eyeballs scattered from Dwight Brooks' palm, brand new eyeballs burst forth from his pupils. After completely digitizing himself, injuries in the conventional sense were no longer a major problem for Dwight Brooks. The digitization is exquisite, Ron F.A. observed, nodding slightly. In this research direction, you indeed gone the furthest. Unfortunately, it wasn't used for the right purpose, it went astray. Ron F.A. delivered her verdict. She raised her hand, her 5 fingers coming together one by one, then clenching it. It was a fist that wasn't particularly strong. Judging by the muscle lines alone, it was rather slender and thin. But at the moment this fist appeared, Dwight Brooks experienced a strong sense of weightlessness. For a moment, he had the illusion that an overwhelming hand was slowly pressing down, about to be clenched tightly by those 5 fingers. Like countless lines, each with its own direction, being compressed and narrowed by an invisible force, gradually becoming a straight line in the only correct direction. He was the one who, in this process of narrowing the correct direction, was hindering the correct error. And the only outcome of the error. It is death. Technology should not merely satisfy individual desires, but should be directed towards the right goals. Your advancement of data technology is not for a better future, but merely for your own desires. This is an intolerable fallacy. Sizzle, crack, the same scene as the previous eye malfunction reappeared. This time, it wasn't just his eyes. Dwight Brooks' body suddenly blurred, flickering between light and shadow, and a series of sparks erupted all over his body, like an old, faulty light bulb on the verge of complete failure. The effect of the second stage of true spirit, correction, is to rewrite everything outside of the established definition without regard to reason. From a game perspective, at this moment, Dwight Brooks was burdened with countless debuffs. Ron FA's psionic energy severely hampered the operation of datafication, Dwight Brooks's cornerstone ability, the foundation upon which he was renowned. Faced with his sudden decline, even his near uncontrolled state, Dwight Brooks suddenly smiled. It could perhaps be called a smile. The old man's lips curled upwards, but his eyes still held an unyielding, profound majesty. If you cannot follow my will. The deep voices of red, cyan, blue, and yellow echoed through the abyss, accompanied by Dwight Brooks's hands. The rings on his 10 fingers lit up one after another, 10 lights converging, like stars surrounding the old man. All of that is meaningless. The first to the 10th domains are unsealed. The ultimate tactical strategy, Lord of the 10 domains, has been downloaded. A terrifying aura surged from the old man, causing the abyss that overlaid reality to pause, as if held back its breath by oppression. Immediately afterward, behind the cross-shaped rift, the abysses at depths 1 to 6 also stirred, churning violently. The old man had never been interested in fancy names. The 10 abyssal domains under his command were simply divided into domains 1 through 10, in chronological order. No longer the minor skirmishes of the past, the 10 abyssal domains echoed their ruler, channeling all their power into him. No longer the master of the zero-degree network, nor a fifth-ring psionicist. Instead, Lord of the 10 domains, Dwight Brooks. Damn it, damn it, damn it. 1,300 kilometers away, Ogden Christopher, who had hacked into and taken over an observation satellite to remotely observe the battle, was so enraged he nearly tore the satellite apart. He had to admit that, in terms of pure strength, he was no match for Dwight Brooks in his current state. Even at a distance of 1,300 kilometers, the other party still exerted an intense, almost suffocating pressure on him. Dwight Brooks lowered his eyes. In the void, the sound of glass shattering, like glass breaking into pieces, echoed. The pressure that had compressed all other rules into a single, fundamental straight line encountered unprecedented resistance. It paused, then retreated little by little, until it was finally shattered. Ron FA's tightly clenched hand was also jolted open, shocking cracks appearing on her fingers. The aura emanating from the opponent was too terrifying, the spiritual energy too abundant. Even the correction of the second stage of true spirit couldn't deflect it, and was instead forcibly shattered. Dwight Brooks raised his eyes. The astonishing achievement of shattering the second stage of true spirit didn't elicit any further expression from him. The old man crossed his hands, extended his 10 fingers, then clenched them again. It was a simple movement, yet his speed was anything but fast. Instead, it seemed incredibly slow. It was as if he were dragging something extremely heavy and enormous. The 10 rings simultaneously burst forth, with light, weaving into a dazzling rainbow. Domination and control, terrifying computing power and data streams surged forth, permeating all directions, descending from the will of Terra's second, no, from the strongest abyss king of Terra at this moment, forcibly rewriting the local world. Unlike his previous manipulations of mass energy conversion, which were based on existing rules, Dwight Brooks's manipulation this time targeted deeper, more fundamental rules. To make pi cease to be infinite and become finite, to make the golden ratio change from positive to negative. This was a power akin to local constant interference. The gestation of an embryo and the demise of consciousness, the particle and wave nature of light, radiation, force, calculus, all things had predetermined rules. Until this moment, incredible computing power and data flow overwhelmed everything, a will-shattered reality, and constructed a world with entirely different rules. It was so incompatible. Thus, the world of normal numbers could not tolerate the world of abnormal numbers, and the two collided. The newly born ladder was easily crushed. What emerged from this collision was an incredible annihilation effect. Unable to escape or evade, Dwight Brooks, in his highest tactical countermeasure, the Lord of the 10-domain state, possessed control over the abyss that could only be described as tyrannical and autocratic. With the aid of the singularity technology-based reality override, the abyss unfolded completely. Within it, Ron Fa was like an insect with broken legs and wings, forced to watch helplessly as deadly amber, formed from the annihilation effect, dripped down, obscuring the sky. The only problem was, Ron Fa didn't intend to escape. The white robe symbolizing her status as a holy sect master of the Psionic Academy silently dissipated, disintegrating into ashes. Even though the annihilation effect hadn't fully subsided, the prelude was already there. Ron Fa neither retreated nor avoided. Instead, she moved forward, facing the annihilation effect head-on forward. True Spirit Third Stage. The unique form. Once described by Dwight Brooks as a fixed outline, suffocating all change, this psychic energy has changed. Definition and modification together constructed a rule system with Ron Fa as its baseline. Anything that deviated from this system was considered wrong and subject to ruthless correction. But with the activation of the third stage of Ron Fa's true spirit, the unique form, this rule system began a dramatic and radical transformation. Its appearance was constantly changing, seemingly completely different from before, yet upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably the same. If the previous definition and modification were artificial refinements, establishing each rule, and thus, when all the rules converged, a unique system naturally formed. Then, after activating the unique form, Ron Fa no longer patiently arranged each rule. She no longer looked at the rules, allowing them to change, deviate, and even become completely opposite. She simply stood at the forefront, then continued forward, leaving behind only her back. Yet Ron Fa's aura was stronger than ever before. Streams of water converged, some flowing left, some right, some sinking, some surging upwards. Yet, these complex and disparate streams, upon converging, transformed into a devastating torrent, an unstoppable surge forward. Ron Fa only grasped this principle when she broke through to the third stage of true spirit. To blindly pursue a standard, demanding absolute conformity from everything at all times, is contrary to science, technology, and spiritual energy. Even Ron Fa admitted that she couldn't be absolutely correct. Her own standard wasn't necessarily, at least not entirely accurate. There is one thing she is absolutely certain of. Only this one thing is absolutely unquestionable. Direction. The direction towards the future. The only direction towards the future. The unique formula. Ron Fa moved forward step by step. Even though she had consciously let go and stopped constantly correcting everything as she progressed, these rules, after the initial chaos, achieved an astonishing unity, like a blind person seeing a single light, spontaneously following Ron Fa. Thus, they converged into an astonishing force, propelling her forward, 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 hoping to reach the only correct future. The boundless, dark abyss had, unknowingly, returned to silence. The spectators of this battle, these once unapproachable psionicists, who had accomplished great feats and practiced their own will, remained unusually silent. Whether it was the local constant interference combining psionic energy and the Abyss King, or the True Spirit's third stage, unique form, even from their perspective, these were undeniably brilliant moves. Everyone present silently questioned whether they could withstand both attacks simultaneously, or even just one of them. The vast majority angrily arrived at the same answer: no. There was no earth-shattering explosion as expected. Songshur, who constantly maintained his psionic technique, glassy observation, felt it most acutely. He kept his eyes glued to the battlefield between Ron Fa and Dwight Brooks, but the moment the local constant interference and unique form collided, his vision suddenly went black. No, more accurately, his vision vanished at that moment. It was as if the destructive power was so terrifying that even observation was forbidden. Fortunately, it was only for a brief moment. As a psionicist renowned for his ruthless destruction, Songshur possessed a unique advantage in this area, and he saw the aftermath before anyone else. After darkness, light reappeared. Ron Fa and Dwight Brooks simultaneously reappeared in the field of vision. Centered on the two, a massive void of thousands of square kilometers appeared in the abyss, which had overwritten reality. Their core battle zone had pierced through the abyss, revealing the deep space beneath. The area outside the void was not intact. Winding cracks spread even further. While these cracks were still spreading, the two sides launched a new round of collision without hesitation. Cracks appeared all over Juan-Fa's body, and crystal-clear beads of blood rolled out. She didn't retreat an inch, only clenching her fists tightly. After activating the unique technique, the psionicist's spiritual energy surged like wild, untamed weeds, seemingly without end, advancing by leaps and bounds, constantly climbing. Only what is untouchable, only what is forever ahead, is the future. Juan-Fa, unleashing a punch. Facing this punch was a one-on-one, head-on collision. Dwight Brooks's 10 fingers moved in unison, activating the singularity technology. Base reality overwrite. The pierced abyss suddenly strengthened, recovering at a visible speed, refilling reality. Thus, the old man, whose aura had just diminished considerably, once again became the lord of the 10 domains, exuding a greatly increased sense of danger. From above, as if defying a madman who dared to challenge a king, Dwight Brooks did not retreat, meeting the punch head-on. Crack! Boom! Chapter 787. The environment was immeasurable. Both Juan-Fa and Dwight Brooks were giving it their all, applying gravity, radiation, photons, heat, mass, the rules of physics, flow, rise and fall, mixing, and metaphysical rules. Countless rules were at their fingertips, used at will, and shaped into whatever form they desired. They weren't like Chaklo Vaughn, who delved into a single rule to the point of transformation, giving birth to incredible abilities through balance. Their manipulation was always of all rules. 1 second ago, Juan-Fa raised her index finger, the extreme low temperature creating a superconducting environment. Electricity was born from her fingertip, shining brightly, smoothly breaking through this superconducting environment, transforming into a brilliant bolt of lightning that swept hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye, enough to pierce a deep space battleship. The next second, Dwight retaliated fiercely. Gravity intensified in a fraction of a second, collapsing inward, artificially creating a super-strong gravitational vortex capable of tearing apart all matter. Diamonds would be no more resilient than an egg before it. Rules became powerful swords and shields in the hands of both sides, clashing hundreds of times in the blink of an eye. One instant, a sword broke, a shield shattered. The next, both sides would unhesitatingly pick up new swords and shields and continue a new round of combat. Even the most sophisticated measuring instruments would crumble here. Juan-Fa and Dwight Brooks ruthlessly trampled the rules, subjugating everything and reducing everything to footnotes in the fierce battle. The environment was already overburdened and utterly corrupt. Rules were created and destroyed in the blink of an eye, caught in a dizzying, hyperspeed transformation. This place became the most brutal and twisted purgatory. Even a psionicist who had reached the 5th ring, true spirit, would not want to be in it. Juan-Fa's thoughts spread and proliferated. Both were picking up various rules, recklessly trampling reality. Yet, beneath their similar expressions, their essences differed. Juan-Fa, through the 3rd stage of her true spirit, uniqueness, caused all rules to spontaneously follow her, eternally and continuously strengthening and advancing towards an unattainable future. The only thing that could stop her was either the destruction of her opponent or Juan-Fa's annihilation. There was no third outcome. Dwight Brooks, on the other hand, took a different path. The old man's psychic abilities were inferior to Juan-Fa's, yet he was not at a disadvantage, because he had unsealed the 1st to 10th domains, and had the 0-degree network providing remote support. All these great powers were bestowed upon him. Driven by unparalleled forces, the power belonging to the King of the Abyss reached its zenith. DeWalt Brooks, situated within the Abyss, seemed to have become a true creator, every rule leaping into his vision, at his command. He seemed to have transformed into Juan-Fa, who had previously wielded definition and correction, capable of manipulating any rule in the world. One was extremely simple, the other extremely complex, yet one thing remained unchanged from beginning to end. To fight. To fight to the predetermined end. Juan-Fa's wrist turned slightly, slowly and gently, as if gently squeezing a fragile bubble, yet releasing from it was a torrent of radiation. When a neutron star accretes matter from its companion star, it triggers a brief period of high-energy radiation, temperatures hundreds of thousands of times hotter than the surface of a star. A celestial catastrophe caused by uncontrolled thermonuclear reactions, the energy equivalent to a star burning for a month is released in a burst within tens of seconds. This is the cosmic calamity known as an X-ray burst. While Juan-Fa's X-ray burst-like radiation flood was far less terrifying than the former, not enough to cause a cataclysmic disaster, it was still, powered by her psionic energy, capable of easily piercing the Earth's crust and destroying the world. The 10 rings began to glow. Faced with such an ultra-high energy attack, Dwight Brooks had to defend. Gravity and thermodynamics resonated simultaneously. No longer was it the gravitational field that shattered everything before. This time, It was a subtle gravitational wave. Countless computing resources were invested in the calculations, manipulating the oscillation frequency of the gravitational wave to match the radiation flood in real time, refracting, decomposing, and deflecting the latter through different phase differences. At the same time, extreme low temperatures descended, making particle movement difficult, slowing the radiation flood as much as possible. It was broken. The radiation flood breached the defensive field of gravity and thermodynamics. A supernova-like blaze of light erupted, shattering gravitational waves, igniting a surge in freezing temperatures, and a torrent of radiation simultaneously breached the barriers of thermodynamics and gravity, striking Dwight Brooks with pinpoint accuracy. For the first time since the start of the battle, the latter was clearly at a disadvantage. In the very first second the torrent of radiation showed signs of weakening, Ron-Fa, like a rainbow, crashed headlong into Dwight Brooks. It was a gruesome sight. The two clashed with an even greater frequency than before, but this time, finally, one was suppressed Dwight Brooks. With each collision, Ron-Fa tore a piece off the old man. The latter's counterattacks were relentless, leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds on Ron-Fa's body. Yet Ron-Fa showed no remorse, like a fanatical believer who would sacrifice himself for a lifelong vow, enduring the counterattacks, and then, with even more ferocious methods, tearing Dwight Brooks apart. In a relentless, high-speed exchange of blows, both fighters were steadily weakening, but Dwight Brooks's weakening was clearly faster than Ron-Fa's. The external force I'm relying on is too heavy. Dwight Brooks's aura suddenly plummeted, the link providing him with remote support from the zero-degree network had been severed. After such a fierce battle, his opponent had finally broken through the layers of concealment and pinpointed the link's location. The next moment, his aura stopped declining and rebounded slightly. The link re-established. To avoid Ron-Fa's sabotage, this time the link was forced to first jump to the Abyss network, using it as a springboard to reconnect to Dwight Brooks. However, this indirect connection method inevitably led to reduced efficiency, a significant flaw in this level of combat. But Dwight Brooks had no time to pay attention. Ron-Fa's new offensive had arrived. Besides psionic energy, there are too many other things. This time, it was the abyssal web domain itself. Dwight Brooks drew upon the power of 10 domains to enhance his strength, but this also meant that parts of the 10 abyssal web domains, from the first to the 10th domain, had to be exposed. Meanwhile, terrifying psionic energy from the outside world, acting as individual entities, was causing these territories of the abyssal kings to tremble and shake. The first victim appeared. The 4th domain. This abyssal web domain, which Dwight Brooks had cultivated for over 20 years, investing countless efforts in building, collapsed under Ron-Fa's ferocious attack. The defensive systems built upon it, capable of withstanding fourth-ring psionicists for a long time, proved utterly ineffective, and the domain itself, along with the network itself, cleanly and decisively disintegrated. Amidst the deafening roar of the falling abyss web, new blows followed one after another. The old man was gradually becoming exhausted, his condition steadily declining. With each collision, he lost something, like a toy robot being brutally dismantled, its parts scattering everywhere. Dwight Brooks. One moment, Ron-Fa's voice was far away, the next, it was right next to him. Perhaps due to the violent changes and the devastated environment, her voice sounded extremely distorted, yet the truth conveyed between the lines still clearly reached the old man. She said, "You made a mistake." Boom! The abyss tremor unleashed a tsunami, as if a meteorite had fallen into it. The 7th and 9th abyss webs, unable to withstand the pressure, were destroyed by Ron-Fa herself, torn to shreds, and crashed down with a deafening roar. Made a mistake. Dwight Brooks pondered the words. Perhaps due to the time freeze, he was examining himself from a third-person perspective, witnessing Ron-Fa's devastating destruction of the network, piercing through his defenses, the offensive forming a dazzling galaxy, slowly but steadily washing over him. Time for reflection was limited. His condition had deteriorated too drastically, and the effects of the time freeze prosthetic were waning. Dwight Brooks sensed that in just one more subjective minute, he would return to reality and face the flow of time once more. 1 minute. Brief. Long. To reality, it was so brief, insufficient to feel the cleansing of a light rain, insufficient to express the tenderness between people, yet to a fifth-ring psyker, it was so long, enough to completely overturn the heavens, cause the seas to boil, and move mountains. His own power was still waning, already below the danger line. Dwight Brooks searched his remaining resources. 5 domains from the 1st to the 10th had crashed, his injuries were unbearable to look at, the link for remote support via the Zero network had been severed once more, temporarily unable to be reconnected. The external forces and resources that had brought him fame were being stripped away bit by bit, leaving only the last, and only, inseparable element, psionic energy. Psionic energy at the first stage of the fifth ring. This power, which should have been unattainable, scornful of the mortal world, wantonly trampling and ravaging society and reality, it was great, but not great enough. Before an even greater power, even this psionic energy couldn't stir up much of a storm. Ron F.A., the corrector, the current holy elder of the Psionic Academy, the strongest psionicist in the history of the academic council, whose power, proven through a miraculous past, had reached the third stage of true spirit psionic energy, definition, correction, uniqueness. Psionic energy. Psionic energy. How could Dwight Brooks's psionic abilities possibly surpass Ron F.A.'s? The answer was certain. He couldn't surpass them. He couldn't defeat them. Without a second's hesitation, Dwight Brooks arrived at the only answer. The shame of the fifth ring, the old man thought of other things. He knew this title. Some enemies would maliciously choose to call him that. As the oldest psionicist in the fifth ring of the corporate alliance, his psionic abilities had always been at a lower level. Both on the path of balance, he had witnessed Chaklo Vaughn's growth trajectory firsthand. This new generation, on whom the enlightened ones placed high hopes, proved himself, living up to all expectations. His initial emergence in the second ring, his full-fledged brilliance in the third ring, and his infamous reputation in the fourth ring. The fifth ring, the rebel. From an insignificant nobody to truly standing on the same level as him, and finally, surpassing him, reaching the ultimate limit of the second stage. A height that was unattainable for him. He made a mistake. Dwight Brooks silently repeated this phrase to himself once more. The answer seemed unquestionable. The corrector Ron F.A., a being who had gone further on the path of balance than the rebel Chaklo Vaughn. Even looking across the entire Terra, there were only a handful of psionicists qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The psionicist was sincere. He had sincerely said those words, made a sincere judgment, so what else was there to say? Back when he faced Chaklo Vaughn, the other had said something similar, unequivocally placing him in the category of error. 10 seconds, now 9 seconds remained. "Ha," Dwight Brooks said. He saw two orbs of light. One had once shone brightly, the other dimmed considerably now. Both were dim. The shattered power of the Abyss King, the severely damaged and suppressed psionic energy. The power representing Dwight Brooks' life's achievements, the proof of his past, was now on the verge of collapse. Light. 5 seconds. The two orbs of light flickered, hovering before the old man, seemingly within reach with a slight lift of his hand. But when he actually reached out, an invisible barrier blocked his way, blurry like frosted glass, yet far harder than diamond. A hard sensation came from his palm, the light was so close, a faint ray of light filtering through and illuminating his hand. "Wrong," Dwight Brooks murmured. "It's you." The orbs of light suddenly changed. The two dim, almost invisible orbs of light, in that instant, touched and merged. The light, once clearly tilted at both ends of a scale, witnessed, within a fraction of a thought, the scales finally become perfectly balanced for the first time. Balance was achieved. Barrier broken. Second stage of true spirit achieved. The power of the King of the Abyss and the spiritual energy of balance, the dim orb of light, were now at rest. The world first darkened, then an immeasurable divine light burst forth, illuminating the abyss and the deep space, except for what lies ahead. The spiritualist who had determined the only future, her indifference transformed into an absolutely aloof posture. Endless possibilities were grasped, condensed into an untouchable, forever forward-moving spiritual energy. Marching towards the future. Vision disappeared once more. This time, even Songshur could no longer see clearly. Reality had undergone an indescribable change. Everything defied reason. Even the sense of time was lost. In an instant, or perhaps for a long time, when vision reappeared, Songshur's eyes widened like fire. A lone figure stood in the center of the battlefield. Chapter 788. The dust slowly dissipated. Commendable. It was Ron F.A. who spoke, not through her vocal cords. Her jaw, throat, and half her chest were almost completely torn open, glistening drops of blood seeping out, evaporating instantly before they could roll off. One of her hands hung limply, broken bone fragments piercing flesh like jagged wolf fangs. Thin, dripping muscle membranes barely held the arm together, maintaining its shape rather than turning it into a kite with a broken string. A once popular theory suggested a strong correlation between a psychic state and their self-awareness. Scholars hoped to use this to explain why those monsters, long since inhuman and capable of destroying the world, still exhibited physiological states resembling humans. 1FA's other hand was much more intact. Though still unsightly, it was outstretched, her 5 fingers gripping fate with an unwavering resolve, defying all threats and enticements, and unbelievable strength. She gripped Dwight Brooks's neck. Her long hair was loosely spread, falling across her forehead, over her shoulders, and down her back. After a long and intense battle, it was uneven, charred, frizzy, and disheveled, making 1FA look less like the holy patriarch who ruled the Council of Knowledge and more like a refugee who had traveled thousands of miles. But her deep blue eyes were brighter than before. Even a fleeting glance from them was enough to stir the soul, leaving one unable to calm down for a long time. Held by the neck and suspended in midair, Dwight Brooks remained silent, seemingly oblivious to everything. The old man gazed to the other side, his deep pupils reflecting the crumbling creation. That was the first domain. The first abyss domain created by Dwight Brooks before he became the king of the abyss, before ascending from demon to abyss lord. But now, it too was about to crumble, just like the 2nd to 10th domains, which had collapsed earlier. Before 1FA, whose psionic energy had reached its peak, even the abyss domain under the king of the abyss was an obstacle that could be easily overcome in a short time. The singularity technology's based reality overwrite could no longer be maintained, it had reached its limit. The turbid and chaotic abyss slowly dissipated, revealing the ancient and tranquil deep space beneath. No one spoke. Excitement, caution, displeasure, contemplation, no one's expression was exactly the same, yet everyone remained silent. The individuals who had stepped onto this path all gazed at the center. 1FA. Finally, the old man spoke. 1FA nodded slightly. I lost. The old man spoke clearly, albeit slowly. This time, you won. Crack. It sounded like glass shattering on the floor, or like an electrocardiogram stopping, its rhythm ending in a flat, monotone ticking. On the old man's right ring finger, the ring flashed its last yellow light, cracks spreading before shattering. Middle finger, thumb, index finger, ring after flashing their last light, sank into eternal darkness, shattering into tiny specks of luminous dust scattered in the boundless depths of space. You deserve to lose to me. 1FA tilted his head slightly, his tone utterly calm, as if stating the laws of the universe. You relied too much on external things, how could you possibly be stronger than me? Dwight Brooks shook his head. I lost. My inferiority is the only reason for my defeat, nothing to do with these things. My path was correct enough, the old man said. I simply didn't do my best, that's all. Huh. 1FA remained non-committal. On the path of balance, you have gone far ahead of me, the old man said. On the abyss, Ogden Christopher saw a depth deeper than I have. 1FA, I lost to you. The old man's expression flickered, and under the reflection of the deep space, a strange feeling inexplicably arose. He spoke slowly and deliberately, but the demon and the abyss did not lose to balance. You are also balance, Dwight Brooks, 1FA said coldly. No one can be summed up by a simple label, Dwight Brooks said. I once championed the path of balance, fascinated by the rules and their mysteries. I was trapped between the abyss and balance, tossing and turning, unable to grasp the path that suited my will. Your true spirit is in its 2nd stage. 1FA slowly revealed the answer. You have achieved balance between the two. True spirit, the crystallization of a psychic's will and past, the most genuine existence unparalleled in this world. Having fought to this extent, 1FA had already sensed the other's thoughts. Because I have never abandoned the path of balance, I shaped it, and it has influenced me, Dwight Brooks said. I face it squarely. Beyond myself, the 7th path born in Terra, I will lay the first cornerstone for it. 1FA. Dwight Brooks' voice suddenly rose, the old man's face no longer bearing its deep majesty, his pupils seemed to light up, and he roared, Today, I have lost to you. Tomorrow, the path of abyss will never be defeated again. 1FA released her grip on the old man's throat. The individual standing atop Terra, the woman who had trod into the boundless depths of space, the psionicist known as the Corrector, slowly and clearly raised her hand. Her loosened fingers clenched again, and with a straight arm, she raised it above her head. The boundary between planets and deep space, the arc of celestial bodies, was illuminated by the starlight from 12 minutes earlier. The psionicist standing on the boundary line raised her index finger from her fist, pointing to the future she was certain of. Perhaps at this moment, from the white snow-capped mountains to the depths of the ocean, from the skyscrapers of cities to the desolate wastelands, all living beings on Terra, when they looked up, could see the scene. 1FA did not speak, she remained silent, standing alone in the center of attention. But everyone here clearly understood the message the other was conveying. I wait. Without external support, the planet's gravity dragged Dwight Brooks down into the atmosphere. The old man still possessed some strength, enough to resist this gravity, but Dwight Brooks chose to refuse. He simply raised his head, stretching out his left hand with all his might. On his ring finger remained one last ring, shimmering with a faint light. That was the radiance representing the first domain. Drawn by gravity, the ring slid off his ring finger, only to be swiftly grasped back by his hand just as it was about to dissipate into deep space. A deafening roar, like a tidal wave, echoed from the distant horizon. The first domain within the abyss had been artificially dismantled. This abyssal network, a pinnacle of achievement into which countless efforts had been poured, utterly collapsed. Winding cracks appeared on its surface, tearing it to shreds. Like a meteorite burning in the atmosphere, the first domain crumbled, its countless fragments transforming into a barrage of fiery meteors that crashed down upon Terra within the network world. Each fragment was solidified data, containing within it a complete technical archive called Singularity Technology, Base Reality Overwrite. Dwight Brooks gazed at the planet below, a complex mix of emotions flowing deep within his eyes. He murmured, "Go." The Post-Abyssal Era of Terra. Chapter 789. A shattered fireball crashed into Terra. For the abyss, technology possesses weight, rising and falling according to its own weight at various depths. If the design blueprint for a military-grade hydraulic propulsion system is a stone skipping across water, then the pinnacle of technology, Singularity Technology, is a meteorite falling from the sky, possessing the terrifying mass to reshape the ecosystem. When it descended, the abyss unleashed an unprecedented frenzy. Like a superstorm raging, many humans and androids conducting deep-sea operations discovered in horror that their anchor points connecting them to the upper-level network had collapsed, like a sudden tsunami sweeping away and shattering them. Then, a powerful aftershock spread from afar, engulfing them in chaotic, murky data, forever sinking them into the abyss. The department of the giant corporation Zero Network responsible for the abyss monitoring system Mirror Realm was now a blood-red mess, error pop-ups appearing frantically, obscuring every corner in sight. Every month, they would dump a large number of floating monitoring units into the abyss at different depths to gain as much control as possible over its conditions. In just a few minutes, these floating monitoring units became tiny, isolated boats in a storm, violently rocked by the raging waves. Countless units were instantly crushed and disintegrated. Super-level technology detected. Preliminary estimates suggest it's approaching Singularity Technology. A zero-degree network security expert stared wide-eyed, muttering incredulously, "No, the quantity is wrong." "Report." Quantity. The security expert roared, as if venting his frustration. "Conservative estimate exceeds 5 figures. And high-speed self-replication and propagation characteristics detected. We have captured one of them, and the preliminary assessment is base reality overwrite?" The abyss was in turmoil, and the upper network was no less turbulent. The size of a meteorite and a planet are incomparable, yet, when the former impacted, it caused an ecosystem-wide catastrophe. Most of the debris from the first domain fell into the abyss, while the remainder struck the upper network, impacting countless cloud links and consequently affecting reality. The city's traffic signal system malfunctioned, yet many vehicles continued to follow their pre-planned routes, using intelligent navigation systems, resulting in a series of collisions and flashes of fire across roads and airspace. Vending machines on the street creaked and groaned, reminiscent of a poisoned patient vomiting blood, except instead of blood, they dispensed cans of soft drinks. But all of this was irrelevant now. Singularity Technology? The hooded figure huddled in the basement casually pushed aside the pile of pizza boxes on the table, nonchalantly intercepted one, and then, 10 seconds later, sat bolt upright, eyes wide. To spy on the stock exchange's first-hand data, hackers with the power of Depth 4 Demon have repeatedly breached its defenses. The next second, data debris falling from the sky smashed the stock exchange's network security system in front of her. She paused, instinctively clicking to pick up the data and browsing. Base, reality overwrite? Many similar yet different scenes are unfolding in every corner of Terra. Since the birth of the Abyss and the establishment of the Colossal Wonder, the Domain Firewall, the once spatially interconnected worldwide internet has become isolated islands, gradually becoming isolated. Even cybersecurity experts backed by large corporations, elite hackers supported by state power, would find achieving cross-domain remote operations challenging and difficult. But now it's different. This is the last ember of a king of the Abyss, once ranked second among the Abyss kings of Terra. His final will manifested, breaking through all shackles and obstacles. The remnants of the first domain, like stolen heavenly fire, poured down from the vast sky onto Terra. How many could withstand this unprecedented light? From the surging tsunami of the internet, some were ecstatic, some incredulous, and some chilled to the bone, 1,000 emotions flowing, the clamor and noise even faintly drowning out the fluctuations of the abyss. Then, finally, one wave of sound overwhelmed the others, resounding throughout the online world. Thank you, dishing open source. Songshi's attention wasn't on the internet. Standing in outer space, he looked down at Terra. Even without the glass view, he could see a clear scene. Terra, the planet he lived on. It was rotting. From the perspective of outer space, tiny black dots were gradually appearing on the planet's surface, reminiscent of mold spots on oranges during the humid rainy season, and this gradually decaying, moldy orange was none other than Terra. Songshi recognized it. The unparalleled perception of the environment granted by the fifth ring great source allowed him to realize what had happened the instant he saw the mold spots. This was the abyss's erosion of reality. How could those who obtain the singularity technology, base reality overwrite, not immediately try it? Scattered throughout every corner of Terra, they had created this scene of pollution that permeated the entire planet. The membrane separating the abyss from reality was riddled with countless holes in the short time following Dwight Brooks's fall. The viscous and extremely polluted waters of the abyss, constantly bombarded by negative information and redundant psionic energy from internet users, were now pouring into reality through these holes. Ordinary people could engage in limited activities at depth 1 with manageable risks, but the polluted conditions at depths 2, 3, and 4 were dangerous even for psionicists equipped with professional deep-sea diving equipment and undergoing specialized training. For ordinary people, it was like being swept away by a flood of highly acidic water. Within moments, the Fifth Ring members, who had chosen to witness the battle between Ron F.A. and Dwight Brooks, understood the cause and effect. Most of them, without hesitation, plunged into the atmosphere, choosing to return to their own forces and minimize losses. Singularity technology. Based reality overwriting. No matter how you look at it, this is definitely a technology with a high barrier to entry. Even though Dwight Brooks open-sourced it, in such a short time, very few people could truly master it, let alone those who, even with time, still wouldn't understand it. Right now, they're just imitating, and the resulting abyss-to-reality connection is extremely fragile and unstable. Even left unattended, it will quickly collapse spontaneously. This is still a disaster affecting Terra, but as long as they return to help and handle it promptly, the losses can be controlled. A deafening roar, not just a sound, shook everyone. Even psionicists who had reached the fifth ring, true spirit, felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing the roar. It was a terrifying impact, like two worlds colliding, beyond imagination. The source is Depth 6. No, deeper than that, even further down. Depth 7? Chapter 790. Some say that humans have an innate fear of colossal objects. Perhaps the word fear cannot encompass the true feeling of awe and trepidation one experiences when witnessing a colossal creation firsthand. Mythology, born of humanity, also reflects this innate human trepidation. Almost every myth and legend depicts a colossal being to some degree, with the monster known as Leviathan being a prime example. It dwells in the deep sea, its size beyond imagination, its body so enormous that even its unconscious movement can part the waves. Others say that the internet is far broader than reality, far, far broader. It is the truly infinite world. High skies, deep space, deserts, snowfields, whether it's real-world terrain, magical floating cities, or the dark realms of the dead lurking in the depths of the soul, these are fantastical scenes that do not exist in reality. This wondrous and magnificent world is something a normal person could never even glimpse in their lifetime. Yet, once they step onto the internet, they can open their eyes wide and witness it all firsthand. Listen to the flow of the wind, feel the light on their face, and experience the emotions of touching these things with their own hands. Highly advanced virtual network technology makes this entirely possible. Legend has it that the singularity technology of the giant corporation does contract generation, simulated world, can even build a realistic world from scratch. When a person's consciousness is immersed in it, they cannot distinguish between reality and illusion, and may even begin to doubt whether this is their true world, and whether the so-called Terra they once inhabited, all those past experiences and relationships, are merely implanted false memories. Whether it's the fear of colossal beings, or the boundless yearning for the internet, ultimately, they are all products of the limitations of human cognition. Morning fungi don't know the difference between day and night. Cicadas in late spring and early summer don't know the difference between spring and autumn, just as characters in 2D animation cannot understand 3D artists. Except for this moment. Having endured countless trials and struggles, breaking through barriers time and again, proving their own true spirit. The psionicists who have reached the fifth ring have already surpassed in human senses, allowing them to perceive what is happening. The abyss is boiling. The ocean, which should be vast and boundless, is experiencing unprecedented turmoil. The aftershocks of Dwight Brooks's detonation of the first domain not long ago had already made the abyss appear turbulent, but these turbulent waves are being mercilessly swallowed up by an even more terrifying upheaval. A natural disaster like a storm or tsunami? No. Something is rising. Songsher felt a strong, tingling sensation throughout his body. It wasn't comfort, it was the spontaneous stimulation of an unimaginably enormous entity rising from the deepest part of the abyss. The previous turbulence was merely the aftershock of its ascent. A black hole, simply by existing, could alter the gravitational environment on a celestial scale. This colossal being, dwelling in the deepest part of the abyss, had caused a terrifying catastrophe with just the act of rising. Even the smallest glimpses of it filled his vision. The description blotting out the sky might seem a little too simplistic for it. There was only one such entity in Terra. Without hesitation, Songsher arrived at the answer. One of the thrones of Terra in the present world, the sixth ring beyond. The world, Archibald. With an overwhelming presence, he gradually rose, dividing Depth 7, Depth 6, and Depth 5 into different zones of abyss. Those obstacles requiring both psionic power and technological prowess to overcome were crushed into dust. Like a giant boulder thrown into a pond, with his movement, the abyss began to overflow, pouring into the hole between reality and the abyss. If the barrier between reality and the abyss is like a piping bag for squeezing butter, though its surface is punctured with numerous small holes, its efficiency in flowing butter is limited. Then, at this moment, the behemoth from Depth 7 is forcefully squeezing the piping bag, causing the butter to overflow like a flood, spraying everywhere. Archibald, the world, is pushing the abyss to rewrite reality. From a space-based perspective, the previously scattered mold spots on Terra's surface have undergone a dramatic transformation. Driven by external forces, they rapidly swell, enlarge, and spread in all directions, seemingly threatening to engulf the entire planet. But this is only the prelude. Everyone noticed, or rather, the other made no attempt to conceal its intentions. Archibald rose faster and faster, its unimaginably large body clearly about to collide with something. The target was the colossal wonder, the network firewall. After the Seven Earths War, the surviving powers finally had the time to cooperate. They collaborated for once, contributing their strength, resources, and technology to clean up and dismantle the contaminated World Wide Web, creating the colossal wonder of the network firewall, thus officially separating the abyss from the upper network domain. It was a barrier encompassing the entirety of Terra, a spectacle painstakingly crafted. Even a fifth-ring psionicist would marvel at its grandeur. But how could any spectacle, how much effort, how colossal a structure withstand the malicious impact of a god throne, especially one that was beyond? This was an absolute catastrophe, a cataclysmic destruction of the world. Centered on those individuals who had acquired the singularity technology, base reality overwrite, and couldn't resist immediately attempting it, a murky, viscous substance poured down, impatiently engulfing the surroundings. Other creatures within its range cried out helplessly, their physiological functions gradually failing, their minds collapsing from the bizarre and grotesque sights. Those whose consciousness lingered in pain were already delirious, their minds hazy with confusion. They wondered if the sky, soaked in ink, had crashed down, submerging the earth and returning the world to its underwater state. The sky was merely a hazy, confused state, but the abyss, this boundless world, was truly unleashing a colossal wave, obscuring all light, and crashing down upon reality. Light. 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 A massive rift suddenly appeared in the darkness. A brilliant divine light rose, piercing through the darkness. Even the astronauts on the space station could clearly see this divine light. It was so magnificent, so vast, rising from the Earth's surface, seemingly indestructible, a pillar of heaven like the axis of the world. With a deafening roar, heavy beyond description, it held back the crashing abyss, preventing it from advancing further, and even, seemingly, was pushing it back bit by bit. Most people could only see the divine light. Songsher saw something else. At the deepest part of the pillar of divine light, compared to the immense scale that supported heaven and earth, appeared an ordinary halberd. It was held by a hand. Then the owner of that hand stood up. This is a woman with long silver-gray hair. The Sixth Ring Truth. King of the Masses, Isidore Signy. Chapter 791. Natural human vision is limited. Even with prosthetic eyes, there are still things unseen and unclear. Yet, at this moment, the people of Yan'an looked up, and were astonished to find they could clearly see the pillar of divine light, clearly see the one who supported it. That face. That face. This look, yes, there's no mistake. The creator of Yan'an, its original master, the one who made the defeated never fail again, the one who triumphed again and again, the one whose whereabouts were rumored to be unknown, the one who had vanished, Isidore Sinity. You're back, you're back. The followers of the Fenghao cult knelt down, tears welling in their eyes. Our one and only shining sun. Clan leader? Are you going to personally lead your family again? The Saman Rhodes clan, regardless of seniority, held their heads high with extreme excitement, as if they had received the most precious thing in the world. At the end of the graffiti-covered alley, the family suddenly saw their elderly father, who was said to have personally experienced the 7 Earth Wars and fought bravely against the enemy, yet whom they remembered as perpetually drowsy, aged beyond recognition, and beyond the reach of medical treatment, opened his eyes wide for the first time. He struggled to his feet, oblivious to the dust and bumps, and stumbled towards the distant light, shouting victory. Again and again, unstoppable by anyone. The Justice Army group, its weary ground troops, halted their march. They disarmed themselves, patted their weapons against the light, and sang songs of their homeland. The Second National Assembly, regardless of level or size, all meetings stopped at the same moment, everyone rising and bowing in the same direction. Protection Agreement, Martial Sect, Sea Tower Trade. Fragmented words gradually coalesced into a unified, brilliant, and righteous light, filling every inch of Yunan's land, sky, and sea. Your Majesty, Patriarch, Speaker, Leader, Clan Chief, Chairman, they shouted, chanted, and sang, go and bring victory. The woman, wielding her halberd, stood at the forefront. Hearing these voices, she turned her head and answered, I am victory. The next instant, the swirling halberd paused. Isidore Sinity clenched his fist, as if aiming at the entire world, and swung. First, a long silence, then, the sharp, piercing clang of tearing silk. The descending abyss paused for a moment, then was abruptly split apart, the deep, unseen slash like a sharp blade attempting to cleave the sea in two. But it failed. From the deepest part of this artificial abyss came a belated roar. It made a shifting motion, stirring up turbid waves thousands of meters high. Among the remaining scales and fragments, a deep slash wound was visible on its surface. However, compared to its colossal body, this wound seemed utterly insignificant. Archibald. Isidore Sinity raised his halberd again, looking down at his opponent, uttering only one word. Come! The opponent responded. Archibald began to stretch out gracefully, as if becoming the embodiment of the world, a colossal being capable of bearing all things, a psionicist who had ascended to the sixth ring, God's throne, like a giant whale carrying the stars, leaping out of the sea. The world, Archibald, after occupying depth 7 for an unknown period, once again descended into reality. He said, not here. Isidore calmly nodded. The divine light that held up heaven and earth receded and dissipated, canceling the immense power propelling the abyss. The next second, both simultaneously broke through the atmosphere, colliding and crashing into the dark depths of space far beyond Terra. It could be seen that with Archibald's departure, the efficiency of the abyss overriding of reality drastically decreased, and the momentum of the raging storm subsided. At the same time, Stone Spring Guard, the observer of the Council of Knowledge, the holy ancestor of the Institute of Information Technology, clasped his hands together, then suddenly opened them. Centered on him, turbid and chaotic matter poured down from nowhere. Singularity technology base reality overwrite. As the king of the abyss, this short time was more than enough for him to understand the general principles and applications of this singularity technology. His expression was solemn, his psionic energy erupting at full power without concealment, and his abyss network domains responded one after another. He protected Ron F.A., whose condition had weakened after killing Dwight Brooks, and parachuted towards the territory of the Knowledge Council. Half knowledgeable of Fate Ing Ban Chung, Colossus Bapus, Heavenly Palace Feng Lian, Quiet Abyss He Xian, and the impostor Mortimer Condantons, those belonging to the Society of the Silent One showed no sense of urgency, adopting a posture of careful observation. Most others, however, did not linger and returned to their respective territories. No, there was one exception. Song Shi. Suyu did not arrive in his true form, but rather observed the battle from his avatar. He was not in a hurry to return to the layers of the atmosphere. Amidst the chaotic situation, he keenly noticed Song Shi, who was hundreds of miles away. At this critical moment, the latter remained completely still. This is. Su Yudu and Chaklo Vaughn arrived at the same conclusion. The latter, for reasons of war, did not bring his own physical body, but instead chose to project his consciousness onto Su Yuta's avatar, observing from the same perspective. Resonance. Songshur was resonating with heaven and earth. It should be said that Su Yuta called it heaven and earth, while Chaklo Vaughn considered it Terra. For the person involved, both were right and wrong. All things gradually lost their color, and consciousness seemed to rise again and again in the stillness of time, reaching an extraordinary height. Songshur didn't know if he was closing or opening his eyes. He only heard a sound, a painful and angry groan from Terra. The Abyss, driven by Dwight Brooks and Archibald, rewriting reality, was an unadulterated, ultra-wide area operation sweeping across the entire planet. Under unprecedented pressure, the groans emitted by Terra had reached a level that a fifth-ring great source could not ignore. Songshur, of the fifth-ring great source, heard it. An invisible wind swept through the vacuum, carrying with it a hazy, mournful emotion. The holes linking the abyss to reality, like malignant sores, crawled across Terra's surface. Even though many had already shattered and exploded, this brutal act still left conspicuous scars. It was like a huge, plump worm, twisting and turning, yet still being dragged towards destruction by countless tiny ants. The rising thought suddenly paused. In a daze, Songshur raised his hand, his tangible will touching his hazy, confused consciousness. In that instant, his vision seemed to encompass the entire planet from above. The two were connected. True Spirit, Second Stage. The Present World. Chapter 792. Vast and Boundless. After breaking through to the fifth ring, True Spirit, Songshur's perception was greatly enhanced. Everything within his reach was under his control, and its breadth was beyond ordinary imagination. Overlooking tens of thousands of square kilometers was effortless. But all these past experiences seemed insignificant at this moment, because the object he was facing was an entire planet. Since comprehending the second stage of True Spirit, the present world, Songshur had attempted to achieve it many times, each time ending in failure. Until now, with another attempt, Songshur felt an unprecedented smoothness. Not just ease, but smoothness. It was as if, facing a stimulating environment, his blood was pumping intensely, his heart was pounding, and his limbs were tingling, yet his state of mind surged wave after wave, his thoughts endlessly rising, propelling him to peaks he had never anticipated. Songshur had colluded with Terra. According to his plan, the prerequisite for the True Spirit's manifestation was complete annihilation. He needed to first destroy everything existing with the True Spirit's annihilation, then recreate the present world on the foundation of emptiness, thereby achieving control over all things. A painful groan brushed past his ear. Songshur raised his hand, then focused his mind on the planet below. As if touching it, unity of heaven and man had been activated. More accurately, it had been pushed to its limit, aiming to achieve a resonance of consciousness with the entire planet. Boom! A powerful tremor suddenly struck. The overriding of the abyss affected Terra, constantly dumping impurities, increasing the difficulty of unity of heaven and man. At the same time, the latter, like a patient suffering excruciating pain, instinctively began to writhe wildly on the ground, and even several doctors and nurses couldn't hold it down for a short time. Caught off guard, Songshur couldn't hold it back either. Unity of heaven and man shattered, nearly breaking off. Even a little pain makes you scream and cry? Terra, you're too weak. Faced with the planet's subconscious turmoil, even with Songshur's psychic abilities, it was impossible to suppress it purely with brute force. Fortunately, in a flash, he reacted. The True Spirit annihilation erupted suddenly, yet remained suspended, not truly falling. Like the legendary sword of Damocles, its extremely sharp tip flickered in and out of existence, chillingly piercing. Yet the overriding of the abyss was like being doused with boiling sewage, painful but not immediately fatal. Then this sword formed from the True Spirit annihilation was like a blade that could pierce him at any moment. Terra's subconscious was startled, instinctively freezing and stopping the tremors. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Songshur activated unity of heaven and man once more, stirring Terra's consciousness, sweeping across the entire planet. The abyss overriding range affected the entire planet. If relying solely on himself, Songshur knew his limitations. Even a fifth-ring great source could not possibly handle it all alone. Therefore, he needed to borrow power. As a consciousness born from the planet itself, Terra's consciousness inherently possessed immense power. However, like a bloated fat man, despite theoretically great strength, it couldn't be controlled like a martial artist, moving with effortless ease. Instead, it was loose and weak, easily bullied, and utterly threatening. But now, Songshur would use the True Spirit, the present world, as a beacon, providing a guiding force to the bewildered Terra, allowing it to gather power and resist the abyss overriding. In the past, during Yinan's battle with Isidore Sinity, the opponent commented that Terra's subconscious psychic abilities were extremely mediocre. Coincidentally, his own true spirit's second stage, manifestation, was also mediocre. Half-baked and half-baked. Songshur forced a wild laugh through gritted teeth. Then come on. His fifth ring of psionic energy erupted with a deafening roar. If this were within the atmosphere, Songshur could have torn apart 100 miles of celestial phenomena, igniting a sea of fire and transforming it into a scene of purgatory. But compared to Terra's nearly 900 million square kilometers of surface area, what was a mere 100 miles? However, as a beacon, it was sufficient for now. In an instant, a second sun rose above Terra's outer heavens. Compared to a true star, it was far too small, yet, compared to a true star, it was far too bright. Its dazzling, blazing light was enough to make one feel as if their very insides were being burned. Songshur roared, manipulating Terra, launching his first counterattack against the cascading abyss. Buzz. When Songshur finally realized what had happened, several seconds had passed. A buzzing sound, like tinnitus, echoed, unbearably irritating. Songshur felt wet. He realized he had vomited a mouthful of blood, his hands and feet were numb, and his whole body felt like it was about to fall apart. His first counterattack hadn't been successful. As far as the eye could see, the abyss was still slowly and steadily pouring down. There was no need to review. Songshur considered himself to have acted flawlessly. His perfect harmony with nature, his spiritual energy control, and his countermeasures, every aspect was absolutely brilliant. Ugh! The aftereffects of directly confronting the abyss continued, and Songshur vomited another mouthful of blood. Terra, how could you be so weak? Terra didn't respond. It was even hard to say whether it had any real consciousness. What Songshur sensed most were thoughts, dazed thoughts, terrified thoughts, painful thoughts, angry thoughts. These together constituted what was known as Terra's subconscious. This can't go on. Songshur made the judgment. He was already desperately trying to pull Terra up, but so far, there was no sign of her getting back up. In the previous collision, Terra was like a tofu sack, collapsing the moment she was hit, almost shattered. Songshur swallowed blood. At worst, I'd do it alone. The mere abyss formed from redundant psionic energy, such a fragile thing. How could it dare? How could it possibly stop a psionicist who had stepped into the fifth ring, true spirit? Songshur maintained his oneness with heaven and man with one hand, and with the other, he drew the heavy slayer, crimson gold psionic flames appearing, ready to imitate Isidore Sinity before, and single-handedly slash at the abyss from bottom to top. Boom! Almost simultaneously, Songshur felt a strong tremor again. However, this time, the tremor brought not a negative effect. On the contrary, Songshur felt the pressure all over his body suddenly ease. Using the global perspective gained from the concept of harmony between man and nature, Songshur could barely make out the mold spots covering Terra's surface. The largest of these spots were disappearing one by one, or rather, being deliberately eradicated. The Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance, the Corporate Alliance, and other forces like Yinan had all swiftly responded, gradually eliminating the abyss overriding. With the gradual return of the fifth ring, their efficiency began to increase rapidly. More importantly, a new force had given him a boost. The source was the Earth's core. Chapter 793. One of the thrones of the gods of Terra, the great source of the sixth ring. 3,000 illuminations! Ming Xian Yuan. Songshur felt the light envelop him, pure white and radiant, yet when it enveloped and submerged him, it never evoked the image of a mother's embrace. Songshur simply felt someone suddenly push him forward. The unparalleled light transformed into an unmatched driving force, propelling him forward abruptly. It was as if he were struggling against a dumbbell, slowly sinking, about to reach exhaustion, when suddenly someone helped to lift him up again. The force of the assistance was even greater than his own. His vision rose once more. The unity of heaven and man, disrupted by the direct impact with the abyss, became even more stable than before, thanks to this external force lessening and the surge of internal energy. But Songshur had no time to care. He simply unleashed his will, his psionic energy resonating with Terra. Emotions, thoughts, everything vanished, leaving only a pure, singular thought. Because I think. Therefore, I can. True spirit, first stage, annihilation. A terrifying killing force erupted, and then, from an unbelievably high vantage point, this killing force descended upon a prominent patch of mold scattered throughout Terra. It was an abyss lord, who giggled excitedly. The abyss she had personally opened had already destroyed half the city. No one had survived. Suddenly, a chilling sense of crisis surged from the depths of her heart. She instinctively tried to react, but in the next instant, the unparalleled killing force of the true spirit's annihilation was no more difficult than erasing a pencil mark with an eraser. The former only managed to utter a single syllable before turning to dust, leaving nothing behind. She wasn't alone. Considering the region, rewritten by the abyss, was now utterly devastated, with no survivors, only ravages remaining. Songshur showed no mercy. The locals stared in horror, their eyes wide, for at the edge of the vast sky, in the depths of a swirling vortex formed by the reverse flow of clouds, a single point of crimson gold shone. Like a calamity of heavenly fire, it struck the city with a deafening roar. Skyscrapers, reinforced concrete structures, solidified asphalt roads, fortifications, man-made bridges, and aerial patrol stations, no matter their form, all were reduced to ashes in this single blast, along with the abyss that engulfed them. If the abyss rewriting of reality was like festering sores on Terra, then Songshur, with his astonishing killing power, directly eradicated that very festering sore. Then came the next step, the second stage of the true spirit, the present world. The city, utterly annihilated, a place where even ordinary people could vaguely sense emptiness and nothingness, suddenly had invisible things rising up. Not repairing, gluing, or supplementing, but building a brand new world from scratch. Although it appeared unchanged to the naked eye, even though the city was completely razed to the ground and theoretically ruined, it felt far more comfortable than before, even better than the city before it was rewritten by the abyss. If one had to say, the environment was much cleaner. In outer space, Songshur stood, his thoughts racing within the atmosphere. After achieving unity with the universe with Terra's consciousness, his vision expanded dramatically. The entire planet came into view, like a marble held in his hand, ready to be kneaded at will. Of course, this was an illusion. Songshur understood that this was merely an illusion brought about by his unity of heaven and man. Unity of heaven and man was a considerably high-level great source operation, with a high barrier to entry. Those qualified to use it were considered excellent psionicists. However, throughout history, countless people had lost themselves due to unity of heaven and man. This is the present world. Songshur gazed at Terra, the place bombarded by annihilation, now perceived as completely new. His true spirit's present world had succeeded for the first time. If annihilation had created a large breach in Terra, and Ming Xianyuan's I am heaven and earth was about becoming the filler, bursting that breach, then his present world was using psionic energy as the filler, pouring it in to fill the breach. It was not permanent. Songshur could sense that if he withdrew his psionic energy, the new world created by his present world, like molten iron, would gradually solidify after the heating device was removed, slowly reverting to its former state. Perhaps in the future, I can remain unchanged forever, but not now. But it's enough. With the true spirit's manifestation activated, it's no longer about manipulating existing things. It's about creating a completely new world from scratch. Like Terra's gravity, people have many ways to deal with it. Anti-gravity engines, jetpacks, hydraulic boosters, but all of them must adhere to one premise. Terra's gravity exists. But my true spirit's second stage, manifestation, is different. It's assimilation, erosion. If in the past gravity and the individual were independent, allowing the latter to resist through various means, then the true spirit's manifestation gradually absorbs the other, eventually assimilating it into gravity. Can a person lift themselves up? Like a frog being slowly boiled in water. As assimilation deepens, the suppression on the opponent will increase. According to his assessment, if complete assimilation is achieved, even a fifth-ring psychic would be easily controlled. This means he has a glimpse of heaven and annihilation to unleash, and against opponents like the creator Aptoka Reese, whose protracted battles are incredibly difficult, he has a way to deal with them thanks to the present world. Amidst the ebb and flow of consciousness, Songshur's actions didn't stop. Annihilation became arrows, firing one after another, igniting patch after patch of decay, while the present world rose, filling the void left by the destruction. Resonating with unity of heaven and man, Songshur's attack range increased many times over, even managing to throw a few shots at locations resembling massive corporate military bases. At one point, Songshur was about to throw another shot, but then realized that the psychic flames hadn't appeared. Like flipping a switch, an overwhelming sense of exhaustion washed over Songshur instantly. He felt like a shriveled orange, unable to release any more juice. TSK. Songshur clicked his tongue in annoyance. At the same time, several gazes fell upon him, scrutinizing, surprised, dangerous, but then, all of them vanished. In deep space, a dazzling white light appeared out of nowhere. It condensed into a line, traveling at 880,000 times the speed of sound, striking Songshur cleanly and decisively before anyone could react, slamming him towards New Forge Light City. Heh! Ming Xianyuan, a familiar aura. Songshur chuckled inwardly, immediately mobilizing his remaining spiritual energy to form a protective shield around himself. The opponent's attack was fierce. Without protection, he would truly be severely injured. But wasn't the opponent suppressed at the Earth's core? How could he still project such a level of spiritual energy outward? A divine throne, truly astounding. Wait a minute. Songshur's pupils suddenly contracted. As it crashed down at the speed of light, the Earth opened its arms, and deep space receded from him at a visible rate. But Songshur, looking up, saw a figure slowly emerge from the white light within the dark abyss, a woman. Not an avatar, not a clone, but her true form, Ming Xianyuan. Chapter 794. The last time he saw the other was at the Earth's core. A pure white sea of light filled Terra's heart, leaving only the concept of light in his vision. Everything else was ruthlessly crushed. And now, the same scene was reflected once again in the depths of Songshur's pupils. If his previous unity of heaven and man with Terra, transforming him into a miniature sun, was already dazzling, then the white light appearing in Terra's outer space now surpassed even that. It was unimaginably brilliant and vast. Light, pure white light, slowly disappearing over Terra's horizon. Within Terra's polar region, there exists an astronomical phenomenon known as polar day. Due to planetary revolution and the obliquity of the ecliptic, the sun remains above the horizon for an entire day, making the entire region bright all day long, without darkness. But at this moment, polar day was no longer limited to the polar region. Every corner of Terra lit up. At the Lunar Exploration Base Lone Sea, deep darkness, Solomon Beaufort, his face partially hidden, his expression somber. From his perspective, looking at Terra from the distance, it seemed as if veiled by a white, hazy filter, becoming a glass marble. As someone who had witnessed the boundless darkness of deep space and stepped into the darkness, Yuan felt immense displeasure even just watching this scene. But before the magnificent light, the darkness could only be forced to recede. Laughter. A clear and unrestrained laugh rang out in the vacuum. So many years have passed, and I see that the world hasn't changed much. A tall, elegant woman stood on deep space, casually tossing her long hair, looking down with interest, and stretching comfortably. You people are still as boring as ever. As she spoke, the light illuminating deep space continued to rise in intensity. It was as if someone who had been curled up for so long had finally found more space, stretching out to their fullest, bones cracking, a blissful exhilaration that was almost unbearable. Ming Xianyuan turned her head slightly, glancing at the scene. A flash. In outer orbit, the satellites that were preparing to spy on her, the accumulated space debris, and a space station that unfortunately happened to be blocking the light's path, all were swallowed by the white light in less than a 10,000th of a second. As the white light slowly dissipated, a conspicuous vacuum zone thousands of kilometers deep appeared in outer orbit. Looking around aimlessly isn't a good habit. Ming Xianyuan rotated her wrist, and the light, as if possessing life, spontaneously surrounded her with this movement. An endless sea of light slowly rotated, forcibly drawing the gaze of all living beings on Earth. Dao Yifu Lantu, Grand Marshal, King of all Isidore Synody, and the World Archibald, for divine figures have successively departed Terra, and the observer has also intentionally let go. Hey, the latter has been playing dead on the sunset moon for so many years, and finally, he's made some moves. But no matter what, the outcome is singular. The seal that once jointly suppressed 3,000 illuminations has loosened, and Ming Xianyuan has successfully broken the seal. He returns to Terra. Heh. Apart from this one heh, there is no other sound in deep space. Perhaps all of Terra has lost its voice at this moment. Under the light that illuminates the planet, everything is forced to bow its head. Ming Xianyuan smiles disdainfully, his gaze finally settling in one direction. A nation whose foundation is built on faith and royal power, whose orderly lineage has lasted for 2,000 years, a nation that has withstood countless calamities, the victor of the first war of the Seven Earths, a nation that launched a holy war in the name of purification. The Venpusta Empire. A burst of light descended. The sea of light, high in the sky and illuminating the planet, suddenly contracted, but even in its contraction, it still encompassed a radius of thousands of miles, a sea of light clearly visible even from the horizon. It descended upon the Venpusta Empire. Endless rays of light intertwined, condensed, and materialized, like millions of sharp blades, like millions of divine spears, descending from deep space, easily traversing distances measured in thousands of kilometers. In the blink of an eye, no, even shorter than a blink, the atmosphere paused, and then became a sieve. Every ray of light pierced it, leaving lingering voids. But there was no time to concern itself with the atmosphere. Countless beams of light descended upon the Van Pusta Empire, not from a single region, city, or province, not even from a general division like North and South. This single strike, born of countless beams, encompassed the entire empire. At the height of the sixth ring, the great source could only conjure the destruction of an ancient empire by the choice between wanting and not wanting. The beams were sharper than a meticulously honed blade, hotter than molten lava, and there were hundreds of millions of them, converging into an endless torrential downpour, instantly engulfing the entire empire. From the satellite's perspective, a bright patch of light appeared on Terra's surface, the Van Pusta Empire submerged in the light. At the same time, the light suddenly dimmed. No, to be precise, the pure white light was suddenly mixed with something else, causing a decrease in purity, resulting in the apparent darkness. The territory of the Van Pusta Empire shimmered like a constellation of stars, as if a god had wrapped marbles in a cloak and then flung them down upon the earth, scattering them across the land. Starlight appeared one after another, scattered throughout the empire. Even in the most remote and desolate places, a single star could be found. These were statues of holy spirits, churches, blessed objects, or perhaps simply a person, yet they all shared a common name: beacons of faith. The next instant, beams of light rose from each beacon of faith. Like a torrential downpour, they erupted from every inch of the empire's territory, colliding with the descending beams of light. The two collided high in the sky, exploding violently into countless fragments of light that ripped through the heavens. Rising alongside the beams of light was an elderly man in an ancient robe, his expression solemn. The current pope of the imperial state religion. The one near to God. Adair Bloomer, he appeared, and the power of faith nurtured from countless believers, the pillars of light, seemed to be inexplicably encouraged, their momentum suddenly increasing, forcefully withstanding the rain of light from the sky, even turning around to engulf and shatter it. At the end of the sky, a fist swung downwards. A fist from Ming Xinyuan. A scalding, expanding object seemed to appear in her palm. As it was swallowed by the beam of light, her clenched fingers were visibly stretched open little by little. Then, just as it was about to fully open, it seemed to have crashed into an indestructible mountain, and her fingers stopped moving. A mere 100 billion people, a few thousand years of accumulation, can surpass me? Amidst the chilling sound of shattering glass, this hand never loosened again. Instead, it began to close little by little, until finally, it clenched tightly. Then how could I, ascend the throne of God? Therefore, broken. The next moment, the light that illuminated the entire world overshadowed the radiance of faith. It poured forth like a flood. Chapter 795. The support of faith crumbled like snowflakes. Gazing up at the light that annihilated everything, one close to God, Adair Bloomer, the imperial pope, showed intense and vivid emotions on his face, first anger, then deep shame. Shame for the countless believers who trusted and loved him, yet whom he had failed to protect. You have done enough, but good cannot change the outcome. The voice that first came was slightly distorted, a deep, thunderous tone, but by the time it reached his ears, it had become clear, as if someone had come to his side. Adair Bloomer felt a pat on the shoulder. It was like comfort, yet also like a word of advice. Someone had stood up beside the old man without him noticing. The man appeared to be around 40 years old. He was strong, his simple clothes stretched taut, but not burly. His features were well-defined, with a high nose, though not sharply sculpted like a marble statue. Swallow this humiliation, and brand it into the most prominent place on your heart. He lifted his hand from the old man's shoulder. The movement wasn't quick, but it went uninterrupted. From the moment the man appeared, the light that had been engulfing the entire Van Pusta Empire gradually slowed. The all-pervasive, all-encompassing light had, for the first time, struck an insurmountable barrier. From afar, it seemed frozen in midair. The sixth ring's transcendence. The strongest psionicist in Terra's history, the supreme emperor of the Van Pusta Empire. Emperor Emmanuel. He tilted his head slightly. Witnessing the figure standing in the sky, the emperor they followed and worshipped, after a brief moment of astonishment, saw the beacons of faith scattered throughout every corner of the empire spontaneously exert their utmost power, shining brighter than ever before. Beams of light pierced the heavens, the vast power of faith accumulated over millennia surging towards the man like a tidal wave. Then, it was pressed down by a hand. The emperor pushed away this power of faith. No need, he shook his head, no need. Then his gaze shifted to the sky, to the end of the endless light, to that unrestrained silhouette. Ming Xianyuan. He raised his hand, speaking calmly, "You want to slaughter my people and believers, your sins are unforgivable." "I will kill you," said Aminyakata. "This is your punishment." A wild laugh descended from the sky, accompanied by an even brighter light. "I've been waiting for this." Aminyakata didn't answer, he simply shook his hand, raised it, and threw a punch towards the sky. From above, the planet's surface was illuminated by a dazzling spot of light that replaced the entire empire. As people's consciousness returned, they slowly covered their gaping mouths. A massive, celestial-sized void appeared on the spot of light. And Aminyakata and Ming Xianyuan vanished, leaving only ripples that stretched from Terra into deep space, representing the directions they had traveled. Anyone else planning to add fuel to the fire? In Zhuguang City, Song Shi, leaning against a water tank on the rooftop of a building, looked up at the faintly visible moon. "Yes, it's calling you." Naturally, he received no response. If anyone else were here, they would only suspect the person before them was talking to themselves. Song Shi didn't care, his eyes closed, half asleep. It won't intervene. After an unknown amount of time, a person suddenly appeared behind Song Shi. His tone was inscrutable, revealing an unreadable mix of emotions. Isidore Senedy, Ming Xianyuan, Archibald. A total of 4 divine thrones have intervened. He stared at his palm, then at the enormous, still visible void thousands of miles away. Divine thrones. Divine thrones. The person who appeared was none other than Chakro Vaughn. "Ha, observer, is it really only interested in observing from the twilight moon?" Song Shi opened his eyes, not turning his head, and said leisurely, "Let's have a rational discussion between it and the one from the Silent One Society, who is more objective and neutral." Chakro didn't answer. Song Shi remained silent. So Chakro replied, "I think it's the Silent Ones. I still remember the blow it dealt me." Song Shi laughed heartily. "Hey," he dusted off his clothes and swayed as he stood up, forcibly resonating with the entirety of Terra in a state of unity of man and nature. Choosing to confront the abyss overriding head-on was far more strenuous than he had anticipated. Song Shi had to admit one thing. Without the swift elimination by other forces and Ming Xianyuan's forceful push, he probably wouldn't have been able to achieve this on his own. "Sigh, Terra. The environment is alright." Song Shi twisted his neck. After a nap, every pore of his skin could smell the environment. "With you guarding Forge Light City, the losses certainly won't be too great. How are the other places?" After a few seconds of silence, Song Shi turned his head in surprise. Chaklo was silent for a moment, his tone even more weary than Song Shi's. The exact numbers are still being tallied, but conservatively estimated, in the 24 hours following the abyss overwrite, the total number of casualties across Terra exceeded 50 million. He didn't mention the resulting chaos, social unrest, or non-personnel losses such as property damage. "Is that so?" Song Shi muttered. "Much less than expected. Because of your choice, you successfully slowed down the abyss's overwrite," Chaklo said, then shook his head. "Still much, much more than I imagined." Song Shi nodded in understanding. Everyone understood the battle between the Corrector 1FA and Lord of the Ten Realms Dwight Brooks. Regardless of the outcome, one person was certain to die, perhaps two. However, the latter's dying act exceeded everyone's expectations. The open-source release of Singularity technology, base reality overwrite. Such a priceless treasure, this incredible manifestation, was brazenly scattered across the Terra by Dwight Brooks. Regardless of its future impact, its primary function, at least for now, is a cataclysmic engine. Different depths of the abyss are flooding into reality. Depths 1 and 2 are somewhat manageable. Ordinary people exposed for a short time won't suffer too severe aftereffects. But depths 3, 4, and even 5 and 6 are essentially like a steel furnace for ordinary people. There's virtually no chance of survival. Contact means certain death. No, even more terrifying than a steel furnace. The pain of a steel furnace is only temporary, but the pain of the abyss is prolonged. Elemental memes, redundant psionic energy, viral programs. They are like nails driven into the brain, pitting the mind into a vortex of depravity. And the derivatives bred by the abyss are also omnipresent, deformed monsters, devouring everything in reality. Humans are ultimately too fragile. Chapter 796. The abyss overriding reality, the 31st hour since its end. This global frenzy, after the deaths of a string of people, has finally entered a period of calm, but for major political entities, more problems are emerging. The core issue, of course, is the Singularity technology, base reality overriding. First and foremost, it's impossible not to use it. There's no room for discussion on this point. If everyone else is using it and you're not, wouldn't you be at a disadvantage? As for the cost of using it, frankly, if it hadn't come so suddenly, and if the world Archibald hadn't surfaced from Depth 7 and forcefully pushed it forward, its impact would never have reached this level. What in this world offers only benefits without a price? If you really think about it, with the advancements in technology, various nuclear weapons are becoming increasingly sophisticated, and they still destroy the ecosystem of a region, causing endless harm. To fear the so-called cost and therefore not use it is rather laughable. The focus of their current discussions, including among the enlightened ones, is on how to use it. Management regulations and laws regarding the singularity technology, based reality overriding. Academic research and practical application of this technology by our own personnel. What countermeasures should we take when hostile targets use base reality overriding? To quell the aftermath of this disaster as quickly as possible, restore social order, resettle and appease the public, and rebuild the destroyed areas. Establishing a rapid response department against the abyss, training, propaganda, and so on. Within the corporate alliance, the Scientific Ethics Committee was the first to jump in, seemingly with a touch of impatience. In the last war sparked by cloning technology, it joined forces with the Enlighteners to decisively defeat the behemoth Emerald Pharmaceuticals. The latter expanded its sphere of influence, alleviating pressure on the company, while the former gained absolute control over cloning technology, demonstrating its power. At least on the surface, the entire corporate alliance must adhere to its regulations regarding cloning technology, successfully becoming the arbiter of industry standards. Undoubtedly, singularity technology, based reality overriding, presents a new opportunity. In a sense, its impact is even more profound than cloning, ushering in the post-abyss era. As the Scientific Ethics Committee, consistently committed to ensuring that scientific research must guarantee the overall right to human survival, dignity, and autonomy, it simply cannot tolerate this opportune moment to put its principles into practice. The last time Jade Pharmaceuticals was declared war on, it was the Enlighteners who approached the Scientific Ethics Committee first. This time, the tables have turned, with the latter initiating the confrontation. Their core demand is to reunite, like with clones, and have the Scientific Ethics Committee demonstrate to the corporate alliance, setting standards and limitations for base reality overriding. However, specific negotiations can be put aside for now. The immediate priority for both sides is to interrogate and warn those hacker groups. The possibility of a massacre cannot be ruled out. After base reality overriding was open-sourced, the power of these organizations has increased dramatically. Coupled with the inherent chaos of the hacker-slash-demon group, they are currently running rampant, ecstatic, and causing trouble everywhere. Some, even after getting high, tried to provoke him, sending remote data avatars to initiate base reality overwrite in Forge Light City, only to be crushed by Chakro a split second before the singularity technology could be activated. However, all of this was temporarily irrelevant to Songshur. He and Chakro arrived at the underground base. They decided on a location for the super artificial intelligence weaving machine. Long time no see, Songshur greeted lazily. Why aren't you running away? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After complex and rigorous calculations, I believe that staying here and fulfilling the contract I signed with you is more in my best interest, Weaving Machine said. Songshur praised, not bad. The other party's father had open-sourced the singularity technology, based reality overwrite, scattering it everywhere. As a reserve super artificial intelligence, Weaving Machine naturally picked up a copy immediately. At that time, Chakro Vaughn's attention was entirely focused on outer space, inevitably reducing his control over Forge Light City. If the Weaving Machine decisively activated base reality overwrite and retreated into the abyss, it would have a very high chance of successfully escaping. Like a fish returning to the sea, or a caged bird returning to the mountains. Chaklo Vaughn has never been good at the cyber realm, and besides, the abyss is chaotic and boundless, full of unpredictable waves. With the Weaving Machine's abilities, if it wanted to hide, even a king of the abyss might not be able to find it. However, regardless of how much it thought and calculated along the way, at least in terms of the result, it did not choose to run away. True Spirit, second stage. The Weaving Machine stared at the person in front of it, less than 2 years until breaking through to the fifth ring. If your own father's open-source nature is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you, Songshur bluntly stated, it's unprecedented for me. If it weren't for Dwight Brooks open-sourcing the singularity technology, triggering this global catastrophe, and forcing him to resonate with Terra in a state of unity of heaven and man, then the day he achieved true spirit in the present world. At least in his original expectations, it would have taken another 1 to 2 years. For now, We're on the same starting line. Songsher turned his head and smiled. What are your thoughts? Right now, I'm not as good as Ron Fa. Chaklo paused for a moment, then slowly said, not for too long. Both on the path of balance, and having reached the limit of the second stage of true spirit, his gains from witnessing Ron Fa's battle with Dwight Brooks were the most intense. Not counting Songsher. Perhaps feelings is a more accurate word than gains. Putting himself in her shoes, and asking himself honestly, if Dwight Brooks were replaced by Chaklo Vaughn, could he have defeated Ron Fa? Chaklo knew the answer in his heart, no. Definition, correction, uniqueness, unlike himself, still struggling through the final stage of the paradox of reversal, her opponent had already attained the triple true spirit. And after this battle, she would likely launch an assault on the sixth ring, God's throne. Her opponent was stronger than she was now. It wouldn't be long. Have you considered taking on the role of Abyss King as a side job? Songsher recommended. Dwight could hold his own against Ron Fa with that. If it were the rebel Chaklo Vaughn, I think he could win outright. Chaklo scoffed. Let's not even talk about how I have neither interest nor talent in the Abyss. You're just suddenly throwing the power of the Abyss King at me. For me. It only make things worse. He succinctly stated, it'd be a hindrance. Chapter 797. Splicing. The word splicing is rarely used to describe a scene, but what appeared before them was a perfect example. It was as if a notorious game developer had gone mad, forcibly piecing together scenes from various themes: pixel art, hyperrealism, space opera, urban fantasy, magic, and martial arts, and splicing them haphazardly. Even the scenes were visibly malfunctioning, like optical illusions, making the whole scene look utterly chaotic. But those present seemed oblivious. Oh, this heartbreaking news! It is with a heavy heart that we announce that our beloved Mr. Dwight Brooks has been so suddenly killed by Ron Fa's hand. Tears blur my vision, and my heart is filled with indescribable grief. At the center of the scene stood a man in a black and white suit and tie. He held the microphone, and as he said grief, his face transformed into a crying emoji, tears welling up and streaming down his face. He waved his hand sharply. Behind him, a series of booming sounds erupted as rows of light suddenly illuminated, shifting and intersecting before converging to project a giant image of a person onto the sky, a black and white portrait of an old man. The former head of the giant corporation 0 Degree Networks. Dwight Brooks. Upon seeing the old man, a commotion erupted below. Many things, at least in terms of their virtual network representation, had nothing to do with humanity. Thanks to Dwight for open sourcing. Dwight, you died a terrible death, ha ha ha. I will, on my own behalf, launch a pungent attack on Ron Fa. A fish-headed monster glared, speaking righteously. I will emulate the spirit of Dwight, and in the future, intensify my hacking efforts against the Knowledge Council, and relentlessly open source their technology. Go to hell. A man, mostly naked and covered in knife wounds, cursed. 0 Degree Network has burned countless brains. If it weren't for its persecution, I wouldn't be in this state. He spat angrily at the black and white portrait of Dwight Brooks. You criminals, do you know how many people he's killed since he opened this upsource? Suddenly, a man in a security bureau uniform jumped out, shouting, illegal assembly. Disperse immediately. Ha ha, even the cops are here. But no one was afraid. This memorial service was an anonymous project, held in the abyss of Depth 2. Anyone qualified to attend was likely skilled, and probably had a criminal record, and they had no goodwill towards the security bureau. Besides, more than one Abyss Lord was present. How could a mere security bureau cyber patrol officer be allowed to act so arrogantly? In an instant, thunder and lightning ignited, and mournful and joyful music played over and over again. Seeing the opportunity ripe, the host made a decisive move and waved his hand again. By the way, to commemorate Dwight Brooks' contributions, I plan to release a new cryptocurrency, tentatively named Dwight Brooks No. 1, using a top-tier encryption algorithm. If you are interested, get lost. Before the host could finish speaking, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience, or even an attack was launched. The host's figure suddenly blurred, disappearing from the spot a few seconds later. He had been disconnected. This Dwight Brooks memorial service was merely a concept, a public internet project with no real organizer. This person only gained the title of host because he arrived early. We're teaming up to take down 0 Network's Asoma data center. We're missing a penetration expert, experts coming quick. A man dressed as an astronaut shouted from the roadside, all in now. Make a fortune. Guaranteed to live off us for life. Dwight, he died a clean slate, leaving behind a huge mess. Ugh, now every faction wants to persecute us demons. Several of my brothers have been arrested. I'm furious. I get it. Couldn't that old ***** just send it to me? He had to make such a huge fuss. Someone immediately cursed, looking visibly shaken. From the abyss overwrite until now, after wiping out the initial wave of attackers, various factions have gradually freed up their resources and started targeting these traditionally law-abiding hackers. As for the giant corporation Zero Networks, after the initial chaos, the higher-ups quickly formulated a new strategy. They significantly tightened their grip on power, shifting to a full-scale defensive posture, adopting a defensive stance. Thanks to the numerous Abyss Lords within the company, and its leading network technology, it hasn't yet fallen into the same predicament as Jade Pharmaceuticals, being gradually drained and dismantled. That makes sense. I suggest we all schedule a time to meet offline and discuss countermeasures. I can't take it anymore. Let's open fire. Ron FA's profile picture immediately appeared in the public channel. Hee, the first time is just a warning. If they provoke us again, we wipe out their whole family. Brotherly spirit. Don't be afraid, everyone. This is just a technical adjustment. Believe me, the future definitely belongs to us hackers. As long as we get through this period, there will be plenty of opportunities for us to shine. Just then, the splice scene suddenly froze, as if a game had abruptly dropped frames halfway through, pixels lag, the visuals became eerie, and loading spiraled out of control. Something heavy had intruded. The fastest reacting group had already prepared their escape programs, ready to flee at any moment, but they immediately realized something was wrong. The filial son is here. The filial son is here. What? Where is the filial son? Where is the filial son? What had intruded was a creation that resembled a spinning machine. But beneath the surface of the spinning machine lay a terrifying power. Upon seeing it, many people's eyes lit up. Even several Abyss Lords, who had come with a sightseeing mentality, showed a change in expression, a hint of eagerness in their eyes. A creation closest to super artificial intelligence. If they could get their hands on it, examine it closely, and study it carefully. However, after considering something, they all unanimously chose to give up. Hey buddy, what's your take on your dad getting beaten to death? Excuse me, it's a small question. Your dad even open-sourced his singularity technology, so shouldn't you open-source those Zero Network gadgets you have too? Hey buddy, any plans to keep vigil for Dwight Brooks? Or maybe stay here until the 7th day after his death? But no matter how noisy and shouting these people were, the intruding weeding machine didn't respond. It simply stared at Dwight Brooks' black and white portrait, and after a long while, just like when it arrived, it silently withdrew and disappeared. Chapter 798. Is there a difference between day and night? Perhaps there is. But for Shinj City, there is no difference. A holographic giant screen maintained around the clock obscures the natural sky. No matter when or where, when the citizens of Shinj City look up, they can see those dazzling figures. What does it take to become the head of government? Everyone knows the answer: the love, trust, and respect of the people. Therefore, without a doubt, an organization composed of idols who have gained love, trust, and respect is the best government. Shinj City is such a megacity filled with love, trust, and respect. The giant corporation Dust Contract Generation built it with its own hands, together with the people, constructing the towering dream, hand in hand, sharing joy. It controls 85% of all the idol IPs in Terra, turning the fantastical miracles into a tangible reality, inspiring and giving hope to countless people. And that hope and inspiration surge towards it like a tide. Every year, countless people come to Godsong City. They have nothing, yet they possess the most precious and priceless dreams. Everyone who comes to Godsong City wants to be a part of the miracles. As Dust Contract Generation proclaims, as they have heard, countless miracles are nurtured by Godsong City. A stray bullet from afar strikes the concert venue of the idol Alice. Amidst the wailing of the ruins, Alice resolutely connects to everyone's senses, transferring the burden of everyone's pain. And so the pain ceases. When the first rays of sunlight rise, the arriving rescue team is astonished to find that until her last breath, Alice is still singing, her face, which should have been contorted by immense pain, blooming with a blissful smile. She truly fulfilled her debut promise, to run towards the end of the world with those who love me. She embraced every audience member who came to the scene, departing for a blissful death. War, a recurring theme throughout history. Corporate warfare, a cruel and tormenting reality. The legendary girl band Star Scar, for girls descended upon the scene of corporate warfare. They sang, they played instruments, their smiles mingled with sorrowful tears. With their soul-stirring songs and a tiny bit of cognitive meme technology, they truly accomplished an incredible miracle, stopping a war with music alone. Employees from both sides threw down their weapons, tears of regret streaming down their faces, and huddled together. Hand in hand, they abandoned their past mistakes, becoming Scar's most loyal supporters. The virtual YouTuber CCZ, after 336 hours of stamina-based live streaming, discovered she hadn't gained more than 40 followers. Unable to withstand the pressure, she died. It wasn't until its young life ended that people belatedly learned of it. They learned of its sleepless nights agonizing over the best live stream results, its painful family background, its endearing little thoughts, and its clumsy antics. In Shinj City, miracles exist. After countless petitions and endless mourning, the combined power of its fans propelled its viewership to new heights, making it a sensation. CCZ was resurrected on the 13th day after its death. I really love it here. A vibrant, youthful figure stood atop the towering building. She was a girl with long golden hair, highlighted with silver strands. She gazed down at the city of Shinj, her eyes filled with tender longing. She saw so much. Every citizen of Shinj City received a unique personal account from birth, recording the user's fan spending power, and thus determining their access levels. Ranking, tipping, merchandise, fan support, everyone had their idol, striving under its gaze, and creating value for it through their own efforts. To ensure that no one lived aimlessly, what a beautiful, precious achievement. Even miracles had become commonplace, available for everyone to witness. Captain, the ship is ready. At that moment, a respectful voice sounded behind the girl. Yes, I understand. Even the most seasoned fan had never seen the girl in this attire. It was a commander's uniform, based on a deep midnight blue and a majestic silver gray, adorned with metallic sheen, a blend of silken luster and leather texture. The collar, shoulders, cuffs, hem, and cape were all intricately and dazzlingly embroidered with white gold piping and patterns depicting the orbits of stars. The tightly fitted high-waisted design accentuated her figure, and the long military boots had sharp lines, metallic armor, and luminous patterns. The heels were slightly high, yet exceptionally stable. Her hands were covered with fitted silk gloves, her right hand rested on her forehead, as if gazing into the distance. Then, the lingering affection vanished like the wind, replaced by a radiance welling up from the depths of her pupils. It begins. The people of Shinj City, whatever they were doing, were all momentarily stunned, their feet suddenly going numb. Was an earthquake happening? But it wasn't an earthquake. The source of the tremors was in the center of Shinj City. Everyone knew that was the headquarters of the giant corporation Dust Contract Generation. And now, under countless shocked gazes, the headquarters building, along with its surrounding complex, this magnificent architectural ensemble resembling a country within a country, was visibly trembling. They were sinking. No, not sinking, but rising. A legend had long circulated on the internet, with many people confidently claiming that deep beneath the Dust Contract Generation headquarters lay an ultimate creation from the ancient past, possessing the power to destroy all of humanity. No one knew the truth. Until this moment, doubt arose in people's hearts, and at this instant, a sound so brilliant it illuminated the stars resounded through the sky, the sea, and the earth. Zenri Setsuna's final weapon. Activate. 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 Boom. From the sky, the ground in the center of Shingo City gradually cracked, as if a 1,000-year-old tree had been violently uprooted, tearing and overturning the entire earth. The headquarters complex was deforming. The skyscrapers distorted and disintegrated amidst deafening roars. The exterior glass curtain wall shattered, falling like hail, while the steel skeleton seemed to be kneaded and reassembled by the giant hand of a colossus. The enormous, awe-inspiring keel of the ship lifted and pulverized entire sections of the ground. The once familiar city outline vanished, replaced by a magnificent warship that filled the sky. Zenri Setsuna, unparalleled in the world, the ultimate invincible beauty, stood atop the bridge command tower, a sly smile. She stood ramrod straight, her cloak billowing wildly, one hand raised, index finger pointing skyward, as if issuing a declaration of love and dominance. It's time for the world to be swept away. Chapter 799. He was a man dressed in extremely simple clothes. Without prior knowledge, no one would guess that his true identity was one of the 6 pillars of the Van Pusta Empire's Knights, the Grand Master of the Spirit Candle Knights, a figure standing at the very core of the entire empire. Compared to the other Grand Master, Iron Pulse Cleveland Anton, he was much thinner, even less healthy than the average person would. His cheeks were sunken, clearly showing his bony structure. His appearance was unremarkable. If thrown into a crowd, he would likely disappear instantly, attracting no attention. This shouldn't have happened. Every breakthrough for a psychic is a transformation. Upon reaching a high level, they are like stars that pull planets. no matter how brightly they shine, they are bound to attract attention. Not every Grand Master of the 6 Pillars of the Empire's Knights has reached the 5th ring, but the Grand Master of the Spirit Candle is an exception. The 5th ring, Truth. An unextinguished candle, Matthew Toyne. His presence was indeed very faint until this moment. So, that's how it is, the man said softly. He gazed ahead, at the magnificent space carrier 100 kilometers away in the sky, like a dense, oppressive cloud, or perhaps a dazzling rainbow, more like a floating, enchanting kingdom than a weapon of war. However, the man's gaze wasn't on the space carrier, but on its very top. On the top structure, indistinguishable between a bridge and a throne, lay a youthful and beautiful figure. Your actions, he stared at her, his pupils reflecting the girl's flowing hair, are unforgivable. Hey, don't say such scary things to a beautiful girl. Zenryusa twirled her index finger on her head, a troubled expression on her face. Well, putting aside everything about the beautiful girl, I wonder if I accidentally offended you somewhere. The man remained indifferent and unremarkable, yet a faint light was slowly emanating from between his clenched fingers. It was a thin, gentle, yet resilient light. It wasn't bright, nor was it intense, like a candle suddenly lit in the darkness, thin and flickering, yet incredibly conspicuous, capable of guiding countless people crawling in the shadows. I heard many voices. They believe we deceive the people of the Empire, only to gain their foolish faith. The candle light flickered, the man's hand loosened, his eyes lowered, the candle light held between his fingers slowly drawing the outline of a sword. They got one thing wrong. We never established a state religion for the sake of faith. We gave it to them because they needed it. The sword formed from candlelight completely overshadowed the man. The latter became an appendage of the former, or rather, he was merely an insignificant part of wielding the candlelight that guided all beings. Completely different from his previous obscurity, Matthew Toyne, or rather, the candlelight sword he raised, now resembled a massive vortex of gravity, drawing all attention. But you're different. You're completely different. A solemn expression appeared on the man's face, a mixture of anger and sorrow. You only achieve faith for the sake of pure, ugly selfish desires, faith for the sake of faith itself. I can't agree with that, Zenryusa said, her lips parting slightly. This is a dream. The next instant, candlelight erupted. Forge City. Songshur, having recovered from the injuries sustained in his unity of heaven and man with Terra, and the impact of the abyss, was fully healed. According to the current strategic deployment, he was to immediately return to the Enmenluo resettlement area, serving as a strategic deterrent and supporting this defensive line. Fortunately, the unconditional diffusion of the singularity technology, based reality overwrite, had unexpectedly increased the strength of Nightmare VE. As the Queen of the Abyss, she possessed a natural advantage in this area, and in less than a month, she had mastered most of the key points of base reality overwrite. Now, she was even preparing to challenge herself, attempting some personalized modifications to see if she could create some more interesting effects. In her words, she absolutely couldn't miss this unprecedented and likely unparalleled super open source project. However, according to the Alliance agreement, she still spared a portion of her forces to act as a deterrent to other high-ranking combatants, replacing Songshur, who had been absent from the resettlement area these past few days. As for the other half of the Enlightened Ones, the Wizard King Ogden Christopher, who could barely be considered a half-ally, he flew into a rage once again after that day, wreaking havoc online, severely criticizing a bunch of people, before disappearing without a trace. It's time to prepare to go back. Songshur basked in the sunlight, the heat wave washing over him. He squinted, staring directly at the sun. The starlight shone on people. Were there any rays of light among them? Perhaps from Ming Xianyuan, who was somewhere engaged in a fierce battle with the Emperor of the Empire? Before he could even discern whether Ming Xianyuan's light existed, an urgent communication message appeared before Songshur. Click to unblock. The event occurred 12 hours ago. Awakener, Zenra Setsuna defeated. Unextinguished candle, Matthew Toyne. A flash of light, and when Songshur reappeared, he was already in the underground base. Weaving machine, he shouted directly. The next second, a mechanical arm moved over, lowering a screen displaying details. Songshur scanned it all in less than half a second. A long-awaited breakthrough, and she actually pulled it off. 7 days ago, a large-scale geological change occurred in Shindu City, the headquarters of the giant corporation Dust Contract Generation. The headquarters of Dust Contract Generation was uprooted, slowly rising and transforming into a space carrier. Even among the space carriers of various factions, this one was extremely large, second only to the floating city of the Silent One societies beyond the boundary. After taking off, It hovered for 6 days, and then, 24 hours ago, headed towards the Enterprise Alliance's war zone. The defeat and death of Dwight Brooks, and the arrival of the post-Abyss era, prompted the Van Pusta Empire to mobilize an army to formally launch a campaign against the Enterprise Alliance. For a time, they advanced rapidly, unstoppable. Leading this army was none other than the Grand Master of the 6 Pillars of Night Spirit Candle Knight Order. Zenryusha descended aboard a space carrier, confronting the Empire's military might head-on, choosing to face the unextinguished candle, Matthew Toyne. Ultimately, Zenryusha defeated the latter in a direct confrontation. If it weren't for the final moment, when 4 of the 6 Holy Spirits descended and forcibly rescued the severely wounded Matthew Toyne, he would likely have become the first 5th Ring Psychic to die in the Empire's Holy War. Chapter 800. 5th Ring True Spirit. Ascending to immortality, becoming a great supernatural being, a legend among mortals, a wielder of fate, a miracle. Throughout history, across Terra, such beings have been bestowed with countless titles. They are the undisputed monuments on the path of psychic power. No matter how long the historical lineage, how much glory they once possessed, how illustrious their reputation, no power could guarantee that each generation would produce a 5th Ring Psychic. The 6 Pillars of the Van Pusta Empire were no exception. Bearing glory and a past, they built immortal achievements for the Empire. No, it should be said that they were one of the cornerstones of the Empire. Yet even among the 6 Pillars, not every Grand Master could break through to the 5th Ring. And currently, in this generation, among the 6 Pillars, 2 Grand Masters of major knightly orders were at the peak of the 4th Ring, temporarily halted at the threshold of True Spirit. Both being at the peak of the 4th Ring, theoretically they were on the same level. However, Zenria Setsuna could have broken through to the 5th Ring long ago, but for various reasons, she had always kept it hidden. Even so, her true strength surpassed that of an ordinary peak 4th Ring cultivator. Moreover, she was no longer at the peak of the 4th Ring. At the very beginning of the Second Seven Earths War that swept across Terra, she finally took the final step, officially breaking through to the 5th Ring, True Spirit. Besides the psionic energy that propelled her to the 5th Ring, she also possessed 2 systems, King of the Abyss and the Power of Faith, and mastered the Singularity technology, Simulated World. After Dwight Brooks open-sourced it, she would also add the Singularity technology, Based Reality Overwrite. With such accumulation, she nearly killed the unextinguished candle Matthew Toyne on the spot. Is there a recording? Songshur looked up. Yes. The screen refreshed, and the textile machine sent a video. Zenrasetsa didn't hide anything. She tacitly approved of the dissemination of the battle footage. This was the observation perspective of a long-range artillery piece, positioned 170 kilometers outside the core of the battle. Within its field of vision, the outline of the space carrier slowly crushed the sea of clouds. Before it, everything else paled in comparison, insignificant. But then, a thin streak of light shot straight into the sky. Due to the distance, it was barely discernible as a human figure. He stood in front of the space carrier, a tense standoff emerging. Both sides seemed to be discussing something, not immediately engaging in combat. But the calm lasted only a few minutes. At a certain moment, the human figure pulled out a sword formed from candlelight, slashing at the space carrier. At the same time, the carrier erupted with magnificent neon lights, unlike a ship-based defense system, more like the opening act of a concert. At the very top of the bridge, a girl in ornate attire raised her index finger, her face flickering in the candlelight, only her smile remaining constant. The video abruptly ended there. The observation module of this long-range artillery couldn't withstand the subsequent pressure and malfunction due to overload. Songshur stared at the video, his pupils like fiery glass, seemingly deep in thought. After a long while he said, the output was a bit too high. Matthew Toyne is at the first stage of True Spirit, slightly stronger than Cleveland Anton, and has 1 foot in the second stage, but judging from the result, at least from the first strike, Zenria Setsuna has a clear advantage over him. Songshur tapped the screen with his index finger, his tone tinged with surprise. Zenria Setsuna is also at the first stage of True Spirit. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Songshur had encountered many kings of the abyss, and was well aware of the power boosts these items provided. Zenryu Shisana's ranking among the Abyss Kings was lower than Ogden Christopher and Dwight Brooks, and the Dust Contract Generation technological lead and ecological advantages in the network field couldn't compare to Zero Degree Network. In fact, when Songshur learned that Zenryu Shasana had broken through to the 5th Ring, he had made an assessment of him. But now, the strength he displayed clearly exceeded that assessment. It really is the power of faith. Songshur rubbed his chin, making a judgment. I don't really understand this thing called the divine path. Worship, faith, and the divine path have existed since ancient times, and in ancient times, Great Source was considered uniquely favored in this arena, far ahead of the competition. The simplest reason is that there weren't the diverse agricultural technologies of modern times. Farming was heavily dependent on natural weather, the so-called relying on the heavens for food. A great source on the water route, even just the first link in the chain, can ensure a village's good weather and abundant harvests if they put in a little effort. With him around, even a severe drought can be mitigated, turning barrenness into drastically reduced harvests. The villagers can tighten their belts and barely survive, avoiding a fate of widespread starvation. To gain protection, to please others, and to achieve better things. Worship is thus earned. This is the route known as the divine path in the eastern continent. If one is even stronger, they become a river god, ruling over a section of river and influencing a city or several towns. They enjoy daily offerings, eat and drink well, and occasionally have a few river god brides thrown onto the banks. Nightly revelry is perfectly acceptable. Other psionicists would show some restraint. After all, if a swift kill wasn't possible, the former might risk their lives, even creating an artificial flood before dying. Even psionicists stronger than the river god, such as Beyond, couldn't stop the flood. Crops were submerged, villages destroyed, and the subsequent damp heat epidemic, disaster relief, each was a problem. Of course, there were also psionicists who wouldn't tolerate this, completely disregarding all this, stubbornly venturing into the river alone, ignoring the raging flood, and killing the river god in the river, leaving behind many legends and fables. But Songshur had to admit one thing. Da Yuan was indeed uniquely favored, far ahead of the competition, but on this track, consensus was undoubtedly the top. Normally, the path of gods, or faith, is two-way. Believers choose the object of their service, and the latter also choose the believers they want. However, for those psychics on the path of consensus, manipulating minds is merely a basic skill, something they can do effortlessly, routinely. For them, faith is a one-way street, a choice only. They have the right to choose their followers, but the followers have no say in choosing their idols. No matter how arrogant and domineering the river god may be, he still needs to do some practical work first, like dredging the river and regulating the weather, showing the people around him the benefits, before gradually building up a religious faith through mutual assistance or coercion and enticement. Consensus doesn't need that. These people are purely doing business with no investment, they just need to say a few words, and followers flock to them. Chapter 801. Does such behavior even deserve to be called faith? Relying on spiritual energy, arbitrarily manipulating others' thoughts, controlling their minds, turning love and hate, all emotions, into buttons to be switched on and off. Consensus is nothing but a false divine path. Great origin is the true faith. The power of faith. Songshur pondered. The divine path was once prominent in the eastern continent, with many followers, but due to various drawbacks and personal choices, it gradually declined. For example, even if he returned to the most prosperous period of the divine path, he would still scoff at it and wouldn't choose it. However, even if he hadn't eaten pork, he had at least seen pigs run. Songshur was indeed not an expert in this area, but over the years, he had seen all sorts of people and hadn't missed out on this knowledge. As the mastermind behind the colossal corporation does contract generation, the other party possesses immense influence, wielding billions of views and commanding a vast number of devout followers who are devoted to them day and night. If I'm not mistaken, that strangely shaped aerospace mothership is Zenryush's beacon of faith. The living Saint Upton O'Neill I encountered during my travels through the Van Pusta Empire possessed only mid-fourth ring psychic power, yet thanks to the beacon of faith Fida's cathedral, his strength surged, allowing him to exchange a few blows with me, a peak fourth ring cultivator. In terms of faith power, the Van Pusta Empire surpasses Zenryusha far in both technological prowess and millennia of accumulated experience, but the latter only has one. The Empire's faith power is indeed abundant and formidable, but its sheer number of followers is overwhelming. The title of living saint requires extremely high levels of faith and merit from believers. Every recipient throughout history has been an extraordinary person with great perseverance. Yet, even so, the Empire still manages to produce several living saints in each generation. Besides, the 6 Holy Spirits, cardinals, saints, popes, everyone occupies a high position in this belief system. Regardless of their subjective intentions, this inevitably leads to the dispersion of faith power. Except for His Majesty the Emperor himself, no one can mobilize the faith power of the entire empire at once. In contrast, Zenryusha is different, he enjoys it all alone. People love Zenryusha, and only Zenryusha. Focusing solely on this aspect. TSK, there's still too little information. Songshur clicked his tongue. Spinning machine, I order you to quickly develop a battle replay system. I need to study this battle carefully. With so little information now, there's nothing interesting to see. Spinning machine feigned silence, coolly remaining silent. Zenryuser's past combat records are very limited. At this moment, a voice came from behind Song Shi. Without turning around, he saw Chakro Vaughn, who rubbed his face, and said in a deep voice, "In my memory, Zenryuser herself almost never takes action. The last time she officially made a move was probably during the Sky Data Tower campaign." "How old is she?" Song Shi asked. "Give me some inside information." "I don't know either." Chakro wasn't annoyed by the interruption, and answered truthfully, "The Dust Contract Generation monopolizes information channels, and has extremely strong control over information dissemination. There must be thousands of different versions of news involving Zenryuser herself." He pondered for a moment. "I think she's probably not young. No wonder it's ranked first among the top 10 unsolved mysteries of the Enterprise Alliance. It's indeed not so easy to figure out." Song Shi sighed regretfully, and gestured for him to continue. "I already seen the recording," Chakro said. "Zenryuser's level of skill is very high, extremely high. This is already extremely high praise. In this battle, Zenryuser clearly didn't go all out, still holding back some trump cards. But for a psionicist of Chakro Vaughn's caliber, the second best psionicist in the Enterprise Alliance, getting a glimpse of his true power was not difficult. Zenryuser's accumulated strength had finally paid off. She had been silent until now, and now she had made a stunning debut. "If it were you, who would win?" Song Shi asked directly. "I think she's no less formidable than Dwight Brooks that day," Chaklo said steadily, one hand held flat. "But who wins and who loses, we only know after the fight." Song Shi smiled heartily. The two temporarily set aside this awakened one, and turned to other matters. After decisively defeating Matthew Toyne, Zenryuser hovered its space carrier, and gradually advanced, beginning to reclaim the Enterprise Alliance territories previously occupied by the Empire. Aside from this, there were no other major moves for the time being. As for the Van Pusta Empire, after losing Grand Master Matthew Toyne, the Spirit Candle Knights, responsible for the main attack, quickly changed strategy, constantly shifting their battle lines and choosing a distant standoff. It seems this stalemate will continue until Matthew Toyne recovers or the Empire dispatches new high-ranking combatants. It won't last long, because Matthew Toyne's injury is very troublesome. While both belong to the consensus path, Patty Morse, the mind rebirth, seeks outward, thus substituting her own mind for the will of heaven, gaining the power to arbitrarily reshape reality. But the awakened one, Zenria Setsuna, is different. She is the most orthodox inward seeker, thus able to manipulate the thoughts of others and even influence the cognition of millions with ease. According to the customs of the Eastern continent, this pervasive method, used for good, is Buddha, while used for evil, it is heavenly demon. Both were injuries, but Cleveland Anton, with his iron vein skill, had severed an arm. Due to the annihilation of his true spirit, regrowth was extremely difficult, requiring a slow and painstaking process. Ultimately, the only cost was time. There was no technical difficulty. Zenryusi, a fifth-ring consensus, was different. The injuries she inflicted were endlessly destructive, leaving lasting effects on every thought of her opponent, deeply entrenched and lurking. Completely seeing through and eliminating them was incredibly difficult. Even powerful beings who had attained Buddhahood had fallen victim to this. During the battle at the Sky Data Tower, Shinju, the head of the Enlightened One's intelligence department, a fourth-ring consensus with the title Heavenly Demon's Conversion, was a master at manipulating others in this regard. However, after only a brief exchange with Zenryusi, he was forced to disintegrate on the spot because he wasn't confident in eliminating the aftereffects, starting over from the second ring. He still hadn't fully recovered. Our primary task right now is dealing with the repercussions of the open sourcing of the base reality technology. I handle that. Chaklo projected a map onto the spinning machine, discussing the details. Song Shi, you don't need to worry about these things. You remain in the Eastern Continent Republic settlement area, gradually eroding its peripheral forces. When the time is right, we invade its homeland. And one more thing you need to be aware of. Song Shi and Chaklo fell silent. They exchanged a glance, and simultaneously, a black communication message appeared on their respective personal terminals. Scientific Ethics Committee, Doomsday Letter? Chapter 802. This is Cyril Hart. Last report before the silence. I'm approaching the target location. No reply required. Over. After sending this encrypted communication, the man pulled out the disposable communication card, snapped it in half, and threw it into the nearby trash can. He silently exhaled, tightening his grip on his shoulder bag, which was adorned with scattered trinkets, all Zen-Ryusei merchandise, including several limited edition pieces. Considering the efficiency of Zen-Ryusei fans, even through the Scientific Ethics Committee channels, obtaining those limited edition items had taken considerable effort. Sigh, when will operational funds be available without needing written approvals, allowing unlimited and unrestricted application and use? This is a merchandise item from the Impermanence verse? A voice broke the silence. Cyril Hart looked over and saw a girl of average height with curly hair. She stared intently at Cyril Hart, or rather, at a badge on her shoulder bag. It's incredibly hard to get. Oh my god, you actually have it. You have good taste, Cyril Hart said proudly. I spent. No, it can't be real, can it? Cyril Hart exploded in anger. Are you questioning my love for Zenryusei-sana? I'm sorry. The girl shrank back, apologizing tearfully. I haven't seen a piece of this caliber in so long. I accidentally. You're really amazing. You even managed to get your hands on this. Cyril Hart smiled smugly, and made to leave. Wait! The girl hesitated for a moment, then suddenly grabbed Cyril. Our entire fan club has never seen such a high-end piece. Why don't you come stay with us for a while? Everyone will be very happy. They're here. Cyril Hart thought to himself. He feigned thought for a moment, then nodded. They were currently in the Alosha region, the area previously occupied by the Spirit Candle Knights, and subsequently recaptured by Zenryusei. Following the girl, the obvious traces of war were still visible. Collapsed buildings, scattered shell fragments, burning car wrecks. Then lights were hung on the ruins, scattered shell casings were collected and pieced together to form snowmen with various expressions, and everyone in sight was immersed in a strange atmosphere, excitedly conversing, as if they were not in a war zone. They were all followers of Zenryusei. Cyril Hart identified these people. It wasn't difficult. For example, the person at 7 o'clock, 120 meters away, had a holographic projection system installed on their back. Wherever they went, they were completely enveloped by Zenryusei's secondary image. Upon learning of Zenryusei's landing here, her followers tirelessly converged on the Aloza region from all corners of the corporate alliance. Due to the war, Aloza suffered significant population loss, and the sheer number of Zenryusei's followers had created a region that had become almost entirely a Zenryusei fan zone. Like a tightly sealed pot. Sealed shut, impenetrable. That's why he had come here. Cyril Hart pondered this as he cautiously observed his surroundings. Social order was remarkably well maintained, far removed from the chaos and barbarity of normal war zones. This was because numerous Zenryusei support groups, large and small, had spontaneously taken over the area, and their affiliated armed forces, such as the Zenryusei Defense Force, the Zenryusei Knights, and the Ruri Expeditionary Force, ensured local stability. This wasn't some self-amusing charade. Cyril Hart's heart sank slightly. In just this short time, he had encountered several individuals whose combat prowess could be described as skilled. In a direct confrontation, his chances of victory were questionable. While his infiltration mission and the resulting restrictions on his equipment were certainly a factor, the strength of these individuals was still evident. How could such people also be so enthusiastic about Zenryusei? He subconsciously looked up. The enormous, magnificent creation suspended high in the sky reflected deep within his pupils. Although he was on a mission and belonged to a different group, he had to admit that Zenryusei and this space carrier were truly beautiful. He wasn't the only one gazing at the sky. Many people occasionally stopped what they were doing and looked up at the space carrier known as the Land of Eternal Dreams. However, their gazes were too infatuated. Cyril Hart scoffed inwardly. He wouldn't be like them. Zenryusei wouldn't appreciate such humiliation. How many people are in your support group? Cyril Hart asked, gathering intelligence as he walked. I checked the group chat. There are over 100 people, the girl said proudly. 53 have already arrived, and the rest are on their way. I estimate they'd be here soon. Only a little over 100 people? Cyril Hart shook his head inwardly. Too small a group to worry about. The support group that gave him the mission numbered in the hundreds of thousands. The girl suddenly stopped and ran excitedly towards a spot. It's a photo of Lord Setsuna during the release of the Commandments tour. My goodness, it's so well drawn. There stood a cafe, seemingly destroyed by some unknown weapon. The best preserved wall, barely intact, was covered in graffiti. The painting depicted a girl in a thin gauze dress, her eyes lowered, her hands, holding a microphone, gently resting on her lower abdomen, as if in prayer. Ever since his Zenryusei support group declared their occupation of the Aloza region, these derivative works had flooded every corner of the area. Even the free Wi-Fi on the internet no longer infected his prosthetic eye with viruses and pushed ads. Instead, it forced him to watch Zenriusa's works. Cyril Hart had seen many in the past few days, but he had to admit that this painting was among the best, worthy of being enshrined in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. It was truly irritating. This person had done such a good job, he was sure to be favored by Zenriusa. Cyril Hart thought that Zenriusa's love was limited. As a loyal follower, he shouldn't have such dark and selfish thoughts, because the incomparably lovable Zenriusa always insisted on loving everyone. But no one is omnipotent, and neither is love. Even mothers, often considered great, inevitably show favoritism towards their own sons. Yes, without a doubt, Lady Setsuna is far greater than any mother, but she has so many people to love. What a difficult thing that is. I'm sorry, Cyril Hart said painfully. Lady Setsuna, I troubled you. Chapter 803. The above is the operation video transmitted back by Agent Cyril Hart. Virtual network, online conference room. There weren't many figures present, but each one was a heavyweight. Southern Dipper Song Sure, the Rebel Chaklo Vaughn, Perpetual Loop Yvette Gregory, the Factory Suyudu, proposed super artificial intelligence textile machine. If they wished, this would be a lineup capable of turning the world upside down. So much so that in front of these people, a permanent member of the Scientific Ethics Committee, a professor renowned in the fields of neuroscience and mental models, could only act as a narrator. However, the former showed considerable respect to the latter, patiently listening to his explanation. The professor's virtual persona was that of a bearded rat. He twitched his whiskers and said with extreme seriousness, "In the past 2 weeks, we have dispatched more than 12 agents to Alosha and the surrounding area. Without exception, they all went missing. Agent Cyril Hart is the 10th, he said, pointing to the screen. A file popped up in real time. The file of Cyril Hart, an agent under the Scientific Ethics Committee. He wasn't a psychic, but his resume was outstanding. He excelled in infiltration behind enemy lines and intelligence gathering. His most notable achievement was spending 6 months obtaining crucial evidence of inhumane experiments being conducted at a research institute of the giant corporation Emerald Pharmaceuticals, successfully dismantling it. In the upper right corner of the file was a photograph of Cyril Hart, clearly taken when he swore an oath upon joining the Scientific Ethics Committee. He was wearing a black suit and had a serious expression. Song Shure's attention, however, was drawn to another photograph. It was also by Cyril Hart, but the setting was completely different, and the image was slightly blurry. The man in the photo, carrying a shoulder bag and with his sleeves rolled up, was helping others move pieces of machinery. His face radiated a genuine smile. Each machine was adorned with an ornate casing, painted with images of beautiful girls in various poses, like floats in a grand parade. This photograph is the last eyewitness account of Cyril Hart that we collected later, the professor said in a deep voice. These machines are temporary neural network deployment base stations, which can temporarily connect multiple users via brain-computer interfaces to achieve functions including, but not limited to, sharing memories and synergistic hormone secretion. Initially designed for treating cyberpsychosis and extracting evidence, they were later used by fanatics as tools to enhance cohesion. Without rigorous evaluation, drug buffering, and targeted device adjustments, such rough use could potentially cause permanent damage to brain tissue. The Science Ethics Committee's Agent Code of Conduct clearly stipulates that, unless in an emergency, we absolutely do not recommend agents attempt such high-risk behavior. The professor continued, Cyril Hart, in fact, has defected. You didn't just let anyone watch this video, did you? Song Sure asked. What you're seeing is the original version, the professor replied, knowing what the other person meant. The versions viewed by others have undergone cognitive filtering and meme elimination. Very thoughtful. Song Sure nodded, glancing at the others. How do you all feel? My logic circuits malfunctioned while watching this video, said the textile machine. Suyu squinted, succinctly stating, cognitive means, secondary propagation phenomena. Same here, Song Sure clicked his tongue. I also felt quite uncomfortable. In the transmission of cultural information, a unit, the process of an idea, behavior, or style spreading from one person to another, both dynamic behaviors and static objects projecting information can be called memes. The most common memes are the myriad of emojis circulating on the internet. Human cognition is shaped by external influences. The information they subjectively receive and subconsciously perceive gradually molds their cognition into a unique statue, like a sculpture. Seemingly insignificant emojis are also part of this. A cute anthropomorphic toothbrush image might change someone's first thought when preparing to brush their teeth from going to the bathroom to that emoji. The behemoth dust contract generation is the most deeply involved entity in the realm of memes across Terra. If they so desire, they can even permanently alter the mindset of a reader with a single picture book. The content of the illustrations, the color spectrum of the pigments, the tactile arrangement of the paper, the variations in line spacing, and countless other ineffable details all contribute to constructing a cognitive meme. Dust contract generation has conducted experiments using cognitive interference to deprive a person of the behavioral pattern of eating, rendering the concept of eating completely absent from their mind. Even when surrounded by food, they can only howl in despair, then become powerless to howl, until they starve to death. They were trying to prove that human self-awareness is sufficient to transcend genetic instincts. And Song sure felt it. Scientific Ethics Committee agent Cyril Hart, while in the Alosha region, unknowingly had his mind distorted and altered. The surveillance footage he witnessed, compiled and transmitted back, also became a cognitive meme. As a fifth-ring true spirit, Song sure was naturally unaffected. Even watching it a million times would only make his eyes dry and his stomach hungry. But if someone else were shown this directly, without any processing, an ordinary person would likely also have their mind distorted. Dedicate everything to Zenryusha. Since watching the video, Chakro Vaughn had remained silent, his brows furrowed. Finally, he spoke. Professor, is this kind of mental distortion reversible? Theoretically, yes, the professor shook his head. But in practical application, there are too many problems to solve. Chakro was silent for a few seconds, then continued, Isn't Emerald Pharmaceuticals also deeply involved in the fields of mental health and neuroscience? Could we try combining their technologies? Mr. Chakro, the professor sighed, our Scientific Ethics Committee also participated in the cloning war. At that time, taking advantage of the chaos, the giant corporation Emerald Pharmaceuticals had its assets secretly seized by Textile Machine and Suyu, accumulating a huge fortune. As a cooperative ally, the Scientific Ethics Committee naturally shared in this. It's precisely because of these supplementary technologies and theories that I say it's feasible, the professor said. Otherwise, he shook his head slightly. I don't want to sound discouraging, but the Dust Contract Generation's research in cognitive science and memes is truly unmatched. They're playing pretty big games. Song sure grinned, a smile of inscrutable emotion on his face. A mere video recording can achieve this level. Cognitive memes, coupled with their ubiquitous multimedia dissemination channels. That's precisely why I invited you all here. Yvette Gregory, the current chair of the Scientific Ethics Committee, stood up. She walked to the head of the meeting and surveyed the room. I have authorized the ringing of the Doomsday Pendulum. Temporarily named. She tapped her cane, enunciating each word clearly. Level 0 Event, Human Dissolution. Chapter 804. To assess the situation of Terra and the human race, the Scientific Ethics Committee established a system called the Doomsday Pendulum. They attempted to visualize and interpret crises using a clock scale as an axis, classifying them into Level 0, Level 1, Level 2, and Level 3 events according to their threat level. Each strike of the Doomsday Pendulum represents the Scientific Ethics Committee's assessment that humanity is one step closer to extinction. Therefore, not everything can trigger its activation. The tri-phase-based project, which Song sure had stopped in Palo Ser, Emerald Pharmaceuticals' attempt to turn urban slums into ecological breeding grounds, was only barely classified as a Level 2 event. A Level 2 event is defined as significant regional environmental and resource destruction, technology abuse, ethical violations, and loss of life and property. For the corporate alliance, such events are far from uncommon, so for the Scientific Ethics Committee, they deserve their attention, but only their attention. But Level 0 events are different. Every Level 0 event signifies a devastating blow to the Doomsday Pendulum. This is an event for which the entire Scientific Ethics Committee must be present to witness its occurrence. The last Level 0 event was the Freedom Revolution led by the 3 leaders of the Legion, marking the official entry of the Onic race onto the Terran stage, launching a campaign against humanity. As a newly formed race, the clones are not yet ready. Without truly powerful beings, still guided and ruled by external forces, they are merely infants just emerging from their swaddling clothes, far from qualified to officially enter the Terran arena. Perhaps, they are not even worthy of being considered an appetizer. The last Level 0 event was the Post-Abyss era, initiated by Dwight Brooks himself. It involved numerous factions, and the Fifth Ring members, including Song Sure, and even implicated multiple god thrones. Despite being thwarted along the way, it still caused over 50 million casualties, and its aftereffects were extremely far-reaching. Even now, the uproar has only just subsided, far from abating. As a result, just a few months after the end of the Post-Abyss era, The Science Ethics Committee has once again rung the doomsday pendulum. I agreed to ring this time. Chaklo Vaughn stood up without hesitation. Humanity dissolution. His expression was solemn. We absolutely cannot let it actually erupt. Zenashina's psionic energy, cognitive meme technology, the Abyss King, and all media dissemination channels. Putting these words together, without much complex calculation, the textile machine, with just a little thought, could glimpse a future picture. Not just humans, any creature with a cognitive pattern will be affected. Compromise, or take direct action. Suyu didn't stand up either. He held a cigarette, his face flickering with the starlight. Right now, Zenashina is like holding a nuclear button, ready to press at any time, anywhere. No, 1,000 times more dangerous than a nuclear bomb. A mere nuclear bomb, unless its yield is inconceivably large, he, as a nanobot-like aggregate, could easily swallow it whole, even without leaking a single trace of destructive power, and even purify the radiation produced within his body. But humanity dissolution is different. It is not a tangible thing, but a calamity that flows through billions of optical fibers and is conceived in the information flow of social media, advertising media, search engines, etc., in the boundless void, the boundless realm of knowledge, the realm of nothingness, neither thought nor non-thought. Even if they were to annihilate the dust contract generation with a single punch, as long as the automatic detonation program is pre-programmed, cognitive memes would still sweep through every corner of the corporate alliance, cutting off all media channels before Zenryusha can maintain network silence across the entire corporate alliance. I don't think anyone can do that. Not even the King of the Abyss, and besides, don't forget, Zenryusha himself is the King of the Abyss. Suyu said expressionlessly, the corporate alliance is now standing on the edge of a cliff, and Zenryusha holds the power to push them off. Songshur pondered for a moment, indeed feeling the predicament. TSK, these consensuses are really. If it were just cognitive memes, just the King of the Abyss, perhaps there would be a way to solve it, but besides that, Zenryusha is also a consensus who has reached the fifth ring, an idol possessing an immeasurable amount of faith power. No matter how you look at it, the cognitive meme she created herself would be greatly enhanced. Considering the situation of Agent Cyril Hart, those infected by her would likely become mobile cognitive memes themselves, spreading secondary. If no other forces interfere, Zenryusha could probably use this combination alone to create a frenzied chain reaction, transforming the entire corporate alliance into Zenryusha's land-based divine kingdom in a short time. As the fifth ring, walking the most traditional, classic, and original path of consensus, dig for power from within, attempting to make all things understand, she has this ability. She can do it. And she is worthy of the fact that throughout history, in other places, Songshur is not very clear, but at least in the eastern continent, there have been numerous cases of consensus suddenly appearing from nowhere, instantly creating a massive force that shakes the heavens and earth. In times of chaos, such individuals, like unattended weeds, grow wildly. But ultimately, Songshur cracked his knuckles rhythmically. Because of this, you simply relinquished the choice. Isn't that a bit ironic? Chaklo, Yvette Gregory stroked her cane. Can you still contact Ogden Christopher? No. Chaklo slowly shook his head. After Dwight's open-source foundational reality overwrite, he unilaterally cut off contact with us. Nobody knows where he is, or what he's doing. He paused. I suspect he might have gone to Deep in 7. I can talk to V, although she's reluctant to work within the Enterprise Alliance, Songshur said. Nightmare. Yvette Gregory nodded. A Lord of the Abyss, a significant asset. Not enough. The Weaver gave its assessment. V alone can't stop dust contract generation. I think it's intolerable. Songshur stated bluntly. Zenryusha can indeed rewrite the Enterprise Alliance with a single click now. Pushing her too far could damage countless people's minds. But if we leave it alone, can we just pray she doesn't suddenly have a meltdown? How can we hand over the choice to someone else? Songshur's pupils seemed to burn, radiating a chilling crimson gold. He surveyed the crowd. I don't strive for perfection, I only seek momentary pleasure. Chapter 805. A massive holographic dome simulated the depths of space, with the silver emblem of the giant corporation Xena Central suspended in the center, projecting a cold light. Below the stage were tiered floating seats, filled with representatives from major news agencies, independent media outlets, and a few invited independent journalists from across the corporate alliance. A tranquil atmosphere permeated the air. As the view shifted slightly, one could see the heavily armed security personnel, adorned with the Xena Central insignia, surrounding the venue. The magnificent structure of the Sunset Moon Expeditionary Base, Lonely Sea, appeared in the darkness. Then, the perspective widened. A sleek transport ship emerged from the lunar surface. Not just one, but from its surroundings, frigates, cruisers, battleships, and countless other ships rose. This deep space fleet, like a giant serpent encircling the world, slowly slithered through the boundless darkness, coiling itself in the outer reaches of Terra's space. Then, the gaze shifted downwards. Standing in the center of the stage was a man who appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in a suit and tie. He was a bit taller than the others, nearly 2 meters, and his lower limbs were slightly slender. These were unique physical characteristics of the Celestials living on the Sunset Moon Expedition base. The deep space fleet on the screen disappeared at the opportune moment, replaced by a brief introduction. Malcolm Reed, head of corporate public relations and legal strategy, Zenith Central, a giant corporation. The formally dressed host smiled and extended his hand. Zenith Central, the pioneers of humanity's expansion into the Sunset Moon's territory, tragic yet destined for immortality. It represents far too much glory, and has garnered countless glittering laurels. Ladies and gentlemen, we gather here today to witness a historic moment. Malcolm Reed stepped forward, surveying the room. Despite being the head of corporate public relations and legal strategy, his expression lacked any semblance of smoothness or gentleness. Instead, it possessed a cold, aggressive edge. A simple, obvious question in your hearts, he said, slowly adjusting his tie as he looked down at the crowd. Why I, a noble celestial being, have descended to Earth at this time, representing the Zenith? You have all been eagerly awaiting the answer. I will tell you. The stage suddenly went dark, then slowly brightened. Complex engineering diagrams and realistic scene renderings appeared and disappeared simultaneously, transforming into a magnificent model. A massive elevator car sped along slender yet resilient nanocables, connecting the prosperous Terra to the colossal space station. This era is one of prosperity, and also one of decline. War, famine, natural disasters, every calamity you can imagine is happening somewhere on Terra. In this era, where will we, the central hub, go? Where will we stand? From what perspective should we examine this world riddled with holes? We need a bridge to the outside world of Terra. Those sitting here had all done their homework. They immediately realized something. Yes, you heard me right. Malcolm Reed raised his hand, his fist held high in everyone's sight. 82 years ago, the first-generation space elevator was destroyed in the War of the Seven Earths. This magnificent structure, rising from the equator, was deliberately broken, becoming a meteor shower streaking across the atmosphere. Countless people's hard work and efforts vanished in that instant. The space program, which had briefly reached the future, ended due to conflicts on Earth. But we have never given up. The man held his head high, his posture arrogant. The infinite potential of the evening moon will be unleashed. Helium-3, rare minerals, and a zero-gravity industrial environment will bring Terra unprecedented clean energy, cutting-edge materials, and breakthroughs in biomedicine. The Zenith Center will shoulder its established responsibility, guiding humanity to take a crucial step towards outer space. This is not a vision, this is the reality that is about to unfold. On behalf of the Zenith Center, and on behalf of the Celestials, I hereby declare, we will restart the Space Elevator Project, thus showcasing another possibility for the world. Oh, the Zenith Center has also entered the fray. These Celestials have finally found a reason to leave Evening Moon, huh? The man leaning against the railing hissed, finally shifting his gaze from the screen on the exterior wall of the building thousands of meters away. This speech had been a hot topic these past few days. The video was everywhere, playing on a loop, and who knows how many streams they secretly bought. Since the post-abyss era, under the guise of building a space elevator, this previously somewhat inconspicuous giant corporation has finally begun to extend its reach back to the Earth, displaying its supreme majesty as one of the gods to the corporate alliance. Chu Tonglu asked, "What should we do?" "Kill all enemies on sight." Song Sure leaned against the railing, his eyes half open. His ferocity hasn't changed at all. Chu Tonglu tossed aside a soda can and casually wiped his mouth. Heh, but that makes sense. In my opinion, that deep darkness is probably no match for Aptokarius. What about Zenrius's matter now? How's your role as a god in the clone field going? Song Sure countered first. Actually, it's not bad. After all, the Science Ethics Committee keeps adding to my titles, and I heard some clones are even getting my image tattooed on their bodies, Chu Tonglu said, though his tone lacked pride. But I'm starting to get a little fed up. You obviously haven't noticed, but I've been reducing my public appearances lately, and starting to fade from the public eye. This kind of public figure, he shook his head, I'm uncomfortable in it, it doesn't suit me. Now that things are almost done, I'm preparing to withdraw. And there's the psychic energy involved, too, Songshur accurately predicted. In the Clone War, Lapis Lazuli returned to the fourth ring, but you fell short, remaining at the peak of the third ring, Songshur pointed out. Chu Tonglu admitted, that's certainly one of the reasons. The situation is getting increasingly frustrating. The third ring, TSK. He clenched and unclenched his fists. I never imagined that a third ring psychic would be worthless. That's nonsense. Who told you the third ring is worthless? Songshur casually remarked, it's just that it can't be played at the table. It's still useful as a pawn. Chu Tonglu's face darkened. Chakro and the others are still talking, Songshur said dismissively, then changed the subject. I don't think there's anything to talk about. It's impossible to organize a large-scale offensive. If we really have to fight, we just have to go ourselves. Indeed, Chu Tonglu agreed. A human wave tactic against a consensus of Zenryu Shisana's caliber would be a disaster. He snorted, displeased. These consensus people only know how to play dirty tricks. Well said, Songshur praised. Go and fight Zenryu Shisana, teach her a lesson. Never mind. Chapter 806. Level 0 Event, Humanity Dissolution. After the Science Ethics Committee rang the Doomsday Pendulum, this became an urgent issue for several forces, including the enlightened ones. The problem wasn't attitude, but the specific handling strategy. Whether it was the Science Ethics Committee, the enlightened ones, or even setting aside political entities, at the individual level, no one, including Chaklo Vaughn and Yvette Gregory, would allow such a thing to happen. This touched upon a bottom line. If the minds of living beings were arbitrarily manipulated, then the ideals they upheld would become meaningless. More precisely, meaningless to the manipulated beings. Dedicate everything to Zenryusha. As time passed, the Aloza region, where Zenryusha resided, seemed to be shrouded in an opaque veil, making it difficult for outsiders to see what lay within. The Scientific Ethics Committee wasn't the only organization sending agents inside. The Security Bureau, major corporations, hired mercenaries, and even Songshur himself had instigated V to secretly peek inside. However, almost every single agent was trapped inside, their fate unknown. The very few who managed to escape were diagnosed with cognitive disorder, behavioral pattern collapse, and a range of other cybernetic mental illnesses, a truly horrific sight. There were even cases of Consensus S, itching to investigate, attempting to delve into the agents' minds for treatment, only to be infected themselves and suffer cognitive breakdowns. As a result, Consensus S below the third ring are now strictly forbidden from contacting infected individuals. V, a fourth ring psychic, and the King of the Abyss, isn't afraid of these threats. Although she isn't a consensus, the Abyss is teeming with all sorts of strange and bizarre things, including many cognitive memes, giving her considerable experience in dealing with such matters. But she was still injured, because she faced Zenryusha directly. With the Abyss King's technology, and the psionic energy of the fifth ring's consensus, after this period of accumulation and fermentation, even the most inconspicuous corner of the Aloza region was shrouded in Zenryusha's shadow. Electronic devices, prosthetics, biological beings, onyx, everything became an extension of her eyes. The moment V sneaked in, Zenryusha detected and retaliated. Songshur watched as the other party, having only been inside for a short while, suddenly let out a howl, clutching her hair and rolling on the ground. In this brief exchange, V was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Fortunately, she had taken various mental protective measures beforehand and decisively severed the connection, so no major problems arose. I quit. I really quit. V yelled, taking a deep breath. Wow, Zenryu is getting scarier and scarier. If you want to cause trouble for her, go find her, but whatever you do, don't come after me. I don't think even if Dishing wins the resurrection match, he might not be able to beat her, sob. Songshur tried to encourage her. She's the King of the Abyss, and you're the King of the Abyss too, don't be afraid. Is she the fifth ring, and am I the fifth ring? Does she have a giant enterprise, and do I have a giant enterprise? Does she play with the power of faith, and do I play with the power of faith? Songshur was speechless, and pretended not to hear, then said, technically speaking, do you think it's possible to cut off the Dust Contract Generation entire media channels? Not permanently, just for a period of time. I know, you want to cut off the spread of cognitive memes. Difficult, too difficult. V pulled a handful of her messy hair. Let me think. She sat cross-legged, pressed one foot, pondered for a moment, and said, do you know cancer? It doesn't wait until you go to the hospital for a checkup and see the diagnosis report to get it. By the time you realize your body seems to be malfunctioning, those disease cells will have been lurking and fermenting for who knows how long. She shook her head. The Chinchi family has been operating in the media industry for so many years. The arrangements and backup plans they could leave behind. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. Do you know what pervasive and insidious means? In short, completely cutting it off is impossible. If you have to say, partially stopping it is possible. V shrugged. Reduce some losses, reduce the number of people going insane, and I don't think you really care about that. If possible, I don't want to see bloodshed. Songshur said, but waiting for future possibilities is definitely not the right solution. If even I can't do it, how can anyone else? If even we can't do it, how can we expect future generations to do it? Be careful, Dishing might come looking for you tonight if you say things like that. V grumbled. Songshur said calmly, so Dwight Brooks lost. Killing Zenria Setsuna now will kill many people, but if we don't kill her now, even more people will go crazy later. Wisps of crimson energy swirled around Songshur. Clearly, both now and in the future, they are all victims of Zenria Setsuna's atrocities. Non-stick pan, huh? V scoffed. I've been thinking about this these past few days. As long as my true spirit, the present world, is fully unleashed, I should be able to trap Zenria Setsuna, or at least greatly reduce her interference with the outside world. Songshur traced a perfect square on the ground with his index finger, drawing a line of lava. V blinked, then said tactfully, isn't it a bit risky for you to go alone? Adventure? Songshur laughed. I don't do things without risk. Then it's up to you. Let me emphasize beforehand, I absolutely will not help you fight Zenryu Setsuna. V raised her hand. In a battle between two strong forces, the first priority is to fight those who help the other. Even if you could defeat Zenryu Setsuna, what if she drags me down with her before she dies? I'm not sure I survive. I don't need you on the front lines, Songshur replied. I only need your promise that while we're fighting Zenryu Setsuna, you will assist the others and do your best to stop the spread of cognitive memes. V lowered her head, and after a long while, she raised it. If that's all, I can help you. After this, you will only die after me, that's my promise. Songshur decisively stated, as long as what you do doesn't cross my bottom line. Bottom line? V wanted to laugh at those two words. No need to worry. Songshur tapped the ground. My bottom line isn't that low nor is it that high. V listened, but remained silent for a moment. She stared at Songshur for a long while before suddenly saying, what you're going to do next. Companies, anti-company organizations, neutral parties, all sorts of forces, corporate alliances, this haphazard hodgepodge has been going on for a very, very long time. Don't you think it's been a bit too long? Under V's gaze, the square on the ground was sliced in two along its central axis by an index finger. Accompanying this was Songshur's calm voice. We're going to carve out our own territory. Chapter 807. Indeed, the land was divided. The Battle of Forge Light City, the Battle of the Sky Data Tower, the Clones Liberation War, the Dissolution of Humanity, events personally participated in by Songshur, and even earlier, events he had not participated in. The Battle of Khufu, the Dawn Reboot, the Great Infiltration of Aloda, these were events experienced by former members of the Enlightened Ones. It has been too long, far too long, since the Enlightened Ones' ideals were proposed, attracting and gathering the first generation of members, expanding, prospering, suffering setbacks, declining, rebooting, scattering and fleeing. Year after year has passed, new people have joined, old people have died. Many have sacrificed, and many more have continued forward, stepping on the foundation laid by the sacrifices of their predecessors. Until now, the Enlightened Ones possess 3 Fifth Ring members, have gathered 8 Fourth Ring Psionicists, and have thousands of times more members under their command than at the beginning. They seized the proposed super artificial intelligence, the textile machine, and crushed the once unreachable behemoth, Emerald Pharmaceuticals, firmly controlling a vast territory stretching from the Rokal Plains to New Aramon Bay. The last of the original members, who founded the anti-corporation group the Enlighteners, perished 30 years ago, but their successors, 30 years later, have propelled this banner to unprecedented heights. The time has come to reveal it to the world, to proclaim it to the world. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the first to propose dividing the territory, to tear the corporate alliance in two, was not the current commander-in-chief of the Enlighteners, Chaklo Vaughn, but Songshur, known as Southern Dipper. And after the dividing the territory proposal was put forward, amidst the undercurrent surging within the corporate alliance, Songshur arrived alone at the Security Bureau headquarters, Material Shell Land. I heard about Mr. Song's resume before, and I must say, it's incredibly impressive. The first person to greet Songshur wasn't the current director of the Security Bureau, Patty Morse, but rather Lore, who headed the Field Operations Department, a fourth-ring Transcendence, and one of the Security Bureau's core high-ranking officials. "This isn't flattery," he said kindly. "It's from the bottom of my heart." "Of course I know it's from the bottom of my heart," Songshur nodded. "How much longer until your Director General arrives?" "In fact, Director Morse is already rushing to the Earth shell at full speed." Lore sighed. "You know, the pressure on national defense is increasing every day. Yinan is charging towards us with all its might. The Eastern Continent Republic and the Academic Council are also eyeing us covetously, and in the past few months, even the Van Pusta Empire has joined the fray." He shrugged. "The capable are always busy. Director General is running around everywhere. Your sudden arrival is really unavoidable. Lore, you may leave." A deep voice suddenly sounded, and then the space in the waiting room rippled, and a man in a Security Bureau uniform walked out. He nodded to Lore, who disappeared without a word. "Songshur." Patty Moore stared at the man before him. After a few seconds, he sat down. "Get to the point. You clearly didn't come here for idle chatter. Isn't it impolite to jump straight to the point?" Songshur said. "We can talk about something else first, to lay the groundwork. Let me think. For example, that fight between Dwight Brooks and Ron F.A., any thoughts after watching it?" Patty tapped the armrest with his index finger. After a few seconds, he slowly said, "Ron F.A. is indeed very strong. I'm no match for her now. Dwight Brooks' loss was undeniable. You come here for Zenryusha." His face was expressionless, his eyes closed. "I learned about the human dissolution from the Science Ethics Committee. Combined with our intelligence, Zenryusha does indeed possess the means to overthrow the corporate alliance, and I have no doubt about her determination to launch a full media campaign to spread cognitive memes. I will never allow human dissolution to occur. I will, in the name of the Security Bureau, launch a crackdown on Zenryusha. This time, I will stand with you." He waited for the other's reaction, then saw Songshur slowly smile and shake his head. "Patty Morse, the current Director General of the Security Bureau." Songshur pronounced the other's full title for the first time. "If this is all the cooperation is about, why would I, a true spirit stage 2 psychic, personally come to the shell land?" His tapping index finger stopped, his closed eyes slowly opened, revealing pupils as hard as iron. Patty Moore stared at the other. "Is this your intention, or the Enlighteners and the Scientific Ethics Committee?" Songshur stood up. "At least here, I am their only voice." Patty also stood up. "I'm listening." 5 seconds later, those living around the Shell Land Security Bureau headquarters were shocked to find the clouds overhead suddenly disperse, revealing a huge, visible hole, as if they had been suddenly struck. "You want to divide the nation." Inside the reception room, terrifying psychic energy centered on Patty Morse, like a solidified, terrifying storm. With the slightest loosening of its grip, it would engulf the heavens and earth, destroying everything. Then, flames rose. First, a few scattered sparks, then rapidly expanded with the wind, instantly transforming into a raging inferno that burned everything in its path, as if the very heavens and earth were being scorched into a gaping hole. Two completely different spiritual energies filled the small reception room, locked in a fierce struggle. Even the slightest collision could unleash incredibly powerful tremors, shattering the hundreds of meters tall building into the finest dust. Songshur and Patty Morse were inches apart, able to clearly see each other's eyes. Splitting the nation? The director of the Security Bureau was a head taller than Songshur, yet the latter didn't back down an inch. This monstrous corporate alliance dares to call itself a nation? They say they're being invaded. They say they're fighting a civil war, but how many people actually care? There are more online viewers in virtual reality TV shows than people concerned about national affairs. Crimson gold flames swirled around Songshur, adopting a fierce posture. The clocking in for work, the loan repayments, the internet bills, the rent and energy bar bills, the trash left behind by gang fights near your home, aren't any of these more important than whether the corporate alliance will be destroyed? They say there's a united government, but its only function is to make the corporate alliance look like it has a government. Patty Morse, you can't maintain the balance between us and the corporations, you can't. You should understand how insignificant so-called deterrence is to people like you and me. But now you have a new choice. Songshur stood still. Make your choice. The newly formed nation can reserve a place for you. Chapter 808. The power, strong enough to reshape reality, suddenly receded, like the receding tide slowly revealing a submerged shore, restoring its former calm. Even the silence of the reception room was gradually broken by a low laugh. But this was not a recruitment. On the contrary, after Songshur finished speaking, although there was no further movement around, the sense of danger emanating from Patty Moore suddenly intensified. Like the final moments before a storm, beneath a brief tranquility lay a colossal catastrophe. Heh. It was less a laugh and more like a cold, emotionless chuckle. You said it, Patty Moore said, enunciating each word clearly. We are not threatened. So this isn't a threat, it's persuasion, Songshur replied. I came to the Earth Shell to persuade you. Emerald Pharmaceuticals clones. The social upheaval brought about by Dwight Brooks's post-abyss era, and Zenria Satsu's human dissolution. Even earlier, the Abundant Feast hoped to establish an eternal commercial dynasty using addictive substances created through Singularity Technologies' Golden Bough, while Fubo Energy and the Xena Central sought to divide the sun and the evening moon respectively. What did the Security Bureau do in all of this? You wanted to establish an unquestionable governmental authority, making everything above you, and below you. But clearly, since the end of the Seven Earths War, the corporate alliance's government has no face to speak of. Human dissolution won't be the last. As long as the company exists, Level 0 events will never end. They will only come more often and more frequently. Patty Moore slowly said, You, the enlightened ones, the Scientific Ethics Committee. Your strength is considerable, yet not abundant. In the Second Seven Earths War, are you truly confident that this place won't descend into an even more brutal state? That's just a redundant statement, Songshur replied confidently. If we weren't confident, we wouldn't be here having this conversation in the first place. The current corporate alliance has only a bluffing facade. In reality, most of its energy is focused internally. We fight with the companies fight with each other, and then there's your security bureau, those roving hacker groups, the mercenary groups and gangs of all sizes, the emerging religions. Which one? Isn't it supposed to be a major battle against other powers? A tangled ball of yarn. In such a messy and chaotic state, how can it be expected to contend with the other forces of Terra? But after the division of territory and the establishment of new nations, these will no longer be problems. Songshur stretched out his hand, his 5 fingers spread, then suddenly clenched. All voices will converge, all forces will be unified, striking in the same direction. We will dominate everything, and the authoritarian government you desire will have the opportunity to forge itself. Is this your own opinion, or someone else's? At some point, Patty Morse took out a cigarette, lighting it without looking up. The reasoning is simple, everyone can see it. As for the specific statements, someone embellished them slightly. Patty Morse scoffed. Then it's someone else's. Persuasive, but not enough, not enough. Thick white smoke obscured the man's face as he shook his head. This is someone else's. Did a true spirit come here just to act as a playback device, vomiting other people's regurgitation? Songshur laughed. His previous eloquent demeanor vanished, replaced by a genuine laugh. Of course. I only have one thing to say. Songshur grinned. We first met here in the material shell, before I reached the peak of the 4th ring. Now, we stand on the same level. The 5th ring of psionic energy, the 2nd stage of true spirit. I will break through to the 6th ring God's throne. Songshur's tone remained unchanged, as if it were casual conversation after a meal, requiring no thought or hesitation. The 7th ring, which no one has reached yet, I also want to see what it's like with my own eyes. I am the reason. Patty Morse finished his cigarette, and stubbed it out. The two disappeared simultaneously. 13 seconds later, a scorching sphere of light shone in the middle layer, like 2 miniature suns colliding. 3 hours and 27 minutes later, Nando Songshur left the material shell. Compared to when he came, he brought only one more thing. A director's order personally signed by the Director General of the Security Bureau. Chairman. The door opened automatically, and a smartly dressed young man in his early 20s walked in. He stopped 3 meters from the balcony. Level 2 incident. The circular farm is in its final stages. A detailed operation report will be submitted within a week. You did a good job. As he said this, Yvette Gregory didn't turn around, still gazing into the distance, seemingly observing something. I saw it on my way back too. The young man stepped forward, looked up, and stared in the same direction. The Director General of the Security Bureau and Nando Songshur. So blatant, so dazzling. The eye-catching 5th ring. The 2 orbs of light that once shone brightly in the middle layer have vanished, but the countless wounds left by their collision will take time to heal. These shocking celestial phenomena tell the story of the fierce battle that had erupted. The young man's real name is unknown, though he has used many aliases. However, those who know of his existence prefer to refer to him by a title, one of the key seeds of the new generation cultivated by the Scientific Ethics Committee, who, at less than 30 years old, has already reached the third ring of transcendence, becoming a thousand-changer. You don't have much time to prepare. A new upheaval is coming. Yvette Gregory gripped her cane, shaking her head slightly. This is undoubtedly a disaster, but it is also an unprecedented opportunity for you. Go and prove yourselves. Hearing this, the young man nicknamed Thousand Changer straightened his expression and replied, I will ensure that the future world has a place for a science ethics committee. Oh, just talk? Yvette Gregory finally turned her head, a faint smile playing on her lips. If you don't talk about it first, who will know it was you even if you do it? The young man chuckled, shrugging. This is the most useful lesson I learned in all these years, Chairman. Yvette Gregory hummed in agreement, remaining non-committal. Chairman. Then, the young man's smile vanished, his expression becoming much more serious. I returned with only one question. I will do everything in my power to push the Science Ethics Committee towards the vision of an independent nation. Whatever your answer, it cannot change my decision. This is merely a question born of my curiosity. His index finger pointed to the ceiling. If the corporate alliance splits, what will happen to the one on the evening moon? Chapter 809. As a key candidate for the Science Ethics Committee, a shoe-in for the next generation of core members, the Thousand Changer naturally possessed the right to know many secrets. While many psionicists struggled to comprehend the sheer power of the fifth ring, he looked up and saw the throne of gods on the evening moon. The six rings balance, the observer. Regardless of the initial ideas of the Three Sages Project, with Dwight Brooks' death and the open-source release of the Singularity Technology's foundational reality overwrite, its entry into a new phase is a fait accompli, the young man said. He knew of the existence of the Three Sages Project and understood that once implemented, the pendulum of doom would inevitably toll for it. If it truly succeeded, enabling Terra to be digitized. This would be a level 0 event that the Science Ethics Committee could not tolerate. At a time like this, if we initiate independence and cause the corporate alliance to split, is there any possibility that he will suffer the consequences? We never refuse to do something out of fear, Yvette said calmly, then shook her head slightly. But your concerns are valid. I can give you a clear answer. No, he won't suffer because of this. The young man had clearly considered this question. Just because he's called the Observer? But if he only observes, then the Forged City's record. How many times have you challenged me? Yvette suddenly asked. At least dozens of times, right? The young man said. The ultimate way to verify what you learned is through practice. So whenever he felt he had made significant progress, he would challenge her to a duel, to experience firsthand the power of the chairman of the Scientific Ethics Committee's perpetual cycle. Over the years, it had become a protracted mining competition, exploding Yvette Gregory's gold coins, each time trying to see if he could force out more ruthless, and more unseen methods from her. If I were beyond, Yvette said. The young man answered truthfully, then the number of times would at least double. This observer follows the same principle, Yvette said casually. Both are on the path of balance. It was only during the Battle of Forge Light that he was tempted to test Chakra. At other times, the corporate alliance split. He'd love for us to do that, to put on an interesting show for him. Peaceful scenery gets boring easily. He's probably been wanting a change of pace for a while. The corporate alliance has been peaceful for too long. While he won't actively push for a split, he certainly won't intervene. He's probably sitting on the evening moon, eagerly awaiting the unveiling. The young man lowered his head and pondered for a moment, his tone changing slightly. The three philosophers' plan is just the world. Archibald's plan alone. Evie nodded. I believe that bombarding someone with information all at once is detrimental to their growth. That's why I haven't disclosed it to you before, but now that the situation has changed and you asked, I'm telling you directly. Observer. Observer. The young man's thoughts suddenly became clear, and he murmured a few words. The three philosophers' plan is an unprecedented undertaking, no less significant than creation myths, the beginning of the world. It's a unique case. So the observer wants to see for himself what it will bring. Therefore, he accepted the invitation from the world Archibald to become one of the philosophers, assisting in the final push for Terra's digitization. And now, the world Archibald is somewhere far away from Terra, battling king of all Isidore Synody, unable to care about the Enterprise Alliance. The observer's goal, from beginning to end, has always been to sit in the audience and witness spectacular events and extraordinary sights. The young man's thoughts raced, so while he anticipated the Three Philosophers Project, he wouldn't push it forward with the same intensity as Archibald, nor would he engage in a major act of breaching the network firewall. Our independent split, surprisingly, suits his wishes perfectly. It sounds like you don't feel fortunate or happy, Yvette said, glancing sideways. Are you disappointed by this answer? Not disappointed, just annoyed. The young man rubbed his face. Nothing can gain everyone's approval. Nothing can be loved by everyone. Some are ecstatic, but someone must be heartbroken. He grinned, the observer. If it pleases him, it doesn't please me. How can I be happy, Chairman? Yvette commented, then you deserve to live such a tiring life. No wonder I saw your vacation applications were always among the top. To be honest, I was just about to apply for another period of paid leave. Not approved. Nando's Songshire has left the Earth's shell. According to the assessment of the Strategic Relations Department, he should have reached some key agreements with Patty Morse. Conclusion. The speaker was a man with brilliant red hair, tall and strong. Even an illiterate person could feel a pure biological beauty from him at first glance. This was the new god citizens, the Groden family, born from a series of surgeries such as gene editing and targeted cultivation during the embryonic stage, even before birth. If you only look at the performance data on paper, their natural bodies are superior to many prosthetic bodies. The accumulation of massive resources year after year has given rise to this family with true biological superiority. There is a greater than 76% probability that both sides are attempting a completely independent corporate alliance. Elvis Groden, the current head of the Groden family, and the ruler of the giant corporation Fubo Energy, leaned on the railing, seemingly lost in thought, remaining silent for a long time. To push for division at a time like this is utter treason. These people only ever see themselves. For their own selfish desires, they disregard others, dragging them into an abyss. He muttered to himself unhappily. Patriarch, all our inquiries to Zenryusha so far have gone unanswered. Next. First, continue developing anti-cognitive meme strategies and building protective systems to ensure we have sufficient manpower should the human dissolution event occur. Elvis Groden let out a heavy sigh. Second, I will have the finance department increase the budget to continue expanding our war reserves. Regions under Fubo Energy control will gradually transition to a state of pre-war preparedness, initiating large-scale conscription. Third, the deployment of the vacuum zero-point energy engine in the Earth's core is progressing steadily. In the light, Elvis Groden's face flickered with uncertainty. If the day truly comes when things are beyond saving, a world without Groden has no value. Chapter 810. Independence is a slogan, but it cannot be just a slogan. This is a massive project affecting countless people and every corner of society. A seemingly insignificant stroke of the pen at the top of the decision-making table, once it spreads downwards, can forever change the fate of tens of thousands. It can be insignificant, arbitrary, executed with the most innovative thinking and the most adventurous behavior, regardless of the cost. But the enlightened ones are unwilling to let it be insignificant and arbitrary. They have chosen the most cautious and restrained approach, formulating post-independence policies, anticipating possible scenarios, and developing countermeasures. Fortunately, this is not an isolated case. Besides the enlightened ones, the Science Ethics Committee and the Security Bureau also have a strategic blueprint in their strategic repositories, the contents of which can be basically summarized as, if one day in the future I dominate the corporate alliance, how to transform others into the form that I find most pleasing. The three parties presented their respective strategic blueprints, slammed them onto the decision-making table, and after several rounds of discussions and compromises, tentatively established the division of functions after independence. The enlightened ones held executive and legislative power, forming the backbone of the new political entity. The Security Bureau took over judicial and police power, as it had always done. The Science Ethics Committee, as desired, would have its watchful eye on any area or matter involving technology, and could intervene almost unconditionally and immediately in a closed manner. They were both supervisors and adjudicators. As for the military forces, they were temporarily controlled by all three parties. Each party had its own subordinate units, and considering various factors, while nominally merged, they would still essentially remain under the command of their respective leaders. A person's perspective determines what they can see. A street kid only thinks about where to get the trendiest, coolest, most powerful, and most ruthless alloy baseball bat to smash the heads of any bastards he doesn't like. A sales intern has to research hacking techniques, force push ads, and strive to meet this week's KPIs. They can only see the immediate, unseen reality. Compared to the day before, the night before, compared to the previous quarter's assessment cycle, and the quarter before that, everything seems unchanged. But in the eyes of some, these days, beneath the seemingly calm surface of the corporate alliance, a slowly surging undercurrent is brewing, waiting for the moment to burst the ice and become a massive storm that will destroy the world. For many, the world is monotonous and unchanging, but for them, they can feel the oppressive atmosphere that hangs over the sky and earth, like the calm before a summer storm, suffocating them. However, for Songshur, all of this is irrelevant. Regardless of the circumstances, this newly formed political entity will inevitably reserve a permanent seat for him in the highest decision-making level. Songshur is making final preparations. Final preparations for the duel against the awakened one Zenryuksha. Theoretically, this should be the responsibility of the strongest, Chaklo Vaughn, who, after his battle with Dwight Brooks, gained some insights and has already stepped into the third stage of True Spirit. However, Songshur, possessing the True Spirit manifestation, can maximally hinder human intelligence dissolution and suppress the singularity technology. Base reality overwrite. And given his own strong desire, he has been chosen as the main attacker against Zenryuksha. Psionic power. Within the Great Origin Path, Songshur's thoughts surged. Numerous orbs of light, varying in color and size, floated around him, like a sea of glass marbles being stroked by a hand, colliding and making crisp sounds. These were the many psionic techniques provided by the path, inherited from previous generations of psionicists. Frankly speaking, from Songshur's current perspective, the vast majority of these psionic techniques were of little value. A master need not be more virtuous than his disciple, nor a disciple necessarily inferior to his master. In the past and present, psionicists were all psionicists. Songshur only judged the quality of the psionic techniques they created, not their order. Some psionic techniques, due to their declining strength, disappeared into the annals of history. Others, from ancient times, continue to shine brightly even today. For example, the renowned True Fire of the Sun, whose initial version, created by the people of the Eastern continent, was once incredibly powerful and invincible. After being improved by generations of geniuses, masters, and grandmasters of the Great Source, its strength has evolved with the times, consistently maintaining its status as a top-tier psionic technique. Or rather, only inherently powerful psionic techniques, like True Fire of the Sun, continue to attract successors. As for those crude, weak, and restrictive techniques, they gradually fall into obscurity, the strong become stronger, and the weak disappear. Such psionic techniques are destined to be few and far between. However, at this moment, Songshur's gaze was not solely focused on these few. He listened to the sound of the waves emanating from the sea of glass marbles, watching the various psionic techniques rise and fall. No matter how crude a psionic technique may be, at the moment it is created, it contains the thoughts and feelings of the psionicist. Songshur surveyed the scene. Amidst the surging and turbulent energy, it was as if countless great sources from across millennia had materialized before him. Their forms were so blurred, only their general outlines discernible. Only the mental cards they used to cultivate their psionic skills remained clear and bright. Songshur closed his eyes. According to the assessments of himself, Chaklo Vaughn, and others, his opponent had accumulated immense power before unleashing a devastating attack, making him arguably the strongest in the corporate alliance. Even if Dwight Brooks were resurrected, the two sides would still need to fight to determine who was stronger. The awakened one, Zenra Setsuna, she wielded complex powers. The eternal dreamland, a space carrier and beacon of faith, the resource allocation of the giant corporation Dust Contract Generation, the massive amount of faith power accumulated through entertainment and revelry, her identity as the king of the abyss at depth 6, the psionic energy of the fifth ring. If he won, this wouldn't be a reason for victory. If he lost, this wouldn't be a reason for defeat. Songshur slowly opened his eyes. The sea of glass marbles stopped clattering, paused in unison, and then, like bubbles reaching their limit, quietly dissipated one by one. TSK, still not quite right. Songshur rubbed his wrist and stood up. These past few days, he had devoted himself to the path of cultivation, studying various spiritual techniques, yet the third stage of the true spirit remained elusive, like a blind man touching an elephant, utterly confused and unclear. However, he had made some gains, namely a significant improvement in his application of the second stage of the true spirit, the present world. If he could return to that moment of unity of heaven and man with Terra now, he would certainly be much more composed, not as troublesome and difficult as before, almost causing him to lose his composure. Chapter 811. This was a day destined to be recorded in history. As dawn broke, some were astonished to find that the first thing they saw upon opening their eyes was no longer the bizarre, indifferent advertisements, but a countdown timer against a black background. For hours 47 minutes and 30 seconds. 5 hours remained until the countdown ended. People were puzzled for a moment, then went outside and discovered something. The usual cloying neon lights, and the incessant talk shows on screens everywhere had vanished without a trace. In their place was the same black and white countdown timer. What was this? Another marketing tactic for a new product? The members of the corporate alliance were no strangers to this kind of thing. In fact, they were used to it. The last time something like this had happened wasn't that long ago, when the giant corporation Jade Pharmaceuticals launched clones, with a deluge of promotional resources, making everyone look like a clone. Who knows what they're up to this time? The silence only lasted a short while. Gradually, the advertisements, neon lights, and incessant chatter reappeared, like spray paint on street graffiti, giving society a dreamlike quality once more. The space for the countdown was gradually squeezed back, yet like a stubborn reef, it wasn't completely crushed, preserving its last stronghold. And then, well, that was it. The time clock was beckoning. Who had time to study these things? If they didn't hurry to squeeze onto the subway, their boss might use lateness as an excuse to dock their entire month's salary. Although it wasn't much to begin with. Until they witnessed this scene. Thump, thump, thump. The sound came from the street, carrying the metallic crunch of steel crushing the pavement. Police officers from the security bureau, those lazy bums who never do their jobs and spend their days colluding with corporate scum, appeared in droves on the streets. Fully armed, their cybernetic implants gleaming, gun barrels gleaming, they looked like they owned the place, and armored vehicles were even following behind them. Even in the sky, something new had appeared, armed helicopters, shuttles, and swarms of drones. They dominated the skies, their roar drowning out the synthesized music playing from billboards, and issuing travel restrictions to everyone piloting aerial vehicles throughout the city. This is the Security Bureau, finally venturing into politics? Announcement. On behalf of the Security Bureau, I hereby announce that the city of Madir is under a state of emergency. Announcement. Effective immediately, all citizens are ordered to remain at home and are not permitted to leave their residences. If you require to leave your residence due to special circumstances, please promptly inform the Security Bureau patrol officers in your area. Announcement. All uncertified and unauthorized armed personnel are to immediately lay down their weapons and surrender. This is a single warning. Live ammunition will follow. Announcement. All company assets within the jurisdiction are to be frozen immediately. All company employees are to cease all work. Await further instructions from us. On the apartment building rooftop, the holographic billboard flashing Marin. Your caring robot butler flickered a few times, then with a hiss, went completely out. In its place was a simple, silver-gray design. The Security Bureau's logo. What the hell? This well-known tycoon of Madir City, a man who had been selected as one of Madir City's top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs for 7 consecutive years, looked at the communication interface where messages were either read but not replied to, or simply not answered. In a fit of rage, he smashed a wine glass on the coffee table. These sons of bitches. I fed them plenty of money all this time, and when it comes to this crucial moment, they dare to disappear. On the communication interface, the local government officials and Security Bureau management, those who, normally, would at least rush over at a mere whistle, were all silent. The only messages he received were one after another of devastating news. His factories had been seized, and his assets in various accounts had been frozen. This is interference in the free market. He trembled with rage. Just wait, none of you will escape. Suspected interference in the free market. This was a charge with no room for compromise, a minimum penalty of death, the most terrifying charge for the business alliance. Once someone is implicated in this crime, even if it's just a minor one, even the most renowned lawyers will avoid it like the plague, daring not to offer any defense. Oh, boss! At that moment, the security team sent a message. I see the whole city is under martial law. The situation is not optimistic. How about you go stay in a safe house for a while? Of course, if you're willing, we can also risk sending you out of the city, a strategic relocation. Relocate my ass. The man cursed, bitterly saying, I'm in the manufacturing business. Leaving Madir City is easy, but do you think those factories will follow me? If I leave now, I'd be sleeping on the streets tomorrow. Don't forget who's paying your salaries. Alright, then we escort you to the safe house first. The rapid response team, prepositioned near the man, jumped out, pulled him into a disguised car, and rushed towards the safe house. Theoretically, taking the shuttle would be much faster, but it was too conspicuous right now. They might get shot down by the Security Bureau. What they saw along the way was truly shocking. Company security forces, street gangs, mercenaries, citizens taking advantage of the chaos to buy things for free, vultures scavenging corpses, and employees rushing to work, Madir City was in complete chaos. Gunfire was everywhere, smoke filled the air, and there was a frenzied exchange of fire. Others are one thing, but what is the National Security Bureau? They were afraid of you before because of a favor, not because they were afraid of you is their right. If they back down this time, will they even be able to stay in the underworld? Suddenly, a tremendous force struck, and the man's head was slammed down. Caught off guard, he heard a security guard shout, "Enemy attack." Boom! From a third-party perspective, the car traveling on the elevated highways suddenly sank. Like a mouse pinned down by a foot, its shell suddenly deflated, the entire car sinking into the ground, unable to move. The man's face was covered in blood, he couldn't tell if it was his own or someone else's. He forced his head up, only to see the windshield of another car completely dark, then the darkness vanished, and upon closer inspection, it was clearly a massive robotic arm, large enough to grab a car like a chick. Malcolm Pollitt, you are hereby arrested on 21 charges, including attempted murder, rape, bribery, imprisonment, extortion, hostile takeover, and endangering public safety. A man in his 30s, dressed in a security bureau uniform, stood in front of the car. A huge robotic arm extended from his tailbone, like a sewn-on tail, incongruous with his human form. To avoid misunderstanding, let me clarify beforehand, you are not the first. He tapped his temple with his index finger, calmly reading the announcement. Come with me. Chapter 812. Who is it? The man didn't recognize the other person at all and almost laughed in anger. Do you know who I am? Arrest me? You think you're worthy? Even your chief isn't qualified. The security guard's prosthetic eye flashed, quickly identifying the other person. To make a living in security, they all had files on well-known experts. Troublesome. A level 1 detective from the Security Bureau, the venomless Scorpion Alto, a second-level Transcendence. Looking at the file, the reason he was called the venomless Scorpion was because his superhuman organ resembled a scorpion's tail. But he didn't actually use venom to kill like a scorpion, he killed purely through direct violence. Boss, it's someone from headquarters, the security guard whispered, giving a heads up. The man's expression immediately changed. There are differences between people, and the same is true between different security bureaus. There's a huge difference between local security bureaus and the Security Bureau. The former are mostly dogs led by the company, while the latter, leading the company, is definitely out of the question. But at the very least, it was qualified to stand on equal footing with the company, and even occasionally make the latter back down and suffer setbacks. Don't move. Any excessive behavior from you can be considered resistance, and the use of lethal weapons is permitted. Why are the people from headquarters in Madir City? The man stared intently at the other man, his expression shifting between light and shadow, and there's a large-scale deployment of armed forces into the city. This is unconstitutional. You have no right to use force to detain me before my lawyer arrives. You're not stupid, you're a smart man, Malcolm Pollitt. The other man suddenly spoke. I seen your file. Your performance at the company's talent incubation center was outstanding. Your professional resume after graduation was equally excellent, and your entrepreneurial ventures after leaving the company were also successful, bringing you everything you have today. He shook his head slightly. You just can't change it. The company has taken root in your heart, and it can't be dismantled. The man was enraged, yet instinctively, he felt a growing unease. What do you mean? Your worldview can't accept the possibility of the company failing. With a bang, the robotic arm unleashed several laser beams, slowly slicing through the armored car like peeling an orange, revealing the man inside. The man, stung by the laser beam so close to his face, instinctively shielded his eyes. The security team retaliated immediately. Some used ranged firearms for suppression, while others activated their melee prosthetics, charging straight at the robotic arm. Several high-speed exchanges ensued. The robotic arm emerged victorious, crushing the melee fighters. The remaining members exchanged glances, and could only slowly lower their weapons. The best solution was undoubtedly to escape at lightning speed. The enemy wanted to arrest Malcolm Pollitt, not them. Besides, if pushed too far, their security team's combat capabilities were more than capable of a fierce battle. It's just that running away will deduct credit points. Mercenaries are slightly better off, they don't care as much about credit points, but security teams, like ours, rely heavily on them, and employers value it highly. Running away is easy now, but recovering the credit points on the platform is difficult. Sigh, working in security is truly a disadvantaged group. You made a wise choice. The other party nodded. In just a short while, drones had approached, hovering in the air, watching them intently. You got one thing wrong, Malcolm Pollitt. It's not just about Madir City. A level 1 agent from the Security Bureau, the venomous Scorpion Alto, approached step by step. While we were speaking, my colleagues, my allies beyond my colleagues, were all moving. We're fighting in Madir City, we're fighting outside of Madir City, we're fighting in the sky, the sea, and the land. Don't you understand? The company's rule is over. The days when you could manipulate others with money are over. What the hell are you talking about? Malcolm Pollitt felt a chill run through him. His blood seemed to freeze, and a bone-chilling shiver emanated from every pore. I want to see a lawyer. You have no right to arrest me. I have judicial immunity. The GDP I contributed to Madir City over the years could buy 10 of your lives. Huh? The other party sneered. Can't you see my uniform? Security Bureau, Level 1 Agent. In the Security Bureau's agent system, this position is second only to ace agents. The latter's combat power is usually equivalent to a third-ring psionicist, commonly known as a Level 4 unit. As a Level 1 agent, although he doesn't have the near-absolute disregard for most laws like an ace agent, and even when he occasionally can't suppress someone, the punishment is usually handled internally by the Security Bureau, he is still considered highly resistant to the law. The simplest example, the legal license to kill that companies would pay exorbitant prices for, they receive for free upon joining, making their actions extremely convenient. You have judicial immunity, but don't I? You have a legal license to kill, but don't I? He twisted his neck, the hydraulic clamps of his robotic arm slowly opening and closing, emitting an unsettling glint. To be honest, I love for you to resist, so I have a reason to be ruthless. Like what people like you do to others, he said coldly. 3 minutes and 17 seconds. With that, non-venomous Scorpion Alto gave the man no chance to resist. The robotic arm grabbed the man, quickly dismantled his prosthetic body, and after ensuring there was no danger, tossed him to the arriving police car. There's been some unrest at the prison, and it's still being suppressed. Keep him in the station for now, we transfer him later. He stared at the security police officers, who ran over. Tell your chief, we've been watching what he did before. We're watching what he's doing now too. Roger that, sir. The sweating policeman saluted immediately, his voice booming, we will fight the company's elements to the very end. 59 seconds. The countdown was about to end. Regardless of their current feelings, the citizens of Madir City had no choice but to pack up and watch the screen. They weren't allowed to go to work. They weren't allowed to leave their homes. There was no other way. Midnight. Snap. The black background and white text disappeared, replaced by people standing in front of a microphone. 3 people. The Enlightened One's Commander-in-Chief, Chaklo Vaughn, the chair of the Scientific Ethics Committee, Yvette Gregory, and the director of the Security Bureau, Patty Morse. Then, the man in the center stepped forward and picked up the microphone. The face of the man known as the Rebel appeared on screens throughout the streets and alleys. Now, I will address the Corporate Alliance. Chapter 813. For a long time, we've been suffering from a delusion. Our genes are taken at will, becoming commodities to be sold in corporate labs. Our bodies are forced to have redundant, inferior prosthetics implanted, just to maximize the negligible efficiency gains on the production line. In a sewage-filled alley, a homeless man hiccuped, his drunken head lifting in confusion at the voice that seemed to have come from nowhere, before falling back asleep. The air, water, food, even the sunlight we depend on for survival are all monopolized. Survival itself is put on a price tag, dignity is worthless. Individuals are placed on a shelf, to be picked over. Sizzle, smack, an unknown species of scorpion was roasted until its shell cracked, yellowish-green juice seeping out, but on the barren ground, it was already a rare delicacy. The homeless man licked his lips, his mouth watering, but the incessant chatter of his portable radio was incredibly annoying. He changed several channels, only to find they were all saying the same thing. They made promises about the future, about security, about hope. But all those promises were hypocritical lies, poisonous toxins that corrupt people's souls. Consumerism has alienated humanity, emotions, and freedom. All beauty has been submerged by the torrent of capital, reduced to ugly footnotes. On the soft hotel bed, a call girl, still half asleep, giggled, thinking how lucky she was. She heard those poor bastards jumping up and down in frustration again early this morning. Sigh, all they did was envy her income, spewing spittle, and putting on this righteous act. Then, the company kept telling us, day after day, that it was all right, that it was all as it should be. That's an illusion. Boom! The gates of the Priscilla Institute, a prestigious institution in the field of engineering, were finally breached by gunfire. Armed mobile forces belonging to the Science Ethics Committee stormed in, taking over the facility under the pretext of technology abuse. This isn't right. This isn't what it should be. We deserve a better world. A world where humans are no longer replaceable parts to be exploited. We are not walking balance sheets. We are living, breathing people with souls and flesh and blood. An uninvited guest arrived at a mining site of Southern Heavy Industries. The Enlightened One's armed forces stormed in, demanding the seizure of state-owned assets. The mine's garrison naturally refused, and a firefight ensued amidst the roaring, massive engineering machinery, smoke filling the mine. Even the miners, working deep underground and more like machines than humans due to excessive implants, faintly heard the vibrations from the surface. We are silent, worn down by the roar of the assembly line. We are numb, drowning in the sensory torrent of entertainment to the death. We are fearful, trembling under the threat of scarce credits. First came a deafening crash, then the door was smashed open, a blinding flash of white light flooding in. Lying on the blood-stained operating table, under anesthesia, a girl, her eyes barely moving as the location for organ removal was outlined. The usually frenzied and ruthless gang thugs howled, as they were mercilessly smashed by the intruders. The matte black uniforms, almost non-reflective, made them look like a group of walking lead weights. The sides of their guns bore the insignia of the Enlightened. They gestured, brought in stretchers, and carefully removed the lambs, like girls awaiting slaughter, from the operating table. Yet something still burns, the remnants of humanity within us, seeds of resistance sown by our predecessors. Its growth was arduous, painful, nourished by scalding blood, nurtured by the flesh and blood of the fallen, only to be met with the fiercest storms. It teetered, withered time and again, falling into the mud, crushed at will. But time and again, it took root and sprouted anew. The armed forces belonging to Time Sequence Transport received their orders. Heavy equipment roared to life, accompanied by excited company employees. They would then leverage Time Sequence Transport unparalleled amphibious transportation network to rapidly deploy to the necessary locations and quell the rebellion. I hereby declare. We are here. We represent all the deprived, monitored, and alienated souls, all individuals struggling to survive in the shadow of the company, and once again declare to the world. We break free from the company's rule. We sever the chains imposed upon us. We reclaim our right to be ourselves. At some point, a dozing company employee in the subway suddenly awoke, then was astonished to find the carriage eerily quiet. Most people looked up, staring blankly at the screen at the far end of the carriage. In the silence, only the thick, sugary-smelling smoke lingered in the air. We declare the establishment of a free space belonging to everyone, a new world governed by law, not company rules and regulations, a world with sound social cognition, a world that protects individual rights and data sovereignty. Here, there is no board of directors that reigns supreme, who considers themselves gods, only a regulated order. Here, there are no eternally unchanging enslaved and enslaved, only free individuals who choose for themselves. A blue plasma cannon struck an enlightened soldier. The high-energy plasma destroyed metal and flesh, causing the soldier to explode with a crack. The next moment, a rocket roared into the air, destroying the plasma cannon's source. Casually tossing aside the rocket launcher, he stepped over the blood and flesh of his fallen comrade, separated by the plasma, and continued the charge with the others. Is it beautiful? Is it happy? Is it hopeful? No, we cannot give such answers, for beauty, happiness, and hope, when expressed verbally, are too vague and ambiguous. We cannot say that such a world is perfect. We cannot say that such a world is for everyone. But one thing we can be certain of, we can give an unchanging promise. It is a better world than the present. An image appeared on the screen behind Chaklo Vaughn. It was an image no one had seen before. It was an abstract bird shape composed of simple triangles and arcs, with blue and white as the main colors. I declare. In a daze, an echo seemed to come, originating from mountains and barren lands, from the corners of skyscrapers and slums, then blowing through sewage-filled industrial areas, reaching the unreachable clouds, and finally descending upon the world. The New Order Federation is established today. Chapter 814. The sky was being split open. It was as if a celestial being had wielded a sword, cleaving the heavens in two, creating a crimson-gold crack. Song Shur. Without any attempt to conceal his presence, Song Shur ignited a raging inferno in the sky, his action seemingly causing the very fabric of space to crumble and crash down upon the earth. Great Origin, in terms of power and influence, was unparalleled among all paths, and Song Shur's spiritual energy reserves, even among those at the fifth ring of Great Origin, were undoubtedly among the most formidable. No subjective effort was needed. Song Shur simply moved forward, creating a world-shaking spectacle. It has finally begun. The crimson gold flame surged fiercely, wild and unrestrained. Even a mere glimpse of them from afar brought a dry mouth and parched hair. If it chose to engulf the mountains, no one would doubt that even the majestic peaks would melt away like snowflakes. But contrary to everyone's expectations, the epicenter of the fire was a tranquil stillness, without a ripple. Songsher's thoughts surged like a raging sea, its waves crashing, yet the deepest wick remained unmoved, eerily calm. It was as if he had detached himself from the world, standing from a third-person perspective, surveying the heavens and earth. Chaclaw Vaughn's words echoed throughout every corner of the corporate alliance. No two reactions were exactly alike, 1,000 people, 1,000 different expressions. Astonishment, bewilderment, indifference, ecstasy, anger, tears streaming down their faces. Songsher glanced at it. Then he looked away. For the dazzling neon lights, like a reverse nine-colored Milky Way, rose from the horizon, from the boundary between heaven and earth, staining everything in sight. The Alosha region, the border area of the Enterprise Alliance, but no longer just the Alosha region. Centered on the former, the dazzling neon lights have long since spread outwards, encroaching on many more places. Clang. The crimson flame surged, solidified, and transformed into a straight blade, ejecting inch by inch. Songsher drew his sword. Although the movement appeared incredibly slow, the feeling it gave was chillingly fierce. In the next instant, it transformed into a raging torrent that burned everything in its path, slashing down in front of him. Whoosh! It was a sound as sharp as tearing silk, yet as magnificent as a raging torrent. Neon lights, atmospheric dust, and clouds, along with balloons and lamp bases depicting Zenra Setsuna's chibi-style avatar, all spontaneously created by fans and released into the sky, were swallowed up and burned to ashes. In ancient times, when astronomical observation technology was not so advanced, the people of the eastern continent proposed a theory of a round heaven and a square earth. That is, the heavens were like a chicken egg, celestial bodies were round like bullets, and the earth was like the yolk of a chicken. They viewed sky as a lid covering earth, and the change of day and night was the difference between uncovering and covering. If this is true, then the scene before them was like this lid covering the earth, like a mosquito net doused with embers, burned with horrifying holes. The neon lights that once permeated everything were now riddled with holes, revealing the sky's true colors through them. However, after the attack, Songsher turned around, looking at this horrific scene. His face showed no joy, but rather a click of his tongue. He glanced at the straight sword in his hand, then at what lay before him. The feel is off. Even for a natural being without any psionic or technological prosthetics, wielding a long sword is a complex process. Adjusting one's center of gravity, engaging muscles, changing posture, and shifting steps, each influences the final result of the swing. A master swordsman skilled in this art can pierce armor and cut through weapons, sweeping away 9 candles with a single strike. Ordinary people, untrained and haphazardly using the sword, find even chopping firewood difficult and inefficient. And the spiritual energy reaching the 5th ring, true spirit, involves far more complex factors and processes than a natural person simply wielding a sword. These influencing factors and processes were silently interfered with by external forces. His attack just now appears riddled with holes, seemingly astonishing enough, but his initial goal was to directly overturn and burn the entire neon-lit sky, leaving not a trace. This wasn't a delusional fantasy, he could do it. But in reality, he didn't. The process of his strike was affected. Songsher realized what had happened. The specific details are difficult to elaborate on, but to summarize roughly, he made a mistake, striking prematurely before the attack reached its peak. But in his subjective perception, this attack had clearly reached its peak. He wasn't perfect, of course, he had made mistakes before. But such a huge error. Zen Ryusetsuna. Songsher slowly stretched his body. Chongsher, who had just unleashed his attack, showed no sign of weakness. Instead, as if enraged, he let out a chilling roar. The destructive power of the spiritual technique destruction swirled around the blade, while strands of Emperor's essence flowed out. The two interacted and clashed, giving birth to incredible killing power. Even when Chongsher remained still, the surroundings subtly fluctuated, a sign of unstable spatial coefficients. Even a giant corporation like Fugu Pioneer, possessing the singularity technology of space jump, would never want to jump in such an environment. The unstable space, with the slightest misstep, would tear apart the object jumping. Faced with the turbulent flow of space, even a 4th ring ascension psychic could be torn apart on the spot, dying instantly. Between 0 and 1, observing the void. A soft murmur began, then echoed through the valley, lingering endlessly. Heartbeat synchronization rate max. The tone suddenly changed, becoming passionate and resonant, with a faint spark of electricity, spreading throughout the nerves, numbing the very core. Heartfire dark domain, a fleeting moment. A soft, melodious chant followed, each word deliberate, as if eyelids were lowered, palms clasped together, and a few petals of snowflakes drifted onto the shoulders. Firewall? Override. A hearty laugh, sudden yet not abrupt, echoed. Beads of sweat rolled down his hair. Full of youthful vigor and high spirits, he stepped onto the high platform. Lost souls. Even with Song Shi's perception, he couldn't distinguish how many voices emanated from all directions at this moment. They echoed, intertwined, danced, and merged into a magnificent torrent, endless voices overlapping to form an exquisite ode. At the end of the torrent, a figure emerged. The ruler of the giant corporation Dust Contract Generation, the consensus of the Fifth Ring, the idol revered and loved by countless people. And, the most unparalleled, the most invincible beauty in the world. The Platinum Street girl lightly raised her right hand to her forehead, revealing a bright, toothy smile. Zen Ryusatsuna, see you. Chapter 8:15. Song Shi rubbed his eyes. The sky looked as if it had been splashed and washed clean for a long time, a deep blue-green, with wispy clouds lingering within it. Even a casual glance at it was enough to soothe the soul, washing away the fatigue and anxieties accumulated over the days. It was as if he had suddenly stepped into the scenes of those youthful tale animations from Dust Contract Generation. Song Shi rubbed his eyes again. The youthful tales were gone, replaced by a neon-lit sky as seen through the perspective of the Psionic Technique glassy view, just like when he first saw it. The curtain, recently scorched and tattered by flames, was already beginning to heal in this short time. Cognitive interference. A filter. Song Shi judged, as long as you stay here, you indeed live happily. Yes, happy. Upon hearing this word, Zenryusha immediately clasped her hands together. Everyone can be happy, that's wonderful. Heh. Song Shi didn't reply, only glancing at Chongshi. I've seen many methods of demonic chaos and demonic corruption, and so far, you are indeed the strongest among them. Thank you for the praise. Arigato. Zenryusha seemed a little surprised. Wow, I actually got your approval. Just telling the truth. Song Shi said calmly. If you compare yourself to a glass of clear water, the consensus methods you encountered in the past are like mixing muddy water into it. This can certainly affect the purity of the water, but it's not difficult to solve. The simplest way is to filter it repeatedly, and you can naturally separate the clear from the muddy water again. Then Zenryusha's spiritual energy is like adding ink to the clear water, directly mixing the two into one. Even if they know they've been contaminated and something is wrong with them, they have absolutely no way to deal with it. He possessed the heart of forging and the glassy observation, one unmoving and the other observable, theoretically granting him strong resistance to this type of manipulation. Yet, unknowingly, he had fallen for it, silently influenced. Song Shi gazed ahead. Zen Ryusatsuna was not alone. More like a colossal urban structure than a space carrier, it shone brightly in the sky, commanding all eyes. It was like a stage for one person only. 7 colored light pillars, following Song Shi's gaze, rhythmically lit up row upon row on the space carrier named Eternal Dreamland, like a suddenly unfolding folding fan, a grand opening of a peacock, connecting heaven and earth, stirring the heart. All to highlight the solitary girl standing atop the bridge, defying the wind. The awakened one, Zen Ryusatsuna. From the moment she appeared, the torrent of cheers echoing from all directions paused for a moment, then surged even higher than before, filling every corner of the world. Even the overwhelming ferocity of Song Shi's avatar couldn't completely suppress her. Instead, it was gradually forced back. With the consensus body, they stood in opposition. This torrent was formed from countless thoughts. On the ground beneath their feet, and in the distant distance, regardless of status, appearance, gender, or profession, whether witnessing it in person or watching via live stream, at this moment, they were all moved to tears, shouting with excitement. Countless cheers mingled, like 1,000 colors mingling together, becoming murky and indistinguishable. But only 4 words, no matter how blurred or confused, remained clearly visible. That was, Zen Luchan Na. It's too quiet. Then Song Shi said. Huh? The girl blinked. How can that be? There are so many sounds. Listening to it, all I hear is the repeated chanting of Zenryushsuna, everyone sounding the same. You expect me to say it's noisy? Song Shi tapped his brow. Sorry, I already filtered it out. As he spoke, a vast crimson flame erupted, engulfing everything in its path. The fire condensed into endless, sharp blades, aggressively licking at the girl. But the raging flames, just before touching Zenrya's Suna, suddenly changed. The blades softened, their sharpness smoothed, transforming into a gentle, swaying flame that flowed smoothly over Zenrya's Suna. The latter even had the leisure to lightly touch a handful of the flame, forming a small flower of fire, and sniffing it. Wow! She sneezed, tears welling in her eyes. It's too spicy. But the next moment, the tears vanished, and she stuck out her tongue sheepishly. Just kidding. Songshur nodded, his hand slowly tightening. This time, it wouldn't be a probing attack. Seeing this, Zenrya Suna rubbed her hands restlessly, sighing softly. Sigh. Why does there always have to be conflict? Why can't everyone just talk it out and try to understand each other? Songshur scoffed. These people's brains are all burned into the same shape, and you're telling me this is understanding? Well, in your consensus eyes, this is indeed called mutual understanding. First of all, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Secondly, well, Dayuan often makes some scary noises, making a complete mess of the environment. Zenrya Suna clasped her hands together, embarrassed, and said, but you say this is environmental resonance, a harmony between heaven and man. You have your own agendas, you divided the country, you established new political entities. Her voice lowered, filled with deep sorrow. So many people will die. I heard it. It shouldn't be like this. I wish we could all sit together, have a good chat, maybe even drink tea and eat some sweet snacks. You see, just like here, everyone shares a common vision, can work towards it, and smiles. Songshur interrupted the girl. Not words, but flames. The ferocious flames roared and surged, instantly engulfing the entire sky, turning the world a terrifying crimson. Sensory disorientation is a highly skilled technique of consensus. Even the first step can influence others to some extent, for example, causing someone to misjudge the target's location when using a firearm, leading to a huge error due to a slight mistake. At the level of a Zen-like psychic, one can even reduce a person's subjective perception from three-dimensional to two-dimensional, making them, like a character in a 2D animation, unthinkable, unknowable, and unable to comprehend the concept of three-dimensional space. Even without any physical harm, they would be literally drowned in reality. However, the psychic flames only spread, and spread again, burning to an endless, inexhaustible degree. A person throwing a pebble considers the probability of hitting it. But when an entire mountain crashes down, all that's left is to estimate the destructive force. True spirit annihilation. Songshur was clearly about to directly destroy the opponent's space mothership with a single blow. Chapter 816. The Divine Path of Faith. It was once incredibly popular for a reason. As long as there were enough believers, and their faith was fervent enough, the accumulated power of faith could significantly enhance a psychic's combat strength. Admittedly, this system had many limitations and side effects, but the immediate combat power it brought was still undeniably real. This space mothership, Land of Eternal Dreams, which usually served as the headquarters of the Dust Contract generation, was already a supreme holy land in the hearts of Zenrya's followers, a divine kingdom on land, stirring the thoughts of countless people. It had become an absolute beacon of faith, with a vast amount of power of faith available for Zenrya to squander. Such a blatant target, if Songshur didn't strike it, he wouldn't deserve to call himself a psychic. Zenrya sighed softly. It was a sorrowful lament, like that of a nun walking through ruins after a brutal war, seeing corpses buried under rubble. This lament, like a switch, illuminated the world. Centered on the girl, the environment underwent a cataclysmic change, something indescribable, like a surging tide, engulfed reality through a man-made void. Singularity technology base reality overwrite. Also using base reality overwrite, if Dwight Brooks unabashedly allowed the abyss to cover reality, giving a stark sense of alienation, then Zenrya Suna's method was like wearing a dreamlike filter, not only without any discomfort, but also captivating and moving. But this captivating abyss, in the very first instant of overriding reality, suffered a devastating blow. Driven by the annihilation of the true spirit, this attack possessed a destructive power that reached the point of annihilation. Before it, the abyss, like solidified milky fat, melted away with a roar. The fourth ring Abyss King is said to be able to use his home field advantage to face fifth ring psionicists. After Dwight Brooks opened up the abyss, this home field advantage became a standard feature for every Abyss King. However, for Songshur now, he could shatter that home field advantage. But this was ultimately a Depth 6 abyss. Even though it was fleeting, it still provided some buffer. In that brief moment, Zenrya Suna raised her hand. The girl's right hand, raised high above her head, fingers spread, seemed to hold a treasured gem, or perhaps she was trying to pluck a star. The next second, the sea of flames collided with the space carrier. The latter seemed no longer a strategic-level behemoth, but a bowling ball in a stadium, shaken by the overwhelming force, and sent flying backward. However, the flame's momentum didn't diminish. With a swing of Chongshi, before the space carrier could stabilize itself, it slammed into it again, unleashing a torrent of killing power. Countless collisions occurred in the blink of an eye, and the space carrier visibly began to sway precariously. Slammed? Flying backward? No. The relentless onslaught finally ceased, and Chongshi reappeared, surveying the land of eternal dreams several kilometers away. Compared to its initial magnificent appearance, the space carrier now bore countless cracks on its surface, within which flowed a chilling crimson gold, as if someone had poured boiling iron onto it, the cracks meandering and flowing. But this could only be considered wounded. It was clearly still some distance from true death. To do a good job of defense, there are essentially 2 points, Chongshi suddenly said. Strengthen your own defenses, or weaken the enemy's attacks. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. At the top of the bridge, surrounded by towering flames, Zenria Setsuna looked considerably more disheveled than before. Part of her silk gloves was charred, the white gold embroidery on her commander's uniform was stained with ash, and several small holes had appeared in the small cloak draped over her shoulders. The girl frantically brushed the sparks off her clothes. Enhancing defenses, with just your hands, it's not enough, Chongshi commented. After saying this, Zenria Setsuna stopped brushing and scratched her head. This still isn't enough. The flames that engulfed the space carrier extinguished one by one at a visible speed, but they weren't completely eradicated. The damage caused by the annihilation of her true spirit clung to her like a leech, leaving indelible scars, constantly reminding others that eternal dreamland could never be restored to its original state. It was these exposed, gaping scars that revealed for the first time the barrier that should have been invisible, colorless, and imperceptible. Yes, a barrier. Centered on Zenryusha, there exists an indescribable barrier, separating the self from the outside world. It is this barrier that shrouds Zenryusha and the Sky Mothership, blocking the previous offensive and restraining Chongshi. Whether it's a virtual streamer or a virtual idol, the separation between persona and reality, the fierce competition, the emotional expectations and fantasies projected from fans, and the complex public opinion environment, all these factors interrogate the real person beneath the surface of the former. Driven by the inherent nature of the industry ecosystem, and for self-protection, the former's wall of the heart naturally arises, growing thicker and thicker over time. And Zenryusha, as the world's #1 virtual idol, naturally possesses the world's #1 wall of the heart, psionic technique, wall of the heart. Chongshi could naturally discern that this classic psionic technique of the consensus path used the mind to block reality, thus constructing a formidable barrier. The wall of the heart erected by Zenria Setsuna was so strong that even a small asteroid couldn't break through it. But how could the annihilation of his own true spirit be compared to a mere asteroid impact? No matter how thick, strong, or hard Zenria Setsuna's wall of the heart was, it could never withstand annihilation. Therefore, 32,100,000 miracles. Chongshi savored these words. Without verbal communication, the collision of psionic energy was a transmission of hearts. Even if Chongshi and Zenria Setsuna were complete strangers before today, having lived in the North and South Poles since birth, after their collision just now, they would know each other's true spirit, first stage. 3.2 billion miracles. Miracle. What a beautiful word. You, me, everyone, even the world needs miracles, doesn't it? Zenria Setsuna's gentle voice rang out at just the right moment. A miracle, something that seems unbelievable, impossible, unrealistic, yet it actually happens in the end. You know? Even someone standing in the audience, no matter how insignificant, can draw strength from witnessing a miracle. A mother's daily companionship at her son's bedside awakened him from a vegetative state, a terminally ill patient, declared incurable after all efforts were exhausted, unexpectedly recovered. A shipwrecked man adrift at sea for months, persevering until rescue arrived. They are inspiration, they are hope, they are a source of new life that transcends status and hatred. Chongshi genuinely smiled this time, and that includes giving dead virtual streamers a revival match based on the number of gold coins their fans send? That's only part of it, Zenria Setsuna said gently. I want miracles to spread to every corner of the world. I want everyone to draw courage and strength from them. Chapter 817. Chongshi had almost figured out the effect of the 3.2 billion miracles. Simply put, Zenlu Channa's true spirit could greatly enhance spiritual energy techniques. If it was as the other party described, this was what was called a miracle. Miracle-like. Thus, the wall of the heart, which originally could not possibly withstand annihilation, managed to hold on, and did not end up being shattered to pieces. It can only be called a miracle. The dust contract generation has indeed created quite a few miracles over the years, and I heard of a few. The idol Alice endured thousands upon thousands of parts of suffering alone, running towards the end of the world with those who loved her. The legendary girl band Star Scar stopped the war with their songs. The bottom line anchor, Shi was resurrected after Zisha's death. Songsha raised his index finger. Your miracles are fake, deliberately fabricated. This kind of thing doesn't even deserve to be called a miracle. 3,200,000,000 miracles? The true spirit gleaned from falsehood is nothing but a fragile impostor. Amidst the interlaced words, the sparks that had previously shattered after impacting the wall of the heart, thanks to the vermilion bird soul's spiritual essence effect, spontaneously continued to bombard the wall of the heart. However, the attack was sparse and lacked momentum. It was effective. Even Songsha, a fifth ring psychic, couldn't completely resist Zenri Shaka's interference. These flames, imbued with spirituality by the vermilion bird soul, were naturally more affected, their spirituality clouded. For example, Songsha could easily destroy the abyss that overlaid reality. In a sense, Zenri Shaka was the most adept at dealing with psychic techniques like spiritual essence. What constitutes real? And what constitutes fake? Zenryusha seemed perplexed. I remember a name, Chu Tonglu. You nominated him, promoted him, endorsed him, made him the symbol of leading the clones. The girl tilted her head. He's not a clone. He only has a vague connection to the corporate alliance, and he's never identified as a clone. But with you all here, he's still become the most famous clone. But what does it matter? Zenryusha clenched her fists. Countless clones have been inspired, moved, and had their hearts awakened by his deeds, his speeches, choosing to break free from the shackles imposed by those gene factories and roar with fury. Whether Chu Tonglu is real or not doesn't matter. What matters is that some have drawn strength from him and opened up new hope for themselves. That's enough. The girl shook her fist, speaking earnestly. Alice made people believe that the promises made by idols to them were real and sincere. The four girls of Xingjia truly prevented a war from breaking out and demonstrated the power of song to the world. You've been poisoned too deeply by reality, Songsha. You're all like this, you're always like this. Zenra Setsun aside sadly. Your hearts have been flattened by the trials you encountered, leaving only a silent wasteland. You abandoned all the beauty that once bloomed like spring. You lost the ability to be moved. Your withered hearts no longer believe in love. You've even gone so far as to condemn those who still believe in love and beauty. It's because there are always people like you that the world has become such an ugly mess. If everyone just kept chanting Zenryusetsana, I rather Terra were like this now. Songsha grinned. Unfortunately, no one will chant Zenryusetsana anymore, Terra. And it won't stay like this forever. A mountain of crimson flames crashed down once more. Zenryusetsana and Eternal Dreamland complemented each other, already merged into one. The former protected the latter, and the latter strengthened the former. To weaken Zenryusetsana, Eternal Dreamland must be destroyed first. To destroy Eternal Dreamland, Zenryusetsana must be weakened first. But this raises a problem. That is, the incoming attacks can also affect both equally. True Spirit annihilated. Evil Calamity. It was the same old move, nothing new, but the girl patted her face with both hands, gave a strong hum, and encouraged herself for the first time. Because what came was no longer a single attack, but a continuous barrage of 6 layers of destruction calamity, 6 times stronger than before, propelled by a terrifying reserve of spiritual energy. Even ordinary droplets of water, 1, 2, 3, unnoticed, when numbered in the trillions, could pierce even the hardest rock. Before the previous layer of destruction calamity had fully unleashed its killing power, the next layer crashed down, like a storm tsunami, smashing all obstacles in its path to dust. Zenlu's eyes flashed, and he activated several spiritual energy techniques, attempting to interfere with Songsha's offensive as always, but the result was no longer the same. This time he failed. If a master's every move is like a meticulously assembled, complexly functioning machine, thus giving birth to various exquisite effects and powerful killing force. Therefore, Zenra didn't need to directly confront the attack. She only needed to utilize her numerous spiritual techniques, shifting a gear here, disconnecting a wire there, to cause slight malfunctions in the precision machinery of the enemy's killing move, severely impacting the final outcome. Even though the battle lasted only a moment, the girl had already made a judgment. Songsha's combat skills were undoubtedly top tier. His various techniques flowed and switched seamlessly, almost reaching the level of Tao, possessing a unique and captivating beauty. But in this instant, The opponent's six-fold attack lacked its previous exquisite precision, instead becoming chaotic and unpredictable, weak. In the eyes of a top-tier spiritualist, these 6 calamity attacks were disorderly and seemingly powerful, but in reality, they were riddled with flaws, easily broken. Compared to the initial attack, they were significantly weaker. However, for the girl, this was far more troublesome and difficult than before. When machinery is haphazardly cobbled together from scrap metal, malfunctions are insignificant, or rather, malfunctions are an integral part of the former. And in a direct confrontation, even being significantly weaker is not a reason for consensus to provoke Dayuan. Centered on the land of eternal dreams, the surrounding sky turned crimson, then the ground surged upwards, the firmament collapsed, and thousands of square kilometers transformed into a dense sea of flames, so intense that not a single ray of light could penetrate, before collapsing inwards in an instant. It coalesced into a towering crimson beam, clearly visible even from the surface of a space station. Zenryu's wall of the heart was pierced through. Chapter 818. Lord Setsuna. A painful cry echoed from the makeshift tin-roof rental house. Watching the land of eternal dreams engulfed in flames on the screen, the man felt his heart clench, a sharp pain shooting through him. Many people had already rushed to the location of the land of eternal dreams and started live streaming. Dust Contract Generation was extremely generous with these streams, unusually providing free streaming packages so everyone could see them. If only I were there. He berated himself as he quickly opened his social media. One group chat, named Setsuna's Pantyhose, despite having 999 plus followers, was completely silent. Suddenly, someone jumped out. What are you all so dejected about? Lord Setsuna won't lose. But? No buts. After sending that, the person posted another photo. It was an extremely dilapidated Jeep, so old it seemed like it would creak and groan the moment you sat down. The back seat was crammed with bulging backpacks. The front seats were covered with a dazzling array of merchandise, strung together with strings of lights, swaying and shimmering. The background was a patch of murky sand. Just because Lady Setsuna lost, do you all stop loving her? Have all these years of our collective efforts in the group, organizing the recording and support events, been nothing but pretense? Did I, McRilling, really misjudge you? The other person typed furiously, spamming the chat. Completely wrong, completely wrong. Now is the time for people like us to charge into battle, and you're here looking so gloomy. Aren't you ashamed? Alright, that's all I say. No matter what you think, I already set off. I'm going to save Lady Setsuna. What? I never expected there to be such a determined person in the group. The man's face flushed red, filled with shame and remorse, feeling as if he'd been sternly awakened. He rolled out of bed and dialed a number. Employee ID 9534? Didn't you take leave? Never mind, it doesn't matter. I just wanted to remind you that you only have 3 hours, 27 minutes, and 33 seconds of leave left. If you want to continue taking leave, HR has launched a new discount package. It only costs. I have a name. My name was written on the handwritten postcard that Setsuna-sama sent. Huh? I'm not employee ID 9534. I'm a person. I'm Zenria Setsuna's 45,507th fan. The man roared into the other end of the phone. You bunch of loveless and hopeless beasts. You don't treat others, and you don't even treat yourselves as human beings. You're rotten to the core. Let me tell you. I quit. I'm firing you all. The man gritted his teeth. I will go to save Zenria Setsuna. There was no time to slack off. Before the stunned other person could say anything, the man hung up the call. He spent a minute accessing various loan platforms, filling his cash reserves, and then quickly placed orders on shopping platforms for guns, ammunition, food, water, medicine, a used car, and a complete set of live streaming equipment. While waiting for the delivery drone to arrive, he packed his belongings. The metal badge was a merchandise item from Zenria Setsuna's Torrent Symphony concert. The winking figurine was one of Zenria Setsuna's 40 swimsuit skins, and the light stick next to it was a limited edition that could play a holographic dance silhouette with a simple press. A stack of instant noodle boxes, each printed with a chibi version of Setsuna's image, lay to one side. The packaging featured Setsuna's satisfied smile as she held a cup of noodles, a smile that was almost comical. On the other side were several carefully piled up support t-shirts. The man packed these things up, and as he pushed open the door, carrying his bags, the Jeep, which had probably been used by 100 different people, had already automatically stopped, puffing out black smoke. He carefully stuffed his luggage inside, clipped on his newly bought rifle, and was about to start the engine when, as if suddenly remembering something, he jumped out of the car. He circled the Jeep, finally realizing what was missing. The man rummaged through his luggage and found a wrapped flag. He unwrapped it with a whoosh, revealing the word Setsuna Army Advances in large characters. He planted the flag on the Jeep, and then, without hesitation, pushed the lever all the way, speeding off into the sunlight. The car radio was broadcasting the news. The country had split. The New Order Federation had been established. The man belatedly realized that the new leave-taking discount package offered by the company's HR department earlier that day might be related to this New Order Federation. But he didn't have time to concern himself with such trivial matters. Lord Setsuna was still waiting for him to save her. Conservative estimates suggest that over 800,000 people are heading to the Alosha region from all over, and the number is rapidly increasing. They're all fans of Zenria Setsuna. The higher-ups want to stop them, preferably. I don't care if they live or die. Upon seeing the communication, the regional commander of the Security Bureau slammed his fist on the table, wishing he could shoot the person on the other end, and cursed, "I'm still at a stalemate with the company. To put it bluntly, I'm the one being beaten down. Where am I supposed to find the manpower to stop these people-obsessed idiots?" And I remember there were already checkpoints set up. Yes, that's it, these guys have already started charging through. A slightly blurry video streamed in, showing a hail of bullets, incendiary bombs, grenades, and rocket launchers flying everywhere. Some cars were stopped, reduced to burning wreckage, but there were many more vehicles, trucks, cars, jeeps, fire department helicopters, and even an armored vehicle secretly driven out by armed personnel from some unknown company. Waving large and small flags, to the tune of the battle song sung by Zenryusha in the past, they brazenly charged through the checkpoint set up by the New Order Federation, attempting to break into Alosha and the surrounding area, which had been designated as an extremely high-risk area in the Scientific Ethics Committee announcement. Bang! Boom! Perhaps triggering a landmine, or perhaps the residual force of a rocket, the Jeep was thrown into the air with terrifying force, spinning several times before crashing down, completely mangled. From the mangled, crushed cab, a dusty, grimy man emerged, blood mixing with gunpowder and his hair. A natural person would likely have been half dead by now. Fortunately, he was a cyborg, using his prosthetic right arm to forcefully push open the deformed door and slide out. Don't let him get away. Quick, get adrenaline, hemostatic spray, and anesthetic, and handcuffs. A muffled shout echoed in his ears, followed by hurried, approaching footsteps. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw only the scattered remains of his collection, treasures he had painstakingly gathered, treasures he had once cherished, now lying floating in the blood-soaked mud. Even the banner that proclaimed the Setsuna Army Advances was burned to half its original size, sunken into the mud and soaked with filth. He struggled to his feet, trying several times before finally managing to stand. The man stumbled towards the banner, his outstretched hand trembling as he tried to pick it up. Just as he was about to touch the banner, a tremendous force came from behind. An armed man bearing the insignia of the New Order Federation slammed him to the ground. "You're officially arrested. His injuries are pretty bad. Where's the medical team? Hurry up." A metal prosthetic arm pressed against his head, electrified handcuffs locking his hands behind his back, and a shout that seemed to come from near and far. "Zen, Zen." The man didn't resist. He turned his head with difficulty, staring intently at the flag so close, seemingly within reach. "Zen Ryusei." He sobbed, his face wet. Was it raining? The man didn't know. His face was warm, burning hot. Suddenly, he burst forth, with unprecedented strength, almost causing the armed personnel to lose control of him. "Go!" The man roared as if he wanted to bleed. "Go and shine brightly at the center of the world, Zen Ryusei." But how could such a desperate roar attract attention on the fiercely contested battlefield? The next second, it was drowned out by the roar of gunfire, unnoticed by anyone. The next second, the man felt a sharp pain in his back. Something liquid was being injected. Within a few breaths, a heavy drowsiness washed over him, his eyelids began to droop, and the surrounding sounds grew fainter and fainter, fading into the distance. The silence was gently broken. The man suddenly froze, as if in a dream. Someone leaned close beside him, whispering softly, "I heard you." Far away, amidst the scorching flames of countless fires, the girl abruptly opened her eyes. Chapter 819. The six-fold calamity pierced through the Sky Mothership. Even the heart wall enhanced by the true spirit 32,100,000 miracles could not withstand such destructive power. The vast heavenly fire reached the sky and drew upon the earth, completely engulfing the land of eternal dreams, permeating every inch of space, so dense it was impossible to dissolve. However, Songshur could see clearly. With the enhancement of the spiritual energy technique glassy observation, he clearly saw the scene within. The colorless and formless barrier had become incredibly conspicuous, covered with shocking crimson gold cracks, teetering on the verge of collapse. The sky mothership land of eternal dreams behind it was in even worse shape. Flames had completely pierced through it, almost tearing it in two, on the verge of collapse. This destruction was spreading further at a visible speed, as if it had been stuffed with an expanding sun, ignited and bursting. It was at this moment that a terrifying aura erupted from the top of the space carrier. A new aura rose from the raging flames, so magnificent that it forcibly carved out a sanctuary. Zenra Setsuna stood there. The girl slowly raised her eyes. Her clothes were burned to tatters, and even her youthful and beautiful face was streaked with ash. Yet, at this moment, she was more moving than ever before. "I'm sorry, everyone," she said. Inside the space carrier, the surviving crew members shook their heads, their eyes shining. "You done enough." They stood up, left their posts, and, supporting each other, traversed the smoke-filled, flame-scorched corridors, leaped over terrifying, gaping fissures, and laboriously reached the deck. "Perhaps I was born for this day," one of them said with a carefree laugh. "Lady Setsuna, thank you." "Uh-huh. If it weren't for seeing your slice back then, which inspired me, I'd probably still be wandering rotting away in some stinking ditch." Another person said, their eyes filled with nostalgia, but even more so with happiness. "Where could I be like this now, working for a giant corporation and becoming a member of an aerospace carrier?" Please don't blame yourself, Lady Setsuna." A girl clasped her hands together. Judging by her attire, she was probably a navigator. Her voice sounded soft. "Taking all the blame for others' mistakes on yourself is exhausting. You clearly told us. Don't live too hard." "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." The military attaché choked back tears. "I'm too weak, I can't protect you. I'm the shield control supervisor. The shield generators are all burned out. What face do I have to live? I should have committed suicide to atone for my sins." A man bowed deeply. "Please forgive my extremely impolite request. Let me contribute my last bit of strength to fight alongside you one last time." In Songshur's gaze, the vacuum within the sea of flames was slowly expanding. Impressive aura, no, more accurately, a sense of presence. In his perception, Zenria Setsuna's sense of presence was increasing at an astonishing speed, like a lamp being lit, illuminating a 1,000-year-old dark room. The sky and earth seemed unable to contain her, about to be filled by the girl. Under this immeasurable sense of presence, in an instant, only Zenria Setsuna remained in Songshur's eyes. Countless, wispy thoughts, transcending the constraints of space, converged into a surging torrent, surrounding the girl. These thoughts were elusive and illusory, yet Songshur, who had reached the fifth ring of the true spirit, could perceive them. "Lord Setsuna. Who are you?" Please pay attention to Zenria Setsuna. Virtual idols are the right thing to do, I'm telling you. Go and witness this world for me. Setsuna, I love you so much. I really love you so much. In a daze, Songshur could even hear faint voices. They were blurry and indistinct, but when thousands upon thousands of voices converged, they became an undeniable roar, even suppressing the raging psionic flames. From all corners of the world, the power of faith is being mobilized. This is not faith. The girl raised her head, but her eyelids were lowered. This is trust. How can the beauty and love in one's heart withstand the ravages of reality? No one is born dreaming of being rich. Boom. The space carrier Eternal Dreamland, having suffered successive damage, this Zenria Setsuna's final weapon finally reached its breaking point. Its armor plates cracked, and large chunks of burning debris streaked across the sky, tumbling down to the earth. But the crew on the space carrier, grief, anger, pain, a multitude of emotions mingled on their faces. The only thing missing was fear. There's just no other way. If they spoke out, they would only be mocked by those around them. Hope was thus carefully buried deep within their hearts, tightly sealed, so that no one else could notice. Hope may fade, may be buried, but it never dies, it remains. They never lost the ability to love. Their hearts could still tremble. So they chose to place their hopes. They placed their hopes on something untouchable, a distant place where no one would ridicule them. The beauty in their hearts was revealed, the unspeakable pain was acknowledged. They believed that if their loved ones could see sights they never seen before, taste delicious, unpolluted food, and skydive from space, then even in their wretched state, they could find a small measure of solace. Boom! The main structure of the space carrier was completely destroyed. a scene reminiscent of burning roof beams collapsing with a crackling sound. Those standing on it should have fallen with it, yet not a single one actually plummeted. An unseen force held them up. They trusted me. Zenria Setsuna's makeup gradually changed. Even her captain's uniform burst into flames, disintegrating from bottom to top into specks of light, scattering like dust in the wind. Like shedding the dust? Trusting me, they could love them. Almost no one knew that after defeating the unextinguished candle Matthew Toyn, Zenria Setsuna's years of accumulation had finally borne their final fruit. Countless thoughts wove themselves into a veil of mist, gently settling upon the girl with the world's most tender touch. Zenru opened her pupils in an instant, from which flowed countless aspirations, endless colors mingling and blurring, which should have become a pool of decaying turbidity. But now, they presented an unbelievably dazzling, iridescent rainbow. Trust me. I can fulfill their unfinished dreams. True Spirit, Second Stage. The Great Dream Tale. Chapter 820. The remaining personnel of the space carrier Eternal Dreamland hovered in the air, gazing at the standing figure with longing in their eyes. They involuntarily raised their heads, reaching out as if to embrace the other. Their bodies silently became transparent, like a hard-boiled egg whose shell had been peeled away, leaving only its perfectly round interior. These people's physical bodies were cracking and dissipating, leaving behind what some called remembered entities, others remnants of consciousness, but most people preferred to call it souls. The souls of all the crew members belonging to the space carrier Eternal Dreamland surged towards Zenria Setsuna. The world is like a sea of suffering, and the human body is like a raft to cross it. Body and soul are inherently interdependent, even for psychics. For most psychics, who are not so strong and are not in a specialized field, the two cannot exist independently. This is even more true for non-psychics. Throughout the history of the Eastern continent, many have attempted to establish systems, like reincarnation and the cycle of the underworld, but these attempts have either been severely limited or ineffective. Thus, despite numerous attempts, they have all been abandoned. One reason for this is that mortal souls are too fleeting, too fragile, and difficult to preserve. Yet, these souls directly exposed to the environment have maintained their intact outlines. The girl responded to her expectations. These souls walked past her, some patting her, some smiling, and finally, they all transformed into a hazy white light, disappearing into Zenmatsu. No, it wasn't just the members of the Land of Eternal Dreams team. From all corners of the world, from the Enterprise Alliance to places beyond, souls arrived. Zenra's appearance had completely transformed. Countless souls transformed into white light, which then condensed into wisps of mist, gently enveloping the girl. They spoke in unison, praising and expressing their heartfelt love, declaring their desire to journey with their idol to the end of time. As if having heard too much, tears streamed down her lowered eyelids. She slowly opened her arms, revealing her most embracing posture to all the arriving souls. As if encouraged, the arriving souls became even more exuberant. Looking down from the heavens, streams of souls appeared out of thin air, flowing towards Zenru. The flames that appeared out of nowhere devoured a large portion of these streams. At least several hundred souls were incinerated in an instant. But this was only the beginning. Immediately following, a new surge of psionic flames roared forth, launching another offensive. Even if 10 million, 100 million died today, Chongshur was swatted away by Songshur, but the blade that arrived first was followed by these words, each one deliberate and forceful. I will still kill you. True Spirit, annihilated. Witnessing her soul being burned away, the girl's face showed, for the first time, an overwhelming rage. Both vanished from their spots, the two terrifying psionic energies crisscrossing and colliding wildly, as if to shatter the sky and the earth. No falling wind. Songshur's strike swept away the heart wall, which had been pierced earlier, and it had recovered most of its strength, even becoming more solid. But it wasn't just the heart wall that had strengthened. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed dozens of times. Since the activation of the second stage of her True Spirit, Great Dream Tale, Zenria Setsuna's psionic energy intensity had surged dramatically. Besides defense, the intensity of her attacks had also increased dramatically. The Great Dream Tale enhanced spiritual energy, and then 3.2 billion miracles transformed countless spiritual techniques, ushering in the so-called miracle transformation. Now, every move Zenria Setsuna makes, every casual strike, is like a heavy hammer striking a drum. Despite being a myriad of demonic influences, an all-pervasive and insidious demonic technique, it unleashes a tremendous force. Deafening. Even against its own overwhelming flames, it hasn't been at a disadvantage. The source is the power of faith. Songshur deduced that the power of faith was constantly surging from all corners of the world. Even the very souls of fans arriving in person, as if the latter were extremely anxious and impatient. Songshur suddenly realized that countless people in this region were risking their lives to livestream, giving Zenria Setsuna's fans a direct view of the situation. Naturally, the latter wanted to personally come to the rescue, but the real trouble was Zenria Setsuna's true spirit, the Great Dream Tale. This true spirit allowed her to successfully accept and preserve the surging souls, continuously providing her with faith power to strengthen herself. Boom! Another fierce clash ensued. The crimson flames continued to surge, but Songshur felt somewhat powerless. It was as if he had written a word 1,000 times. Theoretically, he should be intimately familiar with it, but upon closer inspection, it felt inexplicably unfamiliar, severely interfering with his ability to unleash his spiritual energy. Humans are so insignificant. The intense rhythm of attack and defense, exchanging dozens of blows in a single breath, caused the atmosphere to collapse and mountains to crumble. At this dizzying juncture, Zenria's voice suddenly rang in Songshur's ears, devoid of any urgency or tension, only a serene and soothing tone. But consciousness can transcend the shackles of reality, ascending to the impossible, to witness the world's unique and magnificent beauty. Humans are so fragile, she murmured, then declared. But human dreams never die. Under the continuous consensus spiritual energy, an irreversible oversight finally occurred, catching Songshur completely off guard. This oversight naturally didn't escape the girl's notice. She seized upon it precisely, delivering a heavy blow that sent Songshur flying backwards for thousands of meters before regaining his footing. Pah! Songshur felt a terrible headache, as if someone was stirring his brain with frozen steel nails. Hey, so that's the line of thought. The headquarters of the giant corporation does contract generation. Shingu City is known as the City of Dreams. Every year, no, every day, countless people flock here, possessing nothing but the dreams they hold tightly to their hearts. Many have carved a phrase in their cramped basements, either let your dream shine in the heavens, or rot in the mud. Even in death, they want to die on the land of Shingu City. Without a body, the soul cannot endure. This is the norm, but there are exceptions. If one holds an extremely strong, unyielding obsession, even an ordinary person's soul has a chance to remain intact for a period of time. This is the origin of ancient earthbound spirits and many modern urban legends. At this moment, Songshur had already glimpsed the true spirit of Zenria Setsuna. A dream is unique, an extremely strong and intense obsession. You use these people's dreams as a guide to keep them from dissipating. The Empire should really award you a prize for your patent on the path of faith. Songshur raised his eyes. Hundreds of thousands, millions, or even more. Even he couldn't count for a moment how many dreams were being woven around the girl before him, how many souls were being drawn to him. I am trusted, even the dreams in their hearts, they choose to entrust to me. Amidst countless layers of radiant light, stood a girl of unparalleled beauty. Crystal clear tears silently slid down her cheeks, as if in sorrow, yet a slight upturn at the corners of her lips revealed a radiant smile. For her idols were an inextinguishable beacon, sunlight piercing through the gloom, their unwavering smile bringing hope, comfort, and the strength to move forward to everyone who looked up to them. I cannot let them down. Songshur wiped the last drop of blood from the corner of her mouth. The resurrected strike. The fierce battle had reached its climax. The prerequisites had finally been met. True Spirit, Second Stage. The Present World. Chapter 821. True Spirit Manifestation. To formally activate this true spirit, Songshur first needed to shatter reality with annihilation, obliterating everything. Strictly speaking, even without doing this, he could still activate it, but such an unclean method was largely meaningless in a battle at the 5th ring level. And now, after fighting all the way to this point, with the unrestrained release of various spiritual energy techniques, Songshur had finally reached the moment to formally activate it. An invisible power spread, permeating heaven and earth. No, that's not right. To be precise, it was as if someone was holding a scalding hot butter knife, cutting a square piece off the object called heaven and earth, and placing it outside. In an instant, Songshur felt his mind clear, and his whole body felt much more comfortable from the inside out. Much more comfortable than he had expected. It was this change that made Songshur realize that the extent to which he had been affected by the Zen-like instant was deeper than he had thought. Having fought this far, he was certainly aware of the impact, but at the moment, it seemed like the judgment of a drunkard. A sliver of self-awareness, but only a sliver. Faced with the profound methods of a rare demon, he had indeed been subtly affected. But now, things are different. The psychic technique Boundless and the true spirit manifestation, with their dual barriers, greatly suppressed the contamination and infiltration of Zenria Setsuna, regaining his chance for clarity. Songshur's thoughts surged, encompassing everything within his grasp. Zenria Shashinara became like a small insect trapped in beeswax, destined for the fate of Amber. This was an illusion. The true spirit manifestation might be considered beeswax, but Zenria Shashinara was by no means a defenseless insect. It was still a powerful, heavy blow. Fueled by countless thoughts, Zenru instantly unleashed a tremendous force, becoming a human-shaped gravitational pull, drawing all eyes to her with undeniable power. Songshur didn't even glance at her, directly confronting the attack head-on. A heavy blow? The straight blade ignited with a roar, endless flames gathering, and a crimson-gold sun rose. True spirit, annihilated. Spiritual energy art heavenly sun. Within her vision, a dazzling divine light suddenly ignited, and then this sun crashed down directly. There was no way to dodge it. The girl could only choose to take the hit. Her wall of the heart rose, and with the double blessing of 3.2 billion miracles and great dream tale, a section of her wall of the heart overflowed, a section too precious to break, its surface as hard as diamond. Amidst a teeth-grinding clang, the sun and the wall of the heart collided violently. It was a scene reminiscent of a red-hot iron ball falling into ice. The sun smashed into the wall of the heart, instantly causing countless cracks to erupt. Then the sun entered again, and the cracks erupted again, until finally, scorching light spread inch by inch from the cracks, shooting out with overwhelming force. The wall of the heart was pierced a second time. Countless souls were incinerated in the process. Even with the protection of the Great Dream Pool, the human soul was still too fragile. Under normal circumstances, Zenrushi could still provide protection, but against a fifth-ring great source renowned for its killing power, it wasn't a matter of wanting to, but rather unable, impermissible, and impossible. The wall of the heart was definitely more solid than before, yet it was still broken. The reason Songshur hadn't strengthened much was that he had become weaker. The opponent's second stage of true spirit was isolating the transmission and operation of the power of faith. The radiant light surrounding the girl, formed from the power of faith, suddenly halted its rapid advance, plummeting and showing signs of decline. Not only the power of faith, the abyss was affected in the same way. While Songshur could previously disrupt the Singularity Technology's base reality overwrite and reverse the flow of the abyss into reality, Zenra Setsuna, as the king of the abyss, could also repeatedly summon it, initiating a protracted tug-of-war. But now, before the opponent could even make a move, the abyss centered on the girl, originating from depth 6, was melting away like butter dropped onto a hot iron plate, its overwrite area constantly shrinking. No wonder, it was you who came. A word, indistinguishable between a sigh and a haughty snort, flashed by in an instant. The girl smiled serenely, the iridescent light in her pupils radiating. The raging flames crashing down from directly in front of her seemed to possess a life of their own. 1,000, 10,000 lives, and thus 1,000, 10,000 different thoughts clashed and contradicted each other, striving to shatter this attack. But Songshur was still Songshur, while Zenryusha was no longer the Zenryusha before. The flames trembled violently, yet failed to disintegrate as desired, maintaining their general outline as they devoured the girl. The wall of the heart had just been shattered and had no time to recover. Zenryusha could only take the full force of the attack. From within the surging flames, a girl engulfed in flames emerged. She blocked it. The destructive power of this attack was ultimately diminished considerably. Located on the Abyss's home turf, relying on the power of the King of the Abyss, a massive data stream was mobilized, compiling a barrier that successfully allowed Zenryusha to block it. Not only that, Songshur saw it clearly. Because of the suppression of the true spirit present world, the opponent's continuously declining faith power suddenly stopped falling, and even showed a faint tendency to rise again, as if the two sides were deadlocked. The Abyss. In a short while, Zenra Setsuna had already keenly found a solution. The true spirit present world sealed off reality, isolating the inside from the outside, but with the dual blessing of the Singularity Technology base, reality overwrite, and the King of the Abyss at depth 6, the girl's channels of communication with the outside world were not completely lost. At this moment, she was using the Abyss as a springboard to continue to draw in and absorb faith power. Drinking poison to quench thirst. Songshur did not hesitate, his chilling killing power erupting once more, activating the psionic technique Calamity. How corrupt is depth 6? Even though the girl had already prepared this tactical plan and set up transmission lines that could provide some filtering and protection, for most people's faith power, for most people's souls, this place was still too dangerous, easily corrupted. Under these circumstances, Zenria Setsuna's efficiency in absorbing faith power would be greatly reduced, especially since the Abyss was constantly being suppressed by the true spirit, the present world, and was continuously shrinking. Boom! The calamity that had just been unleashed was forced back by the brilliant neon lights, forcibly shattering it. The true spirit Great Dream Pool channeled and circulated a massive amount of faith power, acting as the most stable foundation. Upon it, the power of the Abyss King and the Fifth Ring Consensus intertwined and multiplied, transforming into a terrifying attack targeting both reality and the mind. Songshur grinned maliciously, neither dodging nor avoiding, but instead activated soaring to the sky, crashing head-on into it. A world-shaking collision erupted. Before they could even catch their breath, in the blink of an eye, Songshur and Zenria Setsuna exchanged dozens more frantic attacks before finally separating again. Songshur stood still, flames rushing into his face, warming his chaotic mind. And in the distance, behind the girl, one after another, phantom images appeared. She lowered her brows, tapping her index finger on the air, as if she had struck something. Chapter 822. The fleet hovered in near-Earth orbit, like a colossal black beast roaming the depths of space. The flagship, the Exalted One, stood at the center, like a mountain of steel. Countless cold sensor arrays flickered with a ghostly blue light, like scrutinizing eyes, indifferently surveying the planet shrouded in atmosphere below. The outlines of continents and oceans were faintly visible beneath the sea of clouds, and the city networks flickered like fluorescent lights. Then, the order was given. The silent command materialized into a dangerous reality. The armor plates on the bellies of some warships slid open to the sides, revealing chilling devices within. Huge energy coils began to hum, visible blue-white arcs of electricity leaping wildly between the heavy coils, emitting a dangerous hissing sound. Other ships, without flickering arcs, had massive cannons slowly moving from their turrets on either side, their muzzles as deep as black holes, pointing towards the noisy planet below. Energy projection array fully charged. Railgun system preheating complete. Confirming launch authorization. The commander nodded slightly. Through the transparent porthole, he stood on the bridge, expressionless, gazing down below. As a captain in the deep space fleet under the giant corporation Zenith Central, he was undoubtedly an elite even among the many Celestials. And the elite of the Celestials were naturally far superior to the elite of mortals. There was no earth-shattering roar, no ear-piercing explosion. Deep space was utterly silent. Only a massive beam of high-energy particles, like a spear hurled by a god, instantly pierced the vacuum, striking Terra below. Following closely behind were a second, a third, a fourth. Dozens of beams of light rained down, like a torrential downpour. This was just the beginning. Afterwards, specially crafted metal rods, repeatedly accelerated by electromagnetic orbits, and the simplest and most effective space-based missiles equipped with high-yield nuclear warheads, followed the high-energy ion beams and rained down on Terra. Looking down from space, the destruction appeared delayed. In the areas hit, the atmosphere seemed to be a pool of water struck by an invisible hammer, instantly and violently caved inward, forming a massive, rotating vortex. Then, and blindingly bright white light erupted from the center of the vortex, rapidly expanding in all directions to form a pure white ring. The orbital bombardment from the deep space fleet was gradually creating one dazzling dent after another on the territory of the New Order Federation. At the center of the fleet, in the vast and profound expanse of space, stood a person. Without a space combat prosthetic body, without a vehicle, he simply stood there silently, exposed to cosmic radiation. The Fifth Ring's great source, the ruler of the colossal corporation Zenith Central, the leader of the Celestials. Deep Darkness Solomon Beaufort. Although he had already issued the order within the corporation, rebellion must be suppressed with the utmost ruthlessness, and simultaneously initiated joint military operations with other corporations. The man knew full well. The split of the corporate alliance was unstoppable. The formation of the New Order Federation was an irreversible fact. This was a civil war destined to be protracted, sweeping through every corner of the corporate alliance. No one could remain uninvolved. Humph. As if suddenly noticing something, Solomon Beaufort frowned unhappily. Have everyone activate their cognitive protection. From this moment forward, Lonely Sea will be a closed environment. Meanwhile, his words trailed off as the man began to move his hands. His command, transmitted over the internal channels in less than a tenth of a second, continued. Deep Space Fleet, withdraw from the battlefield immediately. A streak of light shot into the sky from the planet's surface, rising rapidly. Its target was clear, the retreating Deep Space Fleet. The current chair of the Scientific Ethics Committee. Perpetual Loop, Yvette Gregory. The Deep Space Fleet gradually retreated, its engines revving, streaking across the deep space like comets. However, despite the increasing engine power, these streaks of light gradually dimmed. At first, they only dimmed slightly, then flickered intermittently, like a poor signal. Finally, all light vanished completely, and in the already dark and shadowless abyss, a darkness even purer than before appeared. Without patiently waiting for its arrival, Solomon Beaufort, the darkness he had become, crashed down. At the same time, invisible neon lights were multiplying and proliferating within the internet, fragmented information shifting and changing, fleeting opinions, edited emotions, amplified symbols, shared and leaping between billions of accounts on social media platforms, jumping from one profile picture to another. Brands and cultural symbols once taken for granted revealed unprecedented, almost alien postures. They wove together unconscious whispers, implanted and rooted in every crevice under the dominance of the giant corporation. Dust contract generation then grew wildly, converging into a colossal torrent that swept across the entire corporate alliance. At this moment, the headquarters of the Scientific Ethics Committee sounded the highest alert. Level 0 incident, human dissolution. In progress. Who? In the dimly lit space, the faint light from the display screen illuminated a gloomy face. A woman with messy long hair took a deep breath and muttered, "Songsher, you're going to owe me a huge favor. Don't get killed by that woman, or I have a hard time collecting the debt." V shifted her body and slowly stood up. The shadow behind her swayed, initially maintaining a human shape, then suddenly expanding, depicting a terrifying silhouette from a fairy tale villain. Depth 6, King of the Abyss. The title Nightmare was earned by V herself. This was like a signal. The New Order Federation Cybersecurity Department, already on standby, responded swiftly, issuing keys and commands, mobilizing massive computing resources, and coordinating with other departments. In the frenzied indoctrination, V's shadow expanded at a terrifying speed, like a deformed, ferocious crow, large enough to shroud the city. The existence of the domain firewall fragmented the World Wide Web, turning domains into islands, greatly reducing circulation and making ultra-wide area operations extremely difficult. However, the behemoth Dust Contract Generation, monopolizing all media channels and entertainment, had accumulated nearly a century of experience. Relying on its sheer size, it had forcefully extended its influence across the entire corporate alliance. Even with this inherent disadvantage, it could still spread its influence and operate. Accumulation. V raised its hand and slowly clenched it. The Abyss King, known as the Nightmare King, had sown countless seeds of whim over the years. These seeds, planted with a playful attitude, struggled and took root in the cracks. Some withered and decayed, some were mediocre, and some bore brilliant fruit. But regardless, they had all, in effect, woven a spiderweb. A spiderweb, spanning the entire Enterprise Alliance. V's consciousness traveled along fiber optics, instantly traversing the entire network. All carriers received the same guidance. Filtering algorithms were loaded, self-proliferating virtual machines were implanted, detection anchors were pinned, and meme eradication programs were deployed. Using these entities scattered throughout the Enterprise Alliance as fulcrums, the vast network spanning the entire alliance was thus established. Intercepting the torrent of human intelligence dissolution. Chapter 823. The people of the New Order Federation were shocked. To prepare for the Level 0 event human dissolution, the New Order Federation had made extensive preparations before its official announcement. The enlightened ones, the Security Bureau, the Scientific Ethics Committee, and some roving hackers and information security experts who had agreed to cooperate formed a special strategic team. As planned, they were granted temporary access to coordinate network security and work with V, the Abyss King, to stop the dissolution of human intelligence. Now in position, the latter seemed to have been suddenly electrocuted, screaming incoherently. Dust Contract Generation is this powerful? The answer is, it really is that powerful. From a transformed perspective, V, standing at the highest point overlooking the entire situation, felt as if a dam had burst, and a turbid torrent was crashing down with unstoppable force. But it's not impossible to try and block it. The first wave struck. V's consciousness split into thousands of threads, waging the most lavish battle of her life to date. No longer a lone wolf operation, this time, she had the computing power resources provided by the New Order Federation, numerous support personnel, and even the carriers she had deployed, all standing behind her. Thump! V felt like she'd been hit hard on the head with a sledgehammer, her neck almost shrinking back. She was dizzy, but gritted her teeth, determined not to budge, and was about to push forward again. However, as the torrent surged through her, V was like a horse pulling back from a precipice. Her hands were marked with shocking welts from the ropes, and even the ropes were gradually giving way, threatening to snap at any moment. Then, in this crucial, theoretically layered, protective network, a strange voice rang out. Deployment was rather troublesome, and the breakthrough took some time. But I guess we're not too late. Along with the voice came a figure, a tall woman with long, pure white hair like jade. She surveyed the area with interest, her pupils flashing with changing data, nodding slightly from time to time. The technical approaches in several places are quite interesting. We haven't had much interaction before, have we, V? After this incident, would you be interested in some academic exchanges? Get to work. Overloaded, V felt like her brain was about to melt. She squeezed out each word through clenched teeth. Get started. I was a bit out of step with the timing, sorry. The woman smiled, rolling up the sleeves of her white shirt. Coming. The members of the special strategic team involved in the Human Intelligence Dissolution Project suddenly discovered that a reaction point had appeared without warning in their designated network domain. That was in no way inferior to VE, the King of the Abyss, and even slightly surpassed it, triggering a strong data flow reaction point. In response to the Level 0 event Human Intelligence Dissolution, after rounds of discussion and verification of countermeasures, the New Order Federation chose to seek solutions externally. The then President, Jack Vaughn, representing the government, secretly contacted Yan'an. Through negotiations and exchanges of interests, the two sides successfully signed an agreement. One of the clauses of this agreement. The white-haired woman. No, it should be said. One of the 9 pillars of Yan'an, adhering to the principle of protection and utilization of technology, the current Vice President of the Protection Agreement, an important force within Yan'an. Fifth ring balance, depth 6, King of the Abyss. Axiom explanation. Elsie Ingersoll. I emphasize that this is not a political interference in another country. On behalf of myself, and for humanitarian, not political, purposes, I offer assistance to citizens living within the New Order Federation and the Corporate Alliance in terms of human rights and the protection of their lives. Elsie Ingersoll's voice slowly spread across the entire realm via the network. Simultaneously, she connected to the interception system that V and others were struggling to maintain. Network technology is intricate and complex, offering numerous avenues for research and deep domains. Even the King of the Abyss cannot be proficient in everything. Or rather, even those seemingly at the pinnacle of their abilities, those exceptionally talented, still have areas of expertise. Just as V excels in wide area operations, while Elsie Ingersoll, though stronger in raw power, is significantly inferior in this particular area. The addition of a Lord of the Abyss is undoubtedly a powerful boost, but Elsie Ingersoll's arrival here is not merely for subservience. Under countless gazes, Elsie Ingersoll calmly extends her hand, a ball of amber light appearing in the center of her palm. War, conflict, destruction. How many breathtaking ideas have been brought to an abrupt halt? How many exquisite technologies have vanished into thin air? Thus, the Protection Protocol was born. Its original creators firmly believed that those technologies, shining like stars, could only be protected and utilized in their own hands. Only they have the right to determine the use and distribution of technology, not allowing others to touch even the slightest bit. There could be no better answer. His successors upheld this philosophy, advancing rapidly upon it. Decades ago, when the various factions of Terra cooperated to divide the Abyss and jointly create the Supreme Wonder, the network firewall, this guiding principle once again bore fruit. The leaders of that generation of protection protocols, taking advantage of the unstable situation, used every means at their disposal, employing astonishingly skillful methods to navigate the various factions, dancing on the edge of a knife. With the aid of methods including, but not limited to, espionage, bribery, theft, instigation, and gambling, they painstakingly pieced together the technical blueprint for the network firewall. In principle, each party was assigned tasks, and only responsible for their own part, with limited technical exchange between them. The former leader is gone, but the fruits of his labor have been passed down to his successors decades later. Elsie Ingersoll raises the orb of light, the miniature network firewall. Now, it's time for human dissolution to be considered. The compassionate girl is once again engulfed in flames. The pedestrian stared at the image on the building's exterior screen, having remained motionless for a while. Setsuna. In battle, he murmured unconsciously. The one fighting the girl was a young-looking man. He appeared to be human, yet the aura he exuded was terrifying. Even just watching the live stream sent shivers down his spine. The murderous intent was almost tangible, overwhelming him and making his hair stand on end. Just how cruel, how much blood on one's hands, could someone be so monstrous? Injuring people wasn't unusual, nor was death, who hadn't witnessed a mysterious mass of blood and gore outside their door? But all the street gangs he remembered were utterly insignificant compared to the young man on screen. In a daze, the other person blurred, transforming into a dark, invisible humanoid shadow, only an intense sense of oppression pressing down with the surging flames. Despite the cool weather, he felt his entire body suddenly scorching hot, as if his internal organs were being burned. Fortunately, the next second, Zenria Satsuna broke through the flames, bringing a gentle sensation. Yes, I don't want to repeat myself. Immediately sell off all my assets, then appeal to everyone to support Zenria Satsuna. In a brightly lit, elegant office on a floor of a high-rise building, a man in a suit spoke rapidly. The person on the other end of the communication seemed incredulous, instinctively asking for confirmation. Enough. You all don't understand. The man roared through gritted teeth. If I hadn't been lucky enough to win a month's use of the hypnosis app back then, I'd be stuck in some ditch by now. Where would I be now, so successful? Let me tell you, you can't be ungrateful. I don't even watch Zenria Satsuna. But she helped me once, and now that she's in trouble, I'm going to help her. Satsuna Nichin. What's wrong? In a welfare home, a girl stood on tiptoe, leaning against the back of the sofa, staring longingly at the television. Satsuna Nichin said last time that she would come to visit us again. Uncle Chong, when will Sister Satsuna come again? Who can understand the patterns of commercial charity events? The old man in the coat stared at the live stream for a long time before bitterly saying, I don't know. He suddenly turned around and hugged the little girl. Your Sister Satsuna is fighting with bad guys. Fighting bad guys? The little girl thought for a moment and nodded. Then I want to cheer for Sister Satsuna. Crowded basements, crowded streets, low-rent housing, high-rise buildings. Many people started live streams, and with the support of Dust Contract Generation, these live streams were seen by even more people. Some stared wide-eyed, some clenched their teeth, some couldn't suppress their anger, and some closed their eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. Suddenly, someone raised their voice and shouted. Then a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth, more and more people joined in, forcefully throwing punches. Countless sounds converged, becoming an unstoppable wave that soared to the heavens. Go for it. Zen Ryashina. Songshur was about to unleash another bad calamity, its momentum surging, when it suddenly stopped. His true spirit manifestation had, for some reason, experienced a slight fluctuation in stability. Internal, no external. Songshur instantly realized that something was accumulating and clashing with his true spirit manifestation externally. That was the power of faith. Chapter 824. Zen Ryusei had accumulated years of experience, deliberately stopping at the threshold of the fifth ring in pursuit of the best breakthrough. Only after the Second Seven Earths War began did he advance with unstoppable momentum, recently attaining the second stage of true spirit. However, no matter how deep his accumulation, Zen Ryusei was still only at the second stage of true spirit. As fellow fifth ring psychics, was one truly weaker than the other? It was just that Zen Ryusei simultaneously held the title of King of the Abyss and had accumulated faith power, progressing extremely deeply on the path of divinity. Therefore, his actual combat strength was exceptionally formidable. Even a psychic of Chaklo Vaughn's level couldn't be guaranteed to defeat him. But with true spirit manifestation, Songshur could greatly suppress the abyss and faith power, narrowing the gap between them. However, now, the very foundation upon which this suppression rested was beginning to crumble. Without even looking, Songshur realized what had happened. His true spirit, in its present world, had blocked the transmission of faith power. However, the latter merely couldn't enter, it didn't simply vanish into thin air. Drawn by the Zen-like instant, it accumulated externally, repeatedly clashing. Like iron clamps exerting force from both inside and outside, it shook the true spirit's present world. Songshur looked up. The girl before him had changed once again during this time. The veils of mist that intimately surrounded the girl, originally formed from condensed white light, the surging power of faith, and the devout souls of those who had offered themselves, had now changed upon closer inspection. Within them were countless tiny specks of light, like a swarm of luminous plankton inhabiting the deep sea, drifting and converging into a dazzling galaxy of white light. The glass observatory allowed Songshur to see clearly enough that each point of light magnified in his pupils, revealing its more detailed appearance. It resembled glass beads, or perhaps observation spheres. If one pressed their face against them, they could clearly see that each sphere contained an intricately designed landscape. A vast racing arena, filled with various wondrous landforms, bathed in the roar of the spectators, where competitors roared into the arena in their beloved vehicles, a selective testing ground, capable of determining one's future trajectory, where candidates sat down, taking deep breaths, their years of hard work to be tested. A fairy tale like Magic Academy, with its towering castles and adorable fairies flitting about, where boys and girls clutching magic books rushed to their classrooms before the bell rang, a cozy bedroom, a family photo on the bedside table, the father and mother playing with their baby. So many scenes, each completely different, yet incredibly real, as if they had truly existed. All the popular virtual games on the market that boast of their high realism pale in comparison to this, resembling a child scribbled scribbles. Singularity technology simulated world. Even Songshur couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Humans have limits. Even the soul of a fanatic, even with the strongest obsession, will eventually perish. Even the true spirit Great Dream Tale only postpones this process. But Zenra Setsuna, through the power of singularity technology simulated world, created unique worlds for each of the souls she accepted. In doing so, they were able to thrive, and their sustainability was enhanced. Those who seek glory return to the track, vying for the coveted championship. Those who regret their poor performance and mistakes find themselves in the examination hall, starting over. Those who resent the painful reality and yearn for the warmth of a fairy tale realize their dreams. Those who love their families enjoy previously unattainable human joys. Too short, Songshur said. Too small. The girl's lips didn't open, yet a gentle voice conveyed her feelings. I admit I didn't give them the best. A while passed, and in the observation spheres created by the simulated world, races continued without pause, exams were held round after round, and the cycle of endlessly solving problems repeated itself, endlessly mirroring the almost identical scenes. This is my fault. Zenra Setsuna pursed her lips, a smile that seemed both cute and a hint of displeasure. Even the king of the abyss, who rules over a colossal corporation, couldn't create a complete world for each of his followers. The resources and power required were astronomical, enough to make a fifth ring psychic feel it was an unimaginable sum. These observation spheres, rather than being unique worlds, were more like slices created by Zenria Setsuna for her followers, containing only fragments of their scenes. Therefore, one must go higher. One must go to the very bottom of the abyss. One must go to the very end of the throne. Amidst the endless praises of countless thoughts, the girl declared, I will. Her voice suddenly stopped, as if a speaker on a high platform had been struck by a sudden earthquake, involuntarily halting his words. Even the dazzling Milky Way surrounding the girl flickered and dimmed. Zenra Setsuna lowered her head slightly. The source of the earthquake. The abyss? She was located in a territory of the abyss at a different depth, under attack? The attack was so ferocious, like a long-awaited beast bearing its fangs, eager to devour its prey. The attackers were instantly identified, Elsie Ingersoll of Yan'an, and several network experts belonging to the New Order Federation. They were fiercely attacking the abyss territory, destroying the transmission lines of the power of faith, leaving the girl attacked from both sides. Both the true spirit, the present world and the abyss were in turmoil, a deafening roar like the collapse of the heavens and earth echoing in all directions. So that's how it is. Songshur grinned, raising his heavy slayer sword once more. The abyss, the power of faith, it all. Crimson flames surged, transforming into a wave that incinerated everything. Just external forces. The truly absolute is only spiritual energy, the girl said. Tien. And so she fell silent. The two sides clashed again. A deafening roar filled the background, like a floating island about to explode in an industrial explosion. Yet, amidst the earth-shattering chaos, the protagonists paid no heed, their gazes fixed on their opponent, unleashing punch after punch through the splattering blood. 1 second, Songshur's sweeping attack cleared a large gap in the layered, dazzling galaxy of light, incinerating countless souls before they could even react. The flames, undiminished, engulfed the girl, burning her until her light flickered. The counterattack arrived simultaneously. A myriad of thoughts intertwined and multiplied, transforming into the gentlest yet most powerful torrent in the world. Even a seemingly indestructible fifth ring psychic couldn't withstand such an onslaught. Solidified perceptions crumbled, deeply ingrained instincts disintegrated, and even the most unique will was eroded. Suddenly, the two separated. Songshur unleashed a ferocious flame. Behind Zenrishi, countless illusory figures rose and fell like a sea, their waning aura from the fierce battle now surging back to its peak. The outcome would be decided in this single strike. Chapter 825. Looking at the phantom figures appearing on the live-stream screen, the viewers were initially stunned, then excitedly stood up. The 4 girls in the upper left corner were members of the legendary girl band Star Scar. Their story of stopping the war with their heavenly music is still widely known and talked about. Standing next to them, with those sunglasses and that familiar stance, it was clearly Mr. R. The unwavering, stubbornly persistent, iron-blooded detective. Since the day Dust Contract Generation created this character, related works have been repeatedly remade and innovated, enjoying immense popularity, and over the years, he has accumulated countless fervent fans. Behind Mr. R, making a hard shape with his hands, he exclaimed, "Ah! I remember now. The embodiment of a miracle, the resurrected virtual anchor CCZ. And that giant robot, that color scheme, that paint job, the super robot Omega Commando. And on the other side, several figures, 7 days 6 paths, a renowned security team under Dust Contract Generation, known as the security contractor that best provides emotional value. No, it's not just these. The legendary actress Augustine Christian, etched deep in the memories of a generation, numerous game characters and Hall of Fame players vying for the title of the most successful online game of all time, Starry Night Online, super actors, who meticulously craft their memories before each film appearance, striving to seamlessly blend their acting with their roles. AVA. A dazzling array, no, it should be said, a constellation of stars. The giant corporation Dust Contract Generation has dominated the entertainment industry for years, and the deafening IPs born from the blood and sweat of countless creators are now displayed before the world in grand style. There are so many, so many. In the past, just a glimpse of this scene would have been enough to bankrupt a middle-class family with the copyright fees. Countless IPs that had once achieved remarkable success became mere footnotes in this vast sea of stars, clustered around the girl. A galaxy of stars, yet still orbiting a single sun. IPs are not just IPs. There are people. A galaxy of IPs surrounds the girl, but there are things far more numerous than them. Identity, gender, appearance, profession, countless people, countless figures. These souls, trusting in Zenra Setsuna, who have come to her, have converged into a sky higher and more expansive than the stars. Is that so? I heard it. Zenra Setsuna murmured softly, extending her hand. This is the value made to me. Spiritual art. Setsuna All-Star. Songshur composed himself, seemingly trying to gather his strength, but the next second, he broke free, revealing a joyful, unrestrained giggle. Ignoring the true spirit-present world being violently assaulted, ignoring the New Order Federation, and reflecting on those he knew. Songshur focused solely on one thing, a final burst of energy in his dejected state, a surge that climbed ever higher, crushing, melting, and molding all changes into a single, unified shape. Psionic technique, a glimpse of heaven. Perfect. Controlling every ounce of power, every inch of will, the resulting pure annihilation was like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, yet far more fleeting, far more dazzling. Even the sun's radiance paled in comparison. All the equipment watching the scene, from the outer space reconnaissance satellites to the drones, and the live-streaming devices in the hands of his followers, simultaneously went black. It was as if an incredibly sharp force had erupted, capable of shattering even a mere glance into nothingness. Unbearable to behold. Then, a blinding brilliance pierced the darkness, a vast array of stars adorning the night sky, casting a dazzling, incomparable glow. Bathing in the gentle light, emerged a girl of profound compassion. Zenru, in a fleeting moment, burst through the darkness, countless prayers for her echoing through the night. In a trance, it seemed as if countless hands reached out, forming wings, attempting to shield and protect the girl. But all those hands were gently pushed away. For an idol is someone who never retreats, someone who shines brightly at the forefront for everyone. Love, trust. Two completely different lights collided. Time lost its meaning, the point was infinitely stretched, becoming an eternal line. Within this eternal line, Songshur felt his thoughts rushing by, an unreal feeling akin to being light as a dream, carried away by a gentle breeze into the sky. Hundreds, thousands, millions of bizarre and wondrous scenes enveloped Songshur. Sometimes, he felt like a dragon newly emerged from its lair, soaring freely through the mountains and forests, occasionally abducting princesses. Other times, he found himself standing on a battlefield strewn with corpses, a spear thrown at him before he could even take in his surroundings, and he charged forward with his comrades. In the blink of an eye, this time it was a space battlefield. Legions were vying for control of a large space station, the silent roar of naval cannons echoing through deep space, igniting bursts of fire. He breathed a sigh of relief and found himself back in a brightly lit classroom. A gentle pat on the shoulder touched him. Turning around, a shy young girl handed him a letter. Should he take it? Coming back to his senses, he saw his wife looking at him tenderly not far away, while a little girl in a light-colored dress toddled down, asking her father for a hug. He embraced, and they embraced. A superstar, seemingly unattainable to most, lay in his arms, gazing at him with adoration. He, however, didn't look at her. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the city lights shone brightly. This was the commercial empire he had built, the 10th giant enterprise in his corporate alliance. The most outstanding young genius of the martial arts world, discussing Tao at the summit of a snow-capped mountain, drew their swords at each other as the first rays of sunlight shone. In the most chaotic yet golden age of steam science development, overcoming unimaginable difficulties, he finally became the greatest scientist in history with his invention of the perpetual motion machine, the gas phase sphere. Countless scenes flickered, like the endless flow of sand in the Ganges. Nothing in the world could withstand such erosion. Even a mountain of diamonds would decay and wither, leaving not a trace. The blazing flames gradually thinned, the dazzling light slowly fading, becoming a mere candle flame. It flickered and swayed, easily extinguished by even a slight breeze. But the candle flame did not go out. No, there is no Songshur here, no. Time begins to flow again. Countless observation spheres are simultaneously pierced by a single beam of crimson light, and the continuous sound of shattering glass echoes crisply from the void. The ever-changing phenomena lead to the sole end of annihilation. Chapter 826. Crack. Like the sound of ice cracking, it started as a barely perceptible sound, then grew louder and louder, until in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a devastating avalanche. Zenra Setsuna slowly raised her head, gazing at her surroundings. She sobbed, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Then, countless hands that had been pushed away reached out again, carefully embracing the girl, clumsily offering comfort. "You done enough. We felt your sincerity." Sizzle, then abruptly stopped. The burning flames spread completely, one hand after another falling limply, fading like burnt paper, losing all color. The destructive power from a glimpse of heaven annihilated all souls, sending them all into irreversible oblivion. Songshur took a step forward, but as soon as he stepped out, he swayed involuntarily, almost falling. Fortunately, Chongshur shuddered, spontaneously supporting its master. Exhausted, no, more like a lamp running out of oil. Zenliu's final strike, using the simulated world technology of the Singularity Technique as its framework and the True Spirit's great dream tale as its filling, gathered countless thoughts, dragging herself into countless simulated worlds, endlessly cycling. Such an intense impact would utterly annihilate even a fifth-ring psychic, who had attained True Spirit and was theoretically unmovable, reducing them to ashes. In ancient times in the Eastern continent, even those Buddhas who claimed to be pure and indestructible, with diamond-like integrity, faced with such a blow, could only suffer the decay of their golden bodies and the collapse of their Buddhist hearts. If it weren't for the immense suppression of the Singularity Technique's based reality overriding and the continuous destruction of the Abyss network, making it difficult for her aspect as the King of the Abyss to continue, she might have truly. But she won. But he himself had won. Before being completely swept away, the overwhelming killing power pierced through all thoughts and their worlds, burning them to ashes until the sole end was shattered. Let me say a few words. Then, ignoring Chongshur's trembling, Songshur released his grip and forced himself to stand. Without needing to look down, the world's face came into view. Since the fierce battle began, Alosha, and the surrounding areas, even with attempts to mitigate the destruction, tens of thousands of square kilometers of territory had been reduced to apocalyptic scenes. The sky was devoid of clouds, replaced by an impenetrable thicket of ash, with wisps of crimson gold scattered within, spreading like embers of flame that had not yet been extinguished. The land upon which life depended was forced to alter its form. Beneath the raging flames, countless layers were burned away, leaving behind a network of terrifying, crisscrossing fissures, as if someone were lashing a body with a whip dipped in molten iron. Boiling lava flowed deep within the fissures, its source indistinguishable from underground seeps or human intervention. The ever-changing spiritual energy of Zenryusha was deeply imprinted on the environment, like the lingering radiation of a nuclear weapon detonation, but many times more terrifying. Even the most resolute person, after spending some time here, would suffer a mental breakdown and clouded consciousness. No life could survive in such an environment. Except for Songshur and Zenryusha, this place had become a complete wasteland. A normal geological disaster wouldn't be a concern. There were many ways to repair it. However, the life-or-death struggle between two fifth-ring spiritualists, even if only remnants remained, was beyond the reach of conventional methods. Well, actually, I have a lot to say, but after thinking about it, it seems like nothing's particularly important. Then Zenria Setsuna spoke. At this moment, the sobbing stopped, replaced by a radiant smile. The girl smiled through her tears, and the energetic Setsuna-sama returned to the world. Losing feels awful, but there's not much to say. The girl puffed out her cheeks. Losing is losing. Congratulations. She clasped her hands together. You won. Your New Order Federation has successfully weathered the most dangerous initial stage. First, I didn't feel any danger. We had Chaklo and the others supporting us, and Yi-Man intervened. Songsha raised his index finger, then his middle finger. Second, winning. Weren't you there that day? Didn't you foresee the outcome? The girl naturally understood what he meant. The battle between Lord of the 10 Domains Dwight Brooks and the Corrector Juan Fa. The latter, relying on the overwhelming spiritual power of the third stage of True Spirit, forcefully defeated Dwight Brooks, the most powerful Abyss King, seizing victory with a grand air amidst the attention of the masses. Then, 3,000 illuminations Ming Xianyuan broke free from his seal, single-handedly overwhelming the Sea of Faith of the Van Pusta Empire and directly defeating the Imperial Pope, hailed as a near-god. If not for the Emperor's intervention, the Empire's territory would now be a desolate wasteland. Wrong, Zinrishasana shook her head and sighed. You all are always so stubborn, unable to hear or listen to others. Although we consensus work tirelessly, patching things up, we sometimes feel a bit weary. Suddenly, Songsha nearly drew his heavy Slayer sword, ready to strike. But the next instant, he realized that the power his opponent had unleashed while speaking wasn't aimed at him. The target was... Songsha looked up. In the sky. And so Songsha saw it. The stars were shifting. Hundreds and thousands of artificial satellites, of varying shapes and sizes, were slowly moving. They were no longer scattered points of light, but organized by a clear will. For the first time, these stars, belonging to different companies, different forces, and different individuals, had achieved complete unification, gradually forming a concrete outline. It was a strange and intriguing outline. To be precise, it was an outline that everyone living within the corporate alliance, even the most oblivious to entertainment, had undoubtedly seen. It was a chibi-style portrait of a girl. Under the final, overwhelming power of the Abyss King, the stars were overloaded, sparks flew, and bursts of light pierced the darkness. The people of Terra looked up and saw a lovely, dazzling spectacle filling the sky. Zenyasuna mischievously stuck out its tongue, giving a wink unintentionally. In a daze, it seemed as if the gentle gaze of a young girl, carried by a light breeze, flowed through the crack between heaven and earth, fleeting past their ears. Remember to eat on time. Then, the array of stars lost control, and Zenyasuna slowly deformed. The silent night sky was slowly streaked by brilliant streaks of fire, leaving behind only lingering, undiminished light. When Songsha looked away, there was nothing before him. Chapter 827. Many people stared blankly, touching their faces, which were wet. Songsha didn't touch his. And he didn't need to, he knew his face was dry. If he had to say, his eyes were probably a little wet, because an extremely intense light suddenly burst into his field of vision. Few people realize just how dangerous the sun, high in the sky and so familiar, truly is. For humans, without protective eyewear, looking directly at it for even a few seconds, or even just a few seconds, will damage the retina. Its light is too intense, too dazzling. Yet at this moment, this intensely hot and dazzling sun appeared incredibly dim before the newly born light, completely submerged. The giant corporation Fubo Energy. Strategic weaponry. Solar radiation focusing array. The colossal structure high in the heavens slowly rotated, mobilizing, compressing, and condensing the immeasurable solar energy accumulated over the years, until it was condensed into a beam. From a macroscopic perspective in space, this beam of light appears incredibly thin, almost as if you could grasp it in the palm of your hand. But standing within it, truly facing it head-on, one is astonished to find the entire sky completely filled, leaving only pure light and heat. This magnificent product of technology, this emotionless inferno, is the ultimate weapon capable of obliterating a large city from the Earth's surface, burning it into a crater of glass. Faced with its full power, even not every fifth-ring true spirit psychic would dare to try and withstand it. Songsha was willing to try. Songsha was also qualified to try. The Celestial Calamity Fire, the Wide Area Weather Control Device, the Crustal Fluctuation Device, these strategic weapons, crafted by the various forces of Terra, are so powerful that even the most psychic psychics would acknowledge their strength. The only problem lies in its universality. The solar radiation focusing array is indeed powerful enough to be deadly to many psionicists. However, for those great sources who walk on light and fire, accustomed to using the imagery of the sun, it's not entirely without threat, but it's certainly a gentle breeze. Songsha is naturally a top-tier expert in this field. Facing the intense light descending from the sky, Songshur scoffed, summoning Chongshur. It trembled incessantly, its true spirit, present world, no longer possessed its former divine might. Having endured so much torment, it was now as fragile as a non-existent piece of paper, and shattered. The paper burst open with a bang. It had been smashed to pieces by a punch. "No one to stop, don't be reckless." A voice suddenly burst in, seemingly distant, like the end of a deep mountain valley, but instantly close at hand, as if right next to an ear. The moment the true spirit, the present world shattered, chaotic, viscous matter poured down, the abyss squeezing into reality through the tiny opening created by the singularity technology. Base reality overwrite. A hand reached out from within, grabbing Songshur. "Run if you must." The owner of the hand was none other than Elsie Ingersoll. She laughed, dragging Songshur and tossing him into her abyss network. Having done this, the woman clapped her hands, surprisingly standing still, showing no intention of dodging. She tilted her head back, her eyes involuntarily narrowing, but it wasn't as if she'd been blinded by an intense light. Rather, it was more like someone walking through a jewelry market, carefully examining the shimmering jewels. Solar radiation focusing array. What a beautiful structure. A crystallization of material science, with mirrors possessing extremely high reflectivity and withstanding ultra-high intensity solar radiation, an intelligent control system where millions of independent units work together in space, and adaptive optics technology that overcomes atmospheric turbulence and scattering and greatly reduces beam energy attenuation. This giant structure suspended high in space has never been a standalone entity. It was a complex entity built by the giant corporation Fubo Energy through countless resources and the tireless efforts of numerous engineers, overcoming one technical hurdle after another. If they could obtain it, the protection protocol could unearth countless treasures. Such technology, within Fubo Energy, would only bring destruction. It simply shouldn't be like this. No matter how you look at it, only the protection protocol is qualified to control it in all of Terra. Next time, Elsie Ingersoll muttered to herself, watching the crushing light descend. Next time. I get it. For breaths later, the Fubo Energy Board of Directors received a briefing. Just before the solar radiation focusing array was about to completely land, an ultra-high energy reaction occurred, and the two collided head-on. Then, the ultra-high energy reaction decisively shifted, submerging into the abyss and disappearing without a trace. Also disappearing was Nando Songshur. Zenra Setsuna, declared dead. At the same time, in Yunnan, someone convened a supreme council without hesitation. With the authority of the 9 pillars of Yunnan. There couldn't be a better time. Almost impatiently, after confirming that 2 pillars were unavailable, the person who had convened the meeting spoke. Division, civil war, this is the weakest moment for the corporate alliance. Despite being impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, this current vice president of Haida Trading was displaying such passionate, almost fanatical, enthusiasm. He forcefully clenched his fist and roared, "We must move forward. We must move forward. I don't believe there's even the slightest room for negotiation." Alexander, the vice speaker of the Second National Assembly, said slowly, "Yunnan is neither mine nor yours. Don't let your personal desires override it." Back then, Haida Trading was driven like a stray dog by giant corporations, on the verge of bankruptcy. I can understand your feelings, but that cannot be the reason for this meeting. The vice-chancellor of the martial sect stood with his arms crossed, silent, observing coldly. I don't deny that personal feelings were involved, but this is also the best strategy at present. Alexander Dulles spoke like a rapid-fire barrage, one sentence after another. Now all the major battlefronts are at a stalemate. This is the only breakthrough. Opportunities are fleeting, and I don't think I need to explain to you how precious the window of opportunity is. He surveyed the crowd. The CO is currently in space, battling the world. Yes, you, and of course me too. He clenched his fist, his voice proud. Of course we know the CO is destined for final victory. But is such a powerful entity, as Yunnan, destined to be nothing more than a parasite? Are we just supposed to wait for the CO to feed us the fruits of his labor, while we do nothing and reap the rewards? No, I won't do that. Yunnan won't do that. The glorious righteous path will not allow itself to be tainted by such a thing. His eyes gleamed. From this moment forward, mobilize military forces, and push forward the corporate alliance front with all our might. This is my opinion. Chapter 828. Songshur had a dream. It was indeed a dream. Because when he woke up, he found he had no concrete memory of it, only vague, indistinct images. When his thoughts wandered unconsciously, he seemed to be able to make sense of them, but when he actually tried to see them, they vanished completely. It felt like a severe hangover. His head ached terribly. A side effect? Songshur opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a white ceiling, but he sniffed the air. It was clean, without the distinctive smell of disinfectant from a hospital. Songshur sat up, staring at the digital clock on the opposite wall for a few seconds before suddenly speaking. The spinning machine? I'm here. Then the television on the other side lit up, displaying a remarkably lively emoticon. Time. 24 days have passed since the death of Zenryusha. Not even a month of sleep, not bad. Songshur rubbed his temples, briefly assessing his condition. It was neither good nor bad. He currently possessed roughly 60% of his peak strength. The result of Zenryusha's final blow was more like wear and tear than injury. If he were a plant, he would have been drained of water and withered by the sun, needing time to recuperate and wait for his green leaves to bloom again. Ms. Yvette asked me to inquire whether you can confirm Zenryusha's complete death. Songshur understood. Although both were at the fifth ring of consensus, if Patty Morse had died, Yvette Gregory would never have asked this question, because the former was focused on reshaping reality, substituting his own will for the will of heaven. Zenrikatsa is different. Hackers are masters of concealment. Consensus are masters of escape. So clearly this awakened one is a top-tier player who can both escape and hide. Even those consensus who are far inferior to her are still recognized as first-rate and indivisible, capable of thought transformation, multiplying into countless forms, returning to their original form, being corrupted by myriad demons, and self-splitting. Throughout history, thanks to the persistent contributions of various consensus masters, similar spiritual techniques have long been dazzlingly numerous. Given Zenrikatsa's demonstrated mastery of consensus spiritual energy, such methods are second nature to her. It should be noted that the Buddha suppressed the heavenly demon, but when the former emerged from seclusion, outwardly unchanged, inwardly corrupted into an empty shell, replaced by the Buddha. Such cases are far more than one in the history of the Eastern continent. Don't worry. Songshur shook his head, his expression calm. 2 points. First, she can't do it. I have a true spirit that can seal off the inside and outside world. She won't be able to escape even for a moment. The final strike, annihilation, is an image of the destruction of all things. Nothing can survive. Second, even if she could escape. Songshur paused, glancing out the window at the bright sunshine. She wouldn't do that. This decision doesn't fit the Zenrigama personality model. Songshur chuckled, his gaze returning. Are you sure you can build a fifth-ring consensus personality model? Or are you going for the most traditional route? A personality model based on data and algorithms. He sighed, saying slowly, and how can it compare to the heart-to-heart connection in a life-or-death battle? Songshur rolled out of bed. Send this to Yvette, she understand. Received. What happened while I was asleep? Songshur stretched. Give me a summary, keep it brief. Also, where are Chakro and the others now? Mr. Chakro is at the front lines. Currently, the Enterprise Alliance has reached a temporary cooperation agreement and launched a crackdown on us. Meanwhile, foreign forces, including Yinan and the Academic Council, have taken the opportunity to intensify their attacks on the Enterprise Alliance. Currently, the Enterprise Alliance, the original territory of the Enterprise Alliance, is gradually entering a state of total war. Yinan. Songshur tapped his index finger on the marble windowsill, unable to hold back. That's normal. It's a good thing for us, for now. But then, Songshur's tone shifted, suddenly becoming grim. Yinan signed an agreement with us. They can be called allies. But what is the Academic Council? Daring to stick their hands in? We have to cut them in. The intensity of the war between the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance and the Van Pusta Empire is also constantly escalating. The textile machine's tone was serious. Just 7 days ago, the president of the Eastern Republic, Feng Lian, ended his seclusion and reappeared in the public eye. He briefly sparred with the commander of the Light Abyss Knights from the Empire for 5 minutes, seemingly having broken through to the third stage of true spirit. Also, regarding Zenrikatsa, the textile machine said, we have contained most of the annihilation, but its scope and the number of people involved are too vast, and the effects are still unfolding. Due to the shortage of medical resources, most of the annihilation victims we have taken in can only receive conservative treatment for now, focusing on alleviating their symptoms. Related support groups and discussion communities have reacted strongly to Zen Setsuna's death. For example, we recently solved a heinous case where a group of extreme fans kidnapped a 17-year-old girl, surgically altered her appearance to resemble Zen Setsuna, and attempted to override her memories and create a simulated personality by feeding her a large dataset of Zen Setsuna's behavioral patterns. They called it Christmas. A complete and highly feasible technical manual was uploaded to social media by a fan, and it circulated widely, leading to a surge of imitation crimes across various regions. Some extreme fans have also launched suicide attacks in the New Order Federation, causing. It's truly devastating. Song sure couldn't bear it any longer, grinding his teeth. Zen Ryusatsuna. Within the New Order Federation, the remaining forces, including corporations, criminals, and the bourgeoisie, are attempting a final counterattack, greatly diverting the Security Bureau's attention. The Security Bureau is severely understaffed. Although several rounds of recruitment have been conducted, staff training and replenishment will still take time. The Security Bureau's current strategy is primarily appeasement, seeking support from local forces to maintain stability. Get it over with. Song sure interrupted. Take advantage of the chaos to negotiate promises? They have no right to do that. Song sure enunciated each word clearly, as if the entire room had been scorched by crimson gold. In this new order, there's no room for negotiation. They have only one choice: obey or die. They already reached our doorstep. Where do we have the time to slowly clean up our own house? Tell the Security Bureau to unleash a thunderous attack and sweep across the entire territory as quickly as possible. Kill those who deserve it, and kill as many as you can, even those who don't. I will bear any consequences. Chapter 829. You put it that way, Song sure said without hesitation. If you still feel at a loss, there are too many difficulties. Then I come. Understood, the spinning machine said. There's one more thing I think you'd be interested in. Song sure said, oh? Level 1 incident, soul loss syndrome. This is a temporary shelter converted from a hospital. The shelter primarily houses patients with soul loss syndrome, and a small number of victims of human dissolution incidents. Even with today's advanced and prosperous medical technology, conditions involving the brain, cognition, and mental models are still considered troublesome and difficult, requiring extreme caution. This is why there are so many cybernetic psychopaths nowadays. More accurately, mental and psychological illnesses, including dissociative identity disorder, Alice syndrome, and cognitive impairment, are not technically difficult to treat, but the cost is too high. How can someone who has to scrape together money for an old-fashioned prosthetic limb on installment loans afford such exorbitant medical expenses? The New Order Federation can afford it. The only problem is that the point at which they can afford it will be delayed. Currently, the New Order Federation is juggling multiple fronts. Internally, it must suppress remaining resistance and gradually infiltrate its influence. Externally, it must wage war against the corporate alliance, the academic council, and other forces. It simply cannot spare any extra resources or manpower. Therefore, the New Order Federation is currently adopting a strategy of centralized containment and conservative treatment of these victims, treating them one by one when time permits. Of course, this approach has also caused considerable panic and dissatisfaction. Most of the patients' relatives and friends feel this is all too familiar, using the guise of protection to conduct pure human experimentation. The corporations have used this tactic to death long ago. Next time, remember to cite the source. So, cases of people illegally raising funds and hiring mercenaries to storm asylums and rescue patients began to emerge across the country, but fortunately, most were successfully thwarted. Public trust is completely rotten. That's to be expected. Song sure hummed in agreement, shaking his head slightly. Destruction is easy, establishment is hard. It seems that the new order that Chaklo and his group want to create will have to endure a long wait. Walking down the corridor, each room had been reinforced, but it still couldn't completely block out sound. Shouts and screams could be heard intermittently. Lord Setsuna, where are you? A person knelt by the bedside, hands clasped together, weeping bitterly, holding a prayer-like gesture. This person was repeatedly singing the Zen Ryusetsuna golden song. What? This person's brain had been severely dissolved, and they frequently resorted to self-harm to demand release from the asylum, so their body was bound and their mouth gagged. Song sure stopped, observed for a while, and made a judgment in his mind. Indeed, quite troublesome. Humanity dissolution affects their minds and alters their cognition. Because the mind and matter are interdependent and inseparable, certain brain regions also become diseased. Conventional treatments require addressing both cognitive and physiological aspects, which is difficult and time-consuming. As for involving consensus psychics, well, there are concerns. The strong, highly skilled ones are either in high positions of power and burdened with responsibilities, and given the current chaotic and tense situation, they can't dedicate their energy to treating others, or they are either living in seclusion or wanted by the authorities, afraid to show their faces, and having little interest in becoming doctors. As for those of lower skill levels, they should know that consensus has always been considered a high-risk path. Its danger lies in its insidious, gradual, and imperceptible influence. The victim's thought processes have changed, and their memories are filled with various mimetic remnants. Every contact between a consensus psychic and these victims is a high-stakes adventure. With many victims and few psychics, it's easy to get caught in a trap. A prime example is a first-stage consensus psychic who went to empathize with a sugar addict, only to become severely addicted himself, even though he had never consumed sugar before. If we consider the population as human resources, then psychics are undoubtedly a high-value asset. Therefore, the New Order Federation currently prefers conventional, non-psychic methods to treat the victims. Still inside? Following the drone's guidance from the textile machine, Songshur slowly raised an eyebrow. The further they went, the more the surrounding environment changed. The area housing victims of human degeneration was clearly a hospital, with caregivers moving about amidst white tiles and the smell of disinfectant. However, the further one went, the fewer caregivers and doctors there were, and the more heavily armed security personnel. Holy crap. Songshur? A burly man, bored out of his mind while letting his prosthetic fingers get tangled, suddenly looked up, startled. He quickly stood at attention, saluted, and shouted, "Private First Class Jill Kate, greetings. You know me?" The burly man's beaded eyes darted around, and he answered instantly in a perfect Eastern continent accent, "Who in the world doesn't know you?" "Heh." Songshur smiled, glanced at him, and nodded. "Your strength matches your rank." The burly man was taken aback, still wondering whether this was a compliment or criticism, when the other person had already walked away. Swoosh. Doors slid open one after another, and Songshur stepped inside. This place, too, was divided into individual rooms. However, compared to the previous ones, the rooms here were much larger, and there was even a public square where several people were sitting. Noticing the unfamiliar person, they immediately turned their gazes towards him. One of them, a young woman who looked to be in her early 20s, put down her newspaper and stood up first. To be honest, she struck Songshur as extremely out of place. Her head was shaved extremely short, revealing a bluish-gray scalp, while sharp, spiky, fluorescent green tufts of hair adorned the sides. Several tiny, silvery neural interface connectors ran down the outer edge of her skull. A magenta-etched circuit pierced through her jawline, giving it a defiant look. But Songshur had seen this kind of outfit countless times. Add a leather jacket, some colorful ribbons, and a cascading string of metal ornaments, and its classic rock star attire. 9 out of 10 singers in the corporate alliance's underground bars dress like that. But the vibe is off. Despite the rebellious attire, the other person's demeanor is unusually composed, like a rock polished smooth by countless waves. Especially their eyes, calm and reserved. This isn't the look of a street rock singer. Is this aphasia? Then, the other person spoke. "Hello." The woman extended her right hand, her tone steady. "Kingdom of Arathia, Broken Oracle Legion, Chief Knight Commander, Zenoya Edith. I offer you my sincerest greetings, strong one from afar." Chapter 830. Songshur looked at the outstretched hand, then at the woman. "Is that so?" Songshur chuckled slowly. He took a few steps, and casually pressed down on a chair. Flames appeared out of thin air, instantly engulfing the chair. Psionic art, forging flame. The alloy chair instantly softened, turning into a swirling mass of molten iron. Then, the flames enveloping it acted like an invisible forging hammer, separating and pulling the molten iron, reshaping it into a new form in the blink of an eye. It was reshaped into 2 swords. 2-handed swords, hilts, guards. Their design was so standard it looked like they had just come off an assembly line. The blades were sharpened, their cold light subdued. The only problem was that they were somewhat too classical. They didn't use modern industrial materials, nor did they incorporate modules like electrofusion or high-frequency welding. These swords were quite beautiful. If they were from ancient times, they would deserve the title of legendary divine weapons, capable of cutting through hundreds of people without dulling their blades. But now, unless a miracle occurs, unless the effort is irrationally high, it might be helpless even against the riot shields in the patrolman's hands. "Can you handle this?" Songshur tossed one of the swords over. The woman who called herself Zenoya Edith caught it steadily, and wielded it with remarkable fluidity and skill. Finally, she gripped the sword with both hands, slightly lowered her center of gravity, and held the blade at an angle, assuming an offensive stance. "When I was 6, my parents hired a family swordsmanship instructor for me." She nodded. "At 15, I passed the selection process and joined the Shattered Oracle Legion, where I received complete advanced training at the main training center. By the time I was 28, I had served at the Kuebwa Mountain Fortress for 7 years. To date, I have experienced a total of 4 major battles, 17 minor battles, and 33 skirmishes. Trained from childhood, not from a self-taught background. Songshur picked up his sword himself, casually translating, talented, with practical combat experience. The two slowly paced, facing each other, and began to circle. However, if viewed from a higher vantage point, one could see that with each step, the radius of the circle decreased, and the distance between them grew closer, gradually approaching. The next second, they moved almost simultaneously. A sizzling spark erupted in the air. The spinning machine activated its high-speed camera. Clang! Blade against blade, seemingly glued together, bursting forth a series of dazzling sparks from the high-speed friction. If an ordinary human were present, they would see clearly, yet not clearly. The speed of their movements did not exceed human limits. At most they were simply humans with high-intensity training. He could clearly see the movements and postures, but not the final blade. The blade flashed, clashed, and parried. With each step Songshur retreated, he would suddenly advance a large step, relentlessly compressing his opponent's range of movement with an impatient momentum. 4 breaths later, a hard feeling came from her heels. Zenoya Edith suddenly realized she was cornered, with a wall behind her, nowhere to retreat. She pursed her lips and exhaled. I concede. Your fighting style, well, it is indeed based on the mindset of cold weapon warfare. Songshur planted his sword in the ground, his tone leisurely, as if he could clearly see many past events through his opponent's swordsmanship. The moves are all created based on the hypothetical enemy of a human with normal physiological functions, and then ignore external factors such as firearms and implant interference. They are highly targeted, but their applicability is too narrow in today's context. With a variety of prosthetic bodies and technologically advanced cold weapons, humans can achieve all sorts of unconventional combat tactics. For example, simply attach an 8-arm prosthetic, and a skilled fighter can truly perform a Sonic 8 sword style, unleashing a devastating humanoid tornado. Is this your witchcraft? Zenoya Edith stared at the sword in her hand, but spoke otherwise. The entire forging process, from a chair to a two-handed sword, had unfolded before her eyes. The woman seemed lost in thought, but then, as if suddenly remembering something, she pointed to herself and explained, I'm still learning your language. Please forgive any errors. You speak quite well, with virtually no accent. Songshur smiled. Witchcraft. Is this how you refer to supernatural forces in your world? To what extent can they be achieved? Could you give an example? Zenoya Edith pondered for a moment, then replied, I once saw a court wizard who could summon a cloud of acid mist that corroded a cow down to its bones. I have a scout in my legion who used to be a shepherd, but later obtained a secret manual and learned a kind of sorcery that allows him to communicate with sparrows and grapevines. To melt an entire piece of iron with a wave of the hand. Perhaps the tower lords of those towers could do that. Zenoya Edith thought for a while, then gave her answer, but to reforge it into such a fine weapon after melting it, even they probably couldn't do that. The main setting is low magic. No wonder the swordsmanship is like this. Songshur stroked his chin. Then, Ms. Zenoya Edith. By now, someone should have explained your origins to you. As he said this, Songshur's gaze didn't just linger on the woman, but spread to the others in the activity plaza. During Songshur's exchange and sparring with Zenoya Edith, they observed him with scrutinizing eyes. Someone has spoken about it. Zenoya Edith's expression finally shifted, her eyebrows arching strangely. You said I'm a character in a story painting, a fake person. Looks like you don't need my explanation, Songshur, the spitting machine said. It hasn't been long since I fought Zenryusha. I haven't forgotten the feel of that technique so quickly. Songshur chuckled, tapping his forehead with his index finger. To be honest, her last move still makes me a little dizzy. The memory is still vivid. Singularity technology. Simulated world. Songshur surveyed the group. Companies. Well, I'm not sure if your world even has the concept of companies. Anyway, you can think of it this way. A force called the Dust Contract Generation possesses this technology, allowing them to create an extremely sophisticated, self-contained virtual world. However, it's currently struggling to survive, destroyed. So these worlds, which theoretically require massive resources for maintenance and extreme secrecy, are no longer under its control and have been allowed to collapse. You were once part of that. I estimate there aren't many examples like you who broke through the limitations, escaped to reality, and didn't perish with the world. Zenoya Edith, you just said you're a character in a story painting, which is quite fitting, isn't it? Songshur Dao. But actually I think NPC, that's a more accurate description. Chapter 831. Many people believe that virtual things, no matter how magnificent or incredible, are ultimately dependent on and subordinate to reality. Watching cartoons on streaming platforms is just for fun, a way to have some fun. Why are you actually going to seriously tell everyone how interesting they are in real life? Virtual streamers. What are those? Ah, you say she's different, that she comforted you during your low points, redeemed you, gave you love that no one else has ever given you. Seriously, bro, I think you should see a therapist instead of some streamer. Games, sigh, you know what? Staying cooped up in your room all day, wearing a stealth helmet, and playing games, it really makes me, your friend, lose face. I'm embarrassed to introduce you to others when we go out. Shooting games? Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Wouldn't it be much more fun to go out and play with real guns and live targets with us, movies, online users? So many such arguments intertwine, forming what was once an insurmountable shackle. Singularity Technologies' simulated world is a precious crystallization born from the philosophy of the giant corporation DUS contract generation, the culmination of countless efforts, resources, and luck. This is DUS contract generation's answer to these arguments. Those virtual games on the market, no matter how much they tout realism, intelligent NPCs, or super realism, are merely exaggerated slogans. They seem incredibly real, captivating players, with news every year of players becoming addicted and even drowning in them. But this is ultimately just artificial deception created through algorithms, sheer volume, and other factors. An NPC can be filled with 100,000 lines of dialogue for 10,000 different scenarios, but when it encounters the 100,001st scenario, all it can do is repeat the previous 100,000 lines. But simulated worlds are different. DUS contract generation, through this singularity technology, can truly create a complete world, or at least a simulated world extremely close to the concept of completeness. When he and Zenria Setsuna were locked in a life-or-death struggle, she built one-on-one ideal worlds for the souls that had attached themselves to her. Although it seemed extremely limited at the time, it was simply because there were too many followers who trusted Zenria Setsuna, and even she couldn't bear such a drain, so she was forced to settle for a slice of the ideal world. And with the final strike Setsuna All-Star, he was dragged into those vast clusters of worlds, changing 1,000 times in an instant, traversing countless paths, and glimpsing countless scenes, truly experiencing the simulated worlds firsthand. Therefore, Songshur could make a judgment. The worlds created by the Singularity Technologies simulated worlds truly deserve the praise of being self-consistent. It was also through this Singularity Technology that the DUS contract generation was able to extract the power of reality from the illusion. They were like gods in the heavens, creating worlds to observe their operation, watching them take root, sprout, blossom, and bear fruit, taking away the evolved technologies, character consciousness, and thought processes. Some even chose to personally immerse themselves in these worlds, using the chaos of the mortal realm to hone themselves, or unleashing their full power to wreak havoc and indulge in unrestrained pleasure. The word world, which should possess a weighty significance, was placed in display cases by the DUS contract generation, row upon row, column upon column. What are your names, gentlemen? Songshur's gaze swept over them. I am a disciple of Yi Jing Tang, my Dharma name is Kongning. The speaker was a muscular, fat man with his face painted with patterns, probably dressed in the distinctive attire of some small-time gang. However, his voice was slow and gentle, incongruous with his appearance. I heard many explanations, and now I understand quite well. Our current tentative name for them is Digital Life, the textile machine explained to Songshur. After the collapse of the simulated world, they were swept into the network. Most acted on instinct for self-preservation, hacking into internet users through brain-computer interfaces, and that's how they became what they are now. Songshur understood. The collapse and disintegration of the simulated world meant that these characters, who survived without being buried alive, must possess at least one of extraordinary willpower and immense luck. Their consciousness wandered into the network in a daze, and those users who logged in through brain-computer interfaces were like the drain in a swimming pool, a lifeline for drowning people, naturally attracting them. And how could the vast majority of internet users possibly contend with such a clash of consciousness? Thus, they were forced to relinquish control of their bodies. Based on the cases we collected so far, most are in a state of coexistence, but the digital life form is extremely dominant, holding a significant advantage, thus suppressing the original consciousness, said the textile machine. However, there are also cases where the original consciousness is completely defeated, declaring death at the personality level. Furthermore, we have observed examples of fusion occurring during the struggle and clash between the two consciousnesses, influencing each other and forming a new personality. I had no intention of harming anyone, but the fact is what it is truly my fault, Kongming murmured, his face filled with sorrow. Fortunately, the doctor visited a few days ago. The Julian within my primordial spirit is merely mentally exhausted, hence the excessive sleep and lack of wakefulness, and the fundamental damage hasn't been done. Songsure, the digital lifeforms contained here are generally mild-mannered and cooperative, the textile machine reminded him. There are also some digital lifeforms that are uncooperative and strongly resist. They are imprisoned in other containment facilities and guarded with force. Understandable. Songsure nodded. If someone suddenly jumped out and told him that everything he had experienced in the past was fake, that psionic energy didn't exist, that Songsure was a digital lifeform, and that people like Chaklo Vaughn were NPCs, and that there was always someone watching and commenting above his head, he wouldn't believe it. How could an established worldview crumble so easily because of a few light words and insignificant evidence? Those who keep chattering on and on, repeating these words in my ear, trying to change my perception, are practically unforgivable enemies. Excuse me, friends, please allow me to interrupt. Another person stepped forward. He wore a black suit and a smart tie, and his demeanor was surprisingly harmonious, not out of place. He smiled and said, I used to be in trade. Well, it seems pointless to talk about that now. But I met quite a few important people, and I have a pretty good feel for this kind of thing. You're one of them, aren't you? May I ask, he said politely, may I have the honor of knowing your identity? Me? Songsure raised an eyebrow, about to speak, but was interrupted by another voice. Standing before you. The textile machine stepped forward, its tone slightly higher, its voice firm and powerful, each word distinct. The Federal Supreme Executive Committee. One of the 5 committee members, Songsure. Chapter 832. Xenoa Edith's expression remained calm, as if she hadn't heard the words, but a subtle change involuntarily flickered deep within her eyes. If her previous defeat in the swordsmanship exchange was merely like a pebble thrown into a lake, causing fleeting ripples that could be easily recovered from, then the words spoken by the bird that was not human were no less than a boulder thrown into the lake, creating a deafening roar. During her time being sheltered here, she had consulted a considerable amount of information, and gained a general understanding of the New Order Federation. It was a nation far more prosperous than any country she remembered. It did not have a king, but rather, like the Thousand Seas Alliance, it was an alliance with multiple rulers. And at the core of this behemoth lies the so-called Federal Supreme Executive Council. It's no wonder Xenoa Edith was so emotional. Although years of battles had made her the chief knight of the Shattered Oracle Legion, and she enjoyed considerable renown, she was still a nobody before the kings who ruled the nation. The king supported the entire Shattered Oracle Legion. If she angered them, a mere month or two's supply and pay withheld would likely force the Legion to surrender and apologize. As for martial arts, no matter how exquisite her swordsmanship, even if she could kill 10 men, could she possibly defeat 100? Xenoa Edith considered herself quite skilled in martial arts. She had once single-handedly defeated 7 fully armored soldiers without any protection, yet she was left severely wounded and covered in injuries. But now, a ruler who controls the New Order Federation, and whose power is probably 100 times greater than all the kings combined, has appeared right in front of him. So young. How powerful must his father have been, and how young he died. Sigh, there's no need to exaggerate like that. Songsure chuckled, then said leisurely, although I was given the position of Supreme Executive Committee member, I don't have any specific duties, it's just a sinecure. A sinecure. The textile machine realized that while the other party hadn't actually assumed a specific position, this also meant that he was qualified to intervene in matters of any kind. That's how it is right now. Songsure took the tablet from the textile machine. It contained a briefing on digital life. He scanned it quickly, reading 10 lines at a glance. The Federation is inclined to accept you, and my attitude is similar. The Scientific Ethics Committee will establish a special department for digital life, fully responsible for your general training and subsequent supervision. They just set up a special department for clones, and now they're setting up another one. They're really well staffed. In short, I have no problem with you, provided you follow the rules. Songsure casually put the tablet aside. Also, I want an answer to one question. Suddenly someone spoke. It was a thin, frail boy, but his tone hinted at an elderly man with white hair. I lived long enough, don't misunderstand, my beliefs don't allow suicide, and I have no such intention. The boy pointed to a light, fuzzy tuft of beard on his chin, but this child has a long life ahead of him, and it shouldn't be occupied by a decaying old man like me. Could you remove me from this body? He said slowly. I want to return it to its rightful owner. This question was clearly extremely important. Regardless of their previous expressions, the digital beings in the room instantly became more serious, looking at Song Shi and awaiting his answer. Even if it means death? Song Shi sighed. Then I die. The other shook its head. Death isn't scary. A lingering, shameful existence is the most unbearable end. That's a pity, you won't die anytime soon. The sigh vanished in an instant. Song Shi tapped the table with his index finger and smiled. Well, separating consciousness. There are some technical problems for now, so you have to wait a while. Using psionic energy would work, but those capable of achieving a consensus are currently too busy, so you still have to wait. Because of excessive immersion in simulated videos and virtual games, leading to role-playing becoming ingrained in their minds, resulting in memory disorder, personality overlay, and an inability to distinguish reality, the corporate alliance sees quite a few patients every year. This is considered one of the classic types of cyberpsychosis. If only looking at the surface symptoms, these digital beings are no different from him. If Zenoya Edith were to walk down a street in the corporate alliance, claiming to be the chief knight commander of the Shattered Oracle Legion, passers-by would immediately be running away while calling the police. Who knows what this person's worldview is? Murderers aren't punished. If she suddenly went mad and started attacking people in the street, who would pay for her medical bills? Damn, if you're attacked by a mentally ill person, the insurance company will definitely not honor its obligations. Precisely because of this, surgical treatments for this type of cyberpsychosis are now quite sophisticated. While not guaranteed to be successful, they are at least easily performed. After one course of treatment, the illness is cured, and the patient is immediately brought back to reality. But digital lifeforms are different. The former is a person whose consciousness is covered by memories and other chaotic things, thus mistakenly believing themselves to be another person. The latter is real, with multiple consciousnesses crammed into the same brain. Especially since this is a purely accidental situation, without the involvement of external media such as memory chips, it makes the doctors quite difficult, unsure of where to begin. There are few precedents to follow, and many technical challenges. Fortunately, the New Order Federation inherited the legacy of Emerald Pharmaceuticals, and relevant departments have been working overtime recently. The consciousness separation surgery has overcome several hurdles, and according to a more optimistic estimate, they will be able to deliver an excellent result within 6 months at the latest. At that time, the New Order Federation will provide clone prototypes for the digital lifeforms to transfer their consciousness. That would be for the best. A look of relief appeared on Kongming's face, but then, as if remembering something, he clasped his hands together, lowered his eyes, and his tone became blank. Zhuangzi dreamt he was a butterfly. How can he know he is not himself? Benefactor Song, he hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. If it were you, and one day you were suddenly told that everything you experienced was an illusion, what would you do? Song Shi thought for a moment, looking directly into Kongming's eyes. I once met someone whose experience was somewhat similar to yours. This benefactor, Kongming asked sincerely, what did he do? What is there to fear about the future? There is still something to be done. With that, Song Shi patted the other's shoulder, then walked away from the shelter without looking back. Chapter 833. Song Shi met with Chakro. Online. Are you still Song Shi? This was Chakro's first question. Song Shi raised an eyebrow. If we're going to verify, will you do it for me, or will I do it for you? Chakro chuckled. The two sat down and began to talk, though Chakro did most of the talking, and Song Shi listened more. With the establishment of the New Order Federation, the enlightened family held 2 major seats on the Supreme Executive Committee, and with Song Shi, it could even be said to be 3. Therefore, Chakro Vaughn was naturally elected president, exercising the highest national power as stipulated by the Constitution. The question arose from this. The enlightened, Chakro Vaughn crossed his arms and placed them flat on the table. Where should it be now? The enlightened family, the Scientific Ethics Committee, and the Security Bureau were all founders of the New Order Federation, but the latter two did not have this problem. The Science Ethics Committee, needless to say, has always been a self-contained, neutral organization. However, its powerful military and influential members have historically allowed it to force governments to submit, and occasionally even challenge giant corporations. Now, as the founder of the New Order Federation, its influence is vastly different. Yet, to maintain its purity and ensure consistent handling of matters involving science and ethics, it remains an independent department of the New Order Federation with a high degree of autonomy. Everything remains the same. The Security Bureau is even simpler than the Science Ethics Committee. These are legitimate national security and social order maintenance agencies, wielding both grassroots power and armed force. Of course, aside from the headquarters and a few local branches, The other security bureaus were essentially subservient to the company. However, this framework, covering the entire corporate alliance, remains clearly visible. No need for changes. The same personnel, just a flip of the badges on their uniforms, and the security bureau is still the security bureau. As for the various levels of staff, who had been thoroughly infiltrated, Patty Morse generally adopted a lenient approach. He executed those who could be killed and pardoned those who could. Except for those with unforgivable crimes and long-standing misconduct, the rest were attributed to corporate oppression and forced obedience, so their past actions were overlooked. Based on this, a group of old employees were dismissed, and a new batch was recruited. The Security Bureau was purged in the shortest possible time, internal chaos was quelled at lightning speed, and new personnel were quickly brought in and reinstated to their roles. The Enlightened Ones are different from them. Originating as an anti-corporate resistance force, the Enlightened Ones' initial idea was simply to oppose corporations. Whatever the corporations supported, they would destroy. In its subsequent development, they gradually evolved to include concepts such as calling for human rights and the law and reconstructing social order. They succeeded. At least, in the hearts of a significant portion of the Enlightened Ones today, this ideal has been a resounding success. The dreams of past victims and their successors have been realized. They have all done it. Giant corporations, once thought invincible and godlike, have been personally crushed in several places. Corrupt governments of the past have been discarded like worn-out shoes. New nations have been established, and everything is moving in a positive direction. This is precisely why Chaklo clearly understands that the Enlighteners have reached a crossroads. With the establishment of the New Order Federation, the Enlighteners are no longer necessary. Chaklo shook his head slightly. According to the agreement, the Science Ethics Committee and the Security Bureau cannot interfere with executive and legislative power. We have built the current new government ourselves. If the Enlighteners continue to exist, then any proposal will be decided by the Enlighteners, not the government. The Enlighteners will become a state within a state, a shadow government. In that case, the federal government will still be just a figurehead, a mascot. Songshur said casually, it doesn't matter whether it's there or not. But to announce its immediate dissolution now. Songshur leaned back. I'm afraid that won't work, will it? Chaklo readily admitted this. As a newly formed political entity, the New Order Federation regime is actually very stable. The 5 commissioners suppress the entire situation, whoever they glare at dies, and theoretically no one dares to disobey. However, within the current New Order Federation, the collapse of the old corporate regime inevitably brought chaos and created a considerable power vacuum. Meanwhile, the enlightened branches scattered throughout the cities, previously like rats in the cracks, were able to effectively maintain basic order at this critical juncture. Similarly, eliminating the remnants of corporatism, deterring restless elements, promoting reforms at all levels, establishing government authority. Chakro wanted to do so much, but he wasn't consensus or the king of the abyss, constantly offering unsolicited advice like I'm watching you, showing meticulous care. Therefore, he needs a strong force to assist in pushing things forward. The Enlightened Ones still recognize Chaklo Vaughn as their sole leader. With a single command, they can mobilize a group of loyal followers in no time. Moreover, the Enlightened Ones aren't something that can be disbanded at will. It's a massive resettlement project, especially since the battle for Forge City. After capturing Forge City, the Enlightened Ones have expanded several times, and their numbers are now considerable. Chaklo Vaughn can't just step in, clap his hands, say, let's have a farewell dinner, and then everyone goes home and returns to their former lives. Remember to obey the law. My current idea is to select a group of Enlightened Ones, to establish a separate department to oversee violence. They would keep an eye on things, acting as a safeguard to ensure the federal government doesn't stray off course. Then the problem arises, Songshur asked, what if this department also collapses? That's not my concern. I can't plan for them 1,000 or 10,000 years from now. Hearing this, Chaklo smiled instead, relaxing his fingers and gently tapping the table. Secondly, I have enough confidence in the successors of the Enlightened Ones. Chaklo paused, then smiled and asked in return, how about it? Doesn't that sound tempting, Songshur? Should we consider finding a successor? I read the data. The people of the Eastern continent value this. A successor? I don't think it's necessary. Songshur scoffed, unconcerned, tapping his forehead with his index finger. All my knowledge is already within the Tao path. What you want, you can take yourself. I don't need to teach you. Chaklo nodded, then his expression turned serious. The Enlightened One, what the future holds is not a concern right now. It's not time for it to end. Right now, there's a full-blown civil war, and the giant corporations aren't all dead yet. Shaklo opened the holographic map. We joined forces with Yan'an to conquer the corporate alliance. The balance of power has shifted. It's time to end all of this. Chapter 834. Zen is immortal. Zen is immortal. A figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere on the street, stumbling around aimlessly, then wailing in agony, "Lord Setsuna, why?" Immediately following behind, security officers jumped out, emptying their magazines in a second. Rubber bullets clattered, sending the figure staggering. 2 officers advanced, one in front and one behind, one holding a riot shield, the other hiding behind. "Warning! You have been human dissolved. I will be conducting containment operations according to the law." Upon approaching, he swiftly subdued the figure, handcuffing him with electric shock handcuffs. Then he called for a shuttle, and the figure was immediately taken to the containment facility. At the construction site not far away, Richard glanced at the scene, shook his head, and buried himself back in his work. He had seen similar situations many times recently. He was used to it. Rather than watching the spectacle, he preferred to make money as quickly as possible. After all, the New Order Federation has issued a ton of projects for defense works, air raid shelters, and other similar facilities, requiring construction and repairs everywhere. The workload is simply overwhelming. More importantly, they're incredibly generous with their pay, rarely delaying payments. Of course, being generous with payments and never delaying payments isn't the most crucial factor. During the 4 previous full-scale corporate wars, the corporations were also generous, paying 5,000 credits for the same work instead of the usual 1,000. But prices were skyrocketing. Economic crises came one after another. Even roadside vending machines had to adjust prices in real time, with inflation reaching tens or even hundreds of millions of times. Everyone was practically needing a photosynthetic prosthetic body to avoid starvation. But now, the war has been going on for quite some time, and the prices of food and drink haven't changed much. Especially for merchants planning to hoard goods and raise prices like in the past. If they show any signs of doing so in the morning, they'd be arrested by armed men by the afternoon. Richard reflected on what he had seen and heard these past few days, and decisively decided to purchase another batch of supplies after get-off work today. His extensive experience in the corporate alliance told him that if you reached the point of relying on the government, you were basically doomed. This was it for him. Just then, a figure came running towards him from a short distance. Richard instinctively looked up and was surprised. "You changed so quickly? You finished what you said this morning?" He recognized the man running towards him. They were co-workers, people who made a living on construction sites. However, the man's appearance had changed considerably. His heavy-duty engineering prosthetic arm, which always rumbled and emitted black smoke, had been replaced with a much smaller prosthetic arm. If the original heavy-duty engineering prosthetics were like brute-forcely splicing excavators and people together, then this one, while clearly designed specifically for civil engineering scenarios, at least maintains the basic shape of an arm. This reduces the psychological pressure on people by a great deal. A significant portion of the cyberpsychotic patients admitted to the corporate alliance each year are people like them, implanted with prosthetics that clearly contradict their self-perception as human, leading to a high incidence of phantom limb pain, mental breakdowns, and a host of other cyberpsychotic disorders. But there's no other way. If they didn't do this, no one would hire them. Others are brave, daring, and willing to undergo the implants. You're timid and afraid of death. Given the significant difference in work efficiency, why would I hire you? On the other hand, hiring these workers with their own heavy-duty engineering prosthetics is clearly much more cost-effective than purchasing engineering equipment themselves. Therefore, over time, every construction company includes a clause in their job posting stating, applicants with heavy-duty engineering prosthetics will be given preference. But recently, everything has changed drastically. Those with heavy-duty cybernetic implants no longer enjoy priority work. Instead, they are persuaded to switch back to less burdensome implants. If they agree, they receive a low-interest loan and are sent to a designated implant clinic to replace their implants. Those who insist on not switching are shocked to find that the construction site seems to have changed overnight. No one dares to hire them anymore. It's blatant discrimination. His coworker, one of those who had previously received heavy-duty engineering prosthetics, was persuaded to get one in the morning, replaced it by the afternoon, and rushed back to the construction site. "I feel much calmer now, not like that constant buzzing anymore. Oh well, it doesn't matter. You know what I saw on my way here?" The other man exclaimed excitedly. "Holy crap! Armored vehicles everywhere. One after another. And robots swarming everywhere. I asked around, and they said there's going to be a war." "Why are you so excited if it's not a war?" Richard was speechless. "When don't we have wars around here? Please tell me. It's different, he explained urgently. Before, it was the corporate alliance attacking us. Now we're attacking the corporate alliance. What? Richard was stunned. Oh dear, can't you understand? We, the New Order Federation, have officially declared war on the Enterprise Alliance. Richard was surprised and instinctively said, Is that so? Wait, then what are you so excited about? In a war, what's the fastest thing to do? Before Richard could reply, the other person said with exasperation, Houses, of course. He raised his arms high, his face beaming with excitement. The golden age of civil engineering has arrived. Just as the national machinery of the New Order Federation was operating at high speed, one of its highest executive committee members was pondering something. Songshur sat cross-legged, surrounded by crimson flames, yet they didn't appear overwhelming, they flickered in and out of existence, like aimless fish drifting with the current. True spirit, annihilation and present world. This was proof of Songshur's past achievements, a crystallization forged through 2 lifetimes, uniquely belonging to Songshur. From this point forward 1,000,000 years, and looking forward 10 million years, there would never be a second annihilation, a second present world. Creating a world. Songshur murmured, his eyes closed. The battle with Zenra Setsuna, the opponent's ability to single-handedly create 3,000 worlds, gathering the radiant spiritual energy of countless thoughts, was truly unforgettable. Facing the final blow, he instantly traveled through countless worlds, witnessing all the bizarre and wondrous sights in a single day. Through this experience, Songshur felt he had gained something. True spirit. Present world. He could thus make some progress. The past of a psychic gave rise to the true spirit, but thoughts vanish in an instant. Every moment of the present becomes a moment of the past. The true spirit is not immutable, permanently fixed from the moment of its birth. It progresses along with the psychic's progress. However, while progress in the present world could be joyful, Songshur's mind was currently focused on something else. True Spirit 3rd Stage. Chapter 835. Enlightenment. True Spirit. Songshur had walked the path of the Tao more than once. The Great Source. Many who walk upon it accept the idea that a great source exists, encompassing everything, so much so that all things are merely insignificant aspects of it. Songshur believed this to be half convinced. Firstly, the great source must exist, or rather, be achievable, but if everything is merely an aspect and projection of it, wouldn't that mean that if one day one achieves the great source, then figures, like Zenraksha and Ogden Christopher would also be aspects of oneself? That's a bit too ironic. True Spirit, oh true Spirit, Songshur paced back and forth. How can one achieve the great source? This is not an unsolvable question. On the contrary, there are too many answers. Basically, any great source dares to answer, offering their own interpretation. For example, the classic 5 elements theory. Those who focus on water say water gives birth to all things. Those who focus on earth say earth gives birth to all things. Those who focus on metal say metal gives birth to all things. Yin and yang, turbid and clear, light and dark. The 4 elements theory of earth, air, water, and fire, ether. Those who focus on only one element say that all things originate from it, while those like Wang Chenlai, with their complex theories, claim that all transformations begin with one. But regardless of the theory, they can confidently assert their conclusions, proclaiming that they have no problems, and vehemently criticizing other ideas. If they were to meet and engage in a debate, things could quickly escalate into a physical fight, ideally ending in a life or death struggle. After all, the dead cannot refute. Back when I ventured deep into the Earth's core and met Ming Xianyuan, although I didn't actively ask this question, this 3,000 illuminations had already brazenly presented the answer to my face. I am heaven and earth. This answer didn't satisfy him. Songshur thought. If he had said it then and there, he might have been killed on the spot. Songshur quickly dismissed the thought. No, given the other party's temper, he would probably have scoffed, completely disregarding it, simply considering it foolish talk. What do you know? He curled his lip in disdain. You dare to presume to talk about the great origin? Heh, Songshur chuckled. Suddenly, he seemed to be walking in 2 worlds simultaneously. One world was studded with stars, adorning the sky, flowing with the most magnificent river in the world. The other was filled with skyscrapers and bustling traffic, where even the shadow of war couldn't completely obscure the sun's brightness. The path and reality. Songshur moved forward. Flames surged and roared, their power rivaling even the countless stars in the sky. The ceaseless flow of crimson flames burned everything in their path, then circled their sole master, slowly advancing. The flames receded, vanishing without a trace. A young man weaved through the streets, occasionally bumping into someone in the crowd. Neither party seemed to care, turning away and forgetting the minor incident. Little did they know that this was the Southern Dipper, standing atop the New Order Federation. With a whoosh, countless glass marbles, each with its own unique brilliance, were swept down the magnificent river of fire, tumbling into the vast inferno. Most of them were instantly incinerated upon contact with the flames, leaving only a wisp of smoke to dissipate before returning to the stars. The rest did not last long either. Some lasted longer, some shorter, until finally, they too were reduced to ashes and disappeared. These spiritual techniques, accumulated within the Great Source Path, are available for the spiritualist named Song Shi to freely pick up, examine carefully, and evaluate from the inside out. This is assistance from the path itself. The spiritualists of the past have passed away, but their techniques remain in the world, passed down to their successors. No, perhaps not everyone would be willing. Many of the Dayuan members have been killed by Dayuan. Could they willingly watch and bless, hoping that the survivors would reach even greater heights they themselves had failed to attain? The answer to this question will likely never be found. But there is still one answer that can be given. What if I were the one killed? This thought surfaced in his mind, and then Song Shi chuckled silently. The answer is undeniable. Splash! The sound of waves lapping against the artificial lake reached his ears. Song Shi paused briefly, standing on the overpass gazing at the shimmering water. Even during the Fubo energy control period, Shuguang City was a renowned metropolis, a landmark showcasing the giant corporations like Lonely Sea, Convergence Point, and Divine Song City. After the Enlightened Ones took over, it underwent numerous expansions and transformations, and now it is even more magnificent and prosperous. Yet, this magnificent complex, compared to Terra, is but a thin layer, a small fragment. From deep space, it would take considerable time to pinpoint its location. The Lone Sea. This lunar exploration base perched atop the twilight moon. In a sense, it is the other side of Forge City. While Fubo Energy seeks to monopolize the sun, they aim to control the twilight moon. Space elevators, mass launchers, deep space fleets, automated factories. The Zenith Central operates here, nurturing a powerful force. When night falls and those on Earth look up, they can even faintly see the dark shadows on the moon. The Zenith Central's magnificent achievements. But that wasn't enough. Twilight Moon. Even Azure Capital, another natural satellite of Terra, was brutally shattered, disintegrated into pieces. These creations attached to Twilight Moon seemed insignificant before pure power. Psionic energy. Song Shi surveyed the surroundings. True spirit. Song Shi walked. First came the annihilation of all things, the annihilation of everything, then the rebirth and renewal of the present world. One was his past life, the other his present life. From the orphanage, he burst into the world as a free bounty hunter, wielding his skills to roam the land, doing as he pleased with whatever he saw and heard. Anything displeased him was met with a swift and decisive kill. Along the way, he killed countless people, leaving behind only scorched earth, the annihilation of all things. If this was an extension of his past life, then after breaking through to the fifth ring, there was no longer any so-called experience or memory to refer to. He had to forge his own path through entirely new, unseen landscapes. Death gives way to life, destruction gives way to construction. Above the void, where nothing exists, a new world is born. And then what? Song Shi asked himself. Should he continue to seek a higher level regarding the element of world, like Wang Qinlai, who viewed the 5 phases revolving, the beginning of chaos, as the end of his true spirit? Or should he seek a more ferocious, more extreme path of destruction? This is a viable path. This is also a broad and promising road. No, Song Shi murmured softly. After walking for an unknown amount of time on both the path and reality, Song Shi stopped for the first time simultaneously. Destruction is my means, not the ultimate pursuit, he said. The world is where I reside, not the destination to which I stop. Reflected in the crimson gold, Song Shi suddenly smiled, in the deepest recesses of his eyes. For a moment shorter than a fleeting instant, an incomparably brilliant divine light burst forth. Yes. What he wanted. It's been here from the very beginning. Gazing at the vast expanse of stars, Song Shi laughed freely, uttering a resounding declaration that echoed through the heavens and earth. To use flames. To ascend to the summit. Chapter 836. After the New Order Federation officially declared war on the corporate alliance, both sides continuously mobilized and deployed their military forces. If the entire territory were considered, conflicts could erupt at any moment. And in the rear, far from the front lines, although not particularly far, with countless beyond visual range strike and delivery technologies available today, No political entity could guarantee it could intercept and prevent all beyond visual range attacks from landing within its territory. However, compared to the rapidly escalating intensity of the front lines, the rear remained remarkably safe. With a total war at this point, even the most oblivious and indifferent person could sense the danger. Even a toad will reluctantly move when poked, let alone a person. Therefore, those under the New Order Federation and the Corporate Alliance, more or less, were doing their part. To express my utter contempt for the New Order Federation, no, for these traitors, national separatists, for their aggression and inhumane rule. And in response to the nation's call, I, on behalf of Chungnan Optoelectronics Company, Limited, hereby announce formal sanctions against the New Order Federation. In the company's official live stream, the pregnant boss, beaming with pride, spoke in a loud and clear voice. Chaklo Vaughn, Song Shur, Patty Morse, and 127 others, Chungnan Optoelectronics Company, Limited will impose a permanent ban on hiring them. By the way, Chungnan Optoelectronics business scope includes the production and sales of computers and their components, LED-related products and their components, and intelligent lighting products and their components. We are currently actively recruiting talented individuals. Positions are open to both men and women, good food, high wages, and those who can accept shift work and clean room suits should apply immediately. New Order Federation. I want to join the army. I want to beat up those corporate dogs. A loud shout rang out at the recruitment office. The recruitment officer glanced at the person's head, then at the pop-up profile next to it. It's all-out war now. We welcome your enthusiasm, but your profile shows your credit rating is extremely risky. Do you think I'm a dishonest person? Hearing this, the person immediately gritted their teeth. I just wanted to find a factory job and earn a salary. But those bastards cheated me. They promised that after training, passing the exam, and getting the certificate, I get a high salary. But because of all those miscellaneous tuition fees, I'm owing loans for 500 years. I finally got into the factory, but after less than a month, they kicked me out with some excuse. The training center and this company are clearly in cahoots, just to drain my credit points. I'm going to kill those corporate dogs. I'm going to avenge my credit. Good brother, you're hired. The recruitment officer's face instantly changed to a beaming smile. It's my duty. The other person, tears welling in their eyes, grabbed the recruiting officer's arm with both hands. Oh, by the way, what do you need me to do? Strap on explosives and become a human bomb? Or use me as a sacrifice to cast a spell on those company bastards? Speaking of which, I came in such a hurry I forgot to write a will. Could you give me a little more time? The recruiting officer was speechless, choked with embarrassment. What nonsense are you spouting? Huh? The other person was taken aback, confused. You mean? A human bomb? Cast a spell? The officer laughed angrily. I'm recruiting soldiers legitimately. Is this what you're here to do? The other person was shocked. What? You didn't say that? Everyone else said it. You're not pure extremists. Just as the recruitment officer was about to explain the training process for professional soldiers, he suddenly looked up. A tiny, almost invisible black dot had appeared in the sky. It rose from the horizon, hovered briefly, and then climbed upwards, parting the light of day. Compared to the boundless expanse of the sky, this black dot was like a firefly compared to the sun. Someone indoors might even mistake it for a speck of dust on a windowpane. Yet this tiny black dot, this speck of dust, unleashed an undeniable power. An indescribable pressure spread out, then receded in the blink of an eye. This expansion and contraction stirred up surging waves across the heavens and earth. Since the outbreak of war, many have become accustomed to this scene. It's simply another high-ranking psychic leaping out, displaying their power and preparing to pull off a world-shaking maneuver. Frankly speaking, the number of cities recently reduced to rubble by psychic clashes has exceeded double digits. What's so surprising about that? That's how it should be. But this time, the it that is piercing the sky is more magnificent and vast than any appearance people have ever seen before. It's not the immeasurable vastness of a majestic imperial power, not the vastness of the expansive sky overlooking all things, nor the overwhelming power of the strongest among the strong. This is the vastness of bearing and supporting, like the solid earth itself. There's no feeling of awe or fear when this immense aura reaches the mind and body, only the instinctive sense of security, like stepping on solid, heavy ground. Finally, someone recognized him, and couldn't help but exclaim. That's Chaklo Vaughn. The thermosphere. This place is over 100 kilometers below the surface. Chaklo stood here. The man stared at his feet. The undulating terrain was minimized, leaving only linear outlines, like pieces of color pieced together. When he was born, the company was at its peak. The order established by the company's people was unbreakable, as solid as a mountain. No, far more solid than that. Thousands of tons of explosives could blast through a mountain, but even millions, tens of millions of tons of explosives could not shake the giant corporation in the slightest. The anti-corporate movement, led by the enlightened ones, had just suffered a heavy blow and fallen into a trough. Many anti-corporate organizations disintegrated, either retreating in despair or crushed by the company's violent machinery. This shouldn't be happening. Chaclo Vaughn reflected on the countless acts of inhumanity he had witnessed, and occasionally wondered if the social landscape of the pre-corporation era, as documented in the records, truly existed. An era where corporations couldn't act with impunity, arbitrarily trampling on law and human rights. An era where people could earn a living, at least with the dignity of human beings, through their own efforts. Perhaps there's a human tendency to overly romanticize and embellish past eras. Chaclo understood this clearly. But it also meant that people had a full and unwavering understanding of the kind of life they wanted to live and the kind of era they wanted to experience. What I want to reverse is never the past. Under the empty sky, Chaclo Vaughn raised his fist. Humans should not stop. True Spirit, Stage 3. The Paradox of Reversal. Achieved. Chapter 837. Finally, we reached this point. Outside the pizzeria, Songshur leaned against the window, arms crossed, his face an undisguised sigh. The figure standing at the edge of the sky exuded an aura like a super-powerful flare suddenly illuminating the darkness, drawing all eyes on the ground. True Spirit. Third stage. In the newly built headquarters of the Security Bureau, Patty Morse had somehow left his desk and stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Second only to the throne of gods. A single black dot was reflected deep within his pupils, second only to the throne of gods. A dragon soaring from the abyss, no longer bound by constraints. In the sea breeze of New Aramon Bay, Suyu's clothes fluttered wildly, yet he remained oblivious, nodding slightly. Chaclo, you truly did it. The reversal of reason. At the Scientific Ethics Committee, Yvette Gregory, leaning on her cane, stood tall and straight, her eyes filled with astonishment. Incredible, incredible. Although she was truth and Chaclo was balance, both their psychic powers were focused on concepts, and they had communicated in the past, so in a sense, her feelings were the strongest at this moment. Chaclo Vaughn. If in the past the other was an extremely hard stone, then now the other remained hard, still unmoved by external things, but the texture he gave off had changed from the jagged rock of the past to a smooth, self-consistent pebble, its surface so smooth it seemed devoid of friction. No matter how solid and hard a rock is, there will always be a weak or vulnerable part. You can pry along the cracks and break it by grabbing the sharp point. However, a smooth and round pebble has no gaps to go in and no sharp points to break. When external force is applied to it, it will simply slide off. The paradox of reversal. The current Chaclo Vaughn has achieved self-consistency, like a closed little world, a Mobius strip of its tail. Every gesture he makes maintains his psionic energy at its peak, neither increasing nor decreasing, showing no sign of decline. No, it should be said that countless nested reversals have created a logical paradox, forcibly keeping it constant at its peak. If placed in the era before the birth of the first god throne, the current Chaclo Vaughn would already stand at the forefront of the path, qualified to compete for the strongest in Terra. A terrifying aura swept across the heavens and earth. Not long after breaking through to the third stage of True Spirit, Chaclo Vaughn moved once more. He was already standing on the warm layer, which was very high, but the man seemed unsatisfied and began to ascend even higher. The end point of his ascent was the sun, a strategic-grade weapon, solar radiation focusing array. In an instant, an extremely dazzling halo shone from deep space. Even the sun's brilliance dimmed, giving way to the solar radiation focusing array. The vast array of solar sails danced like a school of fish swimming in space, creating a harmonious beauty. Light from hundreds of millions of kilometers away, accumulated over years, converged into a terrifying torrent of energy. When released in a short time, even the sun had to yield. Another sun appeared in the sky. Many people in Forged Light City finally recovered from their astonishment. Memories they thought they could forget surged from the depths of their bones, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Because what they were witnessing was all too familiar. A perpetually gloomy sky, a biting wind that chills to the bone, frozen earth where stiff corpses are visible deep within. This was Forged Light City, the Forged Light City under the rule of Fubo Energy, the place where they once lived. At the height of the conflict between the Enlightened Ones and Fubo Energy, the latter used a solar radiation focusing array, willing to sacrifice Forge Light City to destroy the enlightened ones. Exactly the same as now. The scene of that day was deeply etched in their hearts. So clear. So they clearly remembered that day, when Chaclo Vaughn chose to confront them head-on. He was extinguished amidst the attention of the masses, slammed back. Like a lively fish being pressed down on a mat by gloved hands, unable to stir up even the slightest ripple. Only a few years have passed, and he has once again chosen to shake the peaceful days of the new Forge Light City. Has this day come to an end? Has corporatism made a comeback? And will sunlight be monopolized once more? No. Chaclo Vaughn seemed to hear them. He said, "No." At the same time, the accumulated solar energy transformed into a colossal pillar of light, reaching to the heavens and earth, and crashed down. This level of attack could wipe a city from the earth, and kill a fourth-ring Ascension psionicist. Even a fifth-ring psionicist, if it landed squarely, would still pose a significant threat. Back in the Battle of Forge Light City, Chacro had taken the brunt of the attack to save the city, enduring his ascension and sustaining considerable injuries. However, now, as the dazzling, scorching pillar of light descended, engulfing Chacro, he did not dissolve in this torrent of light and heat. Instead, he forged ahead against the current, defying the odds. The immense destructive power of the concentrated solar energy seemed utterly helpless before Chaclo Vaughn for the first time. Even though he was relentlessly advancing, without flinching, the torrent of light and heat couldn't shake him, let alone stop him. Now, facing the paradox of reversal, Chaclo's psionic energy not only remained at its peak, but its intensity had also surged, like a tightly sealed plug. No matter how much force was applied, no matter how much it blushed, it couldn't be loosened, and in that instant, people saw. The distance exceeded the limits of their vision, the brightness was blinding. Theoretically, they shouldn't be able to see what was happening overhead, yet at this moment, they defied reason and saw. They saw Chaclo Vaughn, reaching out towards the artificial sun. Then, his 5 fingers came together, clenched, and tightened. If it were Songshur, this would have been a massive, overwhelming attack, capable of wielding immense power, and obliterating the entire solar radiation focusing array, a super-wide area strike. However, the one who came wasn't Songshur. Chacolo's attack wasn't that wide-ranging. From a distance, it appeared as a powerful meteor, without the slightest hesitation, piercing through the sun. In an instant, it turned back, leaving a crisscrossing trail, punch after punch, smashing the solar radiation focusing array with its bare hands. Whoosh! The massive, broken debris drifted in deep space, bursts of fire exploding and gradually dying down. Chacolo took a deep breath. Under the horrified gazes of many, the man's stance shifted once more. As if unsatisfied, as if he could no longer endure. Single-handedly sweeping aside the corporate alliance. Chapter 838. No one had expected this. Just as Songshur, a heavyweight figure in the New Order Federation, had killed Awakener Zinrashasa, and his injuries hadn't fully healed, his strength returning to its peak, its current president chose to strike decisively. And he succeeded. The solar radiation focusing array, this strategic weapon born from a giant corporation, once hovering high above the heads of all beings like the sun god's sword of judgment, was destroyed in front of everyone, artificially extinguishing the artificial sun. Luck no longer favors the corporate alliance. The voice of Lapis Lazuli echoed in Songshur's ears. It had broken through to the 4th ring a year ago, disappeared for a time, and now led the AI horde back to fight as support. Its camera stared motionless at the sky, slowly saying, the initiative has turned into passivity. While Zenria Setsuna had indeed perished, Songshur had also suffered severe injuries and significant wear and tear, equivalent to one of the 5 executive committee members of the New Order Federation temporarily being offline. The corporate alliance could no longer delay. What they needed to do was take advantage of the window of opportunity while the other side was recovering, place their bets, and go all in. This should have been their initiative, but unexpectedly, at this delicate and dangerous juncture, Chaclo Vaughn officially broke through to the 3rd stage of True Spirit. The strongest being in the sky and land of the former corporate alliance, following Lord of the 10 Domains Dwight Brooks and Awakener Zenria Setsuna, received a new title. The Rebel, Chaclo Vaughn. Riding the momentum of his breakthrough, he acted without hesitation, switching from defense to offense, shattering the passivity, and grasping the initiative in his hands. At this very moment, he continued forward, without stopping, charging towards the outline of matter in deep space, towards the celestial body known as Evening Moon. Luck? This hardly qualifies as luck. Songshur, looking up, scoffed at his words. Some people move fast, unstoppable, with incredible speed and force, but because of this, They often encounter obstacles and remain trapped for a long time. Others move slowly, but step by step, steadily and firmly, overcoming difficulties with earnestness. Which kind of person are you? King Jinchi guessed what the other was about to say. Like me, Chaklo, and even your Yaoxing 3, top-tier geniuses like us naturally progress quickly and stand firm, Songsher said with a leisurely smile. However, complete balance is unrealistic, so even we each have our own strengths. Chaklo is the second type. Luck? In my eyes, every step he takes is traceable. Today's breakthrough is simply a natural progression. He sighed. King Jinchi, actually you met someone like that before, we met them together. King Jinchi immediately realized. The Grand Marshal of the Northern Thunder Defense Line? Songsher laughed heartily, offering no reply. He stepped out from under the shop's roof, and simultaneously, crimson flame suddenly erupted from his hand, solidifying into a weapon. King Jinchi. Songsher didn't turn around, only his back was visible. I leave the matters on the ground to you. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet. Are you sure you want to go? It's a minor issue, nothing serious. Songsher's lips curled into a smile. If I can't fight this battle, that would be a big problem. Okay. Then Lapis Lazuli promised, when you return, you will see a complete, unified, and clean country. The next second, crimson gold celestial fire shot straight into the sky, unstoppable. Then, the field of vision widened, and looking into the distance, 7 streams of light rose from different locations on the map of the Enterprise Alliance, traveling against the heavens, all rushing towards the twilight moon hanging high in the deep sky, faintly visible in the daylight. Even in the ancient Seven Earths War, battles of this scale were few and far between. The fifth ring. 10 true spirits gathered here. Leader, the last deep space exploration fleet is about to leave this star system. The solemn-looking man at the Lunar Exploration Base Lonely Sea reported, pausing, his tone filled with intense resentment. If only we could obtain Space Jump, the vacuum zero-point energy engine, and the universal printer. With Space Jump, the fleet wouldn't need to accelerate for such a long time to reach sublight speed. With the vacuum zero-point energy engine, the fleet's energy supply would be plentiful, enough to be wasted at will. With a universal printer, the ship's maintenance and refitting capabilities would be greatly enhanced. It could even be said that, like the ship of Theseus, it could continuously replace and evolve during its voyage, gradually transforming into a more superior form. Based on this, leveraging their singularity technology, the quantum communication link, each deep space exploration fleet could maintain real-time communication with the lone sea homeworld, obtaining guidance from the think tank and new technologies iterating on Terra. But there are no what-ifs. That plan, buried at the very bottom of the Zenith Central Strategic Archive, aimed at seizing singularity technology from other giant corporations, will likely never see the day of its implementation. Instead, they are now facing an invasion by the Sunset Moon. If we wait until all preparations are complete before acting, then nothing will be accomplished. Then Solomon Beaufort, the man gazing into deep space with his back to him, shook his head. Secondly, we must always maintain hope. Remember the teachings at the Talent Incubation Base? I recall you passed with near-perfect marks. I remember. The man lowered his head and remained silent for a moment. The place where we Celestials live is a dark, boundless, and empty space. Claustrophobia, mental threshold corruption, schizophrenia. Past humans couldn't imagine living on the setting moon, so their evolved genomes couldn't adapt to such a life, resulting in congenital diseases. This is the molting pain we Celestials must endure on our evolutionary path, he said. We must always maintain hope, and never let any pain or hardship crush us. If not even a sliver of hope remains in our hearts, then destruction is inevitable. Understood? Solomon Beaufort asked. I believe I will see you again someday. The other person bowed deeply, leader. The next second, with a crack, he vanished into blue specks of light, disappearing without a trace. His true form had already left his homeland, about to cross the edge of this galaxy and head towards an unknown distance. The current conversation was merely a chime echoing through the quantum communication link of singularity technology. Solomon Beaufort raised a hand. The celestial defense system, built by the giant corporation Zenith Central using massive resources and relying on Evening Moon, had awakened this long-dormant behemoth. At the end of the empty field of vision, 9 distinct streams of light raced and collided. Chapter 839. The Evening Moon. Compared to Terra, it is much smaller. Regardless of the culture, it seems to focus on portraying the sun's brilliance and the evening moon's supporting role. Thanks to this subtle influence, in the subconscious of many, the evening moon is small. That's not small in terms of celestial scale compared to the sun or Terra. It's small as if it were a marble, easily crushed in the palm of one's hand, easily kicked away. Undoubtedly, this is wrong. It is a satellite with a diameter exceeding 4,000 kilometers, a massive entity qualified to be called a celestial body. A classic example of destructive power. Even continuous nuclear bombardment would only peel back the wrapper of a pastry. Perhaps a few crumbs would fall, but the main body would remain largely unharmed. Now, this being is slowly awakening. Millions of fighter soldiers are taking flight from the lunar surface, reminiscent of swarms of locusts, their mere flying capable of devouring fields into hollow, desolate wastelands. The Enterprise Alliance's application of intelligent flying armed units is already highly mature, and people are no strangers to the drones whizzing overhead. However, these units traversing deep space now are quite different from the intelligent flying armed units of memory. They lack traditional wings and rotors. Aerodynamics is absent from them. These are intelligent armed units focused on deep space combat, for which the engineers of Zenith Central have made a series of improvements and designs. Boom! Within the silent tremors, they traverse deep space, weaving a dense barrage with the large firepower arrays mounted on the surface of the evening moon. In a sense, Lone Sea is the true strategic weapon of Zenith Central. This base, established on the evening moon, possesses a celestial defense system whose firepower, with just a few salvos, is enough to sink a city. According to the Central Hub plan, they would gradually transform the entire Sunset Moon into a freely movable deep space war fortress. However, the plan existed in the future, while reality was right before their eyes. Beams and heavy cannons never ceased. They roared deafeningly. Like a scorching tide, they engulfed what lay ahead. The target of this barrage of firepower was the uninvited guests. 9 uninvited guests who had illegally intruded without any authorization. But the first to bear the brunt was Chakro Vaughn. After single-handedly destroying the solar radiation focusing array, he didn't linger long, turning without hesitation and rushing towards the distant sunset moon. 9 streaks of light, some fast, some slow, he stood at the very forefront, as if the other 8 were chasing him. Facing the dazzling tide, Chakro remained silent. He threw a punch. The surging tide, as if encountering a pillar of metal standing in the riverbed, was shattered and split apart with a deafening roar. It was mercilessly shattered, creating a vast, straight vacuum. The plasma was scorching hot, the focus pulse beams were sharp, the heavy artillery and torpedo explosions were astonishing, the booming sounds incessant. But how could this firepower, supposedly capable of sinking a metropolis, possibly shake a psychic who had reached the 3rd stage of true spirit? Chakro threw another punch. This punch was no longer a forward swing. He seemed to see a stainless steel basin filled with water, the surface level with the rim, calm as a mirror. Then Chakro aimed at this mirror, and, without hesitation, smashed his fist down. Bang! Crack! Millions of intelligent flying armed units, the accumulated resources of the celestial central hub over centuries. When they hovered around the evening moon, even the vast deep space seemed slightly cramped. But with a single punch, they suddenly transformed into a dense swarm of rubber ducks floating on the sea. The calm was shattered as a massive wave crashed down, instantly twisting countless rubber ducks into a ball and pulverizing them. Having achieved his goal, Chakro glanced at the spoils of war, then pressed on, charging towards Sia. Truly beautiful psionic energy. A strange voice suddenly rang out behind Solomon Beaufort. Without his noticing. This was utterly unbelievable. Solomon Beaufort's true spirit, deep darkness, had broken through to the 2nd stage, tracing the path of the great source. His years of subtly influencing Sia had long since allowed him to resonate with the environment, controlling the entire scene. How could someone approach him silently in such a dominant position? But this was precisely what had happened. Solomon Beaufort showed no surprise or horror. The man didn't even turn around. How many have stayed here for years? The voice was ethereal and indistinct, yet it didn't bring any unease. More accurately, it was like a feather brushing against clothing, a breath of air passing over the forehead, weightless. Therefore, it couldn't stir even a ripple in one's heart, completely detached from reality, as if standing from a higher perspective. If you sincerely beg, I might not refuse. Just from the voice, one could conjure up a half-smile in their mind. You should have heard what I said to Macintosh. Solomon Beaufort coldly shook his head. At no time should a celestial being abandon hope. This commandment has a second part. Hope comes only from one's own hands. This is the spirit passed down from the celestials to this day. Croft, could a mere throne truly taint this spirit? The 6th ring balance. One of the current thrones of gods, the observer, Croft Wilder. The answer is no. Absolutely not. Solomon Beaufort's tone was flat, yet strangely loud. If the spirit is lost, the Celestials are nothing more than another kind of human with a mutated genome. In the Emerald Pharmaceuticals laboratories, 100 such new humans can be created a day. The result of using someone else's hands is meaningless to us. If that's all, how can we be qualified to shepherd humanity and lead Terra forward? As the words fell, a cheerful laugh echoed behind him. You Celestials, you're somewhat interesting at first glance, but after a few decades, you become utterly bland and tiresome. The others seemed to recall a memory, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Fortunately, among the Celestials, there's Solomon Beaufort. You're far more interesting than them, true spirit. Ah, according to my usual habits, I shouldn't have said so much. But thinking about it, after being neighbors for so long, and having provided you with comfortable service, I consider this a final farewell. A farewell from a god-level being, that's enough to honor your life. I never need farewells. My life is not for others to judge. My hope still shines within my heart. With each word Solomon Beaufort spoke, his aura intensified, until the last word of his final sentence was uttered, his power reaching an extreme. It was as if he had merged with the entire evening moon. He flashed, instantly appearing in deep space, facing the charging Chakro Vaughn. Chapter 840. The stars, revealed before his eyes. This was the first time Chakro Vaughn had observed evening moon so closely. Although he had gained the ability to fly and survive in space by the fifth ring, no, the fourth, he had always been busy with the struggles on Earth. Furthermore, the Zenith Center always remained entrenched in the heavens, too lazy to engage in combat. Therefore, his impressions of evening moon mostly came from videos and photographs. Chuklo looked down. Magnificent was a more fitting description than beautiful. The grayish-white celestial body silently rotated in deep space, its pockmarked surface resembling molten silver poured over it, which, upon cooling, solidified into silvery white, blocky scabs. Those were the buildings of Lone Sea and the Intelligent Manufacturing Plant Complex. Chuklo glanced at it, then shifted his gaze from the evening moon, scanning the surroundings as if searching for someone. And then he found it. From the setting moon, an elusive spirit rose, its shadow shifting and unpredictable, its ominous signals flickering and elusive. Without extreme concentration, even the slightest trace would be missed. Croft Wilder. Chaklo stared straight ahead, slowly uttering the other's name. A fleeting laugh echoed in the vacuum. The throne, addressed by name, showed no anger. Drawn by external forces, it drifted into deep space, finding a comfortable spot somewhere, settling down. Looking at the imposing, unyielding Chaklo, its eyes held undisguised admiration. I wait, it smiled, the day you challenge me. The next second, as if a bubble had burst, the other vanished completely from Chaklo's perception, lost all presence, and could not be found again, no matter how hard he searched. No wonder it's an observer. Chakro stopped himself from thinking and looked away. Once again, he looked down at the evening moon. It had undergone a dramatic change. In very ancient times, people had the habit of describing the evening moon with words like bright, pure white, and clear. Simply because it truly appeared that way, it reflected the sun's radiance, outlining a silver mirror hanging high in the sky. But later, a small group of psionicists broke free from the constraints of gravity and the atmosphere, trekking a long distance to forcibly stand on the surface of the evening moon, and then they discovered something. The evening moon they had seen before was only a part of it, or rather, its front. Its other side was forever turned away from Terra. Before their landing, no one had ever seen this side's true appearance. A modern person would give the answer without hesitation. This was because the tidal forces between the two sides gradually slowed the evening moon's rotation, eventually causing it to be tidally locked to Earth, always showing the same side. However, people back then offered a different interpretation, choosing to call it the dark side of the moon. No, not just ancient people, but even many modern people believe that on the other side of the setting moon, deep within that dark side, lies a shocking secret. The ultimate weapon of an ancient civilization, the wreckage of an alien spaceship, a demonic gate to hell, a paradise built by the wealthy for themselves, the ultimate treasure that grants instant godhood. There are countless such rumors, each with its own loyal followers. But these are all false rumors. Even the dark side of the moon isn't completely black and devoid of light. The amount of light it receives is almost the same as its front side. However, at this moment, in Chakro's vision, a seemingly bottomless, dark ocean appeared out of nowhere, visibly engulfing the surface of the moon, drawing a line between light and darkness, forming the literal dark side of the moon. And rising with it was a violently escalating aura. The fifth ring great source. Deep darkness, Solomon Beaufort. As the leader of the Celestials, the ruler of the behemoth Zenith Central, he was born, grew up, and matured on the moon. Although he had descended to Earth and fought on Terra, he had ultimately spent most of his life on the moon. Decades of infiltration had created a resonance with the moon, enabling him to single-handedly manipulate the environment, making the moon the dominant force, turning the image of the dark side of the moon into reality, and confronting any invader. In Chaclo's perception, the aura of Solomon Beaufort as an individual was barely perceptible, indistinct and unclear. Instead, an entire celestial body. Evening moon seemed to possess life, coming alive, revealing a chilling malice to the visitor. A darkness devoid of light, carrying endless malice, surged forth like a tidal wave. Chaclo remained calm, simply raising his hand once more, clenching his fist. This punch was aimed at Evening Moon itself. But before it could be unleashed, the massive wave of firepower projected by the lonely sea was breached a second time in a short time. A streak of light crashed through the tide, tearing through the air, and slammed down upon him. Chaclo's fist smoothly shifted, neither dodging nor avoiding, simply catching the attack head-on. Then bang! Like a heavy iron hammer striking glass, the attack shattered instantly upon contact. It was instantly destroyed. The light stopped, dissipated after half a breath, revealing a concrete outline. A man dressed in understated yet luxurious attire, his manners impeccable. Fifth Ring Truth, the giant corporation Dark Crystal Credit. The trusted Gabriel, Ralph Gabriel. Chacro, you really made me feel terrible this time. Ralph looked annoyed and displeased. You split the country, stirred up conflict, and caused market turmoil. I lost so much of my assets. That's bad enough, but the key thing is, how did you manage to break through to the third stage of True Spirit first? He rambled on, muttering, I always assured the board and shareholders that I would be the first True Spirit to reach the third stage in the corporate alliance. I'm a man of my word, one can't be dishonest. But now, it seems like I'm the one lying. Reputation, credibility, it's hard to build, but easy to collapse. Chacro, you're so despicable. If this continues, my business will be difficult to do. No, it's already difficult to do business. Then, he suddenly stopped and looked up. A smile returned to his lips, and the spiritual energy of the peak second stage of True Spirit slowly surged forth, evolving into a power capable of destroying the world. Ralph Gabriel smiled and recited the words. Killing a third-tier credit seems to be more worthwhile than becoming a third-tier credit myself, that's what I think. As he spoke, one figure after another broke through the barrage of fire, gathering on the same battlefield. From the crimson flames, a young man emerged, surveying the entire scene with undisguised joy in his eyes. Chapter 841. The world fell silent for a moment. Even Solomon Beaufort, embodied as the dark side of the moon, didn't act immediately. The deep, dark abyss of the setting moon churned and writhed, coalescing into a humanoid silhouette that indifferently watched the crowd. A colossal mechanical structure, seemingly capable of supporting the sky and reaching tens of thousands of meters in height, stood in deep space with an imposing presence. Every inch of its armor plating and every cannon muzzle exuded a heavy weight. This was none other than Southern Heavy Industries Colossus Baps, the fifth ring beyond. Another person held a cane, their circulation psionic energy enveloping them and spreading outwards, forming an endless, cyclical authority. Scientific Ethics Committee, Fifth Ring Truth, Eternal Cycle, Yvette Gregory. Ing Bancheng tossed a string of toy swords in his hand, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently, as he muttered to himself. Opposite him, Patty Moore stood expressionless, his posture impeccable, his powerful, reality-distorting psychic energy like a volcano about to erupt, ready to burst forth at any moment. Fifth Ring True Spirit. Beings who have broken the cycle of predetermined death, beings qualified to decide the fates of countless people, have now gathered in 10 places. Song Shure's heart surged with joy, like uncontrolled weeds sprouting, accompanied by flickering crimson flames, poised to erupt. More than 2,000 years ago, that generation of gods, in order to break through the unprecedented seventh ring, came to the outer heavens, discussing the Tao, then fighting to the death, thus leading to the fall of heaven event. Terra's satellite Chengdu collapsed and disintegrated, crashing into Terra. Now, more than 2,000 years later, a tingling sensation spread from his heart, climbing up his body. He stood in the same place as the gods of the past. Song Shure had no doubt that the full force of 10 fifth ring cultivators colliding could shatter Shiyu. Opening a lunar battlefield was Chakro's choice. He didn't want the battle to take place within the Enterprise Alliance's territory. If the battle were fought on land, with the 10 true spirits unleashed, Chakro had no doubt he would achieve final victory, But the price others would pay would be far too high. Mountains and seas would be submerged, 9 out of 10 houses would be empty, and most of the Enterprise Alliance would likely be destroyed, repeating the devastation of the wasteland. Therefore, without hesitation, in the very first second after breaking through to the third stage of True Spirit, he launched a fierce attack on Shiyu, aiming to force the others to arrive, and set the final battleground in deep space. Songsher grinned. Shiyu, it doesn't matter. If it's shattered, we just rebuild it, and put it back up. Corporatism is over. Each of the 10 True Spirits was in a different position, but Chakra was vaguely surrounded at the very center. He remained indifferent, his gaze sweeping across the scene, showing little emotional fluctuation, yet exuding an aggressive sharpness. Because I am here. Before the words were finished, an arm as thick as a mountain range slowly rose, its massive bearing structure at the joint silently rotating, radiating a deep blue halo, like a moving glacier. At the end of the arm, a gigantic hand, with 5 distinct fingers, slowly opened, then closed, clenching into a fist in midair, and launched a bombardment towards Chakra. The owner of the bombardment was Colossus Bapus. This colossal construct, if standing on the earth, could cast a shadow that blotted out the sky. On the surface of the humanoid titan, deep and shallow grooves crisscrossed his hard metal armor, scars left from his past battles. A massive head, its pupils emitting a dazzling, eerie light. From a macroscopic perspective, this punch appeared remarkably slow, yet its destructive power remained undiminished. When Bapus pushed his psionic technique, Supermass Strike, to its limit, it could even trigger a localized gravity well phenomenon. Where his fist struck, the ocean of fire, previously riddled with holes by the onlookers, but quickly refilled by the Lone Sea Celestial Defense System, showed a visible indentation. High-temperature plasma clusters, pulse-focused beams, even the radioactive dust from the nuclear explosion, as if crushed by a hydraulic press, suddenly caved inwards, like a breached airplane cabin, forced together by the pressure difference to a single point. They mingled, pulverized, and continuously accumulated on Bapus's arm. From a distance, Bapus's punch resembled a meteorite falling into the atmosphere, growing brighter and heavier until it finally encountered an obstacle. Chakra Vaughn. The capture of the local gravity well phenomenon and its colossal size meant that while Bapus's absolute speed wasn't particularly fast, the impact was difficult to avoid. Yet, at this moment, Chakra Vaughn didn't even attempt a tentative dodge. He did only one thing: clench his fist, like a knight charging at a windmill, a mayfly shaking a towering ancient tree, turning to meet fist to fist in the face of a difference in size by 1,000,000 times. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Then, in the next instant, everything began to flow again. What was revealed in reality was an unbelievable scene. A mechanical construct as tall as a colossus, as majestic as a titan, had lost its balance, slowly stumbling backward. Countless cracks erupted from its mountain-thick arms, and even its tightly clenched fist inevitably loosened due to the external force. However, while Baps retreated, Chakra vanished completely, disappearing into the darkness of space. But less than a few breaths later, a flash of light appeared at the edge of his vision, and Chakra charged back, returning to the battlefield. As the culmination of the giant corporation Southern Heavy Industries philosophy, Bap's power had reached an unbelievable level. Even if Chakra were to take a punch, he would be blasted away in unknown distance. But it was only blasted away. The returned Chakra Vaughn. His aura was stable. Peak psychic energy. It didn't seem like he'd been blasted away, but rather like he returned from a picnic. Since breaking through to the 5th ring, True Spirit, Baps had always been powerful and heavy, solid and substantial, capable of easily crushing mountains like tofu. However, in this exchange of punches, it was as if he were striking a bronze bell with his bare hands, only to encounter something incredibly hard. The third stage of True Spirit, the paradox of reversal. The current Chakra Vaughn has already begun to demonstrate, like the former Grand Marshal Isidore Sinity, his qualifications to prove Terra's #1 in the world. However, #1 in the world is another matter. Bapus's punch ignited the battlefield. In an instant, 10 distinctly different psionic energies surged, colliding in a chain reaction. The deep space centered on Sia was as if hundreds of nuclear bombs had been dropped, erupting with blindingly bright light. Songsher was one of them. Songsher was the most dazzling psionicist among them. A blaze of light, indescribable in words, pierced the deep space, expanding tens of thousands of meters in an instant, resembling an erupting jet of flame. Then, this jet of flame reversed its direction, piercing through the dark side of Sia. Chapter 842. Since the outbreak of the Second Seven Earths War, the Enterprise Alliance has been fighting against external enemies, while simultaneously waging internal strife, attacking each other, and even actively invading other countries to expand its free market. There has been no respite. This is a war that affects everyone, from top to bottom. No one can escape its reach. Therefore, even the true spirits currently on the lunar battlefield are not at their peak, and all bear injuries to varying degrees, and a significant portion of these injuries originate from one of the 10 individuals. In comparison, Solomon Beaufort, the deep darkness who resides in the evening moon and rarely takes action, is among the best preserved. Moreover, while he is not at his peak, at this moment, the sense of danger he exudes is even stronger than at his peak. As one of only 2 great sources present, Songshur naturally understood the whole situation at a glance. Dojo, divine realm, battleground, whatever word you use to summarize it, in short, the opponent's long-standing presence in Sia has profoundly influenced the latter. The individual has leveraged the larger environment, and the larger environment resonates with the individual. For a great source, this is an absolute home field advantage. Even Chaklo and Solomon Beaufort dared to confront him head-on, let alone Songshur. The darkness covering the celestial bodies suddenly surged, meeting the beam of flame piercing the deep space. The fear of darkness is a primal human instinct. In a sense, the enduring and revered status of flame in various mythologies stems from this. Songshur had seen some great sources who chose the path of darkness, but the darkness unleashed by Solomon Beaufort at this moment was unlike any he had ever seen before. It wasn't the terror of devouring light, nor the Een symbolizing the 2 poles of heaven and earth, nor the abyssal evil. It was a darkness devoid of any emotion, vast, lonely, and unknown. This was, from a modern astronomical perspective, the darkness of deep space. The tide of darkness surged back, colliding violently with the beam of flame, sending up a massive burst of sparks. For a moment, the flame seemed to pierce the darkness, but in the end, it remained only seemingly. The beam of flame broke through, then dimmed further, finally extinguishing completely, swallowed by the darkness. Not a single glimmer of light remained. TSK, Songshur clicked his tongue. The injuries left by Russia hadn't fully healed. His current strength was probably around 80% of his peak. No, a little over 70%. Facing an opponent fighting on home ground, this combination of increased and decreased strength actually made him feel inadequate. The darkness engulfed the beam of flame, showing no sign of stopping. Solomon Beaufort simultaneously unleashed several psionic techniques, preparing for a fierce counterattack, but in that instant, an external force arrived first. To be precise, 3 different psychic energies descended upon the battlefield between Songshur and Solomon. Amidst this intense melee, Songshur pushed his senses to the limit from the very beginning. His psychic technique, glassy observation, was as sharp as a candle, instantly detecting the attacks. Space was folding. A sweep of Songshur's gaze revealed that the surrounding spatial structure had abruptly distorted, like exquisite origami, constantly folding, closing, and reconstructing, forming an ever-tightening cage. The giant corporation overturning Valley Development, the 5th ring beyond. The key to space, Bronte. Having transformed into a super-life form inhabiting the spatial axis, he could exert various forms of manipulation over space. With such a long-range attack, Songshur's movements were inevitably restricted. Solomon Beaufort, naturally, keenly sensed this excellent opportunity and intended to unleash the full power of darkness to severely damage his opponent, but unfortunately, it didn't work. At the same time Songshur was struck by the spatial cage, reinforcements from Su Yudu and Patty Moore slammed into the darkness of the moon, Solomon Beaufort's avatar. An astronomical swarm of nanobots converged into a silver-gray storm, descending upon the surface of the evening moon. Many nanobots, before they could even land, were swallowed by the darkness and reduced to ashes. But many was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the whole. The next moment, these nanobots flashed simultaneously. This was a flash of electromagnetic energy. A single nanobot produces an extremely limited electromagnetic field. Even moving a coin would be difficult. But when the single becomes tens of millions, trillions, or even higher orders of magnitude, it can unleash a cataclysmic electromagnetic explosion. If Suyu were to advance further in the future, breaking through to the 2nd or 3rd stage of true spirit, or even the God's throne, this single move could likely forcibly alter the magnetic field environment of an entire planet. On the other hand, Patty Morse took a simpler and more brutal approach, his will distorting reality, stirring up darkness, and briefly entangled Solomon Beaufort. The surrounding space became increasingly cramped, constantly folding. Perhaps it could be compared to origami. Origami cranes are the beginner level, while truly advanced origami blueprints, requiring immense effort, reach a level that is incomprehensible even to the naked eye. The spatial cage shaped by Bronte possessed a folded structure that was precisely this level of complexity, like a constantly changing maze, with no exit to be found. Spatial structure? Songsher glanced at it, then looked away, placing one hand on the heavy Slayer's sword. A raging crimson-gold flame erupted. It was as if a supernova had been ignited in deep space. The rolling fireball expanded in less than a thousandth of a second, bursting the spatial cage. Those folding, transforming, incredibly complex spatial structures were reduced to ashes. If it were the general of the Northern Thunder Defense Line, the Fifth Ring Balance, Quiet Abyss Stillwater Hixien, both being psionicists specializing in the element of space, their battle might have been unpredictable, breathtaking, and a clash navigating the crisscrossing spatial axis. But this was Songsher. He made only one move, unleashing a raging inferno that shattered the spatial structure with terrifying destructive power. Simultaneously, the commotion in the distance rapidly subsided. Songsher discerned that Solomon Beaufort also possessed the psionic technique Black Body Curtain, and not just this one defensive, absorption-focused psionic technique. Songsher sensed at least three in this single exchange. Because of this, the darkness he embodied was like a bottomless abyss, a black hole from which even light could not escape, first forcefully swallowing Su Yudu's electromagnetic explosion, then withstanding the will descended by Patty Morse. Then, a counterattack erupted. The pitch-black deep space that constituted the environment suddenly shifted, as if imbued with substance, churning up a profound torrent. This torrent surged towards the wildly expanding sun. Crimson, gold, and darkness, two colors, collided violently. Chapter 843. The Earth is so vast, the ocean so boundless, flowing across the planet's surface, nurturing countless lives over millions of years of evolution, radiating brilliant light. A sense of security akin to that of a father and mother in their swaddling clothes. But for the Fifth Ring, who has attained enlightenment of the true spirit, the vast earth and ocean seem somewhat cramped. When they clash without restraint, the life and civilizations that depend on them will face the most indifferent destruction. Therefore, throughout history, the Fifth Ring has reached a tacit consensus. Their conflicts will be fought in the heavens, minimizing damage to Terra. However, even the high heavens, in terms of their boundless expanse, cannot compare to the deep space. Tenfold psychic energy, tenfold will. A power beyond mortal imagination, after an unknown period of time, once again manifested itself with unimpeded freedom. Chakra rampaged through, instantly crushing any obstacle into dust. Almost no one dared to face its sharp edge. Aside from the furious roar of Colossus Bapus, who unhesitatingly blocked the former's path, fists clashed again and again. The metal armor shattered inch by inch, the massive bearing assembly, unable to withstand the strain, collapsed one after another. The majestic Titan machine endured the most terrifying pressure it had ever faced. Pain outweighed its majesty on that enormous head, but in the next instant, it chewed up all the pain, forging it into a blood-pumping rage, and continued to unleash its punches forward. Trusted Gabriel Ralph arrived at just the right moment, using the keen sense honed from his experience in the marketplace to detect the fluctuations in Chakra's state the instant after the punch. His true spirit all or nothing activated, his psionic energy surging instantly. With the audacity and momentum of going all in even if it means bankruptcy, he unleashed a devastating and earth-shattering strike. Chakra remained expressionless and fearless as the two clashed head-on, igniting a chilling divine light. The others, however, had no time to notice. Every second was consumed by data, analyzed and aggregated within the Fifth Ring Revelation psionic and singularity technology, chaotic probability calculation. Ing Bancheng and Yvette Gregory stood facing each other, their gazes locked in the quietest space, seemingly unhurried and motionless. Yet, their expressions clearly grew increasingly solemn, their minds more focused, their concentration absolute. Bang, bang, bang. In the center of Ing Bancheng's palm, the suspended small sword shattered and reformed repeatedly, as if attempting to exhaustively solve a unique equation. With each shattering of the small sword, Yvette Gregory's cycle field trembled, the amplitude of the tremor increasing with each repetition, but Ing Bancheng's aura also slowly weakened with the repeated shattering of the small sword. Amidst the violent clashes of psionic energy, space had become utterly corrupted and out of control, like a raging sea where a single wave could shatter a ship. Even overturning Valley pioneers, who possessed the singularity technology of spatial leap, would never dare attempt a leap in such an environment. It would be pure suicide. Yet, one person was swimming freely in this turbulent sea. The key to space, Bronte. This superlife form, stripped of its mortal body, moved with incredible agility along the distorted spatial axis. The spatial structure pulsed, flipped, and folded on his 5 fingers, using the battlefield's environmental advantages to simultaneously restrain Patty Morse and Su Yudu. Almost simultaneously, in the distance, crimson flames collided with darkness. The 2 streams of psionic energy expanded wildly the instant they collided, then collapsed inward in the next second, crimson and black merging and consuming each other, revealing a desolate gray. Until finally, even the desolate gray vanished. Within hundreds of miles, nothing remained. Literally nothing. Intelligently controlled armed units, long-range firepower, even slightly larger pieces of space debris, all gone. More thorough than slag, they were ground into the finest dust by the clash between the 2 fifth-ring Great Source beings. Songshur slowly exhaled. The dim flames flickered once, then a second time, and instantly surged forth, once again radiating a dazzling, blazing light. The destructive power, which had annihilated everything, did not ease with the previous attack. Instead, it soared even higher. The setting moon, shrouded in darkness, revealed gaps of varying sizes, through which its original form, grayish-white craters and pits, could be faintly seen. Then, the materialized darkness, surging with a deep tide, covered the gaps again, transforming back into pure lunar darkness. That was all. Possessing home field advantage and located in deep space, the attack just now, while impressive, was far from exhausting for Solomon Beaufort. Songshur, the same applies. The so-called Great Source requires using only a fraction of one's strength to achieve the sound and light effects that other paths require tenfold. With his spiritual energy reserves, he could unleash such a magnificent attack 10 times over without any problem. A new change ensued. Deep space is devoid of light, shrouded in darkness. Even with 10 true spirits gathered, causing destruction time and again, and terrifying divine light raging across the entire arena. But it's like painting on a canvas covered in black paint. Even with the view widened, everyone is still in the dark depths of space. Songshur sensed that deep space, which should have been merely a backdrop, was undergoing a transformation. The unattainable darkness was subtly fermenting, breeding immense malice, and howling at everyone else in the arena. Solomon Beaufort's expansion. The Star Destroyer mechs, activated by nodes and other androids, had envisioned a 3-step process. First, Songshur would pilot the Star Destroyer mechs, achieving 5th-ring combat power. Second, the Star Destroyer mechs would act as pilots, assimilating and controlling Terra, becoming planetary constructs, equivalent to 6th-ring combat power. The third step was to use Terra, transformed into a planetary construct, to travel to the sun, sink into the deepest part of the star, and assimilate again, achieving unprecedented 7th-ring combat power. Solomon Beaufort's current actions were strikingly similar to this. He was using himself to manipulate the evening moon, and then using the evening moon to manipulate deep space, aiming to achieve a massive expansion encompassing the entire battlefield. The formless, colorless, and odorless darkness, in his hands, acquired substance, transforming into a vast ocean that devoured everything in its path, obliterating all in its wake. Suddenly, even Terra, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, was shrouded in a dim filter, gradually disappearing from view. In its place, darkness enveloped everything, extinguishing all light and all things. Su Yudu, Yvette Gregory, and the others all felt uneasy and were affected. They were simply helpless for the time being. Firstly, they lamented the lack of support from heaven and earth. Secondly, they were engaged in fierce combat and could not spare a hand. But someone could do something about it. Facing Shiyu, Songshur slashed down with his sword, True Spirit. Annihilation! Chapter 844. Admittedly, Songshur's current condition isn't particularly good. Consensus: the methods of the Taoist path are known for their deep-rooted nature and endless destructive power. They emphasize that you can defeat me, but you can't subdue me. Often, even after the original body dies, the victor still has to expend considerable effort to erase the remaining injuries. But this only applies to the normal state. As proof of a spiritualist's past path and will, let alone a merely average state, even in the instant before death, its true spirit will never fade in the slightest. Therefore, from this attack where the true spirit was annihilated, Songshur briefly returned to his peak. The crimson gold heavenly fire, like an abyss or a prison, became a vast ocean. Then, this ocean surged with raging waves, endless fiery tides sweeping inward, condensing into an incomparably blazing sun. Spiritual skill heavenly sun. A crimson sun hung slowly in the deep sky, its molten lava flowing gently, then, due to the lack of gravity, becoming drifting, wispy strands of gold. It was so dazzling that even a fleeting glance was unbearable, yet the light emanating from this sun offered no sense of brightness or grandeur. On the contrary, It possessed a destructive power that burnt everything, instilling a deep-seated fear. Songshur slashed down, and the heavenly sun, drawn by the force of a setting sun, descended upon the setting moon. In terms of destructive power alone, Songshur was confident that this single strike would blast a bright, gaping hole in the setting moon. Solomon Beaufort, of course, could not tolerate such a thing. So he moved as well. Everyone's vision suddenly darkened. The darkness of deep space, a darkness so vast that no boundaries could be defined, suddenly seemed to possess life. Countless inexplicable entities writhed and writhed within it, forming a living, breathing darkness. True spirit, first stage. The colorless beast. Head, tail, torso, no part is discernible. Everyone can sense that the vast darkness has transformed into a beast roaring with boundless malice, yet precisely because of this, no one can glimpse its complete form. The corporate alliances works on the theme of the stars, and the sea have always been popular, boasting numerous classics and masterpieces. They cover many directions. Some anticipate a golden age, a space opera, some take a different approach, focusing on the evolution of different civilizations across the galaxy, and some choose fear. They firmly believe that the unknown depths of space contain unknown malice, a fear born of human instinct when gazing into the darkness. Few know that for a considerable period, Solomon Beaufort was quite passionate about this type of subject matter. He even established a special fund in his youth to support many creators of this genre. Boom! If calamity primarily embodies violent killing intent, hatred, and resentment, then the current colorless beast emanates a chilling malice from every pore. Then, the beast formed from the darkness of deep space met the annihilating sun. Another earth-shattering explosion occurred. The sun shattered, disintegrating into countless fragments. A vast expanse of light briefly illuminated the entire area, dispelling the darkness. In the blink of an eye, a blurry outline of the colorless beast could even be glimpsed. A severely shrunken, even fragmented outline. No, it might be even worse, because the darkness that constituted the colorless beast was mixed with countless embers, roughly resembling embers from a long-burning charcoal fire. At such close range, even she was not spared. Its surface was pelted with countless flames, existing craters melted and collapsed, forming new ring-shaped craters. Then, this heavily damaged colorless beast, continuously burning and eroding itself, was driven to crash into the distant battlefield. After a brief struggle, it was completely annihilated in the collision of multiple fifth rings, returning to darkness. The mighty flames, after all, eventually dissipated. As the light gradually dimmed, darkness returned. And with it, the colorless beast revived. No, to be precise, a newly born colorless beast. Theoretically, the colorless beast is equivalent to activated darkness, immortal and indestructible, able to quickly recover even from severe damage. However, the destructive power of the opponent's true spirit was too astonishing, leaving no room for retreat. Even with the colorless beast's regenerative abilities, it couldn't withstand it, and after just one blow, it teetered on the brink of collapse. This is why Solomon Beaufort simply turned to the other battlefield to fulfill his last mission. But it doesn't matter. Relying on the form of darkness of the moon, Solomon Beaufort is significantly stronger than before. His true spirit, annihilation, can bombard and ravage the world. Surely his true spirit, colorless beast, can resurrect and be reborn? A terrifying malice once again forms a torrent sweeping across the land, engulfing the battlefield with a tearing bite of the colorless beast. Hee hee hee, Songshur chuckled softly, but as he laughed, his lips unconsciously distorted, solidifying into a sinister grin. Perhaps the civil war between Great Origin will ultimately boil down to a war of attrition, and a battle of attrition. Even a martial artist like Wang Chunlai, who habitually buffs himself with a series of enhancements before engaging in direct combat, still possesses a method for controlling the 5 elements. Heh, not bad, my old wounds haven't healed yet, and indeed, my opponent has the home field advantage. But so what? Songshur swung his heavy slash, flame slowly igniting on its straight blade. Instead of fighting until they're coughing up blood, you're only thinking about this kind of thing? Just as he was about to unleash another strike, Songshur suddenly turned his head, and saw an extremely dazzling divine light suddenly blooming in the distance. To be precise, this was a brilliant light from the perspective of a psionicist. It represented an extremely powerful and intense psionic eruption, and the result of the eruption, arrived. This construct, resembling Terra, a colossal mechanical giant, a 5th ring beyond. Known as the Colossus, Bapis was struck head-on by the divine light, as if hit by an unimaginably heavy meteorite. Already struggling to maintain its stance, it could no longer hold on, and was instantly slammed away, flying backward with a crash. Patty Morse, Su Yudu, and Bronte, who were present at the fifth ring, didn't hesitate for a second and decisively scattered to make way. Just as Bapus was about to smash into Sia, the colorless beast pounced, the materialized darkness exerting all its strength to hold back the former's body, finally intercepting it before it collided with Sia. As the momentum subsided, the appearance of this colossus was revealed to everyone, a truly gruesome sight. Not a single part of its body was intact, like a wrecked mecha lying in a corner of a junkyard. From the direction it had come from, at the empty end of darkness, a silhouette emerged, a man with a calm expression, slowly withdrawing his fist and walking over. With each step he took, though there was no sound in the vacuum, it was as if a heavy hammer struck a giant bell, producing a deep rumble that echoed in the minds of the company's staff. Chapter 845. Cough 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 cough. Ralph Gabriel reappeared. The former top psionicist in the corporate alliance now looked rather disheveled. His tie was tattered, hanging loosely around his neck. He coughed several times, his face slightly pale, yet clearly beaming with a smile. So strong, so strong. Is this the third stage of true spirit? Ha ha ha. He hooked his hand on the tattered tie, ripped it off, and let it float into deep space. But not as strong as Juan Fa that day. He licked his lips. I can still put up a fight. Songsher glanced at him. He wasn't surprised by this assessment. Back then, in her battle with Dwight Brooks, Juan Fa had almost completely dominated the latter. After their final showdown, she returned to the Academic Council for seclusion, even claiming she would attempt to break through to the sixth ring, God's throne. And less than a day had passed since Chaklo broke through to the third stage of true spirit. Don't even mention a potential clash now. Even if Juan Fa himself were here, Ralph Gabriel would still confidently declare he could fight. Let me ask you a question. Songsher suddenly spoke up. Are you trying to reassure the market? Ralph paused, then burst into laughter. I bet you are. The battlefield, disrupted by Colossus bus rampage, was reorganized in just a few words. Representatives of the New Order Federation and the Corporate Alliance stood at opposite ends in a standoff. Chaklo Vaughn stood at the forefront, his gaze sweeping over the Corporate Alliance members. He had fought 2 against 1, easily securing victory. He wasn't unscathed. But the man remained calm, completely unconcerned, like a steamroller smoothly crushing all obstacles in his path. Crack, crack. A muffled cracking sound abruptly broke the silence. The source of the sound was Colossus Bapus. Although it was a vacuum, the previous face-to-face clash between several true spirits had inevitably affected the lunar exploration base Lone Sea, causing part of the surface to collapse and a large amount of oxygen to leak into space. However, this small amount of oxygen was far too thin for the fifth ring members present, whose engagement range was 100 miles, insufficient to serve as a medium for sound transmission. Yet, they could still clearly hear the cracking sound. Bapus shifted his body. Compared to his former majestic grandeur and insurmountable titan power, every movement he made now revealed undisguised strain. His heavy, sturdy body was unrecognizable, his surface riddled with cracks, the edges of the armor wounds pierced by unimaginable violence, melting, twisting, and turning. The complex mechanical castings and energy pipelines were exposed, dangerous arcs of electricity flickering at the fractures, like the twitching nerves of a dying man. Of all those present in this lunar war, he was the most severely injured. Frankly speaking, he was almost killed by Chakro. The fifth ring transcendence had forged the transcendent body of a colossal construct. His vitality should have been tenacious, his defenses robust. Under normal circumstances, even against an opponent stronger than him, he could rely on this terrifying physique to hold out for a considerable time. But this was merely holding out. It was drag on without dying. It was garbage time. Carving words into stone was a way to preserve information for an extremely long time. If his sole purpose was to live longer, he shouldn't have transformed into a colossus, but instead strived to become a piece of stone. Turning into stone, ha ha ha. How ridiculous. Chakro quietly gazed at the distant colossus, like an ant facing a tiger, but the former looking down upon the latter. In the previous exchange, the opponent made no attempt to evade, not even choosing to defend. Both stood there rigidly, taking the hits head-on, exchanging countless punches in a frenzied clash. As a first-stage true spirit, directly confronting a third-stage true spirit. Space blossomed into a flower, and Bronte emerged from its stamen. He glanced at the battered Baps, and ripples gradually spread around him. He intended to create a small, isolated space to temporarily isolate Baps, allowing the latter's maintenance unit to perform emergency repairs and boost his condition. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, a small, isolated space was naturally not very safe, But Solomon Beaufort was also there, providing a vast, dark concealment. With this double measure, it should last for a while. Sizzle. The isolated space under construction, like a bubble just taking flight, burst with a sizzle. Bapus struggled, refusing the small space. Bronte was silent for a moment, then snorted, showing little annoyance. He stopped constructing, took a half step back, and disappeared back into the spatial axis. Bapus stood up, panting, like frozen tectonic plates pushing up a silent glacier. Then, a torrent of sound arrived. The machine's dense, shrill alarms were drowned out by a deafening roar. Deep within the mechanical titan's engine core, as if a convulsing heart had been forcibly injected with a stimulant, it emitted an incomparably violent roar. A torrent of blazing white plasma erupted from the thruster nozzles on Bapus's back. This energy was so intense that the thrusters were warped and deformed, and the earth below melted into a boiling, churning lake of lava. The flames, however, did not diminish but intensified, becoming even more magnificent. From a third-person perspective, it resembled a vast, sweeping celestial wing, violently engulfing deep space. Wherever the flame swept, combat units belonging to the Lone Sea Celestial Defense System, remaining space debris, and even the craters and rock layers on the surface of the evening moon were completely melted, turning into flowing molten iron that sprayed wantonly into deep space. Then, all the molten iron was drawn by gravity, converging towards a single point: Bapus's mech. In its battle with Chakro, Bapus was blasted through countless times, its mass shattering and falling away immeasurably. Just as it had just flattened a large section of the evening moon surface, Chakro was also flattened and shrunk considerably by Bapus. I am. The newly melted molten iron, driven by Bapus's gravity generation system, frantically converged. It was a scene reminiscent of sculpting clay, layer upon layer rapidly piling up. At this moment, the mechanical construct, which had shrunk considerably, rapidly regained its original colossal size, even exceeding it. A monster tens of thousands of meters tall, standing there in fury. On its cracked head, most of the main monitor array had gone dark, only the largest pupil in the center, beneath the shattered crystals, shone with a faint, eerie blue light. I am. On its surface, some of the molten metal cooled and solidified into deformed, tumor-like formations, but most of it continued to flow, radiating a scorching heat. How could the roughly absorbed molten metal compare to the strength of the original, meticulously forged structure? The crisscrossing flow of molten metal formed unsightly scars. Meanwhile, the reckless overclocking and overload caused countless malfunctions to occur within the machine. The towering behemoth's body appeared barely held together. But at this moment, Baps was more ferocious than ever before. He roared, his chapped, mangled hands clenching tightly, as he unleashed another punch at Chakro. Colossus. Chapter 846. Ralph Gabriel is a master of venture capital. Even though he's long been the head of a giant corporation and has topped the corporate alliance's rich list for years, the exceptional intuition and judgment that propelled him to the top haven't faded. Almost every year, he plays a game, changing his identity and living in anonymity, transforming himself from zero to a multimillionaire within a month without relying on psychic powers or the resources of a giant corporation. In fact, except for one instance, where a sudden corporate war forced him to return to Dark Crystal credits and interrupt his challenge, he succeeded every time. How magnificent, the corporate alliance. It allows someone penniless to become a multimillionaire in just 30 days. See, the same thing can't be done in the Eastern Continent Republic, except, of course, by marrying into the family. At this moment, the risk radar in Ralph Gabriel's mind went off with a sharp, deafening roar. It pounded incessantly. Baps, this was tantamount to pure surrender. The greater the gap in raw power, the more one should plan to strengthen other areas, bridge the gap, until ultimately achieving a weak defeats the strong. However, the opponent ignored all this, showing no interest in anything else, single-mindedly determined to fight to the death. He was determined to battle Chakro. Ralph Gabriel had seen countless gamblers, all sorts of people, and he was one of the top players. He was intimately familiar with the scene of both sides betting everything in one go. In fact, the second stage of his true spirit was called all or nothing, where, after discarding all burdens, a resolute and unwavering decision could unleash unparalleled brilliance. But true all-or-nothing bets are always for the sake of success. Those who are muddle-headed, flushed, and recklessly go all-in, choosing to leave everything to luck. Ralph Gabriel has always scoffed at this kind of all-or-nothing approach. Is this what you call a grand decision? Absolutely wrong. It's simply fear, cowardice, a person who sounds tough but is weak inside. They already foreseen their failure but dare not face it, dare not accept it, so they put on an all-or-nothing act, hoping for some vague, illusory luck to save them. Bapus. Bapus. You look intimidating. I never imagined you were this kind of person in secret, but the Colossus didn't care. It simply charged forward. Its terrifying mass, propelled by the radiant wings, shattered deep space. Its massive hand clenched, solidifying into an unstoppable, steel-like fist that would rather shatter than be destroyed. The power contained in this punch was so intense, so surging. Bapus seemed to transform into a meteorite crashing into the atmosphere, igniting ever brighter and more intensely. The metallic scars clinging to and solidifying his surface cracked inch by inch, revealing the original texture beneath. The flames erupted wildly, the intense fluctuations visibly distorting the outline of the skywing, merging with the cracks igniting on Bapus's body, creating an extremely violent impact. Although Bapus appeared to be teetering on the brink of collapse, subjected to such extreme manipulation, slowly plunging into the abyss of disintegration, his aura, amidst its uncontrolled chaos, was actually rising steadily, increasing stronger with each passing moment, charging towards the shackles that had remained unmoved for years. The impact swept over with a deafening roar. Songshur narrowed his eyes, as if watching a hydraulic press slowly descend. Normally, at this moment, the only thing he should do was unleash a sea of flames and slash back with his sword. At this moment, everyone, including Songshur, remained remarkably unified. Suyudu, transformed into a majestic coiled dragon, slowly circled, coldly observing. Yvette Gregory, supporting herself within the cycle field, fumbled for her cane, her face expressionless as she watched the battlefield. Songshur held his sword, but didn't strike. Only one person moved. Before the fierce impact, Chaklo stretched out his hand, his 5 distinct fingers spread, but not to press down on his fluttering coat. Time stretched out dramatically in that instant, so that everyone could see the entire process. The man's lips didn't move, but his clear inner voice spread in all directions, like the rising tide, crashing down from the horizon. If sacrificing one's life will surely yield results. His 5 fingers clenched, still in a fist. Staring at the violently approaching meteor directly ahead, Chaklo once again raised his fist. A straight punch, unbiased and precise. Baps. He enunciated each word clearly, uttering the other's name. Then, Patty Morse's pupils constricted sharply. His consensus path already possessed exceptional perception, and his specialization in reality distortion made him extremely sensitive to this aspect. He sensed that when Chakro spoke those words, the reality around him suddenly spiraled out of control, without any trickery. Simply an overwhelming surge of psionic energy that oppressed reality. If we had come this far, so many enlighteners wouldn't have died. Chakro vanished from his spot. Huh? This was Chakro's peak strike? A numbness ran down their spines, a sudden, overwhelming, dull throbbing sensation washing over them. Unable to see the specific details, when they regained their senses, they only saw the belated result. Deep space. Bapus, this meteorite of radiant light, the terrifying, doomed aura, the ever-increasing power, all came to an abrupt halt. The meteorite of radiant light collided with unprecedented violence, and was instantly pierced. The light dimmed, like a rocket or firework that had reached its maximum altitude and lost power, leaving only embers that crackled and scattered. Then collapse. The titan-like mechanical construct, losing the will to unify all its components, gradually disintegrated. The meteorite shattered, collapsed, turning into countless fragments of all sizes, which, due to inertia, slowly spread out in the weightless deep space. The controller of the giant corporation Southern Heavy Industries, Colossus Bapus. This fifth-ring transcendence became the first casualty of this lunar war. Huh? Breaking the silence was Ralph Gabriel. He clutched his forehead, his shoulders shaking, and let out a series of laughs, but there was no joy in them. Hee ha ha. A moment later, the laughter stopped abruptly. He abruptly ceased laughing. Ing Ban Chung, he released his hand. Aren't you really good at calculations? Calculate it, calculate it. What are our chances of winning? Well, I must emphasize first, the following results are for reference only. Please refer to the actual results. Ing Ban Chung, not far away, sighed, 17%, with a fluctuation of 0.694%. Not even 20%? That's really low. Ralph pressed his hand against his neck, squeezing hard, the bones cracked. What are my chances of winning? Ing Ban Chung shrugged. I can't say. Well then that's fine. He rolled up his sleeves. I really made a stupid mistake. An unforgivable blunder. I actually chose to rely on someone else's initiative, a cardinal sin in this industry. Chakro, he said. Let's fight. Chapter 847. Chaklo's actions confirmed his agreement. His figure reappeared in sight, his body covered in a fluid that was indistinguishable between engine oil and coolant. Then, with a flick of his wrist, the fluid dispersed, restoring him to his original state. He glanced at the man, said nothing, and clenched his fist, throwing a punch, and Ralph Gabriel blocked it. In the previous exchange, although Ralph's raw strength was far superior, he had mostly left the direct combat to Colossus Bapus, while he himself had lurked on the sidelines, waiting for an opportunity. Now Chaklo's punch. He finally stopped waiting for an opportunity, and chose to meet it head-on, and he successfully blocked it. The two separated instantly. After taking the punch, Ralph Gabriel's breathing became slightly erratic, as if someone had hit his chest, causing a stuffy and uncomfortable feeling. However, the next second, he licked his lips, seemingly unaffected. His eyes were fixed on the man before him, burning with an almost insane light, greed, fear, and an abnormally heightened excitement that dominated the scene. Songshur noticed this expression. It wasn't unfamiliar. In fact, it was almost too familiar. Back in his days, wandering the world with his skills, he frequented countless casinos, raided and destroyed countless ones. Every gambler who went all in, before the final result was revealed, looked like this. True Spirit second stage, all or nothing. The closer he got to the bottom, the stronger Ralph's psychic energy became. The more destitute a person was, the more unprecedented power they could unleash. Colossus Baps was dead. Half knowledgeable Ing Bancheng predicted the odds of victory. The situation had already deteriorated to a desperate point. But truly great gamblers treat every bet as a desperate gamble. The art of all or nothing is having nothing. Ralph stopped looking at anyone else, an unnatural flush rising on his face. He murmured excitedly, his breath catching in his throat, the art of gambling. It's about betting big with small stakes. Chakro narrowed his eyes, and acted without hesitation. He instantly transformed into a streak of light, striking Ralph, and carrying him away. Ralph laughed wildly, offering no resistance, letting himself be pushed along. Both disappeared into the darkness in the distance. Seconds later, a deafening shockwave shattered the darkness, revealing a fleeting glimpse of the two clashing violently. Almost simultaneously, everyone else moved. The pupils of Su Yudu's transformed coiled dragon blazed brightly, and a claw with overwhelming force slammed towards Ing Bancheng. The latter clicked his tongue, retaliated with a sword thrust, forcefully blocking the descending dragon claw. Immediately following, Yvette's attack descended cleanly and decisively, her psionic energy sweeping over him, attempting to forcibly draw him into her predetermined cycle. At the critical moment, Ing Bancheng uttered a syllable, and a snap echoed in the deep space, like a membrane being punctured at its weakest point. Following the calculated gap in the broken cycle, he narrowly escaped. However, this ordeal left Ing Bancheng looking rather disheveled. As the current chair of the Scientific Ethics Committee, Yvette Gregory was a long-established and highly decorated figure. Facing this perpetual loop, Ing Bancheng estimated his chances of victory to be 50-50, and knew he would have to prepare for a protracted battle. Moreover, what we are facing now is not just perpetual loop. Factory Su Yudu's opponent was naturally inferior to himself and Yvette Gregory in strength, but was still a worthy fifth ring cultivator. Fifth ring transcendence. Also a fifth ring transcendence. Colossus Baps could go toe-to-toe with Chaklo Vaughn for a while, and Su Yudu, in this battlefield, was playing a decisive role. Yvette Gregory, who was concentrating intently, turned her head slightly upon hearing this. It was Su Yudu who spoke. His gaze remained fixed on Ing Bancheng as he slowly said, "Go support Songshur's side, I handle things here." Yvette Gregory frowned slightly. On the other side of the battlefield, Key of Space Bronte and Deep Darkness Solomon Beaufort chose to join forces. Their psionic energies fused and complemented each other, constructing a vast, bizarre spatial structure called the Dark Domain of Sunluo. Darkness on the surface, a bizarre space within, like a treacherous black forest teeming with danger, a single misstep could lead to its malice and devastation. However, this black forest faces two fifth-ring psychics. Mind Rebirth Patty Morse and Southern Dipper Songshur, one employing a cautious, step-by-step approach, the other a relentless barrage, are both suppressed and at a disadvantage, but haven't suffered too much. At least they can hold on for the time being. This is to be expected. Except for a very few exceptions, battles between fifth-ring true spirits are always protracted affairs. While not as protracted as the God Throne battles, they are by no means decided in a short time. Especially clashes between evenly matched individuals often involve repeated back-and-forth battles that drag on for a considerable period. The current situation is quite clear. Chaklo and Ralph are far from Sia, fighting one-on-one. Yvette has no doubt about the outcome. Currently, Su Yudu is at the first stage of True Spirit, while Ing Ban Chung is at the second stage. The ideal course of action would be for her to stay and fight Ing Ban Chung, while Su Yudu rushes to support Patty and Songshur. However, the Saluo Black Domain jointly constructed by Bronte and Solomon Beaufort has too deep an impact and too wide a scope. Su Yudu's transcendent body, a nanobot-like aggregate, is severely restricted within it. Therefore, the best option is for the two of them to stay here and kill Ing Ban Chung first. Let me ask one more question. Yvette rubbed her temples. Are you sure? Su Yudu didn't speak. Humph. The current chairman of the Scientific Ethics Committee snorted unhappily. You always seemed so unwilling to give up. Su Yudu still didn't speak. Ing Ban Chung pinched his fingers, muttered a few words to himself, then chuckled. It's blood. Xianwang Su Yudu is the image of a hidden dragon emerging from the abyss. It's not so easy to obtain. He casually snapped the sword's blade in two. The latter was bent beyond recognition after its earlier collision with the dragon's claw. Immediately afterward, he pulled a string of brand new, jingling small swords from his pocket. But you want to be Baptiste, and I'm not Chakro. He sighed, casually pulling one off and holding it between his index finger and thumb. He smiled and said, I don't do one-on-one fights. None of you are allowed to leave. Before he finished speaking, Yvette Gregory picked up her cane, turned without hesitation, and charged towards the other side of the Dark Realm. Ing Ban Chung laughed heartily, following closely behind, thrusting his sword forward. Before the wondrous psychic power of the Fifth Ring revelation, the cycle principle, hailed as the most troublesome and difficult to deal with in the Enterprise Alliance, revealed numerous intertwined flaws, threatening to strike him precisely. But his tried-and-true technique was interrupted in an instant. The bluish-gray scales covering its entire body had somehow all stood upright, coiling around the dragon's body. From the darkness, a pair of brilliant golden vertical pupils emerged, coalescing into 2 points of blazing, molten lava-like light. Then, a coiled dragon, sprouting horns and bristling whiskers, leaped from the sea like the sun, ascending on clouds, revealing its ferocious nature. I said, you get the hell over here? Chapter 848. A long-awaited experience. Songshur thought. People's thoughts are never aligned. Even in a situation where people's hearts are at ease, everyone will inevitably have their own ideas. If someone has a sudden inspiration, it could spread like termites, causing a chain reaction of collapse and utter defeat. Fortunately, there is a solution to this problem. Various mind-controlled prosthetics, localized thought protocols, and mind synchronization adjustment devices have emerged one after another, ensuring the team's uniformity as much as possible. Even in ancient times, when technology was far less advanced, there was a solution: consensus. These can act as platforms, bridging the distance between people, reducing barriers, allowing thoughts and hearts to blend seamlessly, forging a disciplined group. Songshur had tried this approach. After all, he certainly wouldn't get his hands on mind-controlled prosthetics, but under these circumstances, tools for simple communication are essential. That's the problem. The environments in which he worked on assignments were mostly treacherous, with signal jamming being one of the most basic disadvantages. In such situations, to achieve timely communication, one either had to wipe out the entire team or rely on the consensus telepathic channel. Songshur found this experience of communicating with others telepathically quite strange, a slightly unsettling feeling. However, he had rarely worked in teams in his previous life, and the same was true in this one, so he hadn't experienced this kind of interaction in a long time. Until now, the psionic energy from Patty Morse had connected with Songshur. Their minds aligned, and they coordinated in real time. Wandering in this boundless dark realm of the netherworld, an endless, boundless darkness shrouded everything. Nothing else could be seen. In the shadows, a colossal entity seemed to slowly roam. Darkness is the source of primal fear. If someone were caught in this darkness and panicked, trying to escape, no matter which direction they went or how far they ran, they could never escape it. For the space here had undergone a tremendous distortion, folding, flipping, forming Mobius strips, fracturing, a complex spatial structure that created a bizarre and ever-changing labyrinth. This was the best answer to a human wave tactic. No matter how many conventional forces arrived, they would be swallowed by the darkness. Fortunately, it wasn't a human wave tactic. Only 2 people came. Patty Morse coldly observed his surroundings, unable to distinguish whether the darkness was inherent to deep space, created by psionic energy, or perhaps both had long since merged. Yet, even in this profound darkness, Patty Morse's eyes still reflected a relatively clear image. His will, imposed upon this realm, ruthlessly trampled reality, and surveyed all things. Spatial structure naturally falls under the category of reality. He usually used spatial teleportation as one of his primary modes of transportation. However, while his psionic abilities were versatile, their depth was inevitably much shallower. Simple operations were no problem, but to confront a super life form like Bronte in the realm of space would be pure suicide. Therefore, Patty Morse observed. His will differentiated, and differentiated again, like invisible air, thin dust, gradually dispersing into the dark realm, using its most sensitive senses to perceive this vastly different environment. One by one, Patty Morse revealed the distorted spatial structures brimming with murderous intent. He didn't choose to dismantle them personally, that would be too laborious and inefficient. The crimson golden heavenly fire would bombard them the instant they were revealed, burning everything to ashes. A blazing sea of flames lifted the sun, unleashing its blazing light with unbridled brilliance. This light was so dazzling and sharp that even the deepest darkness couldn't completely devour it, forcibly illuminating a section of the area. Songshur stood within it. From a third-party perspective, this area was extremely dazzling, so bright it was dizzying, but its intensity was like a lamp in the night, seemingly about to be extinguished at any moment. Songshur clicked his tongue. Although he didn't want to admit it, the current fact was that he was being suppressed in terms of expansion. Solomon Beaufort had cultivated his power in CF for decades, and now, leveraging this momentum, coupled with Bronte's spatial control, it was truly as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. Moreover, the opponent's second stage of true spirit, darkness of the abyss, also focuses on enhancing the field. With these three layers stacked upon each other, even with his true spirit manifestation, he still couldn't break through this netherworld dark domain. Chacolo had already twisted off Bap's head. But his own side was dragging its feet, procrastinating. If this continued, wouldn't he fail to even get ahead? Songshur grasped Chongshur's palm, gently stroking it, then paused. Patty, get ready, assist me. Songshur slowly raised Chongshur, his pupils reflecting a glassy luster, piercing the darkness, reaching the distant celestial body. A glimpse of heaven, try to pierce through the stars. The dark domain of Senluo is indeed terrifying and exceptionally difficult to navigate. Ordinary people within it experience complete darkness, losing all five senses. Even fifth-ring psychics suffer severely limited perception and narrowed vision. But there is at least one thing it cannot escape or hide from. The evening moon. Bronte can create small spaces to contain matter, but the evening moon, a celestial body with a diameter exceeding 4,000 kilometers, has surpassed his capacity. However, this doesn't prevent overturning Valley pioneers from having a long-standing plan. They attempted to use their unparalleled spatial engineering technology to create a colossal spatial rift, hiding the evening moon within it, to achieve complete monopoly over the evening moon through such a grand project. Celestial Central, upon discovering this, launched a counterattack without hesitation. The conflict resulted in massive economic losses and millions of casualties, ultimately nearly triggering the Fifth Total Corporate War. Fortunately, on the eve of the outbreak, several large corporations and the Security Bureau, driven by self-interest, were unwilling to see a full-scale war. Several rounds of negotiations and conflicts prevented both sides from engaging. I object, Patty replied instantly. The two were now telepathically connected. He understood Songshur's intentions the moment he spoke. I object, he emphasized. If the battle were close and the situation unclear, I wouldn't utter a single word of objection, but currently, we hold the advantage. He didn't choose telepathic communication, opting instead for the less efficient method of verbal transmission. Songshur, we just need to stall for time. Chaclo won't lose, and Yvette and Suyu, both facing 2 against 1, will also win. Regardless of which side gains the upper hand first, a turning point will arrive here. You want to directly attack Xia. You are Da Yuan, and your psionic destructive power is so extreme. Xia and Terra are strongly linked. If you significantly damage Xia, our country will suffer enormous losses, and the disaster will increase dramatically. At the same moment, a gap was suddenly torn open in the dark realm, as if a sliver of dawn had appeared in the night, and someone had violently barged in. The Fifth Ring of Truth, Eternal Cycle. Yvette Gregory. Chapter 849. The moment she appeared, the dark domain of Senluo reacted. The vast darkness surged, then the wave shattered, and an invisible, intangible, abyssal behemoth leaped out, devouring the woman. The colorless beast. This attack came suddenly, its timing perfect, precisely seizing the moment Yvette arrived, leaving her no chance to avoid it. Heh! Then she glanced over, coldly snorting, showing no intention of dodging. Invisible, silken ripples spread around her, then swirled, forming a barrier enveloping her. At first glance, Yvette Gregory appeared as if placed inside a hazy, dreamlike viewing sphere. Immediately following, the materialized dark behemoth bit down on the viewing sphere. With the force of the impact, Yvette Gregory was instantly blasted countless kilometers away, like a prehistoric crocodile writhing in a frenzied death thud. The only difference was that the viewing sphere remained completely intact. Excellent. Stable and intact. The colorless beast summoned by Solomon Beaufort possessed an unstable strength, strongly dependent on its environment. Now, relying on the moon's home turf and wielding the power of the darkness of the moon, its combat strength undoubtedly reached an unprecedented peak. If it were to descend upon Terra, it could easily carve a gaping hole in the land. However, this terrifying being, with a single bite, failed to penetrate Yvette Gregory's defenses. From within the darkness that constituted the colorless beast, came Solomon Beaufort's deep voice, "Cycle." After a brief period of adaptation, Yvette Gregory broke free from the colorless beast and stood in the dark depths of space. The once hazy, clear surface of this viewing sphere was now stained with striking black specks, but then, as if a washing machine drum had begun to spin, these black impurities rapidly circulated, gradually fading and thinning. This blackness was the damage caused by the colorless beast. The destructive power had been distributed. A drop of ink on still water in a tank would appear strikingly black, taking a long time to diffuse and dilute, returning to its original transparency. However, the same volume of water flowing rapidly in a channel would be instantly washed away, greatly increasing the efficiency of diffusion and making the black less noticeable. This was Yvette Gregory's own truth, derived from the psionic energy of circulation. She didn't simply disappear the destructive power, rather, she incorporated it into her own repeated cycles, like filtering and diluting it again and again, a steady flow that greatly increased her resilience. Even a full-force attack from the peak of the fifth ring, she was confident she could withstand it. In the face of the endless cycle, don't delude yourself into thinking a single blow can decide the outcome. This was, internally. Yvette Gregory bluntly tapped her cane. Then, from the inside out. In an instant, the viewing sphere shattered crisply, scattering into countless crystalline fragments. But they didn't disappear. Instead, like snowflakes, they sank to the ground and melted into the vast, boundless darkness. This fighting technique was Yvette Gregory's forte. In her past clashes with Lord of the Ten Realms Dwight Brooks, despite being significantly weaker in raw power, she had never suffered a major loss, all thanks to this technique. No system in the world is perfect and indestructible. No matter how theoretically ingenious or flawless a system may seem, it will eventually reach the end of its lifespan. Faced with the abyss environment that overwrites reality, and the numerous meticulously operating network domains, she used repeated cycles to cause the former to generate redundant errors and accumulate fallacies and vulnerabilities during repeated operations, gradually making it unsustainable and leading to its eventual collapse. True Spirit, second stage. The fallacy of cycles. Now, facing this dark domain of the netherworld, she intends to emulate the past and torment it until it collapses. Yvette Gregory surveyed her surroundings and shook her head slightly. Cycles naturally have limits. Just as even the most self-digesting and detoxifying animal will die if given 10 kilograms of highly radioactive material, her cycles can dilute damage. But if new damage is constantly introduced, there will always be a point where it cannot be completely diluted and becomes blocked. Her cycles can indeed dilute damage, but if new damage is constantly injected, there will always be a moment when it cannot be completely diluted and becomes blocked. Solomon Beaufort was already in good condition, and with the help of the setting sun, the environment was entirely at his disposal, a deep and endless darkness. If he were to truly fight the opponent one-on-one, the outcome would be uncertain. However, in the far distance, countless starlight exploded, expanding in an instant, and for a moment, countless suns hung high in the sky. The darkness melted away like fine snow, shattered by a deafening explosion. Song Sure was unleashing his power. The moment he sensed Yvette Gregory's sudden intrusion, he didn't hesitate to boost his spiritual energy, adopting a desperate, all-out attack strategy, forcibly pushing his combat power back to its peak. The double superposition of annihilation and present world unleashed a raging sea of flames, smoothly piercing the blades of destruction, violently splashing into deep space. The situation reversed in an instant, no longer the one who had been suppressed. Under the blazing crimson flames unleashed in one fell swoop, Song Sure's momentum surged, rising higher and higher, and in an instant, he was on top of Solomon Beaufort. Even Bronte chose to retreat decisively, unwilling to provoke him. Contrary to what many people imagined, Bronte was not actually afraid of spatial instability. Yes, that's right. The various teleportation tools developed by Overturning Valley based on Singularity technology, Spatial Leap, always included a clause in their usage guidelines stating, operation in spatially unstable areas has unpredictable consequences, use is strongly discouraged. But Bronte was not Singularity technology, he was a fifth ring transcendence, a super life form transformed from a human. In stable space, he moved as if on flat ground, running freely. In unstable space, he was like a street stuntman, using various obstacles to maneuver and leap. Like a fish in water, his agility even greater. In a confrontation between high-level psionicists, an excessively strong will almost inevitably affect spatial stability. He was always happy to see things succeed. But things were different now. It wasn't turmoil, nor instability. Wherever the opponent's flames passed, space seemed to have been rubbed raw by an eraser, becoming completely invisible, but it wasn't peaceful. Following closely behind was Patty Morse's menacing gaze. His will swept across the surroundings, again and again, relentlessly pursuing the elusive Bronte. The distortion of reality and the manipulation of space, the two sides exchanging blows at breakneck speed, created a constantly shifting battle situation. For a moment, apart from the colorless beast that had been released, nothing could hinder Yvette Gregory. Therefore, she could go all out, aiming at the engulfing dark domain of the deep space. A cycle! A cycle! Chapter 850. Solomon Beaufort clearly sensed it. The dark domain of Salua was trembling. Yvette Gregory's psionic energy seeped in, triggering a recurring cycle, causing it to gradually slip out of his control. It wasn't that its authority had been usurped, nor was it assimilated like Songsher's present world, it was simply accumulating redundant dross, thus gradually losing control and heading towards disintegration. Unfortunately, he was powerless, and could only passively watch it all unfold. The opponent seized the opportunity, decisively igniting its power, and temporarily returning to its peak state. A series of exchanges proved incredibly troublesome. Aside from deploying the colorless beast to deal with Yvette Gregory, he had no more resources to spare. And the colorless beast. Admittedly, this creature had the advantage of its environment, significantly boosting its combat power. But could that alone defeat a psychic who had reached the second stage of true spirit? It could restrain Yvette Gregory, but it couldn't do anything more. Ing Banchung. How could you let Yvette Gregory come here? Even Solomon Beaufort couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, but he quickly suppressed these emotions. The unfathomable is the true darkness. He always adhered to this principle, rarely showing his emotions. It was only 2 against 3. The dark domain of Saluo suddenly changed. A torrent of darkness. Countless torrents. They were like trickles of water converging into rivers and seas, like the steel wires weaving a steel cable, writhing and swirling in the deep air, then growing faster and faster, crashing heavily into Songsher. Songsher glanced around, instantly understanding the situation, his eyes lighting up. Interesting. Compared to the breadth of your operations, your mastery of subtle manipulation is even stronger. Solomon Beaufort's move was to sever the originally unified black domain, splitting it into different parts. Each part was different, some specializing in devouring, some focusing on absorption, others prioritizing erosion, and so on, with varying degrees of difference. Then, he simultaneously mobilized all the parts, forming a turbid, mixed, and diverse torrent that annihilated the entire area. Yvette Gregory felt her cycle suddenly hindered, becoming much more obscure. Faced with the multiplicity and intricate complexity of the multiple parts, she needed to readjust her cycle to adapt. This was a brief window of opportunity. At this moment, Songsher remained motionless. The true spirit's present world has been activated, forming an independent world. Though shrouded in darkness, it still presents a formidable balance, unable to further erode the darkness no matter how it boils and surges. Through 2 lifetimes, through countless battles and tribulations, it has endured to this day. The Southern Dipper, standing at its peak, can accomplish just that. Clang! Whoosh! Time stretched out countless times, the blade slowly rising, each inch propelled by a burst of flame. The true spirit's annihilation laid the foundation, upon which flowed Emperor's due, destruction, soaring to the heavens. A series of spiritual techniques flowed freely, ultimately merging into a crimson gold flame. The destructive power that annihilated all things brought a chilling aura, but the next moment, the aura vanished. No, more accurately, it reversed course, becoming restrained. Songsher unleashed a single slash. The surging torrent that stirred the entire arena met the devastating power of the annihilation phenomena. Whether it was Yvette Gregory, Patty Morse, or Bronte, in that instant, they all paled in comparison, their center of the battlefield snatched away. A bizarre spectacle was born from the collision. Darkness was torn apart by the extremely sharp crimson flames, countless sparks bursting forth along the cracks, illuminating the deep sky. Yet, it was precisely these lights that made the darkness appear so profound and terrifying. The crimson gold flames were engulfed and chewed by the darkness, but again, it was the darkness that made these exploding flames appear so dazzling, so bright, that they were almost blinding. The two colors intertwined, like a storm sweeping across the heavens and earth. What was clearly psionic energy filled with murderous intent inexplicably formed a magnificent and awe-inspiring scene. Then, the crimson gold pierced through the black. Like an arrow shot from a fully drawn bow, though dim considerably, it remained unstoppable. It pierced the darkness, and in the momentarily illuminated darkness, reached the silhouette of Solomon Beaufort. "You can separate." Song Sher's voice boomed. "But you separated them too much." After being artificially cut, even though Solomon Beaufort bound them together tightly enough, no matter how tightly he twisted them, they were no longer a single entity. How could it withstand the destructive power that had been aimed at a single point? Solomon Beaufort remained silent. In the brief glimmer of light, in the depths of darkness, the man's silhouette remained for an extremely short time. The next instant, the silhouette suddenly changed. The change was so natural and fluid that one almost thought the humanoid figure seen before was an illusion. This new outline is round. To be precise, it's a pitch-black full moon. Except for the outline itself, which emits a hazy white light, the rest is pitch black. Perhaps the word black hole would be more fitting than full moon. This is Solomon Beaufort's current form, resonating with the evening moon, thus evolving into the darkness of the moon. Flame surged and swirled, layers of black tides forcefully rose, attempting to block it, only to be swiftly broken through and pinned to the darkness of the moon. The impenetrable darkness, like snow meeting the first rays of the sun, was forcibly pierced, revealing the grayish-white lunar soil beneath. Then, the lunar soil, composed of breccia and Creparian rock, dissolved before the flames, turning into decaying ashes that lingered for a long time. Whoosh! The flames flickered, and Song Sher reappeared. She took a hit, but with Solomon Beaufort in control, the darkness persisted relentlessly, seemingly endless, and should have been quickly replaced. However, the true spirit from annihilation caused cracks of molten gold to flow across Shiu's surface, preventing it from being completely covered. Ordinary attrition warfare held little meaning for him now. Under annihilation, every strike was thorough, like cutting off the fuel supply. The ripped abyss slowly closed, and darkness, like an impenetrable curtain, once again engulfed the world. However, compared to its initial state, it appeared much more strained. Even in this form, Solomon Beaufort, having fought his way to this point, was increasingly feeling the strain. The darkness he once controlled at will, with its boundless momentum, had become obscure and sluggish. Song Sher's cutting off the fuel supply and Yvette Gregory's fallacy of cycles were constantly eroding it. Immense rage surged within Solomon Beaufort. Could the darkness of deep space be broken here? Could it be that I, as a celestial being, can no longer fulfill my mission? Chapter 851. Celestial Beings. Celestial Beings. Perhaps people from all walks of life have harbored this thought, that certain special beings live in the sky, bathed in sunlight and morning dew, holy and radiant, symbolizing all the beauty in the world. This is the commonality that humanity, dependent on its environment, possesses despite being separated by vast oceans and mountains, and never having seen each other. Myths and legends derived from this commonality have given rise to concepts such as Heavenly Mountain, Divine Court, and Nine-Layered Cloud Palace, which have been passed down through generations. But ultimately, these are all merely fantasies. Thousands of years ago, psionicists ascended to the setting moon. They surveyed their surroundings, traversed the lunar landscape, and finally announced with regret that no gods or angels lived there. It was barren, only a desolate, gray landscape. Even looking at the historical timeline, throughout history, many have coveted Sia, some ambitious to expand their territories, others seeking a secluded place for cultivation, but almost all ultimately failed. Until the central hub. Until the celestial beings. During the First Seven Earths War, amidst the chaos of warring nations, even the united government dared not claim ultimate victory. To avoid the worst possible outcome, and to accumulate strength through alternative means, the united government then initiated a project known as the Time Capsule. Through disguised space debris and satellite launches, they continuously sent supplies, equipment, and personnel into deep space, secretly transferring them to Sia to build an underground base. Their orders were to remain hidden and develop. If the united government were to be defeated in the future, they would be its legal heirs, bearing the mission of restoring the nation. If the united government had won in the end, they would have been the pioneers and heroes of the nation, enjoying immense honors, and emerging from the underground to officially establish a lunar base. The time capsule project succeeded and failed. The united government did indeed win in the end, but the numerous corporations that had been nurtured and empowered during the war to maximize its potential had become terrifying behemoths beyond their control. They turned on the united government, and, dissatisfied with the division of profits, launched the first all-out corporate war. The group that executed the time capsule project did not remain uninvolved. To avoid exposure, they hid beneath the setting moon, never seeing the light of day, with even communication with the united government on the surface extremely limited. In this long period of isolation, they gradually became detached from the surface, like dough with loose yeast, silently fermenting deep underground into a new form. This was the original celestial beings. It wasn't until the first all-out corporate war was nearing its end that these giant corporations discovered the existence of the time capsule project within the united government's legacy. They eagerly approached CIA, with representatives from various companies offering their promises, hoping to take full control and reap another fortune. However, after understanding the current situation, the Celestials all refused. Since the united government is a thing of the past, and corporations now rule, the Celestials might as well establish their own corporations. This is a very delicate juncture. The first full-scale corporate war is nearing its end. The major corporations have reaped riches, but also suffered significant losses, and are reluctant to make any further moves for the time being. Furthermore, CIA is far from Terra, making intervention difficult and impractical. Most importantly, the Celestials, once the hope for restoring their nation, possess formidable military power. A true attempt to suppress and annex them would likely require breaking several of their teeth. After much back and forth, the giant corporation ultimately chose to accept the Celestials, who in turn established a company called Zenith Central, becoming part of the corporate alliance. However, influenced by the past, since the end of the Seven Earths War, the Celestials have focused most of their energy on developing the Sunset Moon, neglecting Terra, and even gradually turning their attention to the depths of distant space, to explore the truth behind the extinction of the stars, to pursue the end of deep space. Will the Celestials' mission perish? Solomon Beaufort provided the answer. The jet-black moon, flowing with cracks of molten gold, erupted after a brief silence. The materialized darkness surged and boiled, like a pond teeming with billions of venomous snakes. Even a single glance was enough to send chills down one's spine. Indeed, the man knew perfectly well that his chances of winning this battle were extremely low, extremely low. Before a powerful psychic, objective reality was subject to human will, but a powerful psychic could also be overwhelmed by an even more powerful one. What was so unacceptable about it? Even the stars eventually faded, so how could Solomon Beaufort endure forever, winning eternally? Beyond might think that way, but he wasn't Beyond. Those days gazing into deep space from behind the porthole had instilled in him a strong sense of reason, cultivating a habit of detaching himself from reality. In Songshire's pupils, though the darkness ahead was profoundly deep, to him, this celestial body appeared to be bright for the first time ever. Even stars that burn for billions of years eventually collapse and extinguish, but in their final moments, they create an unparalleled brilliance. The opponent has abandoned the back-and-forth fighting, determined to settle the score with a single blow. Solomon Beaufort's condition isn't actually bad. After all, he's fighting on home ground and on the great source path. His reserves are considerable. If he insists on holding on, he can drag the battle out for a long time. But this is an unwise choice. Chacolo and Ralph are still locked in fierce combat. The latter is stronger, but the former is even stronger. Even the most optimistic prediction is that Ralph will break through in the heat of battle, resulting in a draw where both are too weak to continue fighting. But their own battlefield cannot afford to drag on. Yvette Gregory's cycle is exceptionally troublesome. Each cycle represents a new error, and if this continues, this painstakingly created dark domain will only weaken and decay. Looking at the entire battlefield, the only advantage now lies with Ing Ban Chung. Su Yuta possesses the true spirit concealment and hidden form, capable of countless transformations and rebirth from a drop of blood. Defeating him might be easy, but killing him is absolutely difficult. However, Ing Ban Chung is a fifth-ring revelation, known as half-knowledgeable of fate, whose spiritual energy can directly target the profound core of fate. Regardless of 1,000 transformations, he can remain steadfast from beginning to end, dying suddenly. The only problem is, having already disappointed others once, does he deserve to be given a second chance? Ralph Gabriel, usually so talkative and irritating, was right only about that one statement from not long ago. Relying on someone else's initiative is unforgivably foolish. Solomon Beaufort slowly extended his hand. The second stage of the true spirit, darkness of the abyss, activated once more, disregarding the price of forced action, abruptly turning the thin black area back into a deep abyss. The colorless beast withdrew, retreating into the darkness, slowly dissipating. Or rather, giving birth to a new colorless beast. That was Solomon Beaufort himself. A bizarre being composed of pure darkness, vast, and seemingly without end, surged forth. Chapter 852. A tidal wave of malice, like a flood that had submerged the world for 7 days, swept across the entire area. Malice is a hypothetical concept, describing one aspect of emotion, not a real existence. Yet at this moment, Songsure felt it violate both. It became a real presence, overwhelming him, stimulating every pore, desperately trying to emit a piercing scream, yet it carried no emotional color. This wasn't subjective dislike, hatred, aversion, or disgust. It was pure, indifferent malice, like deep space itself. Even a fifth-ring psychic frowned, as if an ordinary person living on the plains had suddenly been transported to a high plateau, struggling to breathe. Then came Solomon Beaufort. He was unsteady, his outline no longer recognizable as human, replaced by a vast, boundless darkness. Like a shadow being pulled by countless hands, growing longer and wider. This attack was aimed at everyone. Not only Songsure, but also Yvette Gregory, Patty Morse, and even Sue. You were not enough. Solomon Beaufort's attack seemed to spread endlessly, reaching even the distant Chaclo Vaughn. His psionic energy continued to rise, his aura becoming increasingly terrifying. Even she was affected, as if suddenly given life, showing signs of vibrant movement. How magnificent! Songsure's eyes widened involuntarily. Truly worthy of the great origin path. He exhaled through his teeth, slowly gripping the heavy slayer. Suddenly, his hand trembled, his fingers almost loosening their grip on the handle because of a sudden, intense pain in his chest. It felt as if someone had squeezed out abundant juice, the accumulated injuries from before, and the after-effects of forcibly pushing his spiritual energy back to its peak, were now beginning to decline. Behave yourself. Songsure reversed his attack, the blade plunging into his heart, twisting it half a turn. Intense pain surged instantly, but the powerful stimulus temporarily suppressed the previous discomfort. Songsure pulled out the blade, shaking off the blood. In an instant, the surrounding scenery vanished. Songsure licked his lips, seeing only the swollen, bizarre figure before him. Solomon Beaufort made no attempt to conceal his intention to finish the battle. His spiritual energy, pushed to its peak, even exceeding its peak, was such an attack that even a fifth-ring cultivator wouldn't want to withstand head-on. Songsure carefully counted his spiritual energy. True spirit annihilation, a glimpse of heaven, calamity, true radiance, none of them were quite effective. No, strictly speaking, they were sharp enough. No matter how terrifying Solomon Beaufort's ultimate attack, he was absolutely confident he could break through it. But breaking through wasn't enough, far from enough. To boast of one's sharpness, with slender weapons, was something only those on other paths would do. The so-called Great Source was about swallowing the universe, surveying the four corners of the earth, and attaining magnificent divine power. At this moment, Solomon Beaufort had transformed into an unprecedented colorless beast, the darkness boundless and limitless. In his current state, even using all of his one glimpse of heaven, he couldn't burn it all away in one go. Admittedly, piercing through it wouldn't be a problem. With Yvette Gregory and Patty Morse providing support, Solomon Beaufort, wounded in the final blow, had no chance of victory. A clean and swift defeat was inevitable. But such a thing does not suit my taste. True spirit, the present world. The new world, rebuilt from destruction, had already taken shape. At this moment, summoned by its creator, it erected a small world independent of the darkness. Come! A crimson gold world surrounded Songsure. He pushed the present world, or rather, the present world followed him, and collided violently with Solomon Beaufort. In an instant, Yvette Gregory groaned, instinctively narrowing her eyes. Her senses, like soft dough, were suddenly kneaded and jumbled, no longer clear as before, forcibly repelled from the center. But her eyes could still see. This was a scene far more violent than the collision of a heavy atomic nucleus and a neutron. The present world and Solomon Beaufort, 1,000 times more extreme and intense than the clash of fire and water, erupted with an unprecedented impact. One was fire, the other darkness, both using their own will to change the tone of the world. The resulting vastly different worlds, upon first contact, were like the primordial explosion of the universe, annihilating each other into countless fragments of ashes. Then all the ashes were propelled by the impact, spreading in all directions. Only after a very long time did they slowly dissipate, revealing the scene at the center of the battlefield. A man-made void appeared in the curtain of darkness, allowing natural darkness from deep space to slowly pour in. The faint sunlight emitted from stars, scattered by space, fell in like scattered, shimmering stardust. You can give yourself, Songsher said slowly, a couple of arguments. Light and darkness are always intertwined, waxing and waning. So the darkness was no longer as profound as before. The man named Solomon Beaufort, having shed his darkness of the moon form, revealed his true form. This fourth-generation leader of the Celestials, and also the strongest leader to date, actually bore little resemblance to darkness. Perhaps the only similarity was in his deep-set eyes. He didn't look at himself first, nor at Songsher, but slowly gazed into the deep sky, a strange light shimmering in his eyes. Defeat, simply defeat. After a long pause, he shook his head slightly. Reasons are things prepared for the weak. They seek false solace. It's just a pity that I couldn't be the first to allow the element of darkness to ascend the great source throne. Thousands of years have passed since the birth of the first throne, but in Terra's history, the throne remains supreme. Compared to it, gold, hailed as a precious symbol, is nothing more than common dust. Of the 6 paths, each has had its predecessors who ascended to the throne. Dayuan was no exception, though few within it had ever experienced darkness. But there was fire, Songsher laughed. Hearing this, Solomon Beaufort scoffed, but still shook his head. You misunderstood something, Songsher. He said, psionic power has never been my primary goal. In your opinion, the identity of a celestial is more important to you than being a psionicist? Songsher chuckled. People like you are few and far between, but not many either. You're not the first I've seen. I guess you probably won't be the last. There's always something higher than psionic power. Songsher listened patiently, but then fell silent, because the other could no longer hear him. Solomon Beaufort's body shattered into dust in the wind, drifting into the desolate depths of space, never to be seen again. The all-out collision of psionic power brought about an all-out end. Chapter 853. There was no other reason. It was simply what Solomon Beaufort said, defeat. The true spirit from Songsher, the present world, with its shattered radiance, broke through the former's darkness. All the external arguments that could be used to refute it vanished into deep space with the death of this deep darkness. Almost simultaneously, 3 hands reached out towards Songsher. The spatial coefficients suddenly shifted, and Bronte charged forward, countless large and small Rubik's cubes flashing around him. Then, these spatial structures spun and collapsed together, converging into chaotic spatial turbulence that heavily washed over Songsher. Then a hand slammed down. Patty Morse's agility was no match for the former. He couldn't intercept it beforehand, so without hesitation, he stepped in front of the spatial turbulence, taking the hit head-on. In this brief moment, Yvette Gregory lifted the middle of her cane, swirling it in her palm. Her psionic energy successfully enveloped Songsher, and at the instant of contact, she completed a loop, creating a small protective ring around him. The destruction of the true spirit present world inflicted severe damage on the latter. Many of the aftereffects that had been suppressed earlier surged forth all at once. Songsher, though he had killed Solomon Beaufort, was now too weak to continue fighting, and had to withdraw from the battlefield. That's enough. More than enough. Yvette Gregory's gaze shifted to Bronte, who took a deep breath and spatially teleported, crashing headfirst into Ujutsu. Collapse? Patty Morse's mental voice instantly reached Yvette Gregory's mind. Stop him. Hearing these 2 words, Yvette Gregory understood in an instant, swinging her cane at Bronte. The 5th ring's transcendence truly embodies the concept of a super life form, capable of free-flowing spatial jumps and precise manipulation of spatial structures. But even for him, facing a celestial being like Sia, the idea of destroying it with a single blow is out of the question. However, he doesn't even need to attempt a single blow. Patty Morse has already discerned his intentions, to enter the deepest part of Sia and create a spatial collapse field. Like the initial force pushing a snowball down a slope, the momentum propels the snowball larger and larger. He intends to use this to guide Sia's chain collapse, forming a miniature black hole. This action is clearly not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Bronte has been planning it for a long time. However, with Solomon Beaufort alive, as the leader of the Celestials, he would never agree. If Bronte persists, Solomon Beaufort might turn his guns on him and kill him in the next second. Boom! The loop belt rises. In terms of teleportation ability, no one in the entire arena can match Bronte. Yvette Gregory had no intention of playing any guessing game about landing points. She chose the simplest yet most reliable method. She expanded her loop belt, expanded, and expanded again, like the web of a primordial giant spider, obscuring the view of the evening moon. Spatial jump failed. Some kind of resilient barrier prevented her from leaping to the deepest part of the evening moon in one go. Bronte was expressionless, her entire body shattered into pieces, like a broken mirror. In every shattered fragment, Bronte's silhouette was reflected. The next second, all the silhouettes converged into one, colliding like a comet crashing into the surface of the evening moon. At the point of impact, the intelligent factory cluster, which had been operating for many years, was instantly dissolved, turning into a gigantic crater, and in the ensuing barrage, endless dust and mist soared into the sky. These craters rapidly spread across the surface of Sia. Patty Morse, having broken through the spatial traps, arrived late. He first added another layer of reality closure protection to Songshur, then his will forcefully descended upon Sia, intending to gradually seal off Bronte's activity space. The man suddenly looked over. A deafening dragon roar resounded from the other side of the battlefield. Although the roar was loud enough to shatter eardrums, it sounded so muddy, as if dozens, even hundreds, of colors of paint had been spilled and mixed together. How could one describe its color? Like a worm emerging from its cocoon, struggling to shed its old shell, each struggle is the friction of pink, tender flesh against the rough cocoon, a pain that reaches deep into the marrow. The torrential rain poured down, and birds plunged into the turbulent sea, no matter how hard they struggled, could not lift their heavy wings even an inch, forced to drift and sway at the mercy of the waves. The accumulated anger, the flames that once scorched the heart and kept one awake all night, slowly solidified with time, settling deep within the heart, layer upon layer, forming a cracked obsidian. Time is so merciless, it inevitably makes people indifferent to the past, forgetting thoughts once thought impossible to forget. Many think this way, many do this, they project this idea onto others, but how can they forget? Beneath the cracked obsidian flows a scorching lava that has never been extinguished, from beginning to end. In a daze, Patty Moore seemed to see a deep, labored breathing coming from the steep abyss walls and the jagged rocks at its bottom. Then, a massive spray of water shattered, and a colossal dragon shadow surged and crashed through the mist, rising from the abyss into the heavens. True Spirit, second stage. Summoning clouds and spitting mist. Patty Morse's eyelids twitched. Then he decisively abandoned the nearby Shiyu and turned to rush towards Su Yuda's battlefield. Su Yuda's condition was far from good. The once majestic coiled dragon was now scattered and dispersing, like loosely glued building blocks. A slight gust of wind could be the final force to crush it. Ing Bancheng was almost locking onto its fate, guiding it to its fatal end. Yet, in this perilous situation, the dying dragon unexpectedly possessed an indescribable vitality, like a prisoner who had served a century-long sentence finally being released, experiencing the exhilarating feeling of rebirth. Patty Morse charged into the battle like a meteor, his mind surging, his surging psionic energy sweeping across, forcefully pushing back Ing Bancheng. The latter moved aside as gently as Willow Catkins, his expression strange, as if immersed in his own world, unaffected by the outside world. The remaining small sword shattered into dust simultaneously, swirling and dispersing around him, constantly changing shape. Seeing Patty Morse arrive, he didn't even glance at him, still muttering to himself, his eyes growing brighter and brighter, his inner light reaching a point of barely contained power, bursting forth with vitality. After a series of fierce battles, Ing Bancheng's condition was also not good, but as his appearance was revealed, Patty Morse felt goosebumps rise on his skin, his sense of crisis steadily increasing. Revelation psionic energy was unpredictable. Without hesitation, Patty Morse unleashed his psionic energy to its peak, adopting a death-defying stance, and unleashed a full-force attack on Ing Bancheng. Chapter 854. Within the double protection of the closed loop and reality, Songshur observed the battle for a while, before turning his gaze away. The duel between Chacolo and Ralph was exceptionally interesting, but the two were getting further and further apart, making it difficult to see clearly. As for Ing Bancheng and Bronte, if they couldn't unleash a new superkiller move, the outcome was destined to be regrettable. Songshur scrutinized Terra. The planet stood quietly, just like every year before. A decaying gray-brown hue dominated the main color scheme, occupying large areas. Songshur tried to maintain a calm mind to observe it, but after a while, he decisively gave up. It was incredibly noisy. While he and the Enterprise Alliance were fighting in the sunset moon, there was also a great battle raging on the ground. His eyesight had its limits, he couldn't see everything. But Songshur wasn't looking with his eyes. From the perception of the fifth ring great source, the planet seemed like a fireball rolling into a molten pool, burning fiercely and scorching his mind. War. Songshur thought to himself. If there were a great source seeking this imagery, Being immersed in it would probably be incredibly exciting. In an era of great strife, one must be tempered by blood and fire, climbing to the pinnacle over countless corpses. Looking at it this way, the Great Source Path truly possesses unparalleled advantages. Although war doesn't exist in the imagery he himself recognizes. No. He should say he's never really loved war. Admittedly, war is inevitable, but if one tries to suppress those surging thoughts, forcibly binding them together, there's only one outcome. The one who forces it, or the one being forced to suppress it, will inevitably burst. There is no other possibility. But with today's technology and psychic abilities, every war inevitably affects countless people. The fear and devastation of the ancient populace will only increase in the modern era. Songshur pondered for a moment. No, it's hard to say. If Zenru Shisana's awakened one cultivation method were fully mastered, with demonic chaos and advancement to the peak of the fifth ring, or even a divine throne, perhaps everyone could truly shout Lord Shasana and live in harmony. Unfortunately, she was killed by him. Songshur shook his head. Those he intended to kill, he would kill without restraint. Those he didn't intend to kill, or those he didn't intend for others to kill, he would kill as well, using killing to stop killing. If a few words could change people's hearts, then the generations of psychics on the consensus path wouldn't have developed such a large number of psychic techniques. A considerable amount of time has passed since his rebirth. If we consider time in terms of height and breadth, this new life is still considerably inferior in breadth, but in height, it has far surpassed the previous life, reaching an unprecedented peak. Even the future he knew so well has become a mess. Who could have imagined that the destruction of the corporate alliance would be orchestrated by his own hands? Songshur asked himself again, so why? Why was he the one reborn? Of course, there was also Renata Clemens, but they had fought to the death, and the latter was already gone. The two of them had discussed this matter while traveling through the Empire, but after pondering it for a long time without reaching a conclusion, and compared to the present moment of being alive, this matter was really not important, so they simply ignored it. Renata did mention it briefly. She spoke to His Majesty the Emperor about it, but the latter wasn't indifferent, and naturally wouldn't offer any guidance. This world is indeed quite interesting. Songshur felt satisfied. Even though he had reached the fifth ring and broken through to the second stage of true spirit, looking around, there were still unspeakable and inexplicable questions in this world waiting for him to solve them personally. And looking up, in the sky, there were also God thrones, and the seventh ring of spiritual energy, available for competition. He should be grateful. Thankful that this world hadn't left him with an unchanging, unobstructed world. Haha, that's what I thought too. Someone leaned over and laughed. Not bad, we're on the same page. Songshur was taken aback at first, then suddenly realized what was going on. Beyond the double protective barrier, theoretically capable of withstanding even an asteroid impact, stood a figure. He politely extended his hand and knocked, and the barrier smoothly opened, allowing him to step inside with ease. The sixth ring's balance. The throne observer. Croft Wilder. Songshur looked over, and this time, he was truly astonished, because he found he couldn't accurately describe the other person's appearance. It wasn't that he couldn't speak, but rather that his perception of the other person kept fluctuating between I saw him and I didn't see him. Is this unobservable? Don't even mention you. Even I have things I can't see through. Croft Wilder casually found a place to sit down, remarking with a sigh, to give a simple example, between Enan and Archibald, I dare not make a hasty judgment on which of them will return alive. Seemingly only then noticing Songshur's gaze, he shrugged. Let me emphasize, don't misunderstand, I'm not part of the consensus, I can't read other people's minds. It's just that you've written your thoughts in your eyes, haha, because I always thought this way, it's not unfamiliar. Songshur scrutinized him for a few seconds, then pressed his hand against Songshur. Your three sages' plan is about to fall through, aren't you going to try to salvage it? Wrong, completely wrong. The other shook his head. The three sages' plan isn't mine, and it's not about to fall through. Archibald approached me first, his vision was unprecedented, and I found it very appealing, so I agreed to be one of the cornerstones of the sages. But that's all I do. How to achieve the three sages' plan is his business. Success has little to do with me, and failure is something I accept entirely. He smiled, tapping his pupil with his index finger. Eyes are for seeing, not for staring to death. I doubt it. Didn't you almost stare Chaklock to death back then? It's all about balance, the thrill of seeing something you like. I think that's understandable, isn't it? When you're looking at the sand table, don't you ever feel the urge to reach out and fiddle with it a couple of times? Croft Wilder shifted into a more comfortable posture, his tone becoming noticeably more relaxed. In fact, that's why I came to see you instead of Chakro. Things I already seen, no matter how dazzling," he gestured, "are still a bit inferior to something truly novel. Speaking of which, you Taoist Ming Xianyuan Sai, what couldn't you do? You had to detonate Terra to create fireworks. Although I admit it will be quite a spectacle. But it's still no good. It's like building a third floor directly, without any foundation. If Terra is gone, what will I see next?" He sighed. "There's really no other way. They force even objective and neutral people like me to get involved." Sigh. Croft Wilder suddenly stopped talking, leaned closer, and widened his eyes. "Are you really not normal, Songshur?" Chapter 855. Want to guess my age this year? No reward for guessing right. No punishment for guessing wrong. Songshur chuckled. "To be old and not die is to be a thief. Are you trying to take advantage of my age?" Croft Wilder seemed unfazed by these somewhat offensive words. He casually tapped his fingers on the void. "Since no one's guessing, I won't reveal the answer. You're currently at the 5th ring. True Spirit Stage 2, and one of the top tier. Unless a Stage 3 True Spirit intervenes, within the 5th ring." Croft Wilder scrutinized Songshur, his gaze seemingly penetrating to the deepest recesses of his soul, revealing everything without exception. His tone was light and cheerful as he casually tossed out a string of words. "At least among the 5th-level cultivators I met, none dare claim to be a sure winner against you. I broke through to the 2nd stage of True Spirit when I was 44. 45? I can't quite remember," he said slowly. "As for the speed of breakthrough, it's always been my weakness. I can't be as fast and steady as some people. Here's the question." Croft Wilder's tone was as curious as a child's. "A 2nd stage of True Spirit before 30. 100 years ago, I never heard of it. 1,000 years ago, I couldn't find a second one. 10,000 years ago, I wasn't Meredith. I wasn't so obsessed with history, so I'm unclear about it. But I guess there probably wasn't one either." The man extended his right hand politely. "So, could you, Songshur, perhaps clear up my confusion a little?" "Yes." Songshur didn't hesitate for a second. "You guessed right. There really is a secret." "Please?" Croft Wilder smiled. "But I refuse to tell you." Songshur had already stood up, his left hand gently patting the heavy Slayer blade. His True Spirit present world had been annihilated in a head-on clash with Solomon Beaufort, temporarily unusable, and he had also suffered considerable injuries, severely impacting his condition. Fortunately, with the time he had spent recovering and ingesting Emperor's essence, he had finally recovered from rarely able to move to having the strength to fight. Secrets are like that, they can be valuable or worthless, depending entirely on who asks. Songshur's lips gradually curled into a smile. If it were lapis lazuli asking, he could tell you while eating. "But you?" Songshur stared ahead, saying, "I refuse." Hiss. After a moment of silence, a strange color appeared on Croft Wilder's face. Were my words too mild? To the point that they gave you some inappropriate impression?" He rubbed his hands together, fingers interlaced. "It's been quite a while." No. He seemed to suddenly remember something. "A little over 2 days ago, someone else also rejected my offer. Ah, my dear friend Solomon Beaufort, dead and reduced to ashes." He seemed to be talking to himself. However, in Songshur's perception, something suddenly felt wrong. Every particle in the environment seemed to have stopped moving. The eternally unchanging Brownian motion of molecules, atoms, electrons, and neutrons had come to a standstill, their spins frozen at freezing point. Everything was still. Legend has it that absolute zero, existing only in theory, can even freeze energy. This scene was incredibly close to it, but as a 5th ring great source walking on fire, Songshur could tell that this was not absolute zero at all. The two were clearly unrelated. It was more like being locked in, fixed in place. In this static world, the only exception was Songshur. He could still move, but only move, like a small insect suddenly encased in amber, trembling, but no longer able to make the large flapping of its wings. The observer effect. A strange stiffness seeped into his limbs and bones, each inch penetrating, then that inch seemed frozen and lifeless, no longer able to transmit any sensation. In that brief contact, Songshur had already arrived at the answer. The act of measurement and the measured system are not completely independent entities, they interact, causing the latter, the measured system, to collapse from a quantum state to a definite state. This is the so-called observer effect. A cat, a bottle of poison, and a radioactive source are placed in a sealed box. Only when people open the box can the cat's death or survival be officially confirmed. Before that, the cat should be in a superposition of being alive and dead. Croft Wilder's move. Songshur saw right through it. He was treating him like a tested system, measuring his behavior to gradually determine his death state. The sixth ring's balance. Is this the true power of a god? Heh heh. Songshur spat out each word through gritted teeth. You're unhappy, then I'm happy. If I really told you, then you be happy, and I be unhappy. His body stiffened like ice. But his psionic energy was still usable for now. Songshur glanced at his psionic energy. The present world was unusable, but annihilation remained. Indeed, the external world was controlled by Croft Wilder, and he was powerless to stop it, but the internal world. His internal world still belonged to Songshur. True spirit annihilation can be used. Psionic art, a glimpse of heaven, can be used. Death is not the problem. It's just a matter of whether, before dying, this flame of his own can burn with unprecedented intensity, giving a god's throne a severe punishment. His hand, gripping the heavy weapon, moved slowly, like fingers exposed to the Antarctic permafrost for dozens of hours, moving with difficulty yet determination, gradually tightening its grip. At that very moment, the bone-chilling pressure suddenly released. Songshur felt as if he were a drowning person suddenly rising to the surface of the sea, a massive amount of air being forced into his lungs, a feeling that was undeniably exhilarating. Stubborn as ever, stubborn as ever. Croft Wilder stopped muttering to himself at some point, shaking his head and sighing. Couldn't he just kneel down and beg for mercy, spilling the beans? Throwing away his precious life for a cheap thrill? Life, heh. Songshur took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and sneered, I live for pleasure. If you won't tell, then don't tell. I'm not really interested in killing, at least not today. Croft Wilder leisurely rose, tapping his pupils. By the way, most secrets in this world can actually be discovered through careful observation. I already have a few guesses, no rush. I observe and verify them slowly. As for... Before he could finish speaking, a point of divine light suddenly shone from the far end of space, then burst forth in an instant, arriving in a flash. Chakro's punch came hurtling down. Chapter 856. This punch was as powerful as a towering mountain, overturning the heavens and earth, leaving no room for retreat. It came crashing down on the divine throne with overwhelming force. A vast and mighty divine light swept across, carrying immense pressure. Even as a mere prelude, it caused the deep space, already ravaged by the chaotic battles of the multiple fifth rings, to suddenly cave in, returning to its pristine state. Even the reality ceiling and cyclical zone protecting Songshur was affected by this pressure, emitting a trembling sound like shattering glass. At this terrifying moment, Croft Wilder wore a half-smile. He made no attempt to resist or retaliate, he even lowered his hand, slowly putting it into his pocket, as if he hadn't even had time to put his hand in. Croft Wilder's face was pierced by the fist. His face, though smashed, remained completely unharmed, like a bubble in water, dreamlike and ethereal. The next second, it transformed into wisps of smoke, losing its shape and slowly drifting away into deep space. Chakalo had anticipated this. The true spirit of reversal activated abruptly, but it was still powerless. Like a wishful thinker trying to stop the passing of spring, in the end, he could only barely grasp a small wisp of smoke. Immediately, this small wisp of smoke also slipped through his fingers. Chakalo stared at his palm, his fingers clenching and unclenching, finally letting go. Songshur, are you alright? Chakalo turned his gaze and nodded. Yes, it's good that you're alright. Songshur raised his index finger and pointed to the other side. Look over there. This one's popping up again. Let's play whack-a-mole. Give him another punch. Hundreds of miles away, Croft Wilder appeared out of thin air. This time, he seemed much more reliable, at least without the dizzying back and forth between seeing and not seeing that had plagued him before. He reached out and grasped at it. With that grasp, matter truly appeared in the seemingly empty deep space. It was decaying ash, the color of ruins. Anyone steeped in the culture of the eastern continent would immediately search their memories for a similar image. The last remnants of a world's destruction, a remnant of life burned to ashes, the ashes of cataclysm. They had indeed existed before, only scattered into deep space. How the man had managed to forcibly gather them back into a handful was a mystery. Croft Wilder examined the ash in his hand for a while, seemingly searching for a familiar shadow. But turning it over, it was indeed different. He chuckled wryly. Above the setting moon, the standing man released his grip. The decaying ashes, carried by an invisible wind, were blown back to the celestial bodies below, sinking into the lunar soil of millennia past, forever remaining on this land. Farewell, my friend Solomon. Whoosh! The bubble burst. The next blink, Croft Wilder had vanished without a trace. He's truly elusive. Songshur stared intently for a few seconds, confirming he couldn't find him at all. He even suspected that, even as a fellow god throne, if Croftwilder was determined to play hide-and-seek, catching him would still be extremely difficult. Then Songshur withdrew his gaze, and formally examined Chakro. The other's condition was slightly worse than expected. The scattered small wounds were negligible. Overall, only the wound on his abdomen was noteworthy, like a large rift suddenly appearing on a plane, deep enough to expose bone, a shocking sight. Even the true spirit's paradox of reversal couldn't heal it directly. The two were in a difficult stalemate. This? Songshur asked. Relf obtained the third stage of the true spirit. Chaklo paused, an incomplete third stage. So he died. He stated succinctly. Even if it were complete. After another pause, Chaklo said calmly, he would still die. Just hearing that sounds incredibly exciting. Songshur licked his lips. Fortunately, I bet there will be many more opportunities like this in the future. Hearing this, Chaklo shook his head slightly, never few. Speaking of the fifth ring alone, he had been wandering alone for a period since he could remember. Then, inspired by the enlightened ones, he decided to join. After that, he distinguished himself, displaying his brilliance. He encountered many difficulties along the way, but in reality, it wasn't a series of setbacks. Most were overcome one by one. But looking across Terra, no, even just considering the corporate alliance, there has never been a top seed like him. So unstoppable and highly anticipated, falling below double digits. Even among them, only a handful ultimately succeed in defying their destined death and ascending to the fifth ring, true spirit. And even the fifth ring, even the true spirit, is never something eternally suspended, immortal and indestructible. As the flames of war sweep across Terra, and the battles rage, a number of former fifth ring members fall. Amidst the rapidly escalating intensity of the terrifying struggle, newly born fifth ring members will either inherit the will of their predecessors, or forge their own path, filling the void left by the fallen, returning to the heavens to continue the unfinished conflict. At this point, Chaklo's expression deepened, but instead of gloom, his brows held a similar air of pity. Songshur shrugged, completely unconcerned. What to do? Kill, kill, kill! Chakro sighed, suppressing his emotions, and turned his attention elsewhere. The battle. This war, which would determine the fate of the corporate alliance, was far from over. Patty Morse and Ing Ban Chung were still locked in combat, the battle showing no signs of abating, but rather escalating, with no clear winner for the time being. However, the outcome was already predictable. Ing Ban Chung had been immersed in the second stage of true spirit for a long time, and while his strength was undoubtedly superior to Patty Morse's, Suyu had previously inflicted considerable injuries on him, so now, in terms of combat power, he was actually a notch below Patty Morse. On the other side, on the surface of Sia, compared to the ultra-fast exchange of offense and defense between the former two, Yvette Gregory and Bronte were also engaged in offense and defense, only without the exchange of blows. Bronte launched the attack, while Yvette Gregory defended, employing the most conservative and meticulous method, her defense impeccable and airtight. No matter how unpredictable and ever-changing Bronte's spatial transformations became, she couldn't penetrate the depths of the evening moon. This was a classic tug-of-war, reminiscent of a whetstone and an iron rod, both slowly grinding each other down, trying to achieve a result through attrition. How long would this grinding continue? One on each side? Songshur picked up the heavy slayer, its blade flashing upwards, deftly twirling it. Patty Morse, sensing something, didn't wait for Songshur to enter the fray, sending a telepathic message between their attacks. No need. Yvette Gregory's telepathic message arrived as well. Come on. There was no other way. Songshur shrugged, crimson flames igniting. The next second, the flames and Chakro's fist simultaneously slammed into Bronte. Chapter 857. Corporate Alliance. A man who had just survived a chaotic brawl at a convenience store, braving gunfire to snatch a bag of corn chips, wolfed down several handfuls. Damn it, the company's gone, the job's gone, even my credit points are almost unusable. Especially since I recently invested all my savings in Zenria Setsuna. Those supporters were all talk, promising a 50,000% annualized return for their efforts on Setsuna-sama, but in the end, it was all for nothing. And Zenria Setsuna himself is dead. These supporters were thrown into detention centers and prisons. They're not getting a single penny back. Last time I saw the outrage in the Rights Protection Group, calling for a prison break to collect the debts, he barely got his gun out before they were all arrested. Fighting every day, both above and below, and he's penniless, starving and desperate. His cheeks, stuffed full of corn chips, suddenly stopped chewing. The man involuntarily looked up, squinting. He gazed at the sky. The sky hadn't been peaceful for a long time. Heavy drones roared overhead, missiles were just shadows, bright plasma clusters shone, and occasionally, individual soldiers and exoskeletons engaged in fierce aerial combat above the city. News reports of conflicts, near and far, large and small, never ceased. But it didn't matter. Faced with these days of natural disasters, these clashes of guns and fire seemed insignificant. The seabed was exposed. The once uncontrolled tides had become raging waves that engulfed the city. With ocean currents, an effective source of heat, severely damaged, the climate underwent terrifying changes, the habitable temperate zone evolving towards polarization, from extreme heat to frigid cold. Many places experienced polar days and nights, the effects even extending from the sky to the earth. For some unknown reason, the world seemed to have torn apart. On social media, cities were depicted as ripped in two, leaving behind a winding rift valley. According to some bloggers' explanations, this was due to a gravitational imbalance between the moon and Terra, causing a problem with the latter's axial tilt, and so on. But who needed their explanations? His eyes weren't blind. The moon above had inexplicably turned pitch black, accompanied by incessant rumbling sounds and flashing lights. Even from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, looking directly at it would still cause an extremely uncomfortable, suffocating feeling. Clearly, some unknown psionicists were fighting up there, until this moment. The man's lips smacked unconsciously. He couldn't see the moon's surface clearly because he couldn't afford those high-end prosthetic eyes, but he could still sense that the moon seemed to be gradually calming down. He wasn't the only one. Unbeknownst to many, this realization dawned on them, much like the intense renovations happening in the next room. After a while, they grew numb and deafened, starting to think the noise wasn't so bad. Then, suddenly, the noise vanished. Coming to their senses, they understood. Hey, ignored. Songsher put down the heavy slayer. In the distance, on the outer edge of the celestial body, killing intent emanated, and the strange, eerie spatial turbulence had subsided long ago, no longer as terrifying as before. From the extraordinary vision of a fifth-ring psychic, they were slowly returning to their original state. The self-healing ability of space was far stronger than most people imagined. The key to space, Bronte, the mastermind behind Overturning Valley, vanished. His final strike shattered himself, forming a spatial singularity, choosing Chaklo Vaughn from among his three enemies. The latter nodded, accepting the blow. If this was his final strike, naturally he would choose the strongest opponent. Among those present, Bronte had no second choice. Death extinguishes all. Regardless of the thoughts and unfinished business of the psionicist named Bronte, everything vanished with his demise, becoming a wisp of dust floating in deep space. On the other side, after an unknown amount of time, the duel between Patty Morse and Suyu against Ing Bancheng also came to a conclusion. Defeated? Ing Bancheng was defeated. 1 against 2, utterly defeated. Even the half-knowledgeable revelation and the chaotic probability calculation of singularity technology could not unravel this calamity, nor find a way to avert it. Suyu delivered the fatal blow. The coiled dragon, its body shattering as it unleashed its full spiritual energy, blasted through Ing Bancheng's chest. None of you are in good condition. Patty Morse coughed up blood, wounds inflicted by Ing Bancheng during the fierce battle. The opponent completely disregarded fancy maneuvers. Suyu's concealed and hidden nanomaterial-like body could strike directly at the core, killing instantly. He controlled reality with his will. His vast spiritual energy could also strike directly at the core. Like a key to a lock, once inserted, it would break. Fortunately, in the end, they still won. He coughed for a while, then looked around at the others, his expression suddenly turning serious. There's no time for celebration. The New Order Federation is currently in its most critical moment. My suggestion is that the rest of you stay in Sia to focus on recovering from your injuries. Chaklo can return to the borders first to take charge. Yanan? Songsher casually replied, theoretically, we're allies now. Allies? Patty Morse scoffed, bluntly stating, if it were me, I'd consider taking action. Songsher immediately glanced sideways. I suggest you turn your attention downwards, Yvette Gregory suddenly said. So they looked down. And there they were. The Lunar Exploration Base Lone Sea. Even with Solomon Beaufort's intention to protect it, the war between 10 true spirits had still severely damaged it. The once magnificent and imposing complex was indifferently ravaged, and the geological environment itself was left scarred and devastated. Then the ravaged earth began to shake, and the molten and solidified deformed metal blocks were torn apart bit by some force. The dull hum of machinery echoed from deep underground, and the pitted ground slowly parted. Lone Sea had a dual structure, a surface structure and an underground structure, the latter even more expansive than the former. Before the True Spirit Great War, the Celestials had long since retreated to underground shelters, unaffected even by the continuous nuclear explosions. Until this moment, the gates leading to the surface opened once more. The heavy gates slid open to both sides, and emerging from them was a group of identical figures. Huge hemispherical helmets, their surfaces subtly reflective, casting dark shadows of their surroundings. The primary color of their spacesuits was pure, flawless white, not snow white, but rather a specially treated color that took on a cold, austere hue in the vacuum. Wearing their spacesuits, the people walked through the vacuum, one after another, forming a winding yet orderly stream of mercury, until they arrived before the 5 figures standing on the celestial bodies. Chapter 858. Songshur looked down at the group. Spacesuits were no longer essential equipment for Celestials, or rather, for people today. Both symbiotic bioprosthetics and implanted mechanical prosthetics could replace the functions of spacesuits: radiation protection, temperature regulation, protection against micrometeorites, UV protection, and pressure balancing. Although the market for these prosthetics has always been relatively small due to their limited application scenarios, Zenith Central, as a giant corporation specializing in deep space operations, defied this convention. Their deep space prosthetics were arguably the best on Terra. For most Celestials, even without spacesuits, they could still survive in a vacuum for a considerable period. Hiss. The person standing at the very front of the group hissed as gas escaped through the vents from their helmet, then placed both hands on either side and removed it. A man who looked to be in his 40s, with severely sunken eyes, appeared in everyone's view. Samson William. As the director of the Security Bureau, Patty Morse immediately recognized the other man, a core figure of power within the Zenith Central, second only to a handful of others, like Solomon Beaufort. Patty Morse stared at him and said calmly, "At this point, I will not accept such a surrender." Samson Williams tapped, and an indicator light on his right arm, slightly bulky due to his spacesuit, flashed, followed by the ejection of a perfectly smooth rectangular box. He picked up the box, or rather, the storage device. A screen projected from his spacesuit, displaying his words in text form. "This is the complete file for Singularity Technology Quantum Communication Link." Songshur raised an eyebrow, and Yvette Gregory narrowed her eyes. Singularity Technology. This term represents too many meanings: the pinnacle of technology, an incredible embodiment, a miracle crystallized only possible through the exhaustion of human effort and intelligence, and an indispensable element of luck. Even the academic council, those who see technology as everything, have only reaped 3 fruits over the years. Back then, Dwight Brooks open-sourced and shared base reality overwrite, single-handedly creating the post-abyss era, affecting most of Terra, killing and injuring tens of millions in less than 24 hours, the impact of which continues to this day. And it will continue for the foreseeable future. And such a miracle crystallization, the enlightened ones don't have it, the Scientific Ethics Committee doesn't have it, the Security Bureau doesn't have it, and neither does Songshur. Seeing this data storage device, even with Patty Morse's composure, he couldn't help but be surprised. It wasn't because of the quantum communication link. Of course, acquiring this singularity technology would be something to be overjoyed about, but what was truly astonishing was that the other party was willing to hand it over. You see, from the very first day the corporate alliance was formed, giant corporations have failed, won, and gone bankrupt, but regardless of the outcome, no one has ever been able to obtain its singularity technology. It's either destroyed, burned to ashes, or sunk into the abyss. In short, it's absolutely impossible for anyone else to get it. The golden branch of the abundant feast was destroyed on the eve of the contest, and Pure White Bio's whole genome mapping and Emerald Pharmaceuticals' artificial immortality both sank into the abyss. As for the chaotic probability calculation of time sequence passage and the universal printer of Southern Heavy Industries, one can only say that their risk prevention mechanisms, refined and perfected day after day, have reached a point of being flawless and flawless. They can make decisive decisions at any time, either destroying or throwing into the abyss, leaving no room for exploitation. What is your demand? Chakros spoke. He stared at the other, his tone revealing little emotion. Do you hope that the Celestials will continue to remain on the evening moon, maintaining their transcendent status? Words appeared one by one on the light screen. Patty Morse raised his hand and pressed down, an invisible will sweeping through reality, reshaping it at will, and a certain change occurred. The vacuum became capable of transmitting sound. No, Mr. Chaklo. Sensing the change, the light screen flickered and then disappeared with a snap. Samson Williams said, "This is not our demand." Hearing we, Jacklow's gaze fell behind Samson Williams. People in spacesuits stood silently, like speechless statues. Tens of thousands of people formed an orderly queue, making the otherwise vast and desolate terrain feel cramped. The number at the very back continued to increase. The Celestials from this shelter emerged in an orderly fashion, becoming new members of the queue. And in all directions, people from other shelters, also dressed in spacesuits, flowed like streams, slowly merging into this lake through the dense crevices of the rocks. On the lone sea, or rather, within the giant corporation Zenith Central, the Celestials have always been a minority, never exceeding 2 million even at their peak. The rest were native members of the corporate alliance, who had been relocated to the evening moon through labor dispatch contracts, administrative coercive orders, and armed escort. They constitute the lowest level of the Celestial Center, responsible for the most dangerous and lowest level work, and providing for and serving the revered and noble celestial beings. At this moment, among the continuously arriving spacesuits, only celestial beings were present. The laborers were nowhere to be seen. Our demands are unrelated to celestial beings, Samson Williams said, slowly lowering his head and picking up the data storage device. To date, Zenith Hub has deployed 14 deep space exploration fleets to the outside world. Conventional communication methods suffer severe attenuation over astronomical distances, rendering them inefficient. These fleets will become fledglings, never to return, except for the Singularity technology, quantum communication link. It can overcome the limitations of light speed delay, enabling real-time communication, receiving information from the deep space exploration fleets, and providing them with remote support. Celestial beings are irrelevant, Samson Williams said. Zenith Hub can go bankrupt, can disintegrate, and the evening moon can be lost, but the deep space exploration fleets cannot stop. Our leader is dead, the company's order is on the verge of collapse, and the collapse of every political entity will have devastating consequences. Numerous well-planned and ongoing important projects will be destroyed and abandoned due to chaos. On behalf of all celestial beings, I offer up the Singularity technology, quantum communication link. I earnestly request that you and the New Order Federation take over the follow-up support work for the Deep Space Exploration Fleet. Suyuta's brows furrowed, his voice chilling. Are you threatening us? No, this is not a threat. Whether you agree or not, we will deliver the quantum communication link. Jacklow looked directly at him. The man said, even if they refuse now, as long as the quantum communication link exists, there is still a possibility of re-establishing contact with them in the future. But if it is destroyed here, and this technology is lost, then even that possibility will be gone. Chapter 859. Whether they agree or not, they will obtain the Singularity technology, the quantum communication link. From any perspective, this is extremely attractive. Because the quantum communication link is indeed highly efficient and has a wide range of applications. Most fundamentally, it can drastically improve the operational capabilities of the New Order Federation information systems. With various forces contributing, network technology has now reached unimaginable levels of sophistication, and almost every action must take this area into consideration. For example, creating a signal-blocking silent environment using powerful electromagnetic weapons to interfere with electronic warfare is a typical tactic. When the Enterprise Alliance's hackers assist mercenaries in attacking important facilities, they often face signal blocking and other problems, limiting many methods and making their operations extremely precarious. But with the quantum communication link, 99% of the so-called silent environments is no longer effective against them. The New Order Federation can operate freely and wage asymmetric warfare at will. Even when the enemy is blind and deaf, they can still work together. Invaluable. Jacklow looked at the data storage device, so close to his face, then at Samson Williams, but didn't reach out to take it. Historically, we explored beyond our own spheres more than once. But currently, only you are still pushing forward, Jacklow said, emphasizing each word. Samson Williams. I can grant your request. The New Order Federation will take over the subsequent support work for the Deep Space Exploration Fleet. But this isn't a trade-off for Singularity technology or quantum communication links. It's based on a sense of shared destiny, the long-term survival of the race, and the meaning of life and the universe. Remember, this is my reason for agreeing. I understand. Samson Williams paused slightly, then bowed respectfully, offering once again the data storage device containing the complete archive of the quantum communication link. This time, Jacklow was no longer indifferent. He calmly accepted it. He said, everything has its consequences. Over the years, you have caused countless horrific injuries, systemic evils. The Zenith Center must go bankrupt and disintegrate, And you Celestials must also. I know, Samson Williams said. I understand. He seemed to shut something down. The man's mouth, nasal cavity, and eyeballs suddenly boiled, not metaphorically saliva, tears, all the moisture beneath the mucous membranes, in the near-zero pressure vacuum, their boiling points plummeted. They vaporized and expanded frantically. His eyeballs bulged, the whites of his eyes rapidly congested with blood, and spiderweb-like blood vessels seeped out like an underground tide. Tiny bubbles began to expand uncontrollably from under the cornea and from the edges of the eyelids. Suddenly, a warm liquid mixed with blood and foam gushed from the man's mouth and nose, instantly transforming into fine, pinkish ice crystals in the vacuum, scattering uncontrollably. His face and neck swelled visibly, as if gripped by an invisible hand or frantically inflated by a pump. His skin was stretched to its limit, turning a terrifying bluish-purple, with large areas of subcutaneous capillaries ruptured, forming horrifying bruises. The next instant, a muffled splat sound. Samson Williams' head exploded, like a balloon inflated to its limit. From the headless opening, bodily fluid shot upwards, spreading abruptly outwards, like someone pouring a large basin of water onto a sea of fire, creating a vast expanse of scarlet steam in the vacuum. As a core member of the Celestial Central, a Celestial among Celestials, Samson Williams possessed both third-ring psychic abilities and a full set of top-tier cybernetic implants. While the vacuum environment was undoubtedly dangerous and cruel for living beings, theoretically it had no effect on him. Songsher saw it clearly. The other party had obviously suppressed his psychic abilities and shut down all his cybernetic implants, hence the scene before him. Poof. Under the low gravity coefficient, Samson Williams' headless body didn't fall. Instead, like a message in a bottle, it drifted slowly, floating with the current. Behind him, the other Celestials, lined up in formation, also removed their space helmets one by one. Crimson mist sprayed and evaporated, fine bits of flesh scattered around. Looking down from the height of the setting moon, the surface of the celestial body seemed to bloom with tiny red flowers. One Celestial after another died, their headless bodies swaying about, reminiscent of bubbles in water, crowding each other, drifting freely. The next Celestials filled in one by one, their long lines slowly inching forward. Their helmets were removed, revealing faces that were different yet somehow similar. Men, women, the elderly, handsome, ordinary, excited, resentful, unwilling, sorrowful. Then, after the prosthetics were deactivated and the helmets removed, in the 10 or so seconds that they all merged into the same image, Songsher's eyes widened in astonishment, which quickly turned into admiration. He glanced at the others. Patty Morse frowned. Seemingly finding it a waste, Yvette Gregory remained calm, her eyes showing little emotion. Another helmet was held down by two hands, but it seemed glued to the surface. The hands remained motionless, not immediately removing it. After a few seconds, or perhaps a few breaths, his trembling hand finally hardened, and he slowly removed the helmet. Beneath it was a youthful face, perhaps even childish, about 10 years old. Without the protection of his life-sustaining equipment, his face rapidly distorted, his head instantly turning a purplish-red swollen. Chakra was furious. Enough. After those words, the world seemed to freeze. An overwhelming will descended, forcing reality to submit to its power through sheer selfish desire. True Spirit, second stage. Reversing life and death. As if time had reversed, the gushing crimson blood, even the smallest drop, was forced back through its path. The shattered head reformed, the purplish-red bruises gradually disappearing, until finally, the removed helmet once again covered the little boy's face. Even death, which is equally severe, can be forcibly reversed. Songsher thought to himself. No matter how many times he saw it, he still couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Truly unreasonable true spirits. Fortunately, the good news is that those who died by their own annihilation cannot be brought back even if Chaklo ascends to the god's throne in the future. The little boy, shrouded in a spacesuit, had his face hidden, but the perception of high-level psionicists is exceptionally sharp, especially for a fifth-ring true spirit. Songsher could clearly sense the boy's bewilderment and obvious astonishment. His hands unconsciously touched his head. Indifferent to the lives of others, indifferent to your own, who gave you the right? With each word Chaklo spoke, invisible ripples spread out, immobilizing all the surrounding Celestials, their helmets unable to be removed. It's this mindset that has turned the corporate alliance into this mess. Patty, handle these people according to the regulations, through legal procedures. Chaklo stopped looking at the densely packed, silent Celestials, turned to Patty Morse beside him, and said, "As you wish." The latter nodded. Thus, Chakro, like a comet, flew away from the setting moon and crashed into Terra's atmosphere, returning to the Earth as the president of the New Order Federation to take charge of the situation. Chapter 860. The injuries were numerous. For psionicists, healing, recovery, and rest don't necessarily require finding a place to sit and meditate in seclusion. At least Songshur didn't need to do that. He walked unhurriedly across the lunar soil. Although it was hard to call this lunar soil anymore. Having successively endured attacks from himself, Bronte, Yvette Gregory, and other fifth-ring cultivators, Shiyu had inevitably undergone changes. Looking at the area beneath his feet, it seemed as if thousands of hydraulic presses had struck within hundreds of miles. The craters and sinkholes smoothed out like putty used for plastering walls. Bronte's spatial manipulation had torn the surface, creating an incredibly conspicuous crack that stretched for thousands of miles. Suyu had dispatched nanobots deep inside to conduct a simple geological survey, temporarily patching and reinforcing the area to ensure it wouldn't expand anytime soon, and then left it alone. Right now, the others were either injured or crippled, and didn't have the energy to continue. Songshur looked up. A halo of light appeared on the horizon, the sun's radiance. It shone directly on the surface of the evening moon, much brighter and more dazzling than Terra's. Simply because there was no atmosphere to obstruct it. Songshur thought. I don't know if it's good or bad. Based on his understanding, building an artificial atmosphere for the evening moon, improving its geological environment, adjusting its ecosystem, until it becomes a second Terra, technically speaking, shouldn't be a problem. The only concern might be the cost, but Zenith Hub, as a giant corporation, possesses astronomical resources. If they were to gamble everything, they could probably accomplish it all by themselves. There's no need. First, even for a giant corporation, transforming Sia would require complete dedication. If all their energy is tied to this one project, other companies will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to vie for their profits. Second, according to the Central Hub strategic plan, they hope to transform Sia into a deep space war fortress, not a so-called mini-Terra. While the latter could accommodate more people, Sia doesn't need so many. The Celestials are enough. If it truly becomes a second Terra. Songshur admired the light gradually rising on the horizon, like a calm tide slowly engulfing the surface. Such a sight would probably never be seen again. A moment later, Songshur arrived before a massive gate. Embedded in the ground, with a radius exceeding 20 meters, it was one of the sinkholes leading to the underground portion of the Lone Sea. A flash of fire. Songshur vanished from his spot, reappearing 4,300 meters underground. Compared to the bright and spacious upper levels, the space became increasingly cramped as one descended. A dense network of pipes filled the dome, their rusted surfaces mottled, and the industrial chandeliers along the way cast a pale light, reflecting the dampness. Snap! The orange-yellow elevator stopped and slowly opened its doors. From the platform, large enough to hold 100 people, only one person stepped out. Songshur paced back and forth, and a series of crackling sounds quickly filled the air as the moisture evaporated, instantly warming the cold underground space. On both sides of the corridor were rows of standardized rooms. Hearing the noise outside, many rooms emitted rustling sounds, and people pressed their faces against the windows, cautiously peering out. The newcomers were unfamiliar faces. That wasn't important. What mattered was that their appearance wasn't that of celestial beings. But after prolonged reprimands, no one dared to speak, and the corridor fell into a deathly silence. Songshur stopped in front of the nearest room. Those who had been peering out the window immediately retreated inside. The room was dark, with only blurry outlines visible. But the darkness couldn't stop Songshur. He glanced around. The 12-person room was crammed full, with piles of garbage in the corners. Sewage flowed from under the black bags, emitting an unpleasant odor. When Songshur's gaze fell upon them, they instinctively shrank back, lowering their heads, unable to look directly at him. Songshur then looked at the other rooms. They were all the same. Almost everyone had undergone excessive industrial cybernetic modifications, their appearances bizarre. Some were fit to be exhibits in an industrial museum. The pillows on the beds were filled with empty bottles of painkillers. My lord! My lord! The silence was suddenly broken. Two hands gripped the window bars of the fourth-to-last room, and a head peered out, a hoarse voice speaking. You're not a celestial. Are you? How so? Songshur asked. The man hesitated for a moment, then managed to stammer, You don't look like one. Seeing the other man laugh, he disregarded everything else and blurted out, What's happening up there? It's been making a constant rumbling noise, so noisy. Could it be that someone's rebelling again? Now it stopped, and they failed again. He paused, then said urgently, my lord, what happened? Songsher nodded. There have been rebellions before? Of course, that's to be expected. Tell me what you know. Chat? The other person looked like they wanted to punch Songsher in the face. After a few seconds, he managed to suppress his emotions. Frankly speaking, this person's communication skills were rather poor. They could barely speak coherently, but Songsher still listened to the whole thing. While Sia was indeed much smaller than Terra, it was still a celestial body. To fully utilize its potential and develop its value, a massive workforce was indispensable. Furthermore, because people were much cheaper than machines, the giant corporation Zenith Central had been transferring corporate alliance members to Sia through various means since its inception, using them as the cheapest labor force to contribute to its grand enterprise. The immigrant population is diverse. Some were scammed and sold by intermediaries. Some were attracted by the Zenith Central propaganda blueprint, yearning for a life of luxury. Some couldn't make it on Earth and planned to speculate in the heavens. Some were forced to leave their homes by administrative transfer orders and were driven here. Then, 99% of them, upon entering the transport spaceship, were immediately taken to a sterilization room, subjected to purification and disinfection, fitted with a dual-purpose positioning and explosive collar, and thrown into labor stations to work day and night. Incidentally, they were also signed into a work-on-deck contract. The Zenith Central provided them with various expensive engineering prosthetics and implant surgeries. At least, the procurement list showed exorbitant prices. They could not leave until the contract was fully paid off. However, over the years, from time to time, some immigrants couldn't bear it any longer and, in order to set foot on the land they longed for once again, erupted in rebellion. Legend has it that the most dramatic and successful instance involved an immigrant who, after awakening his psychic powers, didn't choose to join the Zenith like others who had awakened, instantly becoming a celestial being. He chose to conceal his abilities, patiently enduring for years, until he broke through to the second ring. He then gathered a group of people, stormed a guarded armory, hijacked a lunar tourism ship, and attempted to return to Terra. Then, in the pitch-black depths of space, a burst of explosive fire appeared, briefly illuminating the darkness before fading into silence once more. The full-scale war between the Enterprise and the New Order Federation, you know? The man and his roommates exchanged bewildered glances. After a long pause, he forced a bleak smile. Sir, no matter how fierce the fighting on the ground, how can you control what's happening in the sky? Chapter 861. Theoretically, corporate alliances have employee protection laws. However, in practice, these laws have become tools for infighting and mudslinging between companies, and a basis for large law firms to exploit rival companies. Even giant corporations are no exception. This is the deeply ingrained order of corporate alliances. From an overall strategic perspective, they naturally suffer no losses, but when focusing on specific branches and subsidiaries, there are always unfortunate days when they are exploited. Of all the giant corporations, Zenith Central is the company that suffers the least exploitation. The answer is simple: because they reside on the Sunset Moon, an unparalleled geographical advantage. In a sense, although Zenith Central is also deeply involved in the market cycle of corporate alliances, it is also out of place. Considering cost-effectiveness, few people bother Zenith Central, causing Lonely Sea to become a state within a state, an autonomous region. The Security Bureau, the Scientific Ethics Committee, and other giant corporations are all somewhat powerless, and find it difficult to take action here. Otherwise, a few dozen deaths, or a street massacre by a cyber lunatic, at least make the entertainment news. He rubbed his forehead. Here, even the paparazzi don't come. Since the sudden commotion on the surface, Lone Sea was thrown into chaos. These non-celestial laborers were also affected, disoriented, and confused. Some even considered taking a desperate gamble. However, those like them were quickly apprehended and shot on the spot as a warning to others. The rest were ordered to stop working, like sheep being herded back to their underground pen. After that, they were forgotten. Literal meaning. No one called for clocking in, no one called for work, and no one brought nutritional supplements or painkillers. These people were locked up here, left to fend for themselves, filled with fear and anxiety. It wasn't until dozens of hours later that someone finally emerged. And didn't even look like a celestial being. Seeing that the other person didn't respond immediately, the man muttered to himself, his expression a mixture of crying and laughing, his emotions clearly on the verge of spiraling out of control. He sobbed, "I want to go home." Songsher snapped his fingers. A warm wind suddenly swirled up. It poured into the entire corridor, sweeping over everyone. The elemental spirit of law from the psionic technique vermilion bird soul gave the hot wind a life of its own. As it rushed past, one person instinctively squinted, then suddenly felt his neck loosen. He was startled, then suddenly realized what was happening and looked down. The collar that had been tightly fastened around his neck for so long, with its positioning and explosive functions, had silently turned to ashes. Every room, every person, has more than one corridor. In Songshi's perception, this structure before him numbered in the hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands, densely packed, forming an underground steel honeycomb, housing tens of millions of people. In that instant, a warm gust of wind crashed into the honeycomb. Diffuse, precise. Songshi patiently carried out the wide-area operation. There was no other way. With so many people involved, precision was essential. Then, destruction. Songshi had to admit seriously. Playing this right after a major battle, TSK, it's really a bit strenuous. This can be solved purely through technical means. Patty Morse's voice rang in his ears, slightly distorted. An unlock command, issued by the celestial being, will perfectly resolve the situation. He offered a precise critique. You're wasting your time. I'm happy to, Songshi Dao replied. And he did it. The all-consuming heat extinguished all the collars, and the locks on every confinement door melted into molten iron, dripping onto the ground. Even the dampness was swept away. The situation is roughly like this. The Celestial Central Hub, unfortunately, went bankrupt, and the Celestials are probably gone too, so don't worry about the contracts. In summary, the New Order Federation is sending you home. However, for now, I still suggest you stay on Sunset Moon for a while longer. The ground is much more chaotic than you imagine. You can wait until the fire goes out before going down. A clanging sound. A person cautiously pushed open the door, their head peeking out. They looked around, first at one foot, then at two. They found no more electric shocks from the collars, and no celestial supervisor scolding them, ordering them to get back at lightning speed. He stood in the middle of the corridor. Gradually, a second person, a third person, a fourth person, they came out of the room, filling the aisle. Can we really go home? Someone asked. Can we really go home? He was patted on the shoulder by the person next to him. No one was hopelessly stupid. A tremendous commotion suddenly arose, and then gradually faded away. The celestial being was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a stranger arrived. I remember now. Someone suddenly shouted, You're Songshi. You're Songshi. Really? Songshi raised an eyebrow and smiled happily. Going home is real, and Songshi is real too. After Songshi disappeared, the people were locked back up. Okay, actually it was a process of containment. The Lone Sea had tens of millions of laborers. Releasing them all at once would have caused unimaginable chaos. Therefore, with Su Yuda's intervention, they were resettled in batches, receiving treatment, registration, and food supplies. The resources of the Zenith Central proved invaluable. They had built the Lone Sea as a perpetual base, storing massive logistical resources, easily capable of handling the demands of millions of people. Patty Morse and Yvette Gregory were inventorying the Zenith Central legacy. The former expressed approval of Chaklo's actions. If the Celestials had been allowed to be wiped out in one fell swoop, receiving these legacies would have incurred significantly higher costs. The gains were substantial. Very substantial. Although the Deep Space Fleet had vanished without a trace, and the Sunset Moon Celestial Defense System was almost completely destroyed, along with much of Lone Sea itself, the remaining Starlink, mass launchers, communication satellite matrix, and space-based weapons, the electromagnetic railgun cluster, the accumulated technological expertise of the Zenith Hub over the years, all changed hands, falling into the hands of the New Order Federation. Not to mention, there's also the Singularity technology, the quantum communication link. Thus, the New Order Federation now possesses two complete Singularity technologies. Based reality overriding is also a Singularity technology. Most importantly, it's Sunset Moon itself. Yvette Gregory held her cane, her face reflected in the polished floor. She tapped the floor, and the hall darkened instantly, then countless azure points of light appeared out of thin air, like schools of fish in the sea, forming two spheres, one large and one small. Terra and Sunset Moon. The New Order Federation and Yan'an joined forces to besiege the Enterprise Alliance, which continued to advance its front lines, capturing vast swathes of territory. At this juncture, the New Order Federation was neither capable of taking over the entire Enterprise Alliance territory in one fell swoop, nor of continuing the fight, while the 5 Supreme Executive Committee members were in a weakened state. Therefore, it gave it up. But the crucial evening moon fell into their hands. If they had taken Terra, then Evening Moon would have been easily within their grasp, readily available. This is why, after the Xena Central seized Evening Moon, other political entities did not choose to attack, but instead continued their campaigns on Terra. Therefore, after receiving the Xena Central legacy, the New Order Federation was able to quickly restore its production and military functions there, making it a powerful enclave that provided a continuous source of support for the former. Chapter 862. The atmosphere briefly lit up, a short burst of light streaking across the sky. The omnipresent atmosphere and abundant kinetic energy, under the friction of physics, erupted with immense heat. Find a massive object, then push it high, higher, even higher, and finally shove it forcefully towards a place you dislike. The technical complexity is practically zero, but the destructive power is undeniable. Mass, gravity, distance, kinetic energy, a simple functional relationship. Ancient texts unearth record a legend that a great god dwelling in the clouds, to punish a disrespectful mortal king, chose to move a mountain and smash it down on the capital, causing the once prosperous kingdom to crumble. Researchers have studied the geological changes in that area. This is not a legend. Songshur observed the firelight. This was not his psionic flame, but naturally generated heat from friction between a person and the atmosphere. Songshur slowly stretched out his hands, using only a small amount of psionic energy, merely enough to protect himself. Exposed to the atmosphere, he plummeted downwards, pulled by gravity. Songshur felt he could now understand the feelings of bungee jumpers. Hey, that's pretty exhilarating. Suddenly, a fine, stinging sensation came. No, not exactly pain, more like an itch. Songshur was very familiar with this feeling. It was a sign he'd been locked onto. Some kind of aerospace defense system had detected a high-speed object and quickly reacted. However, after a few breaths, the sensation disappeared one by one. He'd been recognized. Songshur sighed, and his descent abruptly stopped. The heat generated by friction condensed instantly. The next second, flames many times more intense erupted. At the edge of the sky, it seemed as if a second sun had risen. This sun descended suddenly, flying across the earth, its scorching light burning everything in its path, destroying skyscrapers, and the enemy still fiercely fighting between fortifications and vehicles. War is a fire born in a winter forest, fueled by years of accumulated dead wood and branches. A single spark can ignite a raging inferno, transforming reality into a tangible hell, unstoppable. Moreover, this is a full-scale war involving the New Order Federation, the Corporate Alliance, and even Yan'an. Although the rebel Chaklo Vaughn returned to Earth a few days ago, announcing the outcome of this lunar war, and swiftly breaking through several stalemated lines, the Corporate Alliance is large enough that the flames of war cannot be completely extinguished in such a short time. Besides, people always say things that benefit themselves, don't they? If the victory was truly as complete as the other side claims, then why is it only you, Chaklo Vaughn, who returned? Moreover, it wasn't just the company. The sun, capable of incinerating everything, swept across the border like a red-hot iron ball rolling down an asphalt road. Perhaps a buttery road would be a more apt analogy. No resistance could hinder it in the slightest. Songshur's thoughts scattered, charging headlong through the landscape, taking in everything. The New Order Federation, Yan'an, and the company's armed forces were locked in combat. Simultaneously, companies were also at war. The large wanted to swallow the small, and the small wanted to rise to the top, all attempting to seize the opportunities presented by the war to elevate their market position. Beneath this backdrop, bizarre new religious groups, gangs thriving amidst the chaos, mercenaries flooding the market with orders, civilian self-defense organizations armed with weapons, social media vying for traffic, and mad, wandering cyberpsychotics, the city's burning ruins, the cracked earth, the churning gray sky, all sorts of humans and non-humans throbbed in the chaotic situation. Fortunately, the seeds of a new generation would be conceived here, stepping onto the world stage. Not necessarily fortunate. All obstacles were crushed by the sun descending from the sky, reduced to unburnable debris. It's worth mentioning that the giant corporation Fubo Energy deployed its singularity technology, the vacuum zero-point energy engine, towards the Earth's core, attempting a final desperate attempt to detonate Terra. Fortunately, Boyd Freeman of Yan'an, with his keen perception of geological movements, detected the aberration in time and prevented the catastrophe. He even obtained half of the vacuum zero-point energy engine and personally escorted it to the headquarters of the Protection Agreement, where various departments were now working tirelessly to reverse engineer it. Songshur swept through the area, and by the time he finally set foot in Forge Light City, it was already the next day. Chaklo was signing a presidential order. The strategic focus of the New Order Federation began to shift, from primarily fighting the war to gradually transitioning to relief and reconstruction efforts. Yes, the flames of war that had engulfed the entire former corporate alliance territory had not yet died down, but it was destined for decline. A temporary decline. Having swallowed part of the corporate alliance, Yinan needed time to digest it, like a lazy python, with no immediate need to reignite the war. After President Jun Tian-Shinkei broke through to the third stage of True Spirit, the Eastern Continent Republic, in conjunction with the Knowledge Council and the four Heavenly Emperors, finally managed to halt the Van Pusta Empire's rapid advance. The remaining members of the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance, including the Northern Thunder Defense Front, blocked Yinan's expeditionary force, resulting in a stalemate. Eden closed itself off, isolating itself from the outside world, while the Silent One Society observed from the sidelines, maintaining neutrality. If we don't take a breather now, and do this work, there won't be another time in the future. Isn't there a lot to do? Songshur stood by the window, his hand resting on the edge of the table. Luckily, you have the will and the ability. Starting from the time Aptoka Reese died, Chaklo said, pressing his forehead. Only in front of familiar people could he, as president, show his exhaustion. So far, preliminary assessments indicate that more than 1/5 of the original corporate alliance's population has died. 1 in 5 people has died, and 1 in 2 families has collapsed. Reverse? What I'm reversing is the order in which the corporations crush everyone into a pulp, not the boundary between life and death. Chaklo shook his head, his expression turning serious. This boundary must never be blurred, and I won't let anyone else blur it. He pointed to the data terminal on the table. People have been approaching me, hoping I reverse someone's life. Their friends, parents, or lovers, but I wouldn't do such a thing. I understand. Either don't do it at all, or do it thoroughly. Otherwise, once you start, you can't stop, it never end. Songshur turned around and leaned against the windowsill. But that's the logic. Songshur sighed. But if it were me, I would resurrect people. If I want to, I will do it. If I don't want to, then I won't. I don't think stopping is a difficult thing. Songshur looked at the other person. If someone resents me because of this, or even becomes hostile towards me, what impact will that have on me? Songshur shrugged. Anyway, he'd still be holding a dead person. Chaklo looked at the other person for a long time, then chuckled. He raised his index finger and pointed. So, you are the Supreme Executive Committee member, and I am the Supreme Executive Committee member. Chapter 863. Thank you so much for taking the time. By the way, would you like something to drink first? Soda, coffee, or a sugary soft drink? A soda, preferably fizzy. Sure. Haha, the budget I got from above is limited. I can't afford service robots, so they encourage us to do it ourselves. Sodas here, enjoy? Thank you. Would you like a tissue? You seem to be. No need. I'm not really used to this kind of drink yet. Then what is this? My hometown. Well, it might seem ridiculous to you, a place that doesn't exist. But for me, it's always been real. The taste of soda. I've never been able to accept its spiciness, but a little sting makes the memory clearer. That's how I think. I understand. Then, Ms. Zenoya Edith, on behalf of the Digital Life Management Department under the Scientific Ethics Committee. Now, let's begin this routine conversation. Please. Okay. Name. Zenoya Edith. Gender? Including but not limited to binary gender. Female. Age? 37 years and 7 months. Based on our current understanding. Some digital beings choose to give themselves a new name to signify a new life. Could you perhaps reveal a little about your thoughts on choosing to retain the name Zenoya Edith? Erasia Kingdom, Broken Oracle Legion, Chief Knight Commander. Long ago, I was proud of this, and I still am. I am Zenoya Edith, and I always will be. Understood. When digital life forms, like you come into reality, it's through the brain-computer interface of internet users, causing the original owner's consciousness to be taken over. However, you belong to the better group. The original owner's consciousness wasn't damaged much, and you can negotiate to switch control of the body yourself. This is why you were granted freedom of movement. How are things going between you two? Don't believe what's behind your back. That's slang from the kingdom of Arathia. Your question involves 2 people, and I don't think one-sided accounts are convincing. Finally, it's out again. That tone. You must be the original owner of this body, Miss Deborah. It's me. Yes, it's me. Oh dear, I actually overheard your conversation. Ozawa and I are getting along very well, really well. My goodness. You have no idea how amazing Ozawa's swordsmanship is. I went to the fencing club and had Ozawa fight for me. Even that who secretly installed a swordsmanship enhancement chip was no match for him. Ozawa completely dominated him. Haha, Ozawa said, she teach me swordsmanship, but I thought it was too much trouble. Ah, I didn't just take advantage of her. I also taught her how to play online games, and how to make cinnamon rolls. Okay, Miss Deborah, I received everything you said. Your friendship with Ms. Edith is truly enviable, but could you please ask her to come out first? Ah? Only for a short while. I still have so much to tell Ozawa. For example, hello last week. She's naturally lively, and always has so much to say, which has been quite a headache for me. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Oh no, not at all. Such boundless energy is a rare talent, I envy it all. Ahem, let's move on to the next question. What are your opinions on the current resettlement and security of digital life forms? I don't have any opinions. You've done a great job. I must emphasize, this isn't flattery. Haha, it sounds like my colleagues are quite capable. Frankly, I'm very satisfied with my current situation. You're willing to accept an alien, no, an individual even lower than an alien, instead of treating beastmen like those mages in the tower, binding them to iron beds for detailed dissection. I'm already satisfied. You even registered an identity code for me, granting me citizenship rights. Ms. Edith, I must correct you on this point. Our New Order Federation probably has a different definition of the term alien than you think. Indeed, you don't even have genes, so the biological concept of race doesn't quite apply to you. But what does it matter? In our view, you, and those digital life forms like you are undeniably a new race. Although your new race has a few rather numerous internal divisions. Haha, just as I know, there are Lakeside Murlocs, Thunder Elementals, Garudas, Sun Elf, Karaki's aliens, and a whole bunch more. Digital life forms? Why can't they be human? Simply normal humans. Regarding that, well, I can actually reveal a little. In fact, the classification of digital life forms like yourself, who identify as human, into which race is still under discussion. Perhaps in the future, you can change the race on your identity code to human. I understand. Of course, these are still under discussion, and we will consider your opinion. I'm the one working on this. Then let me say a few more words. Deborah, the racial identifier on my ID code, told me that being a digital life form could bring me many benefits, at least a monthly resettlement allowance from the government. But I don't really care about those things. Yes, I admit money has great value. It can bring a comfortable bed, hot mead, and people willing to serve you. But none of that matters to me. I can sleep in a stable just as well, and meat can be heated in the wilderness just as hot. As for service, I have my own hands and feet. I want to be human. Not just a label on my ID code, but to be treated as a human being. I lived for 37 years and 7 months, and I lived as a human being the entire time. Very valuable opinion. On the other side, on the yellow-green sofa, the employee, who had deliberately chosen casual attire to appear approachable, nodded solemnly. He stood up and extended his right hand. A cool touch came from the metal prosthetic limb. I will relay your thoughts to my superiors, Ms. Edith. He paused. Also, some good news. The consciousness separation surgery has entered the clinical phase. It's expected that you be able to have a new body soon. And of course, the same goes for Miss Deborah. Thank you very much. The girl, dressed in a rather punk style, walked out of the room. The security guard outside handed her the item she had temporarily stored there. A heavy cylindrical bag slung across her shoulder. Zenoia Edith took it, her body unconsciously relaxing slightly. The bag was stuffed with odds and ends, most importantly, a full steel baseball bat. A sharpened sword was inconvenient to carry on the street. She would be questioned by the Security Bureau's patrol officers. A baseball bat was much better. As she walked down the corridor, she stopped. Outside the corridor window, several people in yellow vests were squatting across the street, pointing at the road that had been partially destroyed by artillery fire, seemingly engaged in a heated discussion. A few minutes later, they picked up their tools and began repairing the war-damaged infrastructure. Looking up, they saw airships carrying banners promoting disaster relief policies slowly flying over the city. Towering construction machinery, like mythical giants carrying mountains, stood rumbling across the ravaged land. Along the streets, fragments of faded graffiti lay haphazardly in the ruins, then were shoveled into dump trucks. After a while, Zenoia Edith looked away, pulled her baseball cap up, and silently buried her long, dark green streaked hair. She stepped out of the office building again. A light rain had fallen the night before, the air was damp with the smell of earth, and the sun wasn't bad. Chapter 864. 43 days later, the two army groups of the Van Pusta Empire made another move. Led by the Light Abyss Knights, they advanced towards the western flank of the Eastern Continent Republic, pushing their front line forward by 70 kilometers. The four divisions of Zhongdu of the Eastern Continent Republic suffered minor losses and temporarily retreated, currently regrouping. The Knowledge Council's Boiling Sea tactic has been remarkably effective. The enriched spore swarms they released have continuously proliferated in the Moro Ocean and the Kancha Sea area, forming a biochemical isolation zone exceeding 7,000 kilometers, effectively containing the Van Pusta Empire's navy and maritime supply lines. The Wuzong of Yunnan, in conjunction with the Fenghao sect, attempted to attack the Eastern Continent mainland, but were blocked by the Biting Defense Line and the Four Heavenly Kings, achieving relatively little success so far. The Four Heavenly Kings' Great Void plan failed. They intended to use phlogiston. The destruction of the local atmosphere exposed the borders of the Yunnan and Van Pusta empires directly to space, but all attempts were intercepted and prevented. Songsher stroked his chin. It's a pity Ai Lu isn't here, otherwise I would definitely have asked him for his comments. The lapis lazuli reading the battle report beside him grunted. Ai Lu, the young man who fought alongside them on Mount Nali, was from the Four Heavenly Emperors of the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance. It had actually looked into his recent situation. The rather subtle thing was that it had basically only heard of him, but never seen him. He joined the Enterprise Alliance several years ago, and with his martial arts skills, he did a lot of things, wandering around various places, leaving behind some mysterious urban legends, such as the Murderer of Nord City, the Chain of Jingguan under the Crescent Bridge, and the Glass Wall Wanderer. However, like a wild goose leaving a trace in its flight, but the wind passing without a sound, only his deeds are passed down, while his whereabouts remain elusive, his information meticulously protected. Of course, given Lapis Lazuli's current status and available resources, if he were determined to find him, he could certainly do so, but that would be unnecessary. However, speaking of which, since the New Order Federation overthrew the Enterprise Alliance, it's questionable whether they're still here. One possibility, Lapis Lazuli said, Ai Lu has returned to the Four Heavens. That's hard to say. Songsher rested one hand on the armrest, pondering for a moment. Mainly, I don't know if he's figured out how to face the Four Heavens yet. Let me think about how to put it. Songsher took a sip of his cold drink, then sat up straight. The Four Heavens are divided into four branches: azure, crimson, white, and black. You know that, right, Lapis Lazuli? Lapis Lazuli showed ample patience. I know. Although it can be further subdivided into scattered smaller branches, generally speaking, the Four Heavens consist of these four paths. Ai Lu is from the White Heaven branch. The ideology of this branch. Let's put it this way, the White Heaven. Under his rule, it was arguably the most disciplined place in the entire Eastern Continent. There was a proper way to stand, a proper way to sit, even the way you inhale and exhale was dictated. The rules were so numerous they weren't just rules and regulations, they were practically a mountain. Songsher shrugged. Bai Huang's followers have to learn all this from birth, following it meticulously, without exception. From everyday walking to legal statutes, nothing is excluded. Their lifelong motto is learn until you die. Then the question arises. Do you think Ai Lu, given his temperament, could handle this? King Jinshi glanced at the numerous urban legends in the database, and calmly shook his head. I couldn't handle it either, Songsher chuckled. Ai Lu endured it for 13 years, or maybe 14. I can't remember, but he finally couldn't take it anymore and chose to explode. I am untainted, King Jinshi said slowly. Songsher snapped his fingers. Ai Lu told me himself that after he exploded, he was caught a few days later and taken away on the spot. After a month of imprisonment, a high-ranking official personally arrived. He was prepared to be executed according to the established laws. The rulers of four heavenly emperors are naturally the four heavenly emperors, then the 8 emperors, and below them are the high-ranking officials stationed in various locations. As a result, the official questioned him thoroughly, and then released Ai Lu on the spot. Not only was he innocent, but he was also gladly recommended to higher levels, making Ai Lu one of the new generation seeds of the Four Heavens. Songsher clicked his tongue. It was at that moment that Ai Lu finally understood the true philosophy of Bai Huang. It wasn't the strict laws he had heard since childhood, day after day, considered insurmountable, but rather the complete opposite, untainted nature. The Bai Huang sect had created countless rules, intricate and encompassing almost every aspect, like endless shackles and chains, confining the people under their rule to immovable squares. But fundamentally, they wanted to use this method to select those who, even burdened with heavy shackles, still upheld their true nature, the so-called untainted nature. Whether it's word of mouth from family elders and friends, news and propaganda from various media outlets, or even first-hand observation, everything seen and heard speaks of the severe consequences of transgressing the rules, unbearable, brutal pain. Under such immense pressure, those who can still uphold their principles and break free from these constraints are the successors by Huang's path needs. They are the true inheritors of the four heavenly kings, the White Emperor. The Azure Emperor emphasizes reaching 1,000 miles, the Black Emperor speaks of removing the dross and retaining the truth, and the Crimson Emperor firmly believes in the undetermined fate. Song Shi looked eastward and said leisurely, Ailu was somewhat confused when he was chosen as a seed of the new generation. Well, not entirely confused. During his days on the run, he managed to overturn a bunch of armed police officers by scavenging garbage along the way. As one of the current leaders of the AI, the White Emperor's ideology could be kept secret from the people under his rule, but not from the lapis lazuli. However, it was the first time it had heard of what Song Shi said about Ailu. Since he has been selected as a key trainee, will he be traveling afterward? Half and half, Song Shi shook his head. Ailu can't accept the truth, but the White Emperor. Despite the numerous rules, at least the people under him were well fed and clothed, and wouldn't suddenly die in the street. He was frustrated for a long time, unsure what to do, so he simply ran away again, traveling the world researching his methods of punishing evil and promoting good. Later, he pulled off a few big heists, gaining some fame and being called the Siege, which he didn't dislike and tacitly accepted. Then, well, we meet again. But in the eyes of the four heavenly kings, Ailu's methods are simply top-notch, untainted by nature, the seed among seeds. Song Shi sighed. If Ailu ever figures things out and goes back, he find that not only is he not wanted, but his seed ranking has actually risen significantly. Chapter 865. More than half a year has passed since the lunar war that led to the disintegration of the Enterprise Alliance. In this not-so-short period, a lot has happened. The New Order Federation and Yunnan jointly divided up the Enterprise Alliance, and for the people living there, their affiliation changed overnight. Considering various factors, both sides established a large buffer zone along their border, jointly governing it to allow people to gradually adapt. During this period, both sides also integrated the legacy of the Enterprise Alliance, striving to transform it into their own comprehensive strength. The New Order Federation had the home field advantage and rich experience with companies, so its efficiency was already quite high. However, Yunnan's efficiency was even more exaggerated. Since the Second Seven Earths War began, Haida Trading obtained the highest authorization to officially promote the deployment of their Singularity technology, the trade network, throughout Yunnan. There is often a metaphor that personifies the macro-complex system of a nation, turning it into a specific individual. For the trade network, this is not a metaphor. It's like a strategy game system, capable of visualizing the political entity of the nation into a comprehensive control panel, seamlessly connecting the most basic points to the highest levels. All resources are real-time observable, and any command can be executed with a single thought. It's as if the nation has become a person, possessing a single thought that can be manipulated with ease, thereby elevating its resource mobilization rate, organizational efficiency, and administrative efficiency to incredible levels. The only problem is that a person doesn't need a second thought. For Yunnan, there is only one ruler of the trade network, naturally their supreme chairman, king of all, Isidore Sinity. However, he has gone to fight in the outer heavens, and has not yet returned, leaving this sole throne vacant. No one can fill this vacancy, not even Yunnan's 9 pillars. This meant that the efficiency of the trade network could never be pushed to its limit, remaining at a mediocre level. Even so, it was still quite astonishing. Within at least 6 months, Yunnan had swept away the remaining resistance forces and opportunistic rebels on its territory, quickly incorporating them into the Yunnan entity. Both sides had signed a cooperation agreement. King Jinchi realized the agreement contained nothing new, just standard clauses, joint defense regulations, limited resource sharing, and prohibitions on fourth ring and above psionicists from entering each other's territory without authorization, except for Song Shi. This war, affecting the entire Terra, required it to consider one thing with the utmost resilience and caution. Omnics, where should they go? Omnics were neither particularly strong nor weak. Compared to the corporate alliance, they were worlds apart, worthy of some attention, but only a little. Even such a powerful and once illustrious existence vanished into thin air, becoming a footnote in history. For Omnics to survive, Besides burying themselves underground like some of their reclusive brethren, and setting a clock to turn on and off every 100 years, they must find another way. The Omnic faction he led chose the New Order Federation, the only one occupying the Omnic territory. There were Omnics in E-Man, Omnics in the Eastern Continent, and even in the Silent Society's space carrier beyond the boundary, there were also charlatan Omnics. This wasn't a gamble. It was simply that they had parted ways, no longer bound by their own race, and had embarked on the path they believed in. Thinking of this, Lapis Lazuli couldn't help but sigh. Clones and digital lifeforms, also new races, didn't have this problem. The former was still clueless, in its infancy, the latter, on the contrary, skipped infancy and growth altogether, born mature beyond measure, completely disregarding race. I am not a digital life form. I am a sweet potato slice alien. Lapis Lazuli, you're thinking too much, but you can't grasp much of what you truly have. Songshur casually put down his tablet, which was running a thick-painted tower defense game. Ultimately, except for the time when Yaoxing 3 was alive, the Omnics have never been a unified whole. You're putting so much effort into this, be careful you don't work yourself to death one day. The sand slipping through my fingers only proves one thing. This hand isn't big enough, and the grip isn't tight enough. Lapis Lazuli shook his head, his gravity spheres orbiting in star-like patterns. I want to try. Songshur nodded, then asked, how's the star-forging machine god being repaired? Not optimistic. Lapis Lazuli frankly admitted. When Node and others forcibly launched the star-forged mech war against Songshur, they were utterly defeated after a fierce battle. However, its ability to fight a psionicist of Songshur's caliber to such an extent clearly demonstrated its potential. Therefore, the AIs like Lapis Lazuli retrieved the remaining parts, hoping to one day truly realize the star-forged mech envisioned by Yaoxing 3. It's important to know that there isn't a single artificially created fifth-ring combatant, even tracing back the entire history of Terra, although the star-forged mech isn't entirely a purely artificial creation. We have the complete technical files for the star-forged mech. Although some designs are somewhat outdated by current standards, partial replacement and redesign aren't particularly difficult. The real problem lies in the projection of Starforged 3? Songshur suddenly realized something. The Starforged mech's body is flesh and blood, while you, as pilots, are just a skeleton. I understand. Your skeletons can't support this flesh and blood now. Starforged 3 was the fifth ring's transcendence, known as the Legion, with an endless number of projections during battle. Even after its own demise, several projections remained in the world. One of these projections existed inside the Starforged mech. It was thanks to this remaining projection of the Legion that the multiple androids acting as pilots could transform into a unified master intelligence, thus fully driving the Starforged mech. Unfortunately, this projection vanished in its fierce battle with itself. Lapis Lazuli, you should stick to the Legion's approach, Songshur chuckled involuntarily. Ideally, your mechs would be equivalent to the peak of the fourth ring, and your combined main control AI. If one isn't enough, add a second, a third, a fourth, 100th, 1,000th, until it's equivalent to the peak of the fourth ring. The two complement each other, and you can achieve a star-forged machine god equivalent to a fifth-ring psionicist. Songshur became interested. However, I estimate the probability of you uncovering the next Radiant Star 3 projection is rather low. How about finding a revelation to do some divination? Oh no, that won't work either. The causality of Radiant Star 3 is sealed. This is just a last resort, Lapis Lazuli emphasized in a deep voice. Intelligent machines aren't just useless wretches that only know how to exploit their leaders. We rather find new methods than invest resources searching for a needle in a haystack. Songshur laughed heartily and applauded sincerely. Songshur. King Jinchi, not wanting to continue the conversation, changed the subject. True spirit is divided into two steps, enlightenment and realization. Your current third step. Songshur replied lazily. Hanyuan Tianchi. Chapter 866. The third stage of true spirit. The third stage of true spirit. The end of the fifth ring, the last hurdle before the god's throne. The penultimate one, a difficult hurdle. Those psychics qualified to enter the fifth ring, true spirit, are absolute monsters, each with a long and magnificent personal legend. Talent, willpower, even a bit of luck, all are present. However, even among such beings, only 1 in 10 ultimately achieves the third stage of true spirit. Many, many years ago, when the first person in history achieved the third stage of true spirit, becoming invincible throughout the heavens and earth, some even believed that this was the end of psychic power. Of course, this wasn't the first time the endpoint theory had appeared. fighting tigers and leopards to death in the first ring, defeating thousands on the battlefield in the second, and single-handedly conquering mountains and rivers in the third. Before falling into a long period of stagnation, there were always those who believed this was the end of psychic power. However, this end point has been shattered every time. Even now, more than 3,000 years after the birth of the sixth ring God's throne, which has attempted to prove the existence of the seventh ring, a third stage true spirit still holds significant meaning, because this represents their potential to achieve the sixth ring God's throne. From ancient times to the present, the six major psionic paths have continued to this day, standing at the end of the line, an indisputable crown. Ambitious individuals thirsting for supreme power and emperors vying for global dominance, preachers striving forward and compassionate sages. No matter the era, no matter the extraordinary figures, none have truly conquered the entire world and achieved the status of Lord of Terra. Someone had come close. The first psionicist to break through to the sixth ring, that incomplete God's throne. Even looking back now, his breakthrough was incomplete, which is why he collapsed and fell after 100 days. But if he wanted, during those 100 days, he could have become the sole Lord of Terra, holding Terra in his own palm, crushing it into whatever shape he desired. That was the God's throne. And at this moment, Songshur stood before this door. The distance wasn't close, but at least he could see the door. Hong Yuan Tianqi? Even with his lapis lazuli composure, he couldn't help but be startled for a moment. Its initial intention was to change the subject, but the other party had actually succeeded? How long has it been? How much time has passed? You certainly benefited from the era's advantages. Songshur smiled kindly, tapping his forehead with his index finger. Some psionicists like to spend their lives in seclusion, cultivating in solitude. While I don't dislike that behavior, well for me. He stretched out his hand, strong and well-proportioned, his fingers clearly defined, and waved it in front of the lapis lazuli's camera. Try it yourself. It's much more efficient, Songshur sighed. Aren't you the same? You're already at the middle of the fourth ring. It's much faster than you were in your previous life. The lapis lazuli tried to refute him. The principle was there. But principles are principles, and reality is reality. If it were really that simple. In the end, it said nothing. What's the feeling of the fifth ring, Songshur? The effect of Hongyuan Tianqi. The lapis lazuli changed its question. Songshur stood up, clearly having considered how to answer the question. Not counting hearsay, I personally witnessed only 2/3 stage true spirits. Chakro's paradox of reversal, and Ruan Fa's unique form. Chakro makes reversal repeatedly nested like a Mobius strip, thus forming a tangible paradox, a constant self. Ruan Fa, on the other hand, transforms herself into a single direction, so all tangible and intangible rules spontaneously follow her, climbing uncontrollably. I won't go into some of the old cliches. After all, lapis lazuli, you're now a legitimate high-level psychic, even against me. Well, actually, not really. Songshur paced, slowly turning in circles. This was a rooftop cafe. The two had chosen a corner spot, currently unnoticed by anyone. The paradox of self-consistency, the rules of following. Frankly, I find them interesting, fascinating, but only from a purely aesthetic perspective. Songshur gestured. They don't hold much appeal for me. I can give you a little spoiler. As a fifth ring psychic, lapis lazuli. True spirit is a goal, self-realization, a direction, an ideal. You can only achieve it if you first want it. Hongyuan Tianqi Songshur stopped walking, staring at the omnic. If I had to summarize it in one word, it would be infinite. Lapis lazuli paused for a moment, then gave a fair assessment. Difficult, extremely difficult. Infinite, the word itself possesses a wondrous magic, drawing countless people to it with ecstatic joy. A simple example, infinite energy. To further elaborate on this example, consider the concept of a perpetual motion machine. Singularity technology, the vacuum zero-point energy engine. The giant corporation Fubo Energy has provided an answer. They extracted the inherent energy contained in the vacuum, thereby obtaining an inexhaustible supply of energy and creating a physical example of a perpetual motion machine. However, this is only a perpetual motion machine in a broad sense, not in a narrow sense. Even the inherent energy of a vacuum will eventually be depleted, only that day is very, very far away. It is only mere, not truly an infinite perpetual motion machine. In fact, according to some scholars, psychics are, to some extent, also a kind of perpetual motion machine in a broad sense, able to release incredible energy with a tiny bit of ethereal will, profoundly influencing reality. 3,000 illuminations Ming Xianyuan King Jinchi inevitably thought of this divine throne, suppressed and sealed in the Earth's core, used as a planetary engine, like a heart-beating device, relentlessly stimulating Terra day after day. Fubo Energy's vacuum zero-point energy engine boasts an inexhaustible flow rate, but its velocity, or rather, its power, is finite. This is why they invest effort in deploying it at the Earth's core, rather than simply detonating it anywhere to devour Terra. Ming Xianyuan's opponent, however, possesses an output power capable of penetrating the atmosphere directly from the Earth's core. Song Shi, the word infinite is too high, too high. Lapis Lazuli's voice was devoid of emotion. It calmly stated, but if it were you, I believe it could be done. Song Shi reached out and plucked a leaf. It was a fluorescent plastic leaf. A mere street cafe couldn't afford a natural potted plant, and besides, for most members of the corporate alliance, a potted plant that couldn't flash neon lights lacked any aesthetic value. Although how to achieve it, I'm still pondering and exploring. The leaf crackled and burned between his thumb and forefinger. Within a few breaths, it was completely consumed, reduced to scattered ashes. But the ultimate goal is probably that this one leaf can burn through the entire Terra. Chapter 867. The two chatted for a while longer before parting ways. Both represent the face of their races. Chu Tonglu represents clones, while King Jinshi represents androids. However, the former was built up by propaganda, while the latter is a true representative. Now that Emerald Pharmaceuticals and Jinshi Generation have gone bankrupt and dissolved, becoming dust of history, and several clone laws have been enacted, Chu Tonglu no longer needs to engage in public relations battles with the company. He himself had no intention of continuing, so he gradually faded from public view a year ago. Moreover, the unpredictable situation during the war led to the emergence of many new clone representatives, replacing the former's niche. Now, with the daily deluge of ever-changing information, the name Chu Tonglu is rarely mentioned. According to Song Shi's understanding, the other party had completed the entire war between the New Order Federation and the Enterprise Alliance, earning the title of Copper Fierce, and firmly standing at the peak of the third ring. He was currently in seclusion, vowing fiercely that he wouldn't emerge until he reached the fourth ring, Ascension. But Lapis Lazuli is different. It has many things to deal with. Not only is it an Omnic, but it's also a member of the New Order Federation Federal Parliament, a powerful senator. Busy, Song Shi thought to himself. If a busy person wants to be busy, they can always find something to do. Without choosing to fly, Song Shi slowly walked through the streets. This is Newcastle City. Even as the core hub of the Enlightened Ones, heavily protected, the shadow of war inevitably affected this place, but thankfully it's over. For now, that's how it is. And the corporate alliance members, with their consistently excellent mentality, now, at a glance, most of the pedestrians on the street look normal, returning to their former rhythm of life. An invisible consciousness spread, and as his psionic energy grew stronger, Song Shi felt one thing more acutely: vulnerability. A commercial building over 200 stories high gleamed in the sunlight. Orange-red cleaning drones hovered over its exterior, spraying cleaning agents before carefully wiping it with robotic arms equipped with rotating discs. A couple, drawn to a Ferris wheel-shaped cake display in a shop window, stopped to admire it. The next second, a gasp rang out nearby. Two teenagers in baseball caps, riding motorized skateboards, frantically scaled walls and railings, sparks flying as their wheels scraped against the metal bars. Pedestrians quickly scrambled to avoid them. The couple reacted swiftly, retreating just in time. Then a flash of light struck the two teenagers precisely. The two boys froze, falling straight down, tumbling several times along with their motorized skateboards. Security officers, firing stun guns, immediately pounced, handcuffing the two and calling for a police car. This was just a minor incident. The pedestrians, like a slowly flowing river, quickly calmed down and continued moving forward. This was nothing compared to what happened back in the day. Under the company's strict regulations, even failing to achieve a double-digit KDA wouldn't have been considered a problem. It's only because things are more strictly regulated now that this has been somewhat tolerated. Song Shi observed everything, not just what was in front of him. Even with his senses greatly amplified, he could still easily observe the thousands of people around him. Everyone has their joys and sorrows, their current tasks, and the scenes around them. Yet, in his eyes, all of this was like a thin sheet of paper, light and transparent, easily torn to shreds with the slightest force. This wasn't a matter of mindset or perspective, but an objective description. Croft Wilder, wasn't he looking at him the same way? This observer had rendered him immobile with a single blow. Even with his utmost effort, he only earned the right to deliver a final, fatal blow. Utterly vulnerable. Song Shi. In the gift shop window, the black eyes of the fluffy electronic bear suddenly darted around, its large face close to the window, staring at the young man who was just passing by. Chaklo asked me to tell you that you be in charge of the immigrant resettlement area for the foreseeable future. Songshur, oh. Also, remember to keep your electronic devices with you at all times. Oh. Songshur thought for a moment, then touched his phone, realizing he carelessly tossed the data pad aside at the coffee shop not long ago and forgotten to take it. But it shouldn't be a big problem. You can easily find me by checking the security cameras anyway. Develop good habits. You're right. Songshur decisively raised his hand in agreement. The electronic bear's eyes stopped rolling, the temporary loom that had taken over its duties snapped back to reality, and before the shop assistant could notice, it plopped back down in its original spot. The next instant, flames shot into the sky, splitting the rolling sea of clouds in two with a single line of crimson gold. The flames lingered long enough to reach the horizon, formerly the Enminlu Immigrant Resettlement Area. Now, the Enminlu Autonomous Region. According to the current strategic deployment of the New Order Federation, the Lunar Exploration Base is guarded by Su Yudu of the factory, while the Terra mainland is guarded by Chakalo and a few others. Now, with the signing of a joint defense agreement with Yan'an, the manpower shortage has been significantly alleviated. Therefore, there is spare capacity. Therefore, Songshur returned to Enminlu. Although he lacked abilities such as spatial teleportation beyond visual range, Songshur's pure speed far surpassed sound. Distance was not a problem for a psionicist of this level. When Songshur returned to Enminlu, the place had been completely transformed. The old traces of the Eastern Republic had been erased, while the marks of the New Order Federation were deeply imprinted upon it. As the first immigrant resettlement area liberated by the New Order Federation, it held special significance. Coupled with its advantageous geographical location, the New Order Federation invested considerable resources here, striving to make it an outpost against the Eastern Republic. Now, it was a thriving place. Even the aftermath of the war had little impact on it, because a king of the abyss was always watching over it. Nightmare V. She had once reached a cooperation agreement with Songshur. He protected her, and her power was used by Songshur, most often for the purpose of annexing the numerous resettlement areas of the Eastern Republic. Why haven't you made a move in so long? Feng Lian broke through to the third stage of true spirit. I'm afraid if I make another move, he make a move against me. What are you afraid of? I'm not. I don't think you can beat Feng Lian. First of all, that's nonsense. Secondly, you don't need to fight head-on. You're the Abyss King, you can do things secretly. Dwight Brooks is the Abyss King, and Zenria Shasuna is also the Abyss King. Ahem. Of the 4 Abyss Kings in the Enterprise Alliance, only 2 are dead now. That Ogden is still hiding somewhere. On the surface, I'm the only one left. Think of it this way, you're now the second strongest Abyss King in the Enterprise Alliance. Don't talk to me like that after killing an Abyss King. Chapter 868. Songshur spent a considerable amount of time calming V down. While Songshur, Chakro, and others were fighting tooth and nail against the corporate alliance and the company, she, though on the outside, also faced challenges. Observer, Shur Kwanwei made his move. This holy elder of the Academic Council Information Technology Institute was originally busy dealing with the invasion of the Fampusta Empire, but after Feng Lian's breakthrough in Jun Tianshan K, the pressure in this area was relieved, allowing him to spare some time to test VE. The two sides clashed several times from afar. Broadly speaking, they had both won and lost, but narrowly speaking, neither suffered a complete defeat. In terms of skill as the King of the Abyss, Shur Kwanwei was at the level of Zen Lushan Na, and on top of that, he possessed the terrifying spiritual energy of the Fifth Ring Truth, allowing him to steadily suppress VE. Fortunately, after a few battles, he gained a better understanding of the situation and returned to the battlefield against the Fampusta Empire, taking command on the front lines. By the way, Ogden, do you have any leads? His whereabouts? Songshur asked. This king of wizards hadn't shown his face for a very, very long time, not even during the Battle of Zenryusha. Back then, he brought out Axiom Explanation Elsie Ingersoll to deal with humanity dissolution, and also to prevent Ogden from interfering in order to seize the singularity technology, mimetic worlds or something similar, and causing unnecessary complications. V replied without hesitation, definitely in the abyss, I guess depth 7, humph, but who knows, maybe he's dead in some corner, his body already rotting. Songshur pondered for a moment, then asked, you saw that Battle 2, Archibald left depth 7, and is still fighting fiercely in the outer heavens. I can understand that the Abyss Lords might not be strong enough, but as the King of the Abyss, How could you resist going to check on him? V tossed her messy long hair, stared at Song Shi for a while, then frowned. Who told you I didn't go see it? Huh? Song Shi asked, puzzled. I just couldn't get in. V clutched her head, feeling a strange, sawing-like resistance. I'm asking you. What happens when you throw a stone into a lake? It creates a splash. What if it's a bigger stone? It creates an even bigger splash. Archibald isn't a stone. It's practically a super skyscraper. V said irritably. This stirred up depth 7 before it burst out of the abyss, even affecting depth 6, creating a chaotic superstorm, a vortex of chaos. The resistance was so great it exploded. I couldn't get in. Song Shi was taken aback. The world, Archibald, the sixth ring beyond, a colossal existence occupying the entire depth 7. Even so, it was merely a lingering effect of a contingency plan, yet it managed to stop even the king of the abyss? It must be understood that in this digital age, especially after the Holy One open-source based reality overwrite, the strategic deterrent power of a king of the abyss is equivalent to that of a fifth ring. The reason is due to psionic abilities, V added. Oh! Next, Song Shi's gaze shifted away from the abyss and refocused on reality. To be precise, it was the resettlement areas of the Eastern Continent Republic. Using the Enmenlo resettlement area as a springboard, with the New Order Federation's expeditionary force and V's combined efforts, many resettlement areas were conquered in less than 2 years. Looking at the map, the once densely packed overseas resettlement areas of the Eastern Continent Republic had shrunk by more than half. Not enough. Song Shi glanced at the map and answered. I don't think it's enough. V sat cross-legged, hands pressing her ankles, like a roly-poly toy in the wind, and said dismissively, oh. Song Shi pretended not to hear, his index finger tracing the holographic map in 3D modeling. The Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance. Before this political entity born from the outbreak of the First Seven Earth War, the forces of the Eastern Continent, and even the surrounding regions, had only one choice: join or be wiped out. Although its members changed considerably due to subsequent high-intensity wars and other reasons, some perished, some disbanded, some annexed, the Eastern Continent was still not small. Even today, the 9 counties discussion still included more than just the 4 Heavenly Kings, the Northern Thunder Defense Front, the Academic Council, and the Eastern Continent Republic. But in Song Shi's eyes now, besides these 4 major political entities, only 2 others were worthy of attention. Each possessed a fifth-ring psionicist. Perhaps it was fifth-ring psionicists who possessed them. One was a farmer, literally a farmer, oblivious to the outside world, presenting an image of a secluded paradise. If it weren't for Yinan's impending invasion, he probably wouldn't have moved an inch. The other ruled over several counties, perpetually isolated, everyone huddled together, diligently studying the path of innate wisdom. At least in Song Shi's view, it had everyone's minds clouded. Yet, facing the Van Pusta Empire's military might, this one bravely emerged from seclusion, fighting against the Empire. For now, he wouldn't be bothered. The Academic Council had always coveted the Enterprise Alliance, and the New Order Federation, inheriting its legacy, was no exception. However, with Chaklo and his group handling things, there were no immediate concerns. V. Song Shi's index finger paused. What do you think of Mongxing Plain? I knew it. V gritted his teeth. Mongxing Plain, also a resettlement area of the Eastern Continent Republic, is different from places like Enmenluo. Even among the many immigrant resettlement areas of the Eastern Continent Republic, it is a top-tier gem. As an early immigrant resettlement area, its historical significance lies in its vast land, abundant rare earth elements and platinum group metal resources, and the profound transformation it has undergone over the years in terms of culture, society, and other aspects. It has even established a surveillance network. Being surveilled signifies that the Eastern Continent Republic has gradually accepted them. If this continues, who knows, one day the people of Mongxing might be able to shed the label of barbarians and rise to the ranks of 8th-class citizens. V said, you want me to help you destroy the surveillance network? The surveillance network can draw upon the power of the entire population to temporarily enhance the combat strength of psionicists. It's similar to faith, but actually quite different. Song Shi didn't even look up. When I was a kid, I always thought this thing was just for monitoring people. It took me a long time to understand its true nature. It involves psionic energy, and now it's deeply intertwined with the Eastern Continent Republic, sharing both prosperity and ruin. Hey, the person who created this thing back then had a pretty good idea. It's like, well, you can think of it as an artificial dragon vein. It's bound to the Eastern Continent Republic, not to the independent individuals below. So, as long as the nation is strong, the surveillance network will rise accordingly. Whether you believe or not is irrelevant. As long as you're a citizen of the Eastern Continent Republic, your surplus spiritual energy will be used. It's a different path for faith, a beacon of grace, both thunder and rain. V tilted her head. Destroy? Songshur shook his head. How could that be? If you destroy the surveillance network of Mongxing Plains, where am I supposed to test it myself? Chapter 869. Who? Songshur slowly exhaled. The great battle against Zinner Shasana, the battle on the moon. All the injuries accumulated in the past had long since healed, and he was back to his peak condition. Vast spiritual energy surged and flowed with his thoughts, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Humans are different from each other, like two carpenters. Perhaps one is skilled at crafting delicate small objects, while the other excels at forging large and powerful tools. The same is true for spiritual beings. Even with the same imagery of fire and the sun, there are many subcategories, blossoming in different forms in the hands of different spiritual beings. An unbelievably abundant reserve of spiritual energy. This was his consistent talent for conquest. One of his talents. Songshur thought to himself. Exquisite control allows one unit of power to achieve tenfold effects. This is one of the reasons why top-tier spiritual beings can effortlessly crush enemies dozens of times their size. Even if the strength on paper might not be significantly different. Chu Tonglu was already a formidable expert, possessing both talent and experience, and had a very high chance of achieving the fourth ring sublimation. He was worthy of focused training wherever he was placed. However, having already sparred and practiced diligently several times, the outcome was undeniable, given that their spiritual energy was suppressed to the same level. The process itself was quite easy. One unit of power could produce tenfold results, and his own power was many times greater than that of ordinary people. This resulted in him being able to directly confront the super-level spiritualists of Terra, achieving a series of illustrious victories, the Southern Dipper. But that wasn't enough. Just that, he was no longer satisfied. Therefore he possessed true spirit, Han Yuan Tianqi. He hoped to achieve infinity through the final stage of the fifth ring, the third phase of the true spirit. No longer just a vast, boundless, astronomical number, but true infinity. Indeed, it's not simple. Songshur withdrew from the path, stretching. This final step was more difficult than expected. 1, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 10 million. These numbers are naturally vastly different, but compared to infinity, they suddenly seem the same. The transition from 1 to infinity is no less significant than the transition from 0 to 1. Both represent a qualitative leap. Like Zeno's tortoise, no matter how hard it tries, no matter how much time it spends, it can never reach the end. Strictly speaking, Ogden Christopher, the king of wizards, is somewhat similar to him. The latter abandoned the existing 6 paths of cultivation, creating the primal spiritual energy infinite power, which can also be considered a means to reach infinity. However, he prided himself on being unparalleled, a unique T0 being who had appeared once in 10,000 years, observing the entire universe, land, and sea. Therefore, he imitated calculus, infinitely subdividing himself into pieces, then recombining them. This was something he certainly wouldn't do himself. As the great source, instead of stirring up trouble and seeking external solutions, why engage in self-severance, like eating raw human flesh? Isn't that just plain insane? Especially since Ogden almost chopped himself into mincemeat, but the strength of infinite power was actually just SOSO. Songshur stood up and pushed open the door. Outside, a spherical robot hovered quietly. Upon seeing him emerge, its screen flickered, and V's voice rang out. Everything's ready, we can depart anytime. Songshur smiled calmly. Thanks. It was summer, and a hot wind swept through the streets and alleys. No, it was almost scorching. The Second Seven Earths War, as the intensity of the fighting gradually increased, brought about drastic changes in the climate across the land, moving towards more extreme directions. The glaciers at the North and South Poles had melted considerably, forming surging ocean currents, which would further accelerate Terra's warming, creating a domino effect of collapse. However, these things were temporarily irrelevant to the present. In his perception, the atmosphere in Enmenluo was less tranquil and more solemn than when he arrived. With orders being issued, armed forces were being mobilized in several resettlement areas taken over by the New Order Federation, including Enmenluo's. Due to secrecy, they didn't yet know the specific targets, but such a large-scale military operation would inevitably lead to a major undertaking, perhaps even more significant than imagined. Because Songshur was here. The New Order Federation, the Supreme Council. One of the 5 Supreme Executive Committee members is present. Southern Dipper Songshur, starting as an orphan, has a long and illustrious career. His exploits are countless. Palosur, Forged Light City, the Northern Thunder Defense Front, Yan'an, the Van Pusta Empire, the fierce battle against the Star-Forged Machine Gods, the Clone Wars, each a remarkable achievement on its own. And all these great feats have converged on one person. Even Chaklo Vaughn, the strongest and greatest leader in the history of the Enlightened, who fulfilled the long-held ambition of his predecessors and overthrew the rebels of the Enterprise Alliance, had his share of setbacks and failures. But Songshur is different. His past seems devoid of failure. He is practically a miracle. Anything impossible becomes possible before him. Fighting alongside such a person, what in this world could possibly be difficult? Even the once godlike corporate alliance, which made them feel like children trying to defeat a Tyrannosaurus Rex, leaving them utterly powerless and hopeless, fell. I have a question. V thought for a moment and said, Songshur, you truly never lost a Grand Slam? What kind of question is that? Songshur, who was slowly scanning the entire area, turned around upon hearing this and asked in surprise, Well, V, have you ever lost? V's face darkened, and she replied instantly, I refuse to answer that question. Songshur spread her hands. Then that settles it, right? I climbed my way up. How could it be all wins and no losses? To be honest, I think even Isidore might not be the same. Songshur shrugged. What's the big deal about losing? As long as you learn from your mistakes, you can win back in the end. Songshur looked up and gazed at the sky for a while. It was clear and cloudless. Okay, the weather's not bad. V clicked her tongue. A bit blinding. No reply. Because a crimson torrent shot into the sky, coalescing into a raging inferno, vanishing in an instant at the horizon. That was the direction of Mongqing Plain. The meaning was self-evident. Under the surveillance satellites of the Eastern Continent Republic, the New Order Federation forces, which had been closely monitored in recent days, were unsealed after a brief silence, granted authorization, and made their first move. Large-scale military operations are a protracted struggle. Like a typhoon far away, its effects only slowly emerging many days later. But this was a sign, already evident. The New Order Federation had launched an expedition against the Eastern Continent Republic. Chapter 870. 25 years ago, He Qingzhong wasn't called He Qingzhong. He had another name then, Malcolm Turson, a name his father and mother had given him together. It was said, well, actually not just said, that people living in Mongqing Plain 100 years ago all had names in this style. Surely some people had experienced that scene firsthand. For example, every year the Mongqing Plain Protectorate would invite several local centenarians to tell the public about Mongqing Plain back then. The focus, of course, was the heavenly soldiers and generals of the Eastern Continent Republic, who swiftly defeated the existing corrupt regime, bringing blessings and hope to the people of Mongqing Plain. But his parents certainly hadn't experienced it themselves. He Qingzhong was very clear about this. From as far back as he could remember, they often told him about the history of Mongqing Plain, those stories that were hard to distinguish between true and false. What irresponsible parents. Under the watchful eyes of the surveillance network, didn't they know this would label them as dangerous individuals? Fortunately, they retained a shred of rationality, only telling these stories at home. Otherwise, He Qingzhong would really have to consider cutting ties with them. It's truly pathetic. You only heard rumors, yet you become obsessed, infatuated, endlessly reciting those events that happened on this land of Mongqing Plain, telling them to yourselves over and over again. No, actually, I can understand. They are the losers, the ones who were filtered out, the dejected people who couldn't compete with others. That's why they need to find something to cling to, trying desperately to prove something, even if it's just wishful thinking. In the end, it becomes a habit etched into their very being. This incessant chatter makes their frustrated lives a little easier. He Qingzhong escaped. At 14, he graduated early with excellent grades. The moment he stood on the podium as an outstanding graduate, he completely shed the identity of Malcolm Turson and became He Qingzhong. After years of ups and downs and wandering, he finally lived up to his name, achieving some success and building a career. Today, in He Qingzhong's prosthetic eye, the identity code for He Qingzhong displays a neat 8th class. This signifies that he has passed the Protectorate's review, standing out from millions of others, and taking a step forward in the Eastern Continent Republic's citizenship system. From a 9th class citizen of barbarians, he has become a legitimate 8th class citizen, just like the natives of the Eastern Continent. And that's not all. He started from scratch, building a large construction company, and even forged a connection with an official in the construction department, working tirelessly for him for many years. Finally, his efforts have paid off. The other party had personally promised to report his achievements and apply for 7th-class citizen status for him this year. 7th-class citizen. Yes, in first-class families, no, second-class families are enough. In the eyes of these noble families, 7th-class and 9th-class citizens are no different, both nothing more than mud beneath the dust. But for him, for the people of Mengxing, this was a world apart. He Qingzhong had so many things he wanted to do: become a 7th-class citizen, set foot on the Republic soil, lead his company to become bigger and stronger, or even if the company didn't become bigger and stronger, it didn't matter, he'd rather lose everything, be penniless, he absolutely had to get into the administrative system. Ding. A communication notification interrupted his thoughts. He Qingzhong took a deep breath, rubbed his temples with his index finger, then opened his eyes, looked at the communication interface, and clicked to connect. Mar. Son, I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't trouble you, you're very busy as you said. But your uncle's health is really failing. Do you remember him? He's the uncle who used to take you out to play when you were little. We really have no other choice. Mom wants to ask you to lend me some money. Yes, we will definitely find a way to pay it back. I know, He Qingzhong interrupted, I will transfer some money. Also, don't transfer any more during this period. Without waiting for a reply, he hung up. Instead of using the company's official account, He Qingzhong opened one of his personal accounts and transferred some money. Without checking the follow-up, he straightened his tie. The car slowly came to a stop. After it was stable, he pushed open the door and walked into a mountain and water courtyard. A secluded path led to the courtyard. The sound of an ancient zither filled the air, the eaves were dark green, and pear blossoms peeked over the wall. A stone pavilion stood by the water, with a stone table inside. An old man sat with his back to the table, wisps of smoke drifting in the air. Lord Su, He Qingzhong said respectfully, standing outside the pavilion. As if only then noticing someone approaching, the old man slowly turned around, looked him over for a moment, and then suddenly laughed. Young, he's here. Come on in, have some tea with me. You won't look down on this old fellow, will you? You flatter me, He Qingzhong replied, his respect undiminished. The other man was the official from the construction bureau whom he had befriended, a member of a 5th-rank aristocratic family, whose power was, at least to He Qingzhong's liking, practically unattainable. Flattering? I doubt it, the old man chuckled, but shook his head. Your attitude towards your mother doesn't seem very friendly to me. He Qingzhong was initially startled, then quickly realized what was happening. It's the surveillance network. The other party was a 5th-class citizen, and also a key figure in the Mengxing Original Protectorate. Given their status and position, their access to the surveillance network was naturally far greater than his own. They could freely oversee the entire situation and browse information. That phone call just now couldn't have escaped their notice. But even so, it was still too fast. Was he trying to teach him a lesson? Seeing this, the old man suddenly smiled again, tapping his index finger on the stone table, as if sighing, I know you have lofty ambitions, and are wholeheartedly devoted to the Republic, but you have to take things one step at a time. Our Eastern Continent Republic has never cared about background, only talent and character. Your family background is indeed somewhat lacking, but what does that matter? He said gently, now, war rages on all sides, and the safety of the nation rests on the shoulders of you nobles. But those of us like you cannot slacken, we must contribute our share. As long as we make contributions that are seen and remembered by those above, let alone becoming a 7th-class citizen, establishing a powerful family is not impossible. Young He, the ruler is the guide for his subjects, and the father is the guide for his son. If you are not even filial to your own family, how can we entrust you with any tasks? He Qingzhong, suddenly enlightened, immediately knelt down and cowed out 3 times, his forehead turning bright red, his voice booming like a bell. Father! A promising young man. The old man clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Son, I heard rumors lately that there's unrest in many places. Influenced by outsiders, they're secretly advocating for the independence of the resettlement areas. Several of these areas happen to be within your territory. I have someone deal with it immediately when I get back. Hey, it's better to guide than to suppress. In your eyes, is our entire protectorate just such an unreasonable entity? The old man shook his head. I have the surveillance network find a list for you. Find some men, deal with those ringleaders, get some blood on them, make a big fuss, and then we step in and uphold justice for these unfortunate victims. Understood. The old man's face grew increasingly satisfied. Just as he was about to say something more, his expression suddenly changed, As if the surveillance network had suddenly discovered something astonishing. He abruptly looked up. Behold, the heavens above shone with a brilliant, golden light. Chapter 871. How can this scene be described? First came the light. In less than half a breath, the sky above the most prosperous city of Mongqing Plain was dyed a pure crimson gold. Yet this color showed no sign of stopping, expanding outwards, and further into the distance. Beyond the city, cities beyond cities, regardless of sunshine or rain, wind or snow, were all swallowed by the crimson gold, forged into a uniform form. It was as if a mythical beast had emerged from the heavens, altering the very shape of the world with a mere breath. Until finally, the entire Mongqing Plain, spanning hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, was bathed in breathtaking crimson light. Then, the light ignited. When air is heated, it expands, but air is ultimately too thin to be of any real significance. Even if it expanded and hit one's face, it would only produce a slight sensation. But what was expanding now wasn't air, but rather the sky itself. As if billions of tons of mass were slowly descending, unparalleled pressure was released from the crimson sky, settling on everyone's hearts, forbidding even breathing, rendering them completely immobile. If it were to completely crush down, the entire Mongqing Plain would be ground to dust, burning away even the finest speck of dust. No one doubted this. A fifth-ring psychic, standing at the second stage of true spirit, the great source. Nando could do it. But compared to the imminent pressure, the scorching heat like that of a star, the people of Mongqing Plain, a very small minority, were distracted by something else. The surveillance network, the insurmountable surveillance network, for the first time became flickering, like a faulty light bulb, flashing and dimming constantly. Ordinary people couldn't access the surveillance network, but they weren't ordinary people, they were noble blood standing above the masses, qualified to obtain a portion of the surveillance network's access. How could the seemingly indestructible, unbroken surveillance network fail? No, even a slight tremor is far beyond imagination. It's a complete shock to one's worldview. Heh. Within the boundless, crimson golden sea, a humanoid silhouette materialized. The sky, now stained, obscured the sun, leaving only Songsher, even more dazzling than the sun itself. It seems your surveillance network isn't as robust as we thought. The surveillance network, a national strategy established by the Eastern Continent Republic long before the First Seven Earths War, was a monumental undertaking, painstakingly built by successive generations of powerful families, sparing no expense and countless efforts, inextricably linked to the nation's destiny. Now, this man-made dragon vein has finally taken shape, its power immeasurable. It is neither simply technology, nor purely spiritual energy, but a creation of the coupling of both. This is its strength, and also its weakness. If any spiritual being were to look up, they would clearly understand that the solitary figure emanating a divine might akin to a blazing sun. Simply by standing there, the surveillance network was affected. After a brief silence, the surveillance network turned a deep, indistinct crimson, emitting a deafening shriek. The fifth ring is passed. In the Mongqing Yuan Protectorate, a magnificent, undulating complex of buildings, like a frozen, shimmering wave, beyond towering gates and white jade steps, behind a plaza capable of accommodating tens of thousands of ceremonial guards, deep within its imposing palace, a ball of light suddenly rose. It shot upwards, soaring into the sky. The next second, a crisp snap of an index finger against a blade. The soaring figure, far exceeding the speed of the previous object, transformed into a burning meteorite, crashing back into the complex. Its momentum undiminished, it tumbled across the ground for thousands of meters, everything in its path collapsing and shattering, sparks exploding, a deafening roar. As the commotion subsided, the once vast protectorate was reduced to ruins. Just then, Songsher's outstretched index finger, after tapping Chongsher, slowly retracted. Before the swirling dust had dissipated, a sliver of extremely thin flame flickered in midair, as if a curtain had been lifted, sweeping away all the dust, which then burned to ashes. Beneath the dripping ashes, amidst the collapsing ruins, a woman with strong facial features coughed a few times and struggled to her feet. She looked extremely disheveled. Her robe, adorned with a mythical beast, a symbol of her status, was burned with large holes, and her magnificent cloak was reduced to a few charred fragments. Her identity was obvious: the Grand Protector, overseeing all affairs of Mongqing Plain and commanding millions of people. The woman spat out blood. Deep within her eyes, a captivating light flickered, and dangerous wedge-shaped symbols emerged one after another, gradually overlapping. The two were tens of thousands of meters apart. For psychics of this level, this was practically within arm's reach, if not intimate. However, Songshur seemed oblivious to the psychic power that was so close, a power that had reached the fourth ring of ascension. Instead, she glanced around before finally looking at her opponent again. "I advise you not to move." Songshur's tone was calm. But even this one sentence caused the great protector to grunt, her psychic power, which had been poised to be unleashed, to remain dormant. Every pore of her skin, every thought, was conveying the same message: move even the slightest bit more, and she would be dead. Death wasn't the worst of it. As a fourth ring consensus, she possessed multiple psychic techniques such as divided spirit transformation, jade cicada shedding, and spiritual tempering and manifestation. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, and she had far more than 10 ways to save her life. However, right now, she clearly felt a chilling sense of crisis emanating from her opponent, a terrifying and unparalleled ferocity capable of utterly annihilating all backup plans and slaughtering everyone in one fell swoop. The fifth ring. Great origin. Her heart sank. She had been a step too slow. Consensus is a complex and diverse path, and if one focuses solely on avoiding battle, it can be considered a top-tier path. Great origin claims to be one with heaven and man, unifying internal and external forces, yet it still cannot stop a direct confrontation. Once the battle drags on, with the groundwork laid and internal and external forces interfering simultaneously, the success rate of consensus in achieving disintegration or diversion of spirit will plummet. But her opponent is a fifth ring. Especially not a newly entered fifth ring. Southern Dipper. She uttered 2 words, Songshur. Even though it was just a sudden attack from the sky, the flames had instantly sealed off the area, and there was also the unparalleled destructive power. In a flash, she reviewed the cards in her hand. The surveillance network buff wasn't enough. It did provide immediate combat power. Ideally, a fourth ring psychic, empowered by it, could indeed contend with a fifth ring. That's assuming the entire Eastern Continent Republic wasn't just this small corner of Mongxing Plains. Besides that, she closed her eyes, then suddenly opened them again. Adept 5 Taishuku, with the open-source Singularity technology, base reality overwrite, should also have a fighting chance at simultaneously utilizing it and the surveillance network. Currently, the frontline battle was fierce, and high-level combat forces were gathering. The only ones capable of immediately providing support were Taishuku. She had to try and hold out until reinforcements arrived. At that very moment, Songshur officially unleashed heavy slaughter, slashing down without hesitation. All of the Grand Protector's thoughts vanished in an instant, leaving only one warning. This attack couldn't be blocked, but before dying, she had to try and block it. She gritted her teeth and stood up, but a strange presence appeared behind her, grabbed her shoulder, and pulled her back abruptly. In her place, a hand met the descending sky. Chapter 872. A man, with his hand, drew a knife, the knife drew fire, the fire ignited the sky, and in an instant, the ignited sky seemed to collapse. It crashed down upon the tiny human figure below. Had Songshur not deliberately restrained the destructive range, the city would have been cleaved in 2, creating a bottomless lava fissure. Against a fourth ring consensus, who wasn't known for its defense, it would have been enough to annihilate him completely. His hand bent, and his index finger pointed. Without any dramatic movement, this single point caused a section of the raging flames to vanish into thin air. The next instant, the flames returned as expected. The Protectorate General's mansion was gone. This complex, with a history spanning over 100 years, recording the various achievements of the Eastern Continent Republic, was, literally flattened. Looking down from above, it was as if someone had scooped a large spoonful from the center of a cake, leaving a huge crater flowing with crimson fire. Except for a small area. Miraculously, it hadn't been erased. A small patch of the original plaza remained stubbornly intact. The Grand Protector knelt on the ground, her body covered in burn marks. The attack hadn't been completely blocked. Even the remaining bit was quite a struggle for her. A man stood, standing slightly in front of her. He was a man whose age was difficult to pinpoint. He didn't assert his presence through sharp, handsome features or an aggressive aura. His majesty was deeper, more restrained, like a divine palace hanging high in the heavens, supreme and orderly, carrying an awe-inspiring distance and authority. His robes, a blend of black and gold, were remarkably simple compared to the ostentatious displays of many noble families. Yet from this simplicity emanated a majestic aura. Songshur grinned. The main character has finally arrived. Only one person is qualified to be here. Only one person can be here. The current president of the Eastern Continent Republic, the head of the first-class aristocratic family, the Feng family of Longyuan. The fifth ring consensus. Juntian Divine Palace, Feng Lian. To most people, His face was blurry, as if covered by frosted glass. This most people did not include Songshur. The immeasurable barrier erected by the other party could not stop a fifth-ring psionicist. Songshur could clearly see the other party's appearance, from head to toe. Glancing at the chaotic protectorate, Feng Lian first frowned, a hint of displeasure appearing between his brows. He shook his head slightly, placing one hand on the heavenly court of the kneeling protectorate. A flash of golden divine light passed by, and the leeching flames covering the other party's body immediately dimmed. Feng Lian let out a soft hum. Under the divine light, the flames covering the other's body had indeed dimmed considerably, but still displayed a tenacious spirit, leaving behind only tiny specks. Specks that had melted the skin and seeped into the bone marrow. He picked up a single spark with 2 fingers, stared at it for a moment, then crushed it with a flick of his wrist. A second flash of divine light finally extinguished most of the remaining sparks on the Grand Protector's body. Feng Lian turned back, looking at the figure high in the sky, filling the entire firmament, and spoke. Why betray your country and rebel? Treason? Rebellion? Songshur laughed. You're saying this to someone from the Enterprise Alliance? If the other party had said this in his previous life, it wouldn't have mattered. After all, he was a legitimate citizen of Yulai County. But in this life? Hearing this, Feng Lian's expression remained unmoved, and he calmly replied, The blood flowing in your veins is the blood of the Eastern Continent Republic. Look in the mirror, see yourself. Your ancestors were from the Eastern Continent. You are a citizen of the Eastern Continent Republic for life, and for all eternity, you will be a citizen of the Eastern Continent Republic. Even death cannot change that. He repeated, Why betray your country and rebel? That was, of course, for wealth and glory. Songshur was relieved, and his smile, undiminished, grew even brighter. He said kindly, Look, after betraying my master and seeking glory, I'm now a member of the Supreme Executive Committee. The bustling crowds. For profit, everyone comes and goes, bustling about for profit. I transformed myself, establishing a top-tier family for the New Order Federation. Isn't this inheriting the tradition of our Eastern Continent Republic? President Feng Lian, you should be proud of me. There is no such family. After a moment of silence, Feng Lian shook his head again, staring at the person before him. You have never married, nor had any fleeting romances, wives, concubines, or mistresses. A lonely man all alone, how dare you presume to call yourself a family? Songshur couldn't remember how many times he had laughed today. After thinking about it, I still have to send you to your death first. Before the word death was uttered, spiritual energy erupted. A person, like a blazing sun, swept across the vast expanse of Mongxing Plain with overwhelming martial power. The spiritual energy Songshur had previously displayed was already earth-shattering, yet in this instant, it seemed excessively dim. Songshur was serious. His true spirit was annihilated. Psionic technique, calamity. The killing power had become tangible. Even though it hadn't officially landed yet, all things trembled in fear, constantly writhing and scorching. However, in the face of this attack, Feng Lian remained unmoved. To be precise, only Feng Lian remained unmoved. Subtle ripples spread across the president's body, then transformed into unstoppable surges. 1, 2, 3, dozens of figures appeared in the space, and the number was rapidly increasing. A burly general in golden armor, eyes wide with rage, wielding a demon-subduing pestle, strode forward. Amidst flowing silver light, a star official in white robes and a feathered crown held up a celestial globe, manipulating the stars to create a vast star trail. A red-haired, bearded deity emerged from the flames, his fiery dragon sword humming incessantly at his waist. In an instant, hundreds upon hundreds of divine figures appeared in layers. Heavenly soldiers in black armor stood in formation, banners fluttering, and celestial maidens in flowing robes danced in the air, their flowing garments transforming into countless rays of light. The generals of the Thunder Department beat their ritual drums, purple lightning flashed wildly in all directions, the geomancer held a jade ruler, the earth's energy flowing with his breath, and the three-headed, six-armed guardian deity, solemn in appearance, chanted the heavenly dragon's heart sutra, while the 8 treasures' golden wheel slowly rotated behind his head. It was truly, within the body, countless inner landscapes, 36,000 gods. A single spark of spiritual light connects to creation, 10,000 guardians protect the true soul. Then you shall dissolve your body. Feng Lian glanced at the Grand Protector, who readily agreed. As the president of the mighty Eastern Continent Republic, a figure who influences the fate of an entire nation, his true body was still stationed on the front lines, confronting the Van Pusta Empire from afar. It was impossible for him to personally visit a small immigrant resettlement area. What was revealed here was merely an avatar. Even though he had reached the third stage of true spirit, it was absolutely impossible for him to defeat a ferocious individual of this caliber with only an avatar. His purpose in coming here was singular, not in Mongqing Plains, but in the Grand Protector. While Mongqing Plains, cultivated and nurtured for centuries, was indeed valuable, in the face of the current fierce battle, its worth might not even compare to that of the Grand Protector, a fourth-ring ascended psychic. He had to protect the Grand Protector. Chapter 873. The immortals and gods, seemingly about to emerge, displayed 1,000 expressions and boundless magical power. Their mere presence blotted out the surrounding landscape, even causing the sun, which had been steadily sinking with destructive force, to appear as if it were being forcefully propped up. Then the sun sank in the west. Then the celestial soldiers and generals' armored weapons cracked and shattered, their battle formations reduced to ashes, the beating magic drums turned to ash, the celestial spheres that once guided the stars were all burned, and the dancing fairies, along with their clothes, were torn to charcoal. Beneath the raging crimson flames, the seemingly vast and majestic array of immortals and gods shattered in an instant, like a sandcastle in a gale, instantly reduced to dust. Under the true spirit's annihilation, where was there any chance of survival? But Feng Lian blocked it. Songshur swung his blade down, but the immortals and gods, like tangled threads, bound the blade. The threads burned upon contact, yet new threads sprouted, endlessly multiplying, forcefully wearing down and exhausting the attack. This was not the end. The heavenly soldiers, generals, and immortal masters, just moments before scattered and destroyed, were reborn from the lingering sea of fire. Crack. On Feng Lian's face, half his cheek cracked, his skin lacking human texture, resembling the gold lacquer applied to a divine statue. It cracked and crumbled, falling away as specks of light, disappearing into the air. Looking through the exposed opening, one sees no flesh or matter, but rather a vast ocean of golden light, its majesty evident. Not just on the cheek, fine cracks appeared on half of Feng Lian's body, winding and spreading. Having withstood only a single blow, this avatar already showed signs of faltering. Even so, the countless immortals, Buddhas, and deities in the heavens still possessed overwhelming divine might, their imposing aura soaring to the clouds, forming a heavenly lock that sealed off the 6 realms and isolated the 5 elements. Attempting to suppress Songshur below, Songshur didn't even glance at it, but instead unleashed a powerful strike, igniting a sea of fire that engulfed the sky above Mongqing Plain. This vast, boundless sea of fire, like the scorching flames of a boiling cauldron, enveloped the entire battlefield. The sheer number of immortals and Buddhas was already immense, but before this attack, they were like objects in a palm, turtles in a jar, unable to carve a single breach despite their frantic attempts. If they couldn't break through the sea of flames and create a gap to the outside world, the chances of the Grand Protector's successful disintegration would be virtually zero. Her consciousness wouldn't be able to return to the Republic's homeland. Looking at the massive formation above, Songshur let out a scoff. These so-called immortals, demons, gods, Buddhas, heavenly soldiers, and generals were, in essence, all wisps of Feng Lian's thoughts, or rather, manifestations of his spirit within his body. Feng Lian had cultivated various inner landscapes within himself, each residing as a spirit within his body. To date, he had amassed a total of 36,000. But that doesn't matter. Under the annihilation of true spirits, nothing matters. Everything will end in destruction, utterly and irrevocably dead. These are no exception. With pupils as bright as fire, Songshur could see clearly that these immortals, demons, gods, and Buddhas, whom he had killed relentlessly but who would return with a vengeance, were not reborn, but entirely new beings. Spiritual energy techniques. No, the strength of mere spiritual energy techniques couldn't reach this level. Feng Lian's true spirit. For all afflictions and thoughts, Feng Lian suddenly said, thoughts arise from afflictions. Afflictions arise from thoughts, impossible to sever, impossible to eliminate. In the blink of an eye, 360 million arise, 360 million perish. Songshur didn't feel enlightened, but simply nodded. That's about what I saw. Humans have thoughts, a cacophony of endless streams, unavoidable even in sleep, such as those bizarre and fantastical dreams. Many people pursue meditation, hoping to calm their minds, gradually empty their brains, and achieve inner peace by clearing away all sorts of distracting thoughts. But Feng Lian was different. This Jun Tian divine palace went against the grain, completely disregarding the myriad thoughts swirling around him, growing wildly. This was his second stage of true spirit, all afflictions of thought. Even an ordinary person could have hundreds or thousands of thoughts arising in their mind, but for Feng Lian, under all afflictions of thought, His imperial grandeur and divine court array reached a state of endless, inexhaustible vitality. Feng Lian stopped standing and sat down. Divine light condensed into 12 tassels on his crown, hanging down before his forehead. He sat upright on the majestic imperial throne that appeared out of thin air, commanding all directions, his eyes lowered as he looked down at Song Shi. The mere act of sitting down produced an uncontrollable, intense cracking sound that reverberated through the air. The source of the sound was Feng Lian. The cracks covering his entire body, as if bearing immense pressure, widened suddenly. If they could still be called crevices before, they were now glaring gaps that could not be ignored by the naked eye. Even the mottled cracks on his skin multiplied, appearing numerous times over. At first glance, Feng Lian resembled a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. However, amidst these cracks, his aura suddenly surged. A terrifying pressure erupted. The Grand Protector, who had been calmly awaiting the moment of his dissolution, frowned slightly in pain, as if suffering under the immense pressure. Crack! Crack! With each increase in pressure, the cracks on Feng Lian's body disintegrated an inch more, irreparable, yet he remained oblivious. He slowly raised his hand. Riding the mist and clouds, obscuring the sky and sun, countless gods' robes fluttered, their jeweled ornaments jingling like celestial music, their golden armor and jade artifacts clanging like thunder, as if a celestial palace had descended to the mortal realm, or as if a million gods had simultaneously opened their divine eyes, shaking the vast might of heaven. Compared to before, the power they displayed was far greater. If the previous immortals, gods, and Buddhas were merely empty shells, putting on a pretentious show, then now they truly possessed great supernatural powers and immense magical strength. Every move they made was infinitely powerful, with towering rays of light, and nine-colored spiritual energy soaring into the sky. The feeling Song Shi got from their every gesture was that of a fifth-ring true spirit. In his perception, these star officials, true lords, divine generals, and auspicious beasts were like fifth-ring true spirit spiritual beings. If the fifth ring was like the sun, then at this moment, countless suns filled his vision, their rays intertwining and merging, intensely mixing, forming a terrifying and inconceivable pressure. But this shouldn't be. Even a spiritual being as strong as Feng Lian, ranking in the first tier below the god's throne, couldn't achieve this. A mere thought was comparable to a fifth-ring true spirit. The thought flashed like lightning, and in an instant, Song Shi glimpsed its true form. The fifth ring? The feeling they emitted was indeed that of a fifth ring, without a doubt. But rather than calling it a fifth ring being, it was more like a facet of a fifth ring being. Like a cubic crystal, under the illumination of light, it could display countless facets of light. These immortals, and gods summoned by Feng Lian, were these projected facets. Feng Lian's palm fell peacefully. True Spirit Third Stage. Qian Gang. The vast heavenly might, accompanied by the will of the Divine Emperor, crashed down heavily. Chapter 874. Feng Lian was willing to collapse his avatar to deliver a powerful blow. His intention was crystal clear, to break through Song Shi's blockade and create an opportunity for him to disintegrate amidst the chaos. This was a critical moment concerning their own survival, but the Great Protector's poised movements involuntarily halted. Like a madwoman in a trance, she stared at Feng Lian ahead, her eyes filled with lust. As fellow practitioners of the consensus path, only she could understand what this move represented. Qian Gang, the end of the fifth ring, the third stage of the true spirit. Thoughts are so fragile, capable of arising and ceasing in an instant, like a dream, a bubble, vanishing in a flash. This is also the problem that spiritualists, who have chosen this path throughout history, have always struggled with. Creating soldiers from beings, containing 5 ghosts within, creating avatars externally. These spiritual techniques that transform the illusory into the real and multiply into countless forms inevitably have a flaw. They cannot compare to the spiritualist who wields them. When a psychic encounters an enemy far weaker than themselves, it's naturally harmless and unstoppable. However, if they face a powerful foe, they are easily overwhelmed and utterly wiped out. Feng Lian broke through this barrier. The heavenly principles. The fundamental principles of heaven. These individual thoughts, these immortals and Buddhas, together form a part of what supports the divine court. A scholar with no physical strength, if backed by imperial power, can silence a burly man with a single word. It's not that he's actually stronger than the man, but rather that he's endowed with boundless power by the power structure behind him. Immortals and gods form the divine court, and the divine court, in turn, amplifies the power of the immortals and gods. This is the heavenly principles. Admittedly, these individual thoughts only inherit a portion, a limited portion of the power originating from the fifth ring, and are much weaker. Yet, they are still terrifying enough. With each thought, it's as if hundreds or thousands of fifth ring beings rise and fall, simultaneously launching an attack, arbitrary domination. Even having achieved the fourth ring, ascension, making her a true high-level psychic, and having progressed considerably on her own path, the Grand Protector still found her president's rule of law utterly incomprehensible. She could understand the principles, at least part of them, and had a vague direction for the rest. But when it came to going further, how Feng Lian would turn those principles into reality, how he would truly manifest them in the present, was something she simply couldn't fathom. Such psychic power. She heard her own inner voice whispering. It was truly captivating. Do we need support? Songsha heard the hurried, short sentences. The speaker seemed very tense. No need, don't intervene. Just do as we said before. Songsha took a light breath. The airflow stirred slightly, negligible. The turbulent airflow even struggled to move a leaf. It was merely a signal, an intention, a switch. Dominating the world? In less than a millisecond, the sky suddenly shifted. This style. The heavens, steeped in a ripe hue, began to flow. Crimson gold clouds swirled slowly, like the eye of a storm, or a scorching red-hot millstone. Even the mighty army of the divine court couldn't match its imposing presence. They were vast, they were boundless, yet they merely stood atop the clouds. This was high enough to lower one's gaze, and casually survey the myriad forms of life on earth. But it wasn't high enough. They stood on the clouds, yet resided beneath the heavens. The enraged guardian deity discovered that its indestructible golden body showed signs of melting for the first time. The sword immortal in his white robes was startled to find his flying sword unbearably hot, boiling and humming. The Dragon King, who had been combing through wind and rain, found his sideburns smoking, turning him into a bald, muddy eel. Legend has it that in the beginning, before the chaos was fully formed, when earth, wind, water, and fire were not yet in harmony, heaven and earth resembled a chicken egg. Then, the turbid air sank, and the pure air rose, creating the heaven and earth we see today. But now, looking around, the entire heaven and earth seem to be closing in, as if returning to a state of chaos. The earth's energy doesn't rise, it remains still. Only the sky, formed from the pure air, is a deep, dark expanse, with an endless sea of flames crashing down. I'm fed up with this. The two collided with a deafening roar. In an instant, an enormous sphere of light bloomed out of thin air on the horizon. The sphere didn't scatter or collapse, at least not for this moment. It maintained its spherical shape. But centered on it, a ring-shaped shockwave erupted violently. The magma crater that had transformed into the Protectorate immediately expanded, becoming deeper and wider. Hot winds, enough to melt heavy armor units, swept away skyscrapers in rows, raising layers of ground. The impact destroyed everything in its path, then continued to spread further and further as if without end. The time had come. Amidst the cataclysmic impact, the Grand Protector's expression hardened, and she decisively initiated disintegration. Her once unique, original body flickered briefly, then snapped and went out. Consciousness, or perhaps what would be a more apt description, this abstract yet concrete thing, is the cornerstone of a psionicist's existence. Over the years, the Grand Protector had accumulated a considerable number of contingency plans. In fact, there were several in Mongqing Plain, but against Nando Songsher, these were meaningless. To remain in Mongqing Plain would be tantamount to certain death. Therefore, she used her safest backup plan, a spare body located in the Eastern Continent Republic, placed within her family's estate, heavily guarded by a third-rate aristocratic family. Although this move would severely weaken her, even the most optimistic estimate was that it would take several years to recover. But as long as you survive, anything is possible in the future. Boom! Amidst thunderous drums and the roar of countless immortals, gods, Buddhas, celestial soldiers, and auspicious beasts unleashed a magnificent display of power. Seemingly unstoppable, the seemingly destructive sea of fire was pierced through by their combined force. The sky exploded, creating a gaping hole. Now, the opportunity was fleeting. The Grand Protector's consciousness transformed into a fleeting glimpse, a streak of light shooting straight towards the gap. Flames exploded along the way, scattering sparks everywhere. Yin spirits, when separated from the body, are easily subdued by yang. This dense, unyielding sea of fire, truly the epitome of yang and intensity, even a fourth-ring consensus could overturn rivers and shatter skyscrapers with her consciousness, even after dissolving her body. Yet, faced with the raging torrent of flames, she dared not touch it in the slightest. But she could escape. Her vision surged upwards in an instant, higher and higher. She leaped and spun, charging upwards. It was as if the world was facing its end, Deafening tremors echoed along her path, causing the Grand Protector's mind to involuntarily tremble. Looking up, her senses expanded, revealing crimson gold flames, and immortals crisscrossing within them, desperately trying to avert disaster. They had torn open a gap, and the Grand Protector, scorched by the flames, broke through the sea of fire, completely bursting through the gap. There was no more to worry about. The next step, a single thought, would allow her to return to the Republic's homeland, to be reborn in another body. But alas, the Grand Protector suddenly opened her eyes. In that instant, there was no sense of freedom or ease, only a suffocating feeling of being strangled. She slowly raised her head. Beyond the gap in the crimson gold sky was not a clear, azure sky, but a brand new, endless crimson dome. A figure, like a black dot, stood there and glanced over. Above the immortals and gods, there is heaven. Above heaven, there is Songshur. Only the first level has been broken through? The Grand Protector's consciousness froze permanently after this thought, burning to ashes. Chapter 875. From the very beginning, Songshur's domain wasn't limited to just one layer. If someone is confident about something, they're destined not to focus all their attention on it. Songshur didn't think he would lose. Therefore, part of his focus was on absolute certainty. The safety of Mongxing Plain was one thing, the Grand Protector's disintegration was another. The first and second might actually be one thing. Two true spirits, especially those who had progressed deeply in the fifth ring, clashing. If left unchecked, the entire Mongxing Plain would be submerged, its inhabitants slaughtered, and barely a single survivor. The Grand Protector. If he wanted to, Songshur could have obliterated her body and soul the very first second they met, long before Feng Lian's avatar from Jun Tian Shinkei descended. But Songshur wasn't willing. He still wanted to test Feng Lian, so he intentionally spared the Grand Protector's life, awaiting her inevitable fate. To ensure absolute safety, he set up multiple layers of energy fields, not simply stacking them one on top of another, but employing a more obscure and complex construction method. So far, it seems to be highly effective. The destructive power of the clash between the two sides looked exceptionally terrifying, and indeed it was, exceptionally terrifying. However, the outer energy field swirled and coiled like a dragon, endlessly wrapping around the area, forcefully stopping the attack and controlling the scope of destruction. The Grand Protector's body was severed, his divine consciousness leaving his body, naturally ethereal and invisible. But before Songshur, who controlled the entire field, it was like a firefly in the dark, conspicuous yet faint. Qian Gang, Songshur shook his head, is a powerful true spirit. But he couldn't protect his subordinates. He revealed his white teeth. Behind the youth, a massive chasm appeared, not on the ground, but in the sky. It tore through a vast sea of flames, piercing its complex structure, ending at a point of natural blue. Feng Lian stared at this point of blue. It vanished quickly, in less than half a breath, like tomato sauce with a small hole poked in it spreading back, filling the hole, returning to a uniform color. The framework supported by Qian Gang propelled this move, successfully breaking through the opponent's blockade, nothing to be proud of. Quality and quantity are always a matter of trade-offs. Breaking through to Yuan at one point is nothing to boast about. Unfortunately, the Grand Protector was a step behind, and could not escape unscathed. Under Songshur's gaze, Feng Lian's body entered an irreversible collapse, cracks spreading rapidly, his entire body dissipating into tiny specks of light. He stared at Songshur, traitorous scoundrel. This world is in turmoil precisely because there are too many restless people like you. Wait until the day we attack your Longyuan Feng family's ancestral home. Songshur grinned, then I show you what a true traitorous scoundrel is. Feng Lian's face showed displeasure, but the next second his avatar completely crumbled and vanished into thin air. Songshur scoffed, his expression suddenly hardening as he looked back at a certain spot. I see it. In another distant place, at the edge of the sky, a chillingly eerie light suddenly shone. The atmosphere swirled and coalesced into a vortex, revealing a blood-red demonic star at its center. V cursed. The Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance, strategic-level weaponry. Celestial Calamity Fire. The eerie red color hung for a brief moment before plummeting straight down, staining the sea of clouds with a deep crimson hue in its wake. Then, in the same instant, it vanished with a bang, turning into dust and ashes. The phlogiston inside the Celestial Calamity Fire was violently activated, simultaneously dissolving matter and energy, transforming them into a special dust known as Calamity Ashes. The former Eastern Continent Republic, now the New Order Federation, the Bosolan resettlement area has an unremarkable geographical location. Its available resources have a few noteworthy aspects, but nothing particularly special. Air raid sirens blared across the Beausoleil resettlement area, their sharp sirens sounding like thousands of owls circling overhead simultaneously. The air defense interception system activated immediately, a purely symbolic one. High-energy lasers and high-power microwave weapons were activated instantly, and hypersonic anti-aircraft missiles fired in rapid succession, like hundreds upon hundreds of streaks of fire rising against the sky. But to no avail. Before that crimson demonic star, whether it was the dazzling high-energy pulse laser, the missiles carrying high explosives, or even the swarm of drones carrying iron oxide, all were reduced to dust upon contact. They only slowed the demonic star's descent, but could not stop it. In the Beausoleil resettlement area, several large shield generators were being activated. A pale blue light curtain slowly rose and closed, and important figures and civilians, guided by the city's management system, quickly moved into underground shelters. However, the Beausoleil resettlement area has historically received little attention, with limited resources allocated to it. The shield generators cannot cover the entire city like those in major metropolises, and their protection range is limited. Moreover, given the destructive power of the celestial calamity fire, the effectiveness of these energy shields is highly questionable. In a roadside fast food restaurant in the supernatural unit resettlement area, a man, without even taking a bite of his freshly served hamburger, flashed onto the street. He was a direct descendant of the Enlightened Ones, which is why he was sent to the resettlement area. His powerful third-ring control psychic abilities were meant to suppress the remaining old forces and expedite the New Order Federation's assimilation of the resettlement area. His responsibilities naturally included the defense of the resettlement area. Watching the rapidly approaching demonic star, the man felt a chill run down his spine. This was the celestial calamity flame, renowned even among strategic-level weapons for its sheer destructive power. Its past achievements included combat against fourth-ring ascension psionicists. Forget about assisting in defense, just getting close would be a death sentence for him. His mind raced. He knew he couldn't withstand the attack, at best, it would slow him down. This was far from the New Order Federation's homeland. He was the strongest here, even if he were to be overwhelmed, he had to at least try. With that thought, he didn't hesitate. He took a deep gulp of coolant, and his skin shimmered with a metallic sheen, the scales rippled, and with a flicker, he expanded from a human into a humanoid mechanical form several stories tall. Then, the humanoid mechanical form transformed a second time. Its legs sank deep into the ground, securing the machine, its arms joined together, flipped, and transformed again. A massive mechanical cannon extended segment by segment, quickly exceeding 30 meters in length, its muzzle glowing with a blinding purple light, and trembling violently. His reconnaissance system interface displayed a strong high-energy reaction. He suddenly realized something. The characteristics of the spectrum band, isn't it celestial calamity fire? Above the Beausoleil resettlement area, a black dot suddenly appeared, then rapidly expanded, viscous and turbid matter pouring out from it, supporting a rapidly expanding vortex. Singularity Technology. Base Reality Overwrite. Chapter 876. The Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance jointly created the Celestial Calamity Fire, to the point that major political entities, including the Eastern Continent Republic, control a portion of the authority over this strategic weapon. War is a continuous exchange. After confirming the death of the Grand Protector and the impending change of ownership of the Mangxingwen resettlement area, Feng Lian abruptly activated the Celestial Calamity Fire as the exchange, the Beausoleil resettlement area. At this moment, only one person is capable of providing timely, beyond visual range support. Boom! A roar like a dam bursting, the sea surging, suddenly erupted. On a different side of reality, a grotesque shadow sprang forth, like tens of thousands of black thorns growing wildly, tangled together irrationally. Deep within the shadowy thorns, a pair of scarlet eyes flickered. V stared below, like looking through a river to its bottom. Except the flowing water was not clear, but an irredeemably murky torrent. But V still saw it. As the Abyss Queen, ranked second in the Enterprise Alliance, she could see. Through the chaotic torrent, a gaping hole tore through the barrier of reality, and below, reality came into view. V didn't hesitate any longer. She leaped forward and plunged into the gap created by the Singularity Technology's baseline reality overriding. Accompanying her was the ceaseless torrent of abyssal turbidity. From Depth 6. In an instant, in the nearest underground shelter, many people who had just evacuated felt a heavy weight in their chests, like the calm before a storm, the oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Then, the heaviness turned into an electric shock like numbness and pain. Some were horrified to find their internet connections were dropping, and their prosthetic bodies were displaying a series of garbled error messages. A stench of ozone filled the air, as if it were being gradually ionized. Several people couldn't withstand it, and fainted on the spot. They were like the first domino, and in the blink of an eye, more and more people stumbled and collapsed. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Is it a biological weapon? A security patrol officer responsible for maintaining order looked around frantically, gripping his gun tightly, but unsure where to fire. The shelter was located underground and had been reinforced with composite lead layers, so even nuclear radiation could withstand it for a while. Especially thanks to the vast legacy of Emerald Pharmaceuticals, they had recently been building an internal circular farm using fluorescent algae, mealworms, and underwater symbiotic units, providing enough resources for the shelter's inhabitants to survive for a considerable period. But the current scene, regardless of the amount of resources, was clearly an invasion. Biological weapon? Cognitive meme? Infrasound attack? Electronic hacking? Just then, a broken voice came through the communication channel. Control the scene and don't panic. This is support. This is called support? At the eye of the storm, V exhaled a deep, deep breath. The abyss is far too murky. Even if there's a corner of pure land, it will inevitably fall into the mire in the near future. Therefore, for most people, the internet is bizarre and entertaining, while the abyss is fraught with danger. A slight misstep can lead to painful descent. This is also why, when Dwight Brooks ushered in the post-abyss era, tens of millions of people were killed or wounded within 24 hours. To activate the singularity technology, base reality overwrite, in a city, summoning the abyss of Depth 6, is no less than a dirty bombing. Frankly, B doesn't really want to do this, but he has to. Because if he didn't do it, he definitely wouldn't be able to stop the celestial calamity fire. Whoosh! The deep shadows multiplied wildly, expanding as it torn apart, forming countless ferocious wings. V roared, the psionic energy of the fourth ring and the authority of the Abyss King simultaneously erupting, condensing into a sky-covering dark shadow wing. Every instant, viscous black liquid rolled down from the shadow wing, and every instant, new black liquid rose, propelling the shadow wing to spread. The dark shadow wing flapped, vibrated, boiled, carrying V straight up into the sky, crashing towards the falling blood-red demonic star. In the wasteland, the wanderer chewing energizing gum froze in place. His motorcycle stopped. He subconsciously took off his sunglasses, blinked, and quickly put them back on. At the edge of his vision, two parallel horizons appeared. One was heaven and earth, brownish-gray gravel dotting the land, lifeless. The other was in the sky. The eerie crimson clashed with the deep black, creating ripples that spread like wildfire. The dark, crimson aftershocks rippled across the sky for thousands of meters, spreading violently until they slowly disappeared into the far distance. The sky was divided into two worlds by black and red, only merging again after a long time. In Mongxing Plain, Songshur, with his eyes closed, seemed to gradually hear the distant echoes. He opened them again, nodded, and said, "Thanks, VE." Fortunately, he had made preparations before contacting Mongxing Plain, asking the other party to monitor the various resettlement areas in real time. Then Songshur snorted coldly and dialed his phone. The distance between the Earth and the Moon requires electromagnetic waves to travel hundreds of thousands of kilometers, taking several seconds. This is not long, it can be considered short. However, with the support of the Singularity Technology Quantum Communication Link, this shortness is no longer necessary. The Supreme Executive Committee member of the New Order Federation arrived at Sia, the instant the highest encrypted channel was activated. "This is Songshur. I request the firing of the electromagnetic railgun swarm. The marked location has been transmitted." On the other end of the communication, after a brief silence, came a mechanical reply. "Request approved, permission granted." The authorization process, which theoretically requires multiple layers of cross-verification, was seamlessly dispelled with a single communication. In the silent depths of space, a colossal mechanical structure, like a creation of a titan from mythology, awoke from its slumber. A ghostly glow emanated from its cold metal surface as the railgun barrels, stretching for kilometers, slowly adjusted their angles, like broad, sharp blades pointing towards their designated positions. The hum of precise calibration resonated silently in the vacuum, and the electromagnetic catapult array accumulated a chilling light. "You have space-based weapons, so why shouldn't I?" Songshur glanced at his phone screen, which displayed the locations of several Eastern Continent Republic military bases marked by V. The data had already been uploaded. In the lava ravine formed from the former protectorate of Mongxing, Songshur sat down, with Chongshur beside him. Under the elemental spirit effect of the psionic skill Vermilion Bird Soul, a massive amount of flying starlight swept across the area, forming a locust swarm that suppressed the surrounding world. However, Song Shi's mind wasn't on that for the time being. He looked up. A satellite belonging to the Eastern Continent Republic was watching this place. Continue. But after a long time, no second crimson demonic star descended. It seemed the Eastern Continent Republic didn't intend to continue. Chapter 877. After this, the rest is self-evident. Song Shi stayed in Monqing Plain for a while, until the vanguard of the New Order Federation arrived. Upon learning of the fall of Monqing Plain and the destruction of the local protectorate, the remaining forces along the way showed very little willingness to resist, but not surrender. The armed forces of the Eastern Continent Republic in its various resettlement areas were generally composed of two parts. First, the righteous followers composed of local people. Second, the headquarters transferred from the Eastern Continent Republic's homeland. The former, needless to say, would naturally repay the Eastern Continent Republic's kindness with utmost loyalty. The latter's relatives and families were far away on the homeland, left to guard and protect them. They absolutely could not surrender, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable, unless they were confident they could evade the surveillance network's subsequent investigation. Therefore, they had to fight. Therefore, they had to charge. However, morale was low, and people were disoriented, greatly affecting their combat effectiveness, especially since they could clearly feel a blazing sun hanging high in the sky, illuminating this region. Under various circumstances, the vanguard of the New Order Federation advanced with unstoppable momentum, crushing even the occasional fierce resistance they encountered. Proceed according to your plan. Song Shi listened for a while, and nodded. Yes, sir. Before him, the commander of the unit paused his briefing, saluted, and then turned to leave. But as the man departed, his gaze unconsciously drifted into the distance. There, a massive, bottomless open pit abruptly appeared in the center of the city, riddled with obsidian-like trenches, slowly emitting scalding steam. The scene was still faintly visible, a scene of purgatory not long ago. Destructive power. He murmured to himself. Perhaps out of professional instinct, he unconsciously assessed and compared whether his force could win against a fifth-ring psychic. The answer was no. Destructive power. It wasn't impossible. He had the authority to apply for high-yield hydrogen bombs. If used properly, they could severely damage a city. But facing an individual who could continuously unleash the same destructive power with a mere gesture, in the best-case scenario, his forces could only deplete some of the enemy's psychic energy. Song Shi paid no attention to the thoughts of others. The Mangxingwen resettlement area, its main forces had been wiped out, but truly controlling it would still take a considerable amount of time. Unless they learned from the advanced experience of Awakener Zinarkasana, who, with a single radiant smile, could probably turn the entire area against them. Based on the experience and summaries of other resettlement areas over the past few years, the New Order Federation's next steps would mainly focus on three aspects. First, extract the nano-machines from the bodies of those in the resettlement area, decoupling them from the surveillance network. Second, further undermine the influence of the Eastern Continent Republic here, bringing the Monqing resettlement area into the cultural consensus of the New Order Federation, creating a healthier, more complete, and rational New Order, as the Federal Supreme Executive Council hopes. Third, expedite the construction of fortifications, outposts, and other facilities to lay the foundation for future expeditions by the New Order Federation to the Eastern Continent. Eastern Continent. With nothing else to do, Song Shi stood in the Protectorate General's office, gazing in a certain direction. The East. The Pan-Eastern Continental Union, this place that gave birth to me, from any perspective, cannot be considered a union. The Knowledge Council, the Northern Thunder Defense Front, the Four Heavenly Kings, their union is limited to temporarily avoiding open conflict. Therefore, since the outbreak of the Second Seven Earths War, they have naturally chosen to fight independently. Song Shi suddenly raised an eyebrow and turned around. V? In the room behind him, there were a few loud bangs, then the door was kicked open, and a round, chubby home service robot emerged. Its mechanical arm held a television screen, fixed to its head, the screen's power cord dragging on the floor. The home robot plopped over to Song Shi, the screen on its head flashing, displaying a 2D animated image of VE. The two stared at each other for a while before Song Shi broke the silence, laughing, looking, well, I took a direct hit from a heavenly tribulation fire. Song Shi. V seemed to have been ignited, gritting her teeth, her anger barely contained. I only just recovered. And then? You didn't even bother to look at me, not a word of greeting. Not a single indication. Me, Kunyan. In your eyes, am I just the cheapest, lowest level code slave? Sorry. Mainly, I've been staying in Monching Plains these past few days, and haven't had the time, Songsha readily agreed. I wonder if Miss V is interested in quantum communication links. Really? The distorted, shrunken figure on the screen suddenly expanded back to its normal form. Since you chose the New Order Federation, this was bound to be yours sooner or later, Songsha sighed. I'm not a company that has to hide things away. Good things are meant to be used, they only become valuable when used. V was overjoyed. Songsha smiled knowingly. Besides, even if I didn't give it to you, V, you tried to pick the lock quite a few times. V frowned. What are you talking about? Songsha shattered the illusion. I'm not kidding. V coughed, then hissed slowly. With your level of expertise, you shouldn't have discovered it. At least we have the weaving machine and the Abyss Lord, and we have the home field advantage. If we can't even trace who did it, what's the point of electronic warfare? We might as well just abandon it. Songsha had a few more things left unsaid. After observing an unexpectedly high increase in administrative efficiency within the New Order Federation, many Abyss Lords belatedly realized something. The New Order Federation had inherited the singularity technology from the giant corporation Xena Central, the quantum communication link. Following this, regardless of their outward relationship with the New Order Federation, neutrality, friendly cooperation, or even hostility, these Abyss Lords unanimously began coveting this singularity technology, secretly plotting how to acquire it. The weaving machine glanced at the firewall logs. They were densely packed. Both sides were exchanging information, iterating their technologies at lightning speed. However, not a single person chose to directly ask if they could exchange it, or if so, what conditions would be required to obtain the quantum communication link. Approximately how much combat power can the quantum communication link increase? Songsha asked. If you mean direct combat, then I think you shouldn't have too high of an unrealistic expectation. V said, though his tone couldn't hide his excitement. But in other aspects, Chapter 878. Songsha patiently waited for the other party to finish their excitement. V realized his lapse in composure, made two sounds, and quickly changed the subject. Yeah, now is indeed a good opportunity for an expedition. I checked, and the Empire's battle lines have already pushed to the mainland of the Eastern Continent Republic. They can't handle it, they're too busy. We can take this opportunity to stab them in the back. We definitely take a big bite out of them, and the Empire will definitely expend a lot of resources too. No. Then V saw the person in front of him shake his head and heard him say, I have to correct you on one point, V. I'm not trying to break through those. The powerful families, they either wiped out the entire clan from top to bottom, or they crushed the Empire before coming here. Songsha paused, then shrugged. Of course, that's definitely a big part of the reason. But it's still a bit different. V's eyebrows seemed to be twisted into towels, and she said in a sinister tone, I looked up some information, and I heard that when you Eastern Continent people fought in ancient times, you liked to drive your cars into each other's pits. Before crashing, you find a large flat area and arrange your formations neatly and uniformly. What? She bluntly expressed her dissatisfaction, speaking sarcastically. What's that word called? Oh, I found it, nostalgia for home. You're standing here looking around, and you decided to angrily reverse your car and start a war of etiquette? Songsha hadn't expected her to rattle off such a string of words, and he was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. He sighed, casually leaning on the railing. If all I wanted was this, I could have blown up the Eastern Continent Republic right now. The struggle for the fifth ring requires venturing into the outer heavens. That's certainly an unspoken rule. But unspoken rules are always followed based on mood. I could easily storm the Eastern Continent's mainland the next second, boil up rivers and lakes, draw down underground molten lava, trigger geological shifts and volcanic eruptions, leaving those powerful families with nothing. I'm not aiming for this kind of victory. I don't even consider this a victory. To me, it's a frustrating defeat. The Van Pusta Empire and the Eastern Continent Republic are at war, which might be an opportunity, but if we let them continue fighting, countless counties and provinces will be razed to the ground. Is that the same thing? V couldn't help but interrupt bluntly. Going to space to fight is an unspoken rule, of course. You can choose not to do it, and the other fifth ring members can choose not to do it either, but then it never end. Even if you eventually crush everyone else by then, I think the New Order Federation will only be an empty shell littered with broken pieces. A lose-lose situation. Nobody wants a lose-lose situation. Who doesn't want to win? That's why most fifth ring members haven't done it this way. Now the Van Pusta Empire and the Eastern Continent Republic are locked in a fierce battle, and you insist on starting a war on both sides simultaneously. But I think it's the same thing, Songshur said calmly. I won't allow either of them to take the eastern continent. V was speechless. She glared at Songshur for a moment, then leaned back on the other end of the screen and snorted, whatever, I just want the quantum communication link. Just so you know, I can help out on the sidelines, but I'm not going to the front lines. Songshur raised an eyebrow. I'm quite adept at fabricating and exaggerating workplace injuries to get more gold from employers. Back when I was a freelance bounty hunter, sometimes I was so poor I couldn't even afford food, so I relied on this to get more gold from employers. Then, Songshur chuckled and said leisurely, I approve. After all, to be honest, the destructive power of celestial calamity fire was indeed quite brutal. And V, from the early days when she rose to fame, was never known for her powerful frontal combat abilities. Her true strength lay in the support field, with a diverse range of methods. Even with her current baseline reality override technology and home field advantage, taking a direct hit from celestial calamity fire would be far from pleasant. The screen flickered and went dark. V detached from the service robot and deactivated the hack. Songshur shrugged, but the next second, the robot's head, which had been tilting backward, straightened up again, and the screen lit up once more. Why was the line busy just now? A new icon appeared, lapis lazuli. It looked quite confused, but then got straight to the point. Songshur, I think you should take a look at this. Its icon shrunk, and a pop-up window appeared. Clearly, this was a camera angle, and the location was underwater? The person holding this camera was probably the type who couldn't stand being mistreated. The searchlight was shining so brightly that it illuminated the deep sea like daytime. Considering that this was done through lapis lazuli's channels, the person filming was probably a genuine android. These guys, literally made of steel, are experts in special operations. They can ignore lack of oxygen, manipulate air pressure, and layer their deep-sea diving gear to an extreme degree. Under the sunlight, the seabed is covered in a thick layer of white ice. Due to repeated breaking and overlapping, the ice layer has become a blurry, murky, dark white. The ice, accumulated over time, solidified at low temperatures, and compacted by the immense pressure of the deep sea, makes it almost as fragile as steel. The camera pans forward, and Songshur glances at the parameters displayed in the upper left corner. The diving depth has exceeded 15,000 meters. Although it's nothing compared to a solo expedition to the Earth's core, this is still an extremely harsh environment. Gradually, an underwater canyon came into view. It wasn't wide, but it snaked its way to the horizon, like a god raising a blade to cleave the earth, deep and bottomless. The photographer slowly entered the canyon. The light suddenly contracted, as if choked by an invisible force. Ice sheets stretched out, climbing down the steep cliffs on either side, solidifying into jagged icicles. These crisscrossing ice ridges gleamed with a murky blue light, their age unknown. Several underwater miniature drones were deployed, scanning back and forth, building an environmental model in real time. Hardness? Songshur squinted, suddenly asking. The crisscrossing ice ridges resembled 1,000 horses raising spears at an angle. The photographer had to actively break through the ice. A robotic arm with a strong industrial aesthetic appeared in the frame, trying to pry open the ice ridges. Unmoved. It seemed to pause for a moment, then tried again, this time with significantly increased force. The ice ridge snapped in two. For an intelligent machine, requiring it to consciously and actively increase its output to break an ice block was beyond expectations. Lapis lazuli nodded, almost there, keep watching. The camera descended, moving forward, the photographer hacking and shoving. Anyone else would have been riddled with holes, but the former, relying on his mechanical body, stubbornly reached the deepest part of the canyon. 17,000 meters below the seabed, at the deepest part of the glacial cliffs. Like a fossilized amber, a black cube lay buried deep beneath the ice bed, silently frozen. Chapter 879. In the vast, dark expanse, only the dull sounds of friction and collision could be heard, low and deep, like a giant playing a flute made of whalebone. This was the movement of ice floes drifting with the current. The largest icebergs could even sink warships. There was no pristine white expanse as imagined. The world was shrouded in a silent, dark blue, like an environment illuminated by ambient lighting. The Arctic was experiencing its longest night, lasting for months until the next tropical year. This is the natural phenomenon known as the polar night. A round-faced seal tilted its head, its round black eyes fixed on the unfamiliar beast in the distance. When the creature nodded at it, it slid down the ice floe and disappeared into the sea with a splash. Is this it? Songshur lightly stepped on the ice, feeling a reassuring sense of solidity beneath his feet, especially if he hadn't considered that he was standing on an ice floe, with no signs of human activity for at least hundreds of kilometers around. The Arctic isn't a death trap, at least not for cyborgs. A wide variety of cybernetic implants and equipment can even make life there feel like a greenhouse, a comfortable and nurturing environment. But those wealthy enough to afford such a lifestyle clearly aren't interested in living in the Arctic. For destitute nomads, the Arctic is even more detrimental than for natural humans. They must acquire additional heating equipment, and the power consumption of their implants must increase to combat the various effects of the low temperatures. Fuel, food, and cryogenic modules each requires careful consideration. But there are always ways to overcome them. As the Second Seven Earths War intensifies, a growing yearning for the North and South Poles is emerging in various nomadic communities, large and small. Some are even proclaiming slogans like another northern expedition. Everything else can be figured out, but when it comes to humans, they're truly helpless, they can't overcome it. Yes, that's it. There's a community of androids that operates in the North and South Poles year-round, and they developed a culture of regular migration. Sorry, I digress. During a geological survey, they discovered a metallic reaction on the seabed, which led them to this thing. Lapis lazuli floated beside him. It has a special interaction with its environment, an unnatural organic reaction. If we forcibly remove it, it might cause widespread destruction, so we asked you to come. Also, carbon-14 dating has preliminarily determined that it was formed more than 4,500 years ago. 4,500 years. Songsher calculated for a moment, then pondered, the fifth ring should already be there, right? That's a typical psionic historical perspective. Lapis lazuli couldn't help but interject, studying history from a psionic perspective. I'm used to it. Songsher didn't seem to care. Alright, let me take a look at this thing. He stood on the edge of the ice floe, and then leaned forward. Splash. Seawater mixed with ice shards crashed against him, like a frozen metal dog baring its fangs, indiscriminately biting at his entire body. Songsher rubbed his index finger together. A flickering flame suddenly appeared, enveloping him, blocking the seawater, and illuminating the path ahead. I heard strategic nuclear submarines like to go to places like this, right? Do you think we might run into one this time? Before coming, Lapis Lazuli had specially added a deep-sea submersible module, making it look a size larger than usual. Hearing this, it paused for a second before replying. Normally, the chances are very low. But if we really do encounter one, don't interfere, let me handle it, it emphasized. Songsher couldn't help but laugh. I know what I'm doing, my control isn't that bad. I don't think it's strongly related to control. Lapis Lazuli shook its head. Songsher, if you were the great source of ice and water elements, you could naturally do whatever you wanted here, but you're following the purest form of fire, and that won't work. If you went all out in the Arctic, the consequences would be unimaginable. Glaciers melting. Even if only a third of the island's ice sheet melted, Terra's sea level would rise several meters. Do you understand that concept? I try my best to avoid that happening, Songsher nodded. As they spoke, the two continued to sink. To be honest, neither in his past life nor this one, Songsher had ever been to the Arctic, only briefly glimpsing it a few times in simulated scenarios. Of course, he could go with Lapis Lazuli, ramping up power and hurtling towards their destination, but such a rare experience would be a waste. It was still relatively clean, unlike other sea areas that had been severely damaged. 10,000 meters. Songsher thought to himself, the scenery was starting to bore him a little. Silently, a blurry black shadow slowly swam over. Even in the darkness of the seabed, it seemed enormous. A colossal creature, conservatively estimated to be over 100 meters long, its numerous pairs of dark compound eyes staring at the distant firelight. It was far too conspicuous in the sea. Songsher glanced at it. The next second, the surrounding darkness abruptly dissipated. In that fleeting glimpse, grotesque jellyfish, wildly thrashing warship squid, schools of brightly colored, sharp-toothed barracudas, and bizarre sea monsters, as if subjected to the most terrifying fright of their lives, scattered in all directions, fleeing into the darkness without looking back. Its biological instincts, dictated by the food chain, told it that it would die here in a second. After an unknown amount of time, its descent suddenly halted. They had reached the icy cliff valley. Songsher didn't stop, continuing straight in. He felt as if enveloped by invisible, scorching blades. Along the way, nothing moved. The jagged, icy edges were smoothly sliced away. Psionic energy, Songsher murmured, sensing it deeply. This feeling. The great source? Suddenly light appeared ahead. It was a makeshift campsite, complete with lights, equipment, even a generator and wiring. Everything was there, unremarkable, if one ignored its location 17,000 meters underwater. Huh. Songshur smiled. No wonder you didn't just take it directly. A jet black cube, much taller than a person, about 3 meters high. It was buried deep within the ice, its outline barely visible. Simply take some tools, dig through the ice, and you could retrieve it. It would be within reach. But that's not how it works. Songshur had already seen through the deception. This jet black cube wasn't an external object that had fallen into the water and frozen in the ice. Rather, it existed as part of the ice layer. They were an integral whole. The iceberg protruding above the sea was merely a small part compared to its submerged portion. The mountain's rise and the deep moho discontinuity were symmetrical, sometimes referred to as the mountain root. This jet black cube was meticulously crafted, seamlessly integrated with its surroundings. To cut it apart would inevitably trigger a chain reaction of geological collapse, causing the entire steep, icy valley to crumble. Using the concept of harmony between man and nature for this kind of operation is truly rare. Songshur's expression softened with delight, his tone praising, quite ingenious. He reached out his hand. From the bottom of the abyss, crimson gold flames ignited. A corner of the glacier was easily sliced away, offering no resistance. The painstakingly constructed structure was effortlessly destroyed. Done. Songshur snapped his fingers. Your turn. Pull this thing up. Chapter 880. This pitch-black object was nearly a cube, approximately 3 meters long and wide. Lapis Lazuli's laser measurement revealed that the length and width weren't a perfect 1-to-1 ratio. It still fell within the looks like a cube range. Its weight was barely over 30 tons. 27 cubic meters of pure iron weighed 212 tons, and 27 cubic meters of pure gold weighed 521 tons. Lapis Lazuli conducted on-site analysis of the outer material, crystal structure, phases, defects, and the results showed it was an alloy primarily composed of iron, chromium, and nickel. In simpler terms, it was stainless steel. Handcrafted stainless steel. It was heavily influenced by artificial synthesis. Someone had absorbed iron, chromium, nickel, and other elements at the microscopic level, adjusted their proportions, and recombined them to form the outer shell of this cube. It floated silently above the sea, a fist-sized gravitational sphere hovering even higher, steadily holding its mass. This is the work of beyond. Songshur stroked it, cold and delicate, the craftsman who had polished it at the end, not the same person. One beyond, one great origin. There's a hollow structure inside. Lapis Lazuli took out a detection module and scanned it with X-rays. I suggest. Songshur placed one hand on it. The pitch-black surface, with its imperceptible texture, revealed a new color. Strands of crimson gold gradually spread, like a butcher dissecting an ox, the entire cube being dismembered from the inside out. Not burned to ashes, but as if thousands of incredibly fine laser beams were cutting it neatly and uniformly. Lapis Lazuli nodded slightly, and an invisible gravitational field rose, preventing the severed metal pieces from falling directly into the sea. Layer by layer, like an onion, it was peeled back, gradually revealing the core hidden within. Upon seeing the core, Songshur paused, stunned. Blind boxes are always unknown. The unknown brings joy, anticipation, and also fear. Therefore, Songshur had prepared. His true spirit-present world was already activated, sealing off the area within several thousand meters. No one knows what an ancient psychic is thinking. Even if this blind box contained a gravity bomb that would collapse upon exposure to light, he was confident he could stab it open with a single blow and force it back in, without making a sound. But it wasn't a gravity bomb. A perfectly formed sphere, indistinguishable between pure blue and pure white, condensed from crystalline matter. Its surface wasn't smooth, unlike the usual impression of a sphere. Rather, it was crisscrossed with grooves. This is... Songshur stared for a moment, then murmured, a planetarium? What appeared before the intelligent machines and humans was a planet entirely sculpted from the material ice. The separated, jet-black outer shell, like the past millennia, silently guarded it. Among carving techniques, there exists a branch known as micro-carving. Legend has it that masters skilled in this art could carve an entire, exquisitely detailed, magnificent ship on a peach pit. But this planet before them could not be encompassed by micro-carving. Songshur's pupils were the color of glass, reflecting every inch of the crystal-clear planet. Those grooves and wide openings covering the surface, if one were to look deeper, one would discover that they too contain grooves. Like a tangled root system, each root could extend into numerous roots, until finally, deep underground, an unimaginably complex structure was built. These traces of divine craftsmanship were found everywhere on this planet. Songshur, lapis lazuli suddenly spoke this. A book. Beside the planet lay a book, also entirely made of ice, slightly larger than a hand. It was closed, but even today it hadn't stuck together dry and crisp like summer paper, easily opened with a slight effort. Songshur picked up the book. It wasn't as cold as he had imagined, just cool. Can you translate it? Songshur opened to the first page, to unfamiliar characters. Phonetic script. I'd done a preliminary search of the database, but I haven't found any records of this script yet. It must be lost. Lapis lazuli glanced at it. Direct translation will take time, but I can try. About how long? More than 3 hours. Lapis lazuli hesitated for a moment, then gave a conservative answer. My algorithms in comparative linguistics, cryptography, and semantics aren't particularly outstanding. Too long. Songshur pondered for a moment, then decisively pulled out his phone. Is the spinning machine here? With the support of the quantum communication link, the other party replied instantly. What do you need me to do? 20 minutes later, Songshur understood the meaning of the book. By the time you see these words, I should already be dead. Well, I should say long dead. I really don't know if you can understand these words. Please forgive my selfishness. Before writing the first word, I hesitated for a long time, wondering which language to use. Perhaps the right thing to do was to write it in every language, but I'm a selfish person. In the end, I stopped hesitating and chose the language of Palau. I know what you want to ask. What is Palau? This is an island, covered in pittosporum and iris, and every time they bloom, people can't resist picking them. But I prefer to sit alone on the sea cliff and watch. The wind always smells salty. Have you ever thought about going to see them? As a Palau, I should welcome you, but as a Palau, I must tell you something. Palau is long gone. Now you can only see traces of it at the very bottom of the Aharak Sea. I guess what you want to ask. Why shouldn't I, a calamity hunter who has unlocked the 4th lock, go and retrieve it? Yes, I can, of course I can. When Palau was submerged by the tsunami, I had just unlocked the 2nd lock, and could only watch helplessly as every pittosporum and every Palau was swept away by the waves. Shattered. Now I do have the power to lift Palau back up, to make all the seawater roll away from it, but all the memories are gone. What's the point? I want to seek a new meaning. I want to build an underwater city. A city where people can truly live, where people can thrive, where sea-tongue flowers can grow underwater. This isn't my only idea, I'm sure of that. After leaving Palau, I spent several years going to Quatus, to the Ruri Palace, to St. Aphrodite. Believe me, I visited every place you ever heard of that claims to be underwater. Frankly, I wasn't satisfied with any of them. Whenever the tide rises, a small part of Quatus is submerged, so it's called the Sea Capital. This is supposed to be the Sea Capital? The master of the Crystal Dragon Palace entertained me. He was truly a generous and hospitable man. His palace was indeed located underwater, but those servants, cooks, grooms, and court jesters who performed plays were only able to breathe underwater because of his protection and the bloodlines he provided. This is not what I want. What's incredibly disheartening is that while I'm dissatisfied with these places, I can't come up with a replacement. Unless I freeze the entire sea and seabed into ice blocks and arrange them into the shape of a city that might allow some people to live comfortably. But like I said before, would that even qualify as a sea city? Haha, so I give up. Let others, let future generations, deal with these difficult and troublesome problems. I can't find the answers. I can't think of a solution. Sigh. What's truly agonizing is that I can't let it go. Every night my heart pounds uncontrollably, urging me to get up and go. Doing things. While I was squatting on the castle drinking coconut, it was still bouncing, making my hand slip and almost hitting someone. Those who see this, you see it, right? That ice ball. I spent 30 years swimming across Shikahai, crossing the storm sea, breaking through the eternal vortex, the Valerius Ocean, the Western Intercontinental Sea. I think those names are enough to boast about, so I won't go into details. I personally explored every sea area of Terra. It was truly perilous. Several times I almost died there. Okay, I understand. After all, no one wants to see a strange calamity, having unlocked the 4th key, sneaking into their territory. To survey my territory. But I survived, escaping with maps and models. I measured their dimensions with my hands and eyes, carving detailed shapes onto the ice, then carefully tucked them into my bosom to prevent them from breaking. Finally, I pieced them together. I'm old now, friends I haven't met. I lived 97 years, most of the people I knew are long gone, and the tavern I frequented is now run by his grandson. I can't do much more, though I accomplished very little in all my years. Perhaps this charter is my only. What I created records the underwater landscape of every part of Terra's oceans, and I tried my best to replicate it perfectly. You definitely find it useful. It will definitely be helpful to you. If one day you also have the same idea, wanting to build an underwater city, please take this and observe it carefully. The gentle ocean currents, the suitable temperature, the abundant resources, the stable geological structure, you find a suitable place there. Ah, there's another possibility, but I don't think it's just wishful thinking. Perhaps when you see this text and receive this planetarium, in your time. Can you already see it? A city where people can live underwater? Chapter 881. Songshur shifted his gaze from the book back to the ice hockey device. Those crisscrossing trenches and wide gaps all belong to a certain area of the Terran Sea. Its creators had meticulously crafted these parts. Even with a microscope, one couldn't find any shoddy workmanship. If there was any flaw, it was that its land portion was rather simplistic, as if it had merely descended into the atmosphere, taken a look down, and casually sketched a rough outline. No wonder it was ultimately built at the bottom of the abyss. Songshur understood. You were afraid that if you placed it too shallow, it would be accidentally retrieved and wasted. You were also afraid that if you placed it too deep, it would drift away and disappear. That's why you created the icy cliffs, forcibly fixing it here. The deep sea. 17,000 meters. Lapis Lazuli slowly said, in his vision, anyone who could reach this place, and still have the leisure to search around would definitely be someone with a deep affection for the ocean. The three-dimensional topography of the entire Terran Ocean. Songshur raised his index finger and gently tapped the ice ball device. Just thinking about it is a huge project. He really has incredible patience. Although it's called ice, after being exposed to air for so long, it shows no signs of melting. This is of course due to the extremely low temperatures of the Arctic. But that's not the only reason. Songshur could feel the tenacious, unyielding spiritual energy hidden deep within the ice ball device, its icy chill extremely suppressed. Even if you threw it into a boiling volcano, it could withstand the heat for a while. It is this spiritual energy that sustains the hockey device, preventing it from melting or dissolving, and keeping it unchanged even after thousands of years. A great obsession, Songshur said softly. Psionic energy originates from the self, unmoved by external things. Death means the annihilation of the Tao. This is why some scholars have proposed the psionic factor theory, believing that psionic energy is composed of invisible, indivisible, and difficult to observe psionic factors, much like molecules and atoms together constitute matter, with different properties arising from changes in microscopic structure. This theory has been scoffed by many. If one insists on the existence of any remnant after death and the annihilation of the Tao, it would only be zero-element crystals. Rumors often circulate in the eastern continent that in the desolate mountains, enlightened immortals, having washed away the mortal world, pass away suddenly, causing the world to change, and wondrous sights to appear, perhaps a myriad of rays of light, or a mountain covered in pear blossoms overnight. Accompanying these phenomena are often scattered fragments of zero-element crystals, solidified materialized psionic energy. Psionicists can use these to pass on psionic skills, and craftsmen can incorporate them into weapons and equipment, making them easier for psionicists to use. From Songshur's current perspective, the zero-element crystal is meaningless. For him, no, for any psionicist who has forged their own path, it holds little use. In a sense, this ice ball device, which records the entirety of Terra's oceans, is itself a zero-element crystal. A zero-element crystal sculpted millions of times. A creation that embodies the life's work of a fourth-ring great source, a vessel for decades of dreams. The former psionicist is long dead, yet its spirit still lingers in every crevices. Thus, for 1,500 years later, the ice ball device remains unchanged. Thus, for 1,500 years later, the ice ball device awaits its retrieval. Finished memorizing? Songshur asked. Scanned, nanometer level precision, uploaded to the database, Lapis Lazuli replied. A small hole in its body flashed, projecting a blue light onto a planetarium. But not a 3D model of the hockey machine. This was a planetarium representing modern Terra, the kind that would be displayed in a craft shop window, its smooth surface depicting a flat map of Terra. 6 oceans, Lapis Lazuli said, gazing at the hockey machine, its tone steady, but now. 7 oceans, Songshur replied. I haven't forgotten my elementary school geography. 2 oceans are gone, 3 more have been added. The dry air, carried by the ebb and flow of the floating ice, reflected side by side in the young man's eyes. But these creations, which should have been identical, had long since parted ways. Songsher tried to find commonalities among them. The long coastline, the outline of the sea, the distance between the ocean and the continent. He found them. With the assistance of Lily Guan, it was simple. But there were many more parts that were impossible to find. Lapis Lazuli said, "In the past 4,500 years, the changes in the sea have exceeded normal geological activity. The information he recorded..." The AI paused for a moment, then uttered those words. "It's expired. I remember you AIs built several underwater bases, right?" Songsher gazed at the swaying ice floes for a few seconds, then suddenly spoke. "Yes. I don't know much about this. Could you help me pick one with good feng shui, clear some space inside, and build a museum?" Songsher pointed to the ice hockey device. "It's yours." Lapis Lazuli thought for a moment and said, "It still has some reference value. We can use it to study the changes in the Terra Sea over the last 4,000 years. "I don't think so." The horizon gradually brightened, a thin white light. After all this commotion, the Arctic finally welcomed the only time it might be brighter during the polar night, midday. Facing the hazy light, Songsher stretched and said slowly, "Several thousand years. There must be more than one critical parameter at play. If we had chaotic probability calculations, it would be fine, but you don't, so the accuracy of your calculations." He turned his head. "I think it's quite worrying." "At least enough to publish a paper," Lapis Lazuli replied smoothly. "I can also go to the Science Ethics Committee and have them help me get it published in a top journal." Songsher laughed heartily. To showcase its financial power, the giant corporation Time Travel did indeed once tout the construction of an underwater city, promising a new way of life free from constraints. However, that ocean city, named Midwater Station, was destroyed over 20 years ago during a corporate war. The once magnificent spectacle collapsed in a chain reaction. Later, various scavengers meticulously cleaned up the site, and now, everything of value has been salvaged, leaving only desolate ruins, rusted and submerged in the rushing seawater. No one wanted to take over this mess. Underwater city. Songsher shook his head. Since the end of the 7 Earth Wars, even the ethereal network had degenerated into an abyss. How could the once vibrant and vast ocean be any exception? Within the scarred landscape, only those eerie and dangerous remnants remained. No one was willing to invest unnecessary resources to build a meaningless underwater city. Even if there were occasional signs of activity, getting close would only reveal intelligent machines performing the same underwater mining operations day after day. The ocean is no longer suitable for survival. Chapter 882. Thump thump. The military boots landed, making a deep, resounding thud. Tabor Dobin stared at the ground beneath his feet. Perhaps the word ground wasn't quite accurate. Beneath a man's feet lay a flat, wide road, large enough for 2 armored vehicles to pass side by side. There was only one problem. It wasn't made of asphalt and cement. Tabor Dobin slightly raised his eyes. White bricks paved the road, each one perfectly straight and even, without the slightest misalignment. They stretched forward, extending to the horizon, not disappearing, but turning and climbing higher. This was a mountain road. The dry wind ruffled his long hair, which was tied back. Tabor Dobin had been to many places and experienced many winds, but this place was unique. There was no dampness, no salty earth, not even any scent from vegetation. The wind was dry, like eroded rock fragments, brushing against his cheek. Tabor Dobin turned his head, gazing into the distance, the white mountains reflected in his eyes. Not the white of snow after a winter's dawn or dusk, but a white, born of brick and stone. The mountains, which should have been rugged and uneven, had become man-made structures of brick and stone. Each mountain was like a building block. Roads, cliffs, slopes, precipices, everything in sight had been smoothed, polished into the shape of flat bricks and stones, and rebuilt into the mountains with utmost solemnity. Some bricks and stones were large, like the heads of dragons, others were small enough to be held in one hand. But without exception, they were all piled together, constructing these mountains. If one stands a little closer and observes carefully, one will find that the bricks are not actually white. Over countless years of wind and sun, their color has darkened and murky, exhibiting a yellowish texture and mottled marks. However, when viewed from a distance, those mottled marks naturally disappear, transforming into a vast expanse of pure white. They remain sacred, standing solemnly and majestically. Whitestone Mountain, Ansos. The birthplace of the Square Stone, one of the 6 pillars of knights in the Vanpusta Empire. Every member who joins the Square Stone, including knights, squires, and reserves, receives this task. They are required to choose a spot in the mountains of Ansos, and polish it into a smooth brick. It will accompany them throughout their lives. If it is eroded by rainwater, they must carefully repair it. If it becomes stained with dirt and dust, they must personally wipe it clean. More than one stone knight, upon returning in triumph, did not first claim his due reward, but instead immediately went to inspect and tend to his assigned bricks. For over 1,000 years, even the stone knights have not escaped the passage of time. They have undergone numerous changes, purges, and reorganizations, yet this tradition has endured to the present day. The mountains of Ansos, in the hands of generations of stone members, have become White Stone Mountain. Every inch has been polished, the bricks and stones piled up, the mountains themselves forming the unique landscape. Even as times have changed, and White Stone Mountain has lost its former military defensive function, becoming merely a scenic wonder, in the hearts of stone members, it remains a sacred place, second only to the emperor's imperial procession. No matter how illustrious their status or how powerful their strength, every stone knight who arrives at White Stone Mountain must ascend step by step. Tabor Dobin, of course, had personally crafted such a brick. As one of the key new generation of the Stone Knights, though not as prominent as the most celebrated, he was still a rising star of the order. Theoretically, at this point, he should be fighting bravely on the front lines, bringing glory to the Empire, not suddenly appearing at Stone headquarters, awaiting secret orders. Tabor Dobin slowly stroked his great sword. He certainly couldn't plunge it into the ground, that would be a grave disrespect to stone. He held the broad, two-handed great sword firmly in one hand, placing it flat against his chest, while his other hand caressed the blade. The secret orders hadn't been issued yet, but he knew perfectly well. Disaster. His Supreme Emperor had gone to space to subdue the 3,000 illuminations Mingxian kite. The struggle between the two divine thrones remains unclear, but in the stillness of the night, the Empire's astronomers can clearly see two stars shimmering and colliding in the distant heavens. This raises a question. The highest level of psychic entity, equivalent to the fifth ring true spirit psychic, the King of Calamities, is an existence that has always been entangled with both the light and dark sides of the Empire. Throughout history, they have extended their reach into the mortal realm, causing countless horrific atrocities, until this emperor ascended the divine throne. His mere existence is enough to suffocate several kings of calamities, forcing them to cower and cower, afraid to act rashly. Following the supreme crown, the Van Pusta Empire's second divine throne is also one that surpasses the supreme crown, a divine throne even stronger. With His Majesty present, all was well, but now, far away in space, the King of Calamities, which had been suppressed for so long, was beginning to stir, sharpening its claws and lurking dangerously in the real world. Especially after the outbreak of the Second War of the Seven Earths, the Empire gradually tightened its domestic order, requiring every ounce of its strength to contribute to the Holy War. Material things were intertwined with spiritual matters, causing considerable unrest, which in turn affected the cataclysmic realm, which was showing signs of boiling over. The cataclysmic realm was becoming increasingly uneasy. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be a problem. With His Majesty gone, the Empire still had the 6 pillars of knights, the Inquisition, the Medni organization, the Silent Order, and the various dukes and marquises. Combined, no, even without combined forces, they could keep the cataclysmic realm firmly under control. However, the Holy War had diverted a large number of troops, leaving the Empire's homeland severely depleted. Meanwhile, those previously insidious cults, heretics, and traitors seized the opportunity to resurface, and after several twists and turns, actually caused several tragedies. Thinking of this, Tabor Dobin felt his chest burning, his killing intent boiling. He took a deep breath and stroked his greatsword several times before slowly calming himself. That's why he and his men had been recalled to the homeland, ordered to suppress the rebellion and eradicate the evil. His eyes were deep. He wasn't a top-tier talent in Square Stone. There were several other top contenders for the Grand Master position in the Square Stone Knights. However, before Holy Judgment Renata Clemens, even these few paled in comparison. Following her life trajectory, she was almost certain to become the next Chief Inquisitor of the Court of Inquisition. However, fate intervened, and this holy judge fell in a glorious duel. If she were still alive, she would likely have already achieved true spirit. With a Grand Inquisitor of the Fifth Ring present, their strategic maneuvering would be far easier. The communicator vibrated. Tabor Dobin opened it, glanced at it, and the contents of the secret order were largely as he had imagined. The Knight of Stone sheathed his great sword, his face solemn, and bowed towards the mountain peak. This body and this soul are extensions residing within His Majesty. Chapter 883. Master. The person being addressed was a burly man, not standing perfectly straight like a sword, but possessing an aura of profound and imposing strength. He stood on the tactical platform, gazing into the distance, his body faintly wreathed in azure flames, flickering and fading. The young man stopped a few steps away, his tone somber. Senior sister's whereabouts, still no trace. In Yinan, there were only a few forces that still used the term senior sister, but the first one that came to mind was naturally martial sect. The identity of the person before him was obvious. The fifth ring transcendence, the vice sect master of martial sect. Qingguan Shenyu. He took in his first disciple at the age of 33, and since then, that number has increased to 3. The young man was the third. Before him, the one he called senior sister, was Lu Danshu, the current leader of the martial sect, the undisputed first of the 12 heavens. The word previous should be added. The boy remained silent. His senior sister, after reaching the peak of the third ring, had ventured alone to the Northern Thunder defense front in pursuit of a breakthrough, claiming she would emulate her predecessor and walk the invincible path to prove herself a worthy martial grandmaster. She successfully reached the martial ruins, but then disappeared without a trace, her fate unknown, and has been missing ever since. He was an orphan, but his talent caught the eye of Shenyu, who, after several trials, accepted him as a disciple. However, he was genuinely young, and received considerable care from Lu Danshu. Of course, he was also taught by his master in lieu of formal instruction, and was beaten from head to toe many times. In short, their bond was quite deep. Now, several years had passed, and he was about to turn 16, but his senior sister. Oh! Then he heard his master say. The boy thought he had misheard. He carefully recalled, checked, and confirmed it, then realized he hadn't misheard. Master? He asked, bewildered. A martial sect master can afford to lose. The man turned around. At that moment, the boy couldn't help but groan. When the other man stood still, there was no imposing aura, but once he moved, the surrounding environment suddenly, if one had to describe it, it would be interrupted. It wasn't a chopstick being broken in two, but a handful of noodles of varying lengths being simultaneously twisted and broken into countless tiny fragments of varying lengths, utterly fragmented. This sudden change didn't cause the boy pain, he just felt uncomfortable, as if he had suddenly been placed on the eve of a summer storm, feeling stifled and uncomfortable. However, after a few breaths, the boy calmed his mind, and the stifling feeling gradually subsided. He had adapted. Not bad. Your mastery of the 4 extremities is truly remarkable, Shenyu observed, nodding in approval. The 4 extremities refer to the tongue, teeth, hair, and nails. This spiritual energy technique, originating from the Eastern continent, gradually strengthens these 4 body parts, resulting in abundant power when energy flows to the extremities. Also on the path of transcendence, Shenyu excels at intercepting and breaking through. He either doesn't attack at all, or when he does, he always strikes at the opponent's weak point. Now, at the 5th ring of true spirit, he can even find the veins in celestial phenomena like thunderstorms and break through them. However, the paths of his 3 disciples are all different. Lu Danshu focuses solely on tempering his physique, forging an immaculate martial body. This youngest disciple pursues contentment wherever fate takes him, neither entering the court nor dwelling in the mountains, able to adapt calmly to any external force, like an extremely yielding blade of grass, allowing himself to be trampled and transformed. Just now, the opponent had used the enhanced hair sensory organ of the 4 extremities to analyze the changed environment and adapt accordingly. Luckily, the boy was covered in cold sweat, but his posture remained extremely respectful. Master. Since Lu Danshu chose this path, she must bear the consequences herself, whether she lives or dies, wins or loses. The people of the martial sect never regret their past decisions. Shenyu's aura swirled, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden, highlighting his strikingly bright blue pupils. Back then, the martial sect fought 7 battles against the Northern Thunder defense line, winning 3 out of 4, a defeat we accepted wholeheartedly. This time, returning to the Eastern continent, we must be righteous and honorable. The man paused. If she wins, I will be proud and applaud her. If she loses, dies, it will only be due to her lack of strength, and she can't blame anyone else. The air was silent for a few breaths. But Lu Danshu. She is ultimately my disciple. Shenyu slowly said, I am the vice sect master of the martial sect, and I should remain silent, but I am her master. I must bear this karma for her and repay it. These words were incredibly unreasonable, bordering on tyrannical. But the young man, upon hearing this, trembled and exclaimed excitedly, Master, how can there be a way to always win, to never be defeated in 1,000 battles? Shenyu turned again, this time raising his head to gaze at the twilight sky. Here it is only you and me, master and disciple. I will say something I shouldn't say. Even our sect master wasn't born to win every time. Now, in the second Seven Earths War, even I dare not claim I will survive to the end. But I? Qingwan. Xinyu, am I not allowed to die? There is no such logic. Xinyu shook his head slightly, withdrew his gaze, and pointed at the boy with his index finger. Xiaoyan. The boy, called Xiaoyan, instinctively replied, please speak. I died, your senior sister Lu Danshu died, even the current martial sect's 12th level all perished in battle, but so what? As long as you are here, my martial sect will still exist. Instantly, the boy felt a surge of heat rush to his head, his nose stinging intensely. He tried to hold back, but unfortunately couldn't, his eyes brimming with tears. Master, master, father. As long as I, Nian Wang, live for 1 day, 1 hour, 1 second, the martial sect will absolutely not perish. Xinyu stared for a few seconds, then scoffed. I'm not dead yet. Why are you showing off like this? He waved his hand, and before the boy could react, everything went black. When his consciousness returned, he was already gone from the high tactical platform, standing on the first floor of this military base. Dozens of meters high composite armored walls outlined the military base. The hangar doors were constantly open, and ground crew in exoskeletons meticulously inspected the structures within. Several levels below, a bustling scene could be glimpsed through the metal mesh floor. Large, unmanned forklifts transported standardized containers. Further away, weapon racks and ammunition boxes were casually placed for easy access. Soldiers, recently relieved from the front lines, leaned against the walls, energy drinks in hand, their faces revealing exhaustion. But their physical fatigue couldn't mask their mental euphoria. There would never be another opportunity like this. Yunan's glorious path was being forged by their own hands, proclaimed to Terra. Even with his eyes closed, the boy could feel the atmosphere permeating the base. Fire, light, an inexhaustible surge of passion, a long-awaited dream finally about to be realized. On Yunan's long front against the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance, this military base was merely a snapshot. This battlefront is primarily led by the Martial Sect and the Fenghao Sect, opposing the Northern Thunder Defense Line and the 4 Heavenly Emperors. It's not time yet. You're still too young. You still lack experience. The young man has heard these words countless times. But if he doesn't try, these words will never be proven true. He slowly exhaled, wiping away the tears in his eyes. This war with the Northern Thunder Defense Line is the best opportunity to temper himself. In any war, regardless of its scale, urgency, location, ambush, or encounter, there is always a crucial element: fighting generals on the battlefield. 10 battles, 100 battles against generals, 100 battles, 1,000 battles against generals. He will have no shortage of opportunities ahead. Chapter 884. Resettlement Area, Mongxing Plain. Just as he left silently, Songshur secretly returned without attracting attention. He was like a nail, or more accurately, a heavy steel monument cast in molten iron, suppressing a corner of the Eastern Continent Republic, making the latter extremely wary. A fifth ring true spirit possessed such immense deterrent power. Even without taking action, he could still bring a significant strategic advantage. Not to mention, he was a fifth ring member, aspiring to be second to third, widely recognized as having the potential to become a god's throne. Southern Dipper Songshur. The opponent already had the achievements of 3 fifth ring members under his command. Such a terrifying resume would have been top tier even during the First Seven Earths War. If one cannot tolerate others snoring while one's bed rests. Then the Eastern Continent Republic now had a half-erupted active volcano beside it, ready to erupt at any moment. In a simply styled conference room, 7 or 8 people were gathered around a table. War is information warfare. A man wearing an armored helmet slammed his fist on the table, his voice muffled. If we just set foot on the Eastern Continent Republic soil like this, under the surveillance network, we're like blind men feeling an elephant, while they have it all. Nobody said we should just crash into them head-on. Before he finished speaking, someone interrupted. This was a cybernetically enhanced human, his tactical suit bulging like a small tank. He said in a deep voice, "Don't forget the legacy we inherited from the corporate alliance. Electronic warfare, when has the corporate alliance ever been afraid of anyone? Legacy? Where is the legacy, I ask you?" Immediately, a sneer rang out from the other side. Without looking up, he stared at the map of the Eastern Continent Republic on the table and chuckled. 0-degree network is certainly invincible, and the dust contract generation is indeed unparalleled in power. But didn't those corporate bastards rather destroy everything and leave very little behind? His tone betrayed obvious annoyance. Do we have to turn around and hire those hackers again? The Enterprise Alliance was unparalleled on Terra in the fields of networking, electronic information, and artificial intelligence, rivaled only by the Academic Council. It possessed both a nurturing system within the corporate order and a vibrant, unbridled environment, allowing aspiring cybersecurity experts, ambitious hackers, and even those simply seeking a livelihood as cyber detectives to find their niche. Then the Enterprise Alliance sent its message. The New Order Federation, upon taking power, naturally could not tolerate the absurdities of the past, and severely punished various cyber heroes. However, the problem lay precisely here. Singularity technology, baseline reality overriding. The Holy One open-sourced it, ushering in the post-Abyss era. Now, any cyber expert with any skill or experience possessed this singularity technology. Demons, needless to say, benefited greatly, while even non-psychic hackers could gain an advantage through the shallower layers of the Abyss. Not to mention, since its open-source release, everyone has contributed their ideas, with almost everyone tirelessly offering their opinions on base reality overriding, attempting customization, improvement, and refinement, thus opening up new technological directions. This has given cyber heroes, led by the Abyss Lord, bargaining power. In terms of hard power, even if the former were doubled, the New Order Federation could easily crush them. But hackers have never been interested in hard power. They compete on soft power. It's a contest of who can hide better, who can play dirty tricks better. In terms of electronic warfare, at least until the next batch of native elites is trained, the New Order Federation's resources are limited. The Nightmare V and the proposed Super AI textile machine are not maintaining an upper limit of comprehensive control and meticulous attention to detail, but rather a lower limit that makes the Abyss Lords hesitant to act. Therefore, a stalemate has formed between the two sides. The New Order Federation is somewhat at a loss, while hackers and others are equally wary. Topics such as using the base reality overwrite in the city center are off limits, and even previously commonplace illegal activities have become much more subdued. It's a tug-of-war. The speaker was a direct descendant of the Security Bureau, who deeply abhorred these destabilizing illegal elements, especially given the current lack of effective solutions. The issue of electronic warfare has been discussed many times recently. I like to mention something else. Just then, another person spoke up, one of the military advisors of this expeditionary force. He appeared to be the oldest among those present, his thick white beard having a plastic-like texture, twitching as he spoke. The war against the Eastern Continent Republic must be swift. We absolutely cannot be dragged into a quagmire. The surveillance network's home field advantage is too great. The further we go, the more transparent we become to them. I think this isn't something else. It's the same thing. The first person to speak nodded to the old man in respect. The man was a veteran from the Enlightened era, having distinguished himself in the branch before being transferred to headquarters. His ability and experience were beyond question. If we don't find a way to deal with the surveillance network, the advance will never be fast, no matter what. Unless we call for a continuous bombardment by the electromagnetic railgun corps for a month. He shrugged, jokingly adding, or perhaps our Lord Nandu. This is without even considering the Imperial Front, one person said in a deep voice. The Venpusta Empire has slowed its actions recently. According to intelligence, this is because a highly related event to the calamity has occurred within their borders, which has somewhat distracted them. The person who spoke tapped the table. So, we put the Imperial side on hold for now. Your Excellency, Supreme Executive Committee member. He looked towards the head of the conference room, where Song Sure sat, tilting his head, patiently observing the discussion. May I offer my opinion? Go ahead. Hearing this, Song Sure straightened his posture. You're the technical advisor, you're the authority on this. This man was also a decorated figure, having once been an undercover agent for the Enlightened Ones, disguised himself as an employee of the giant corporation Zero Degree Networks, and climbed his way up to a mid-level management position. And now, he had been dispatched to this expeditionary force as a network technical advisor. The Eastern Continent Republic Surveillance Network covers the entire territory, from multi-orbit satellites to the prosthetic eyes of any individual, including the nano-machines within every citizen's body, all are part of it. Therefore, it's inextricably linked to the Eastern Continent Republic, hailed as an artificial dragon vein, and extremely troublesome, the technical advisor explained. But its underlying architecture is still a massive network domain. It requires data exchange, computing pools, storage devices, and ultra-high-speed fiber optic networks. To solve these problems, the Eastern Continent Republic has deployed a large number of distributed nodes throughout the territory. They support the surveillance network day and night through a unified data format and exchange protocol. If you want to destroy the surveillance network at the network level, frankly, even Miss V would face considerable difficulties, wouldn't she? Heh. The V projection on the other end curled its lip. Located within the Eastern Continent Republic, the surveillance network is indeed virtually impenetrable. But what if we change our approach? What if our focus isn't solely on the network level? You mean? Songsher became interested. Let's switch to the physical level, change all the targets to those distributed nodes, and blow them all up. His eyes gleamed, his face ruthless. Sever the Dragon Vein. Chapter 885. Severing the Dragon Vein. If we really did that, I feel like I'd be infamous for eternity. Songsher stroked his chin. Shouldn't we do it? V raised an eyebrow. That would be perfect. Songsher raised his index finger and shook it, like wearing fine clothes in the dark, or returning home in glory. If we don't do something big, how will the Eastern Continent Republic know I'm back? And to be honest, I never enjoyed the surveillance network thing, V. Would you like something that's constantly watching you? V made a disgusted face, speaking faster than she thought. Anyone who wants to monitor others, I think, should be hanged. Except me. All cybersecurity departments should be disbanded. She declared, then continued, all technology should be open source for me. Cryptocurrency is the best. The previous military discussion meeting had ended some time ago. As expected, the Dragon Vein severance plan received overwhelming approval, naturally becoming the core strategy of the New Order Federation for the next phase of its strategy against the Eastern Continent Republic. This strategy is kept extremely secret. Currently, only about a dozen people have the right to know about it. Under their command, the Expeditionary Force and the New Order Federation's homeland are slowly operating, preparing for the initial phase. Songsher listened in on the preliminary plan. The Eastern Continent Republic administers 19 prefectures and provinces. The number of distributed nodes supporting the surveillance network is conservatively estimated to be over 10. Undoubtedly, their specific locations are a top secret of the Eastern Continent Republic. If it were a typical large network, as the Abyss King of Depth 6, V could, with a little effort, see from the big picture to the details, discerning its general structure and outlining the distribution of each node. However, the surveillance network is different. It covers every aspect of the Eastern Continent Republic, exposing every citizen's every secret to its scrutiny and control. Even those thoughts that should be hidden deep within, known only to oneself, are mercilessly unearthed by the surveillance network through the slightest clues in the subconscious. The penal code is established. It is precisely through this all-encompassing control that it has established a deeply entrenched order in the Eastern Continent Republic for the high-ranking officials, turning the 9-class citizen system into an unbreakable shackle hanging over everyone's head under the powerful families. This is artificial stagnation, extreme fixation, but beneath the surface, the essence of the surveillance network is quite the opposite. Every instant, every moment, it flows with massive amounts of data. Terrifying information is managed by its unparalleled technological prowess, transformed into countless judgments. The surveillance network is like a ceaselessly flowing, intricate river, constantly changing within. Even with V's abilities, facing such a perpetually changing creation would leave one bewildered, confused, and blinded. If one had to say, if awakened one Zenria Setsuna were still alive, she would be adept at dealing with this, able to silently and subtly infiltrate and corrupt the surveillance network, locating each distributed node. But she is dead. Even if she weren't, the New Order Federation wouldn't dare let her do it. Otherwise, after a while, the surveillance network might indeed be cracked, but the citizens bound to it, those in their 9, 8, 7, 6, and 5 classes, would likely only have Lady Setsuna on their minds. So the current problem is how to determine the location of the distributed nodes, Songsher thought to himself. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that V's projection had disappeared, leaving him alone on the rooftop of the building. This problem wasn't particularly difficult, nor was it particularly easy. If he only wanted to destroy the distributed nodes, yes, he didn't know exactly where they were, but one thing was certain. Each of the 19 provinces of the Eastern Continent Republic definitely had them. The great source of the fifth ring, a true spirit that had reached the second stage, was qualified to sink an entire province into the sea and land. If he wanted, he could turn it into a pure, lifeless, barren wasteland. 19 provinces, 19 burning infernos. No matter how well the distributed nodes were hidden, no matter how deeply they were concealed, they would still be burned to ashes in the indiscriminate flames. But he didn't want that. For example, Yulai, who was destroyed in his previous life, if he were to be destroyed again in this life, wouldn't his rebirth have been in vain? Wouldn't his fifth ring spiritual energy be the same as his fourth ring energy? Thinking of this, Song sure couldn't help but click his tongue. If his true spirit Hongyuan Tianqi was already complete, why go through all this trouble? Unfortunately, no matter how much he studied it, he always felt it was lacking, not quite there. A rather awkward feeling of being stuck. This feeling was quite unfamiliar to him, at least, and he had only experienced it twice. Once was when he was at the peak of his fourth ring in his previous life, attempting to break through to the fifth ring, and the other time was this time. The last time, he single-handedly stormed the Empire, fought Renata Clemens, and awakened his true spirit amidst the attention of everyone, shattering his destined death. But this time, Song sure sat cross-legged on the wall, letting the high-altitude air current scatter, looking down. After so much time, Monqing Plain had been completely controlled by the New Order Federation, and the curfew had been lifted, but many people still showed a significant sense of bewilderment. Not everyone can adapt to new changes quickly. Humans are creatures who crave comfort zones. Old ideas and the new order are like fire and water, creating a powerful conflict that leaves them bewildered. Song sure said casually, glancing around. Frankly, although Monqing Plain was a resettlement area, it had always been devoted to the king's rule and grateful for the emperor's grace, believing that the culture of the eastern continent was the best in the world. From architectural styles to pedestrian accessories, everything here imitated the eastern continent. Compared to the chaotic and energetic atmosphere of the Enterprise Alliance, this place was more to Song Shure's liking. Help me, Song Shure's phone beeped. He took it out and glanced at it. Almost simultaneously, out of the corner of his eye, a woman with crimson pupils and disheveled hair suddenly appeared. The projection of Nightmare V had returned. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me, help me, help me, help me, help me. Almost the next second after reading, the communication flooded the screen like a burst dam, the notification sound ringing incessantly. Finding no response, the frantic communication paused for a second, finally displaying new words. Help me. Just then, a hand reached out, V's hand, her face expressionless. Even though it was a remote projection, theoretically unable to interfere with matter, the moment she grasped Song Shure's phone, the phone flashed with a series of electric sparks and exploded instantly. Speaking of which, Song Shure hesitated for a moment. Did you hear anyone talking just now? No, V said coldly. Song Shure nodded. I also think it was my imagination. A breath later, the same ringtone sounded again, from another pocket of Song Shure's coat. I have a backup phone, Song Shure shrugged. It's not safe to only carry one. It would be bad if I lost it. Help me. Damn it. Help me. I found the singularity technology. Song Shure jumped up. There was no time to lose. He had to go immediately to rescue his loyal, reliable, consistent, and emotionally stable friend, Ogden Christopher. Chapter 886. Ogden Christopher. The top-ranked figure in the Enterprise Alliance, and also the world's top-ranked Abyss King, a highly accomplished individual hailed as the King of Wizards. If ranked across the entire Terra, the number of others between him and the second-ranked Enterprise Alliance is clearly not zero. Back in the battle at the Sky Data Tower, he dared to force his way into the fray of Chaklo, Dwight, and Zenryusha, creating a four-way standoff that shook the heavens and earth. Years have passed. Having witnessed the life-or-death battle between Lord of the Ten Realms Dwight Brooks and Corrector 1FA, and subsequently acquiring the singularity technology, base reality overwrite, from any perspective, Ogden Christopher is undoubtedly stronger now than he was during his time at the Sky Data Tower. Even disregarding these events and external forces, even if he were to think alone and seek enlightenment internally, he would inevitably advance further in the coming years. Because Ogden Christopher is truly a genius. One of the most famous hacker beginner's guides, 72 Hours to Master a Vending Machine, is a crash course characterized by its quick entry point and challenging mastery. Upon its release, it quickly became a sensation, leading many uninformed individuals onto the path of hacking and, to some extent, successfully disrupting corporate knowledge payment systems. Its electronic documents are repeatedly banned but never truly disappear, like cockroaches infesting the internet. And the author's name listed is the Wizard. This is just one example in Ogden Christopher's past resume, according to personality profiles and mental model assessments conducted by his former company. He genuinely believes in the principles of open source technology and data sharing. Of course, this is all predicated on him open sourcing and sharing the knowledge. All his efforts, whether swift or decisive, are acts of kindness. Numerous innovative encryption algorithms, optimizations, and improvements to fundamental internet protocols, a systematic set of standardized development tools, a floating point measurement system based on the Abyss, and the logical reconstruction of brain-computer interfaces. It is through these outstanding achievements that he has earned his immense reputation. Even fellow Abyss kings like Dwight Brooks, Zenryusha, and Shiquanwai, all Deep Six users, he has clashed with them repeatedly and rarely suffered a loss. Although his interpersonal relationships are somewhat strained due to others' actions, this is of little consequence. Ogden Christopher remains a superstar in the eyes of countless geeks within the Enterprise Alliance, a top-tier cultural icon, and is wildly revered. At the annual Global Hacker Conference, Ogden's scoring weight alone is equivalent to that of 3 normal judges, demonstrating his immense status. Moreover, he created the primal psionic power, Infinite Power. It's unclear how much this power has increased over the years, but it has certainly become stronger. With their combined strengths and complementary abilities, if they were in the Abyss, Ogden Christopher would dare to go toe-to-toe with the second phase True Spirit. Most importantly, Ogden is exceptionally experienced at escaping. With an extremely keen sense of danger, he's ready to flee at the slightest sign of weakness. Many of his past teammates have been completely ruined this way, often thinking they had a fighting chance one moment, only to find Ogden vanish the next. Forget about providing support. Sometimes he even has to take advantage of the enemy's preoccupation with fighting to steal their assets. But now, this king of wizards is actually holding his nose and crying out for help. The Abyss. There was only one answer, and Song sure knew it perfectly well. Depth 7. In the Abyss, there was only one possibility that could drive Ogden to this point. Song sure looked at his phone. The screen, densely packed with communications, had stopped updating a minute ago, like a duck whose neck had been suddenly snapped, unable to even quack. He tapped the other person's avatar. Everything from the nickname to the UID was gibberish, producing no response. Can V trace back to the past? Song sure asked. No, V said coldly. A one-time account, jumping from Depth 7 to the surface network. It's lucky it even made a sound. Then it seems our Wizard King's situation is indeed precarious. Song sure laughed. Did you even consider? Don't even think about it, V said expressionlessly. With a snap, her projection vanished without hesitation, leaving no trace. 20 minutes later, after a relentless barrage of information, Song sure saw V again. She looked furious, grabbing her hair. Enough, enough. Song sure. I be blunt. She snapped. With Ogden, there's no. Wait, don't say that yet. Song sure interrupted her swiftly, his expression serious. You heard it too. He found the singularity technology. Don't you want to? Heh. V sneered repeatedly. I rather see that Ogden die. Song sure admitted he was speechless for a moment. Ahem, Well, the sewer operation took us months to infiltrate Fubo energy system. And then, just because I didn't accept his instructions and talk back to him, he deliberately crashed into the highest alarm at a crucial moment, forcing me to cut my losses and escape on the spot. And this, the salvage project at Depth 6. We agreed on a 50-50 split, haha, and then he planted a bunch of backdoors beforehand, just waiting to cut off my access the moment he got his hands on it, monopolizing the loot. If I hadn't been careful, he probably would have succeeded. V recounted the other party's crimes in the log. He provoked Dwight himself, and was chased around by Zero Network, then turned around and ran into my domain, exposing his location, trying to drag me down with him. Do you know how difficult it is to build an Abyss domain? I watched helplessly as Dwight dismantled it. Song sure listened patiently for a long time, then realized that nothing the other party said was repeated. Back then, among the 4 Abyss kings of the Enterprise Alliance, Dwight Brooks and Zenryusha both controlled a giant enterprise, and were among the gods of the Enterprise Alliance. Needless to say, Ogden and V were both unaffiliated Abyss kings, their positions naturally aligned. So even though they disliked each other, Ogden thought V wasn't powerful enough. They could only reluctantly cooperate, barely acting as ally to prevent the other from being decisively dealt with by the giant corporation. And basically, in every collaboration, Ogden would pull some big or small trick, giving V a lot of trouble, and several times they were truly in grave danger. This was a large part of the reason why the latter decided to side with Song sure instead of joining forces with Ogden Christopher to create a force like a hacker alliance. Wait a minute, excuse me. Song sure cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, V, have you thought about something? No. Song sure pretended not to hear. Of course we can ignore Ogden and let him rot and stink at the bottom of the Abyss. But if he dies like that, won't you never have a chance for revenge? Once a thorn grows in your heart, It's not so easy to pull it out. What if he doesn't die, but instead survives? Before the other could speak, Songshur continued, you know better than I what Depth 7 represents. If he escapes, his strength will likely increase significantly. To put it bluntly, V, then you'd be forever overshadowed by him. Isn't that what you're here for? V said, didn't we agree that I handle the technology, and you provide direct military support? Or are you not confident you can defeat Ogden? Don't talk nonsense, Songshur said without hesitation. Before, your psychic abilities were inferior, and your skills were lacking, so the initiative was always in Ogden's hands, Songshur coaxed. But now, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He's imprisoned, and the initiative is completely in your hands. What you want to do is entirely up to you. Then you can be arrogant and domineering, and I'd be your accomplice. We definitely make Ogden obediently submit, and you'd be able to give me whatever you want. How about it? V was finally moved, her expression shifting between light and shadow for a long while before she finally pondered. She suddenly looked up. Deal. Chapter 887. Songshur always prioritized efficiency in his actions. After successfully persuading V to participate, he was prepared to plunge headlong into the abyss. Bringing V along wasn't for combat power. The opponent possessed the singularity technology, the quantum communication link, and as long as they were in the abyss, they dared to clash with a fifth ring true spirit. However, by now, Songshur wasn't so concerned about that level of power. While not insignificant, it certainly wasn't a major problem. The main concern was functionality. Putting everything else aside, without the assistance of an authority like V, even the most basic IP location would have left Songshur completely lost, especially since the abyss was so volatile, involving too many parameters, making various network operations far more difficult than in the upper-level domains. The others won't be able to move for the time being. Songshur breathed deeply, a glimmer of crimson gold flashing in his pupils, possessing the imposing power of a blazing sun, but with me alone. That's enough. Suyu, the factory, was busy guarding the lunar exploration base. The remaining few, including Chaklo and Yvette, were either confronting the Vanpusta Empire or suppressing internal rebellions, leaving them unable to spare any resources for the time being. And Ogden was now crying out, "Save me," clearly unable to hold on any longer. V listened, but her attention was elsewhere. Looking into the other's pupils, she felt an involuntary tremor in her heart. The other's psionic energy. Compared to what she remembered, it had advanced another step. This feeling, Yvette had never given her, Suyu had never given her, Patty Morse had never given her. Songshur, was he already about to touch the third stage of true spirit? You see, she's still stuck at the middle of the fourth ring, sublimation, and even after events like human dissolution, she only dares to say she's finally figured out the path to the next level. Meanwhile, the other party, without a word, has practically secured half a ticket to the sixth ring, God's throne. Then you said enough, V said calmly, withdrawing her gaze and suppressing her words. Her eyes quickly brightened, revealing undisguised excitement, as if hot breath was seeping from between her teeth. Depth 7. Songshur, hands clasped, plummeted into the chaotic abyss like a swooping eagle. He had this experience countless times. After all, the abyss harbors filth, and is the inevitable path for every criminal, one that cannot be avoided. But this time, Songshur had a new feeling. A strong sense of weightlessness enveloped his entire body. Even as he plummeted downwards, Songshur looked up, gazing at the creation. Or rather, the creation in the sky. As far as the eye could see, and beyond that, from the dividing line between heaven and earth to the other, the entire celestial dome was part of creation. It was like being in a bizarre and fantastical dream, like countless buckets of oil paint being recklessly splashed onto the sky, the flowing light a chaotic and turbid torrent, staining everything and bringing a dizzying, intense impact. A colossal spectacle, network firewall. When Songshur first came to the abyss in his previous life, he hadn't even awakened his spiritual energy yet. His tattered, second-hand abyss-level equipment left him feeling nothing but dizziness and disorientation, and it took him quite a while to adjust. Now he had reached the fifth ring of the path of spiritual energy, comprehended the true spirit, and stood at the pinnacle of the mortal world. Therefore, compared to his previous blinded by a leaf, oblivious to the bigger picture, Songshur now deeply felt the sheer scale of this colossal spectacle jointly built by the various forces of Terra. These bizarre colors and chaotic, indistinct streams of light were not the true form of the network firewall. Just as a wall accumulates grime over time, these were the remnants of a tsunami of redundant psionic energy, viral memes, and information fragments, relentlessly battering the network firewall day after day. If the network firewall hadn't separated the old worldwide internet, creating the abyss, and the upper domain, otherwise. Allowing these tsunamis to indiscriminately impact the network would make surfing the internet itself a high-risk activity. Subconsciously, Songshur slightly raised his hand, flames following closely behind. He assessed the situation and realized that even if he wanted to destroy the network firewall, it would take a considerable amount of time, and considerable time meant he could do it. Judging from this, Songshur withdrew his hand, thoughtfully. This thing isn't safe at all. If the world Archibald had actually crashed into it back then, it probably would have died instantly. Combined with the start of the post-Abyss era, Terra's population would have decreased by who knows how many %. Is the prosthetic eye for stopping bullets? V retorted, the network firewall is for isolating the Abyss, not for actual fire protection. She scoffed, how dare you complain about its fragility? How many things in the world can withstand the torment of the fifth ring, I ask you? As Songshur continued his descent, he clearly sensed something. V's aura was rapidly intensifying. Several subtle, elusive threads linked to her, continuously providing power. This must be the several abyssal networks under her control. Meanwhile, within the Abyss, V thrived like a fish in water. Like a shriveled sponge thrown back into water, it plumped up within moments, its strength significantly increased. Conversely, as the Abyss deepened, he gradually sensed a growing disharmony. Songshur asked, surprised. The disharmony had disappeared? The pressure from the Abyss had lessened considerably. Quantum communication link, kid. V raised her chin, displeased. Don't underestimate the nightmare swarm. Following her gesture, Songshur noticed a black raven mark appearing on the back of his left hand. This was one of the signature symbols of the nightmare swarm V. He sensed it for a few seconds, then understood. You usually open your carriers everywhere, so your expertise in power diversion is quite profound. Now you also have a quantum communication link that can connect indiscriminately. So I've been certified, which is equivalent to temporarily becoming a part of you. Hey, not bad. It's indeed a good way to descend into the Abyss. If the king of the Abyss is like a fish in water, agile and composed, and non-demon psionicists are like terrestrial animals holding their breath and relying on their lung capacity to endure, then Songshur, who has now been certified, is probably an amphibious animal. Songshur estimated for a moment that under these circumstances, his combat power at depth 6 would only decrease by about 10%. Much better than expected. The depth continued to sink. The sea pressure coming from all directions grew stronger and stronger. Even the elite deep-sea diving units that once belonged to the company wouldn't dare to descend to this depth. This was the private domain of the Abyss Lords, even the kings of the Abyss, their boisterous paradise. Just as he was about to cross depth 5, Songshur's eyes widened at the sight below. It was a storm. Chapter 888. The phrase undercurrents is often used to describe a seemingly calm lake surface that is actually turbulent and extremely dangerous. The moment it crashed into depth 6, the previously unnoticed ocean suddenly erupted in a frenzied roar. It was as if its disguise had been abruptly ripped away, revealing its unspeakable true nature. Did its arrival enrage it? No, this scene had clearly been going on for a long time. The geographical distinction between sky and earth had vanished. Everything was upside down, like the beginning of chaos, a primordial chaos. A vast abyss of light, stretching for hundreds or thousands of miles, suddenly burst open, piercing the heavens. Songshur looked up, and saw one such abyss of light after another embedded in the untouchable edge of the world. At first glance, some were crimson, some reflected a deep blue, and some were profoundly dark. But upon closer inspection, probing the depths of the abyss of light, one could discover that they were simultaneously filled with numerous colors, seemingly changing endlessly. But Guangyuan was merely a backdrop. What truly captivated the eye was the world-destroying storm. A massive, turbid wave swept across, and countless objects could be vaguely seen bobbing and sinking within its surface. Fragments of shattered minds, cognitively dysfunctional memes, proliferating and mutated viral programs, and coagulated emotions brimming with malice. Solid garnet sand and corundum, unfazed by human fear, could withstand even high-pressure water torrents. But if the two were combined, they would become a high-pressure water jet capable of easily slicing through metal and destroying objects. A casual sweep could slice through flesh and bone, along with creamy yellow fat, splattering everywhere. Boom! Then, it stopped abruptly. A layer of fiery inferno erupted, transforming into an insurmountable barrier, enveloping Songshur and VE. It wasn't a simple defense. It was more like an attack against an attack. A safe haven was forcibly burned away. Depth 6 in the firelight, Songshur's face flickered slightly. He tried to achieve oneness with nature, but the effect was very poor. Generally speaking, environmental resonance requires compatibility. For example, the commander of the Eastern Continent Republic whom he had killed in his infinite myriad phenomena, Yujunkai, a fourth-ring great source cultivator specializing in ice. His combat strength in the Arctic was clearly stronger than in the lava-filled mantle layer. When it comes to oneness with nature, Songshur is undoubtedly at the top level. However, after a brief attempt, the abyss was too complex, or rather chaotic. The Great Origin Path has always emphasized imagery. The glaciers of the far north evoke vastness, immenseness, and indifference. Natural disasters, like thunderstorms, evoke swiftness, destruction, and rage. While there are occasional exceptions, these imagery ultimately remain within a calculable range. But the abyss is different. Billions upon billions of pieces of information flow, trillions upon trillions of emotions are swirling, countless people are glued to the internet, and every second, a massive amount of information is churned and regenerated, redundant spiritual energy is mobilized time and again, fermenting and settling in the bizarre and fantastical virtual world. After all this, the abyss is in its current state of chaos. Like a ball of yarn tangled a million times, with 1,000 faces and 1,000 people, it's unimaginably complex, utterly impossible to deal with. Even a great origin of Songshur's level would find it quite perplexing. Boom! A tremendous impact suddenly crashed down. As thoughts raced, millions of turbid waves continued to surge, terrifying gales howled, and the world was turned upside down, chaotic and unpredictable. Songshur even had the illusion that a giant had reached into the ocean called the abyss, violently stirring it up. Anything caught in it was tossed about, some even pulverized and reduced to dust. Even an abyss lord of depth 5 wouldn't last long at this intensity, would they? Songshur narrowed his eyes. Depth 6, is it really that difficult? V grinned through its teeth and laughed. What do you think? The answer was self-evident. Archibald's backup plan. Songshur gazed at the storm. This world is also far-sighted, fearing you take advantage of his absence to turn his lair upside down. No wonder even you couldn't get down there. Songshur slowly drew his heavy slayer sword. This is the outer layer, right? A typhoon, as a tropical cyclone, has a diameter of about 200 to 300 kilometers, but the area it can affect can reach thousands of kilometers. The strong winds felt by people in the city are perhaps just a tiny ripple in the former. This devastating storm before us is also a ripple. Originating from the depths of depth 7, it has spread to depth 6. The sixth ring's transcendence, one of the thrones of the gods. The world, Archibald, before leaving, personally set up a barrier, using the chaos of the abyss to create an unprecedented storm circulation, like the spiral cloud bands and cloud walls of a typhoon, isolating the eye of the typhoon at its very center. Depth 7. Even far from Terra, it will still, as before, occupy all possibilities at the bottom of the abyss alone. Songshur couldn't help but sigh. He had to admit one thing, he couldn't do that. He was quite adept at wide area manipulation, using it skillfully, readily, and boldly. If he went all out, he dared to boil the seabed, burn mountains, and even burn an entire country from north to south, from west to east. But even so, faced with this world single-handedly stirring up the heavens and seas, turning depth 6 into a means of riotous subversion, he still couldn't compare. Was the gap between the fifth ring, True Spirit, and the sixth ring, God's Throne, really this vast? Songshur denied it in his heart. He had a vague premonition that if he attained the True Spirit Hongyuan Tianqi, he should be able to advance further, even if not completely on par, at least able to approach its level. Weren't you present in the battle between Dwight and Juan Fa? Songshur suddenly asked. Yes, but not in the center. V shook her head, a hint of apprehension in her eyes. I was just observing from a distance via satellite. It's not suitable for me to act in my true form. Of the four Abyss Kings of the Corporate Alliance, the Wizard King, Ogden Christopher, was always elusive and unpredictable, constantly on the run. The Nightmare, V, was confined to a city, a private domain for her personal amusement. In terms of sheer power, she was even more imposing than the Wizard King. But this was only the surface. For 99% of hackers, having their physical IP address and activity range pinpointed meant utter defeat. The truth was, V was caught off guard during an operation, and the giant corporation relentlessly pursued her, forcing her into that city. Rather than imprisoning V in the city, it's more accurate to say the company imprisoned V. You heard what Dwight said before he was killed, Songshur said, tapping his index finger. A burst of fire shattered the massive fragment resembling half a concrete castle that had been smashed towards them. What do you think of the Abyss Path? V didn't answer. Songshur also cut off his words. A powerful aura, like a lighthouse suddenly illuminating a storm, swept in like a tsunami, piercing through all obstacles, impossible to ignore. The King of the Abyss. More than one, the King of the Abyss. Chapter 889. The first to arrive was a person in a loosely draped robe. Men have robust, sturdy frames, while women have slender, delicate frames. Even moderately sophisticated surveillance equipment could distinguish the gender of an individual through these physiological differences. But this person's features lacked these characteristics. Their physique was so evenly proportioned it possessed an inexplicable rhythm. Its gender was indistinguishable. A hemp rope bound its waist, from which hung numerous masks, crisscrossing and scattered haphazardly. The masks varied greatly in style. Some were pixelated, fluorescent, high-tech electronic masks, others were bold, rugged crimson Nua masks, still others were sharp, cold bronze masks, and some were even lifelike human faces. A single glance was insufficient to count them all. The onslaught from all directions surged wave after wave, like a tidal wave, roaring and tearing everything in its path. Yet the newcomer strolled past unhurriedly, the string of masks tied around its waist swaying and clattering. Clearly, it wasn't entirely unaffected by its surroundings. Then it stopped, one hand behind its back, the other gently raised, its sleeve pulled down slightly, revealing outstretched fingers that exuded an unusual tranquility, as it bowed to Songshur in the distance. The abyss is always unpredictable, its structure distorted. Distance here is never a constant physical quantity, especially at depth 6. However, for psionicists, who have reached the 5th ring of true spirit, they no longer rely solely on sight to determine their range. The spot where it stopped was precisely at a delicate boundary. Any further, and its field would touch Songshur's field. The two true spirits, born from their own fields, could only create a violent and turbulent impact when they touched. Songshur recognized the other. As a true Eastern Continent native, he naturally recognized the other. A member of the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance, the controller of Fetal Wisdom Treasury. The 5th ring's consensus, not me, wondrous chaos. Songshur uttered the masked man's identity. Indeed, the masked man's face was clearly one of the masks tied to his waist. Undoubtedly. He could freely change masks whenever he wanted. Songshur touched the heavy killer, feeling the heat emanating from it. He was itching to act. The Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance, this behemoth entrenched in the Eastern Continent, along with the Northern Thunder Defense Front, the Eastern Continent Republic, the 4 Heavenly Kings, and the Knowledge Council, were hailed as the 4 poles of the Eastern Continent, truly deserving of the title of Overlord. The Eastern Continent is vast and expansive. Even the 4 cardinal directions cannot encompass all talent. There are always unimaginable talents emerging from places beyond their reach. Tai Weizong and Yuan Yi are the only 2 in this era, and only 5th ring psychics can meet such incredible standards. Tai Weizong. They pondered that one person's strength is limited. If one's innate talent is insufficient, no matter how hard one strives, it will only be a struggle in a sea of suffering, without a glimmer of hope for liberation. But these are things one is born with. How can acquired effort change them? Therefore, only the innate can be changed. Therefore, they must return from the acquired to the innate. Through agonizing reflection and profound understanding, they decided to place their hopes on innate wisdom, hoping that this innate wisdom could lead millions to transcend the sea of suffering. Everyone possesses wisdom. Even the most dull-witted person, in a moment of flashes of inspiration, can still elicit astonishment, the so-called great wisdom appearing as foolishness. It's just that this wisdom varies in degree, which is why some are called geniuses and others are called fools. What Treasury of Embryonic Wisdom aims to do is refine this wisdom. Since no one is entirely without merit, to fully explore great wisdom, one must exhaust the knowledge of countless individuals. Therefore, Treasury of Embryonic Wisdom chooses to extract and store everyone's memories, striving for a perfect replica, without the slightest error, before transferring them into another person's brain. The human mind is incredibly complex and intricate. Such an act is no less dangerous than creating a cybernetic psychopath. Therefore, each time a new memory is implanted, Treasury of Embryonic Wisdom calls it a cycle of past wisdom tribulation. Each culpa of past wisdom involves a clash between the old and newly instilled personalities, like 2 giant millstones grinding against each other. Unwanted impurities are crushed and eliminated, leaving behind the different wisdom inherent in each individual. With each culpa of past wisdom, one moves closer to transcendence and perfection. In the Embryonic Wisdom Treasury, the number of culpas of past wisdom past almost directly reflects one's status. However, in Songshur's view, this would only burn one's brain. That's how he felt in his past life. That's still true now. Miaoli Luan 2 questions. Flames flickered around Songshur, like countless streaks of fire across a starry night, dazzling and brilliant. First, how old are you? Songshur asked with curiosity, raising his index finger. You passed tens of millions of kalpas of past wisdom. Now your brain is filled with men, women, old, young, it's uncountable. How should I address you? Not me. Miao Liluan spoke. Its voice was extremely strange. Perhaps strange would be more accurate. It sounded like millions of people were speaking, yet, if you listened carefully, it seemed like only one clear and bright voice. But Miao Liluan, Songshur chuckled, neither confirming nor denying, and then said, the second question, your identity here, are you a psionicist or a king of the abyss? Can you stop talking nonsense? V stared intently ahead, uttering, you know perfectly well. Miao Liluan's face changed, instantly transforming into a crimson Nua mask, resembling a demon general. It stood still, smiling gently, everything unspoken. Enterprise Alliance reigns supreme in the network field on Terra, even producing 4 kings of the abyss in the same generation. Pan-Eastern Continental Union is far inferior in this regard, with only 2 kings of the abyss qualified to reach depth 6. One of them was none other than the non-self Miao Liluan before him. And the other. In a different direction from V and Miao Liluan, the chaotic and raging waves seemed to have suddenly encountered an indestructible icebreaker, and were pierced through inch by inch with a crack. At the end of the channel opened up by the great power, a figure full of vigor strode forward. Compared to the strange attire of Miao Liluan and the casual laziness of V, this figure was much more formal in appearance, wearing a standard suit underneath a black overcoat. All unnecessary decorations were discarded, but the tailoring was extremely meticulous. Academic Council, the holy sect of the Institute of Information Technology. Fifth Ring Truth. Observer of the World, Shi Quanwei. Chapter 890. This saintly master of the Information Technology Institute possessed an imposing presence, but unlike typical grand occasions, his aura wasn't overwhelming or soaring. Instead, it exuded a sense of meticulous precision and precision. Even so, the pressure he emanated already surpassed that of Miao Liluan and VE. But Shi Quanwei was still not the last. Suddenly, a discordant sound arose from the chaotic sea of currents. Depth 6 was already unpredictable and chaotic, rife with disorder. It was further stirred up by the world Archibald, creating an unprecedented storm, like a dam bursting, a cataclysmic flood, with thunderous explosions that never ceased. A mere discretion should have attracted no attention whatsoever, but this discordant sound was entirely different. Like a red-hot sword blade, it pierced through the swirling rain, echoing clearly in everyone's ears. In the blink of an eye, the sound rapidly rose in intensity, no longer a mere speck of noise, but a convergence of countless sounds, hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands, forming a solemn and majestic chorus that ultimately became a deafening chant. At the end of this soaring chant, the uninvited guest's true form appeared. The newcomer wore a long robe embroidered with gold, dazzlingly luxurious. The gold threads flowed and shimmered in the light like living things. He was exceptionally tall, almost a small giant, with broad shoulders and a thick back, his steps heavy and powerful. He held a precise and cold mechanical scepter in one hand. The scepter's surface was intricately geared, its pivots turning, producing a rhythmic clicking sound with each step. From behind him, the phantom of a desolate wilderness gradually rose and coalesced, countless metal gears, flowing with machine oil, layered together, slowly rotating, forming this vast and eerie mechanical landscape. Between the gears, deep within the gaps, countless orbs of light of various colors drifted, flickering and pulsating like data streams, emitting a unified, chanting praise, the very source of this chorus of praise, the electronic ghosts. Then Pusta Empire, Medni Agency, current chief. Fifth Ring Beyond, Orion Cog. The Empire has delved deeply into the path of faith, exploring and developing numerous achievements. These psionic entities known as electronic ghosts are among them. They are mobile supercomputing components, portable information storage devices, living software, and tireless assistant calculators. It is precisely because of the existence of the electronic ghosts that the Empire, despite its technological inferiority, has been able to achieve a balance of power in electronic warfare against other nations, rather than crumbling at the first touch. As the current head of the Medni Agency, a vital technological department of the Empire, Orion holds a truly high position of power. Even the Grand Dukes must show him respect, and in the hierarchy of control over the electronic wraiths, he is second only to His Majesty the Emperor. TSK. Songshur heard V curse, the annoying guy is here. Songshur was still intrigued. How does he compare to Ogden? Ogden is still the best. Songshur laughed and looked back at Orion, who wore a heavy mechanical mask, his eyes replaced by several randomly arranged crystal lenses, making his expression unreadable. One whale falls, and all things are born. Songshi's gaze swept back and forth between the gears and Orion, having already figured out the trick. Another one using a gang-up tactic. Faith power, psionic entities, electronic race. No matter what they are called, no matter how many symbols they are embellished, they are ultimately still a part of Terra. The abyss at depth 6 is so harsh and extreme that even a fourth ring ascension psychic would face immense pressure and struggle to move forward, risking certain death if they dared to venture in. And the electronic ghosts? Compared to fourth ring psychics, they are far more vulnerable. Even among the 6 great psychic entities, 5 are only at this level. Even though electronic ghosts possess a certain degree of innate adaptability to deep-sea cyber diving, under normal circumstances, any of them attempting to descend to depth 6 would still perish. The current scene is solely due to the power of Orion Cog. This chief of staff, on his path to the 5th ring transcendence, has gradually transformed himself, metamorphosing to an inhuman level. Now, he is like a towering, massive whale. Even the theoretically tiny gaps between his teeth, his nostrils, and the pores in his skin inspire awe and wonder at his sheer size. The numerous electronic ghosts currently chanting and flowing in unison are clearly residing within, coexisting and escaping the terrifying oppression of Depth 6. They also provide Orion Cog with a tremendous boost. The chief of the Mene agency slowly stopped, his mechanical scepter positioned directly in front of him, its rivet marks clearly visible, gripped by his well-defined fingers, producing a cold, clicking sound. The multiple lenses on his face twitched, like marbles being shuffled and rearranged. His head didn't turn, but everyone present felt as if they had been swept over by an indifferent gaze. It's really cramped. Songshi muttered something. V, thinking he was talking about someone, ground her teeth and snorted, "That's nothing." "Not that," Songshi interrupted, shaking his head. "It's the network domain. Or, in the words demons are more accustomed to, abyssal territories." Back then, Dwight Brooks, who controlled the giant corporation 0 Degree Network, possessed immense wealth and power, and had conquered 10 abyssal territories for himself, unmatched on Terra, thus earning the title of Lord of the 10 Territories. Also an abyssal king, V possessed 3 abyssal territories. It's important to know that one of the core conditions for a Depth 4 demon to be recognized as a Depth 5 abyssal lord is whether they possess their own abyssal territory. This is a crucial component of their combat power, even for a Depth 6 abyssal king. For example, from the moment V entered the abyss, her 3 abyssal territories linked together, continuously providing remote support. Due to his keen awareness of the environment, Songshi had previously vaguely sensed 3 lines connecting V, one end to V, and the other disappearing into the distant abyss. And at this moment, Songshi clearly felt that within this small space where everyone was facing off, Miao Liluan, Shi Wei, Orion Cog, and V, except for himself, were all connected by lines. More than a dozen lines had converged from the distance, crowding together. Who gave you permission to pollute the environment? But that question will have to wait. Amidst the violent, rebellious winds, 2 more auras broke through the barriers and descended. A man and a woman, arriving from different directions, almost simultaneously. Yi Nan, Vice Chairman of the Protection Agreement, 5th Ring Balance. Axiom Explanation, Elsie Ingersoll. The Silent Society, one of the members of the Council of 12, 4th Ring Revelation. Mandate. The current rulers of the Abyss in Terra. Except for the Wizard King Ogden Christopher, they are all gathered here. Chapter 891. Elsie Ingersoll, one of the 9 pillars of the industry and Vice President of the Protection Agreement, appeared in a virtual avatar dressed in a meticulously tailored white suit, which, combined with her long, milky white hair, created an unusual beauty. Quite a few people. She placed her hands in her pockets, glanced around the room, and said slowly, "Is this a preparation for an academic summit? Good suggestion, I really like it, but should we reconsider the venue? Depth 6 is a bit too embarrassing." The next second, Elsie Ingersoll looked at Songshi and V in the distance. "Your Excellency, Supreme Executive Committee member of the New Order Federation, why didn't you mention such a good opportunity to us first?" She was tall and slender, raising her eyebrows. "Yi Nan and the New Order Federation, I recall, have a strategic cooperative relationship. Sorry, things happened so suddenly, I completely forgot." Songshi sighed, spreading his hands. "But it doesn't matter, you're here anyway, aren't you?" As he spoke, he looked at the last person to arrive. "Isn't the Silent One Society supposed to be objective and neutral, always just bystanders? Why are you in the mood for this? Have you broken any rules?" The person whose identity was revealed was a rather thin man, his coat resembling a sugarcane wrapped in a plastic bag. The coat had several pockets of varying sizes sewn on it, easily exceeding 10. Hearing the question, he first hesitated, then said seriously, "I'm here only to witness and record." "Is that so?" Songshur chuckled, but didn't continue. "The other party is a member of the Council of 12, the highest management of the Society of the Silent, holding a very high position. However, I did not see the other party when I went to participate in the simulation of the Supreme Wonder, the infinity of all things. In both her past and present lives, this was the first time she had ever seen him. Mamonte, the Abyss King of Depth 6. If everyone present were considered a point, and the intersection of these points were the center, then Manmanti was the person furthest from that center. He was also observing the entire scene. Elsie Ingersoll, Myo Liluan, and Shikwanwai each represented illustrious achievements and proven strength. She was no match for them. At first glance, only Nightmare V seemed to be on par with her. That is, ignoring the people next to her. Nando Songshur. If he were not considered, the strongest among the Abyss Kings present would undoubtedly be either Shikwanwai or Orion Cog, with V and herself at the bottom. But if Songshur were included, the situation would suddenly reverse. The combination of V and Songshur was undeniably the strongest in the entire scene. Manmanti pursed his lips, remaining silent, when suddenly a row of shimmering pixelated cards appeared before him. He pondered for half a second, then casually drew the nearest card. The result wasn't optimistic. It wasn't that the specific divination answer was bad, but rather that nothing was divined at all. The card was just a blurry mess, completely illegible. His fourth ring revelation psychic energy was paralyzed and chaotic here. But actually, not everything needs divination. Looking at the current situation, Manmet asked himself honestly, he had actually foreseen this before coming here. Since Dwight's physical body perished, but his spirit lived on, Open Source was canonized, and then, following the world away from Depth 7, the space war against King of All. The development of Depth 7 became the top priority on the Abyss King's development schedule. Heaven knows how many wonderful things the world has unearthed, and how many priceless treasures it has hidden at the bottom of the abyss all these years. Even setting that aside, Deep 7 itself is an exploration worthy of utmost dedication. They were all more or less moved by Dwight Brooks' dying words. Although as psionicists who had reached the fifth ring on their own path, they had no intention of changing their ways and starting anew. As the other side of the Abyss King, they were happy to see a new path born. Whether the Abyss path will be realized or not, Deep 7 is unavoidable. The only problem is that Ogden beat them to it. The Wizard King acted ahead of everyone else, with a try and kill me if you dare mentality, coupled with top-tier technology, accomplishing a feat that even the Abyss King found unbelievable. He crashed headlong into the storm, successfully breaking through the vortex storm set up by the world. He really made it into Depth 7, then he vanished without a trace. Time flew by, and considering Ogden's personality, the reason for his long period of inactivity, could this thing be dead? It wouldn't be surprising, would it? Like in track and field, crossing the finish line in a run, and then suddenly leaping across it before the finish line, both count as achievements. Is it possible that Ogden Christopher actually died while breaking through the storm, and what went in was actually half a corpse, already rotting in Depth 7? That being said, Manmet personally went to Depth 6, realizing he was powerless to break through the vortex storm, but he couldn't ignore it, so he placed a bunch of monitoring modules as a backup plan. Now it seems everyone else made the exact same choice as him. Silent, until the moment of truth, Ogden's communication, surging from Depth 7 to the upper network in one go, couldn't possibly have escaped the notice of the Abyss Kings who were constantly monitoring his signal. Besides, setting aside the issue of being overwhelmed, the other side might not have even intended to hide it. Everyone. A chorus of energy clashed and collided, creating an incredibly subtle atmosphere, like a still, icy lake, or a thunderous pool ready to erupt at the slightest spark. Just then, Miao Liuwan's voice broke the increasingly turbulent atmosphere. 6 gazes instantly converged, startling the turbulent waves filling the space, instantly stirring up a large patch of viscous liquid. Miao Liuwan remained unfazed, smiling serenely. The great void. Ah, the abyss. Given its vastness, a depth of 7 is still unparalleled. We gathered here simply to delve deeper and explore its depths. It spoke softly, the mask at its waist swaying incessantly. I always remained at the gate, unable to enter, because I bear the trust of millions under the Taiwit Song banner. I cannot act solely on personal whims, otherwise, if I were to fall into its clutches, the consequences for them would be unimaginable. But ask yourself honestly, even without these constraints, I could certainly break through the world. A barrier you erected? It shook its head frankly. No, no. I know in my heart that while it's not entirely hopeless, it will certainly be extremely difficult. Admittedly, everyone here possesses extraordinary abilities far surpassing mine. However, even so, breaking through this barrier single-handedly would still be a major challenge, wouldn't it? It first bowed with one hand, then pointed to the raging, swirling storm below. In that case, why don't we join forces to break it first, and as for what happens next? Let's each use our own methods, shall we? It said. Chapter 892. After the words, Olian remained silent, his mechanical scepter motionless, but the eternal chanting surrounding him paused for a moment, as if in tacit agreement. On the other side, Shirkwawei also remained silent. He first glanced at Miao Liluan, then looked at Orion Cog. The camera on the latter's iron mask rotated, and their gazes seemed to collide in midair, sparking a blinding flash. The war between the Pan-Eastern Continental Alliance and the Van Pusta Empire, both being Abyss Kings, had already clashed many times, each with their own victories and defeats. Now, they were close at hand, and old and new grudges surged together, their auras drawing each other in, almost igniting a fierce celestial fire. If he could kill the other here. Thinking this, he suddenly stopped, giving a brief clearly agreeing to the suggestion. However, after that his and Orion's auras simultaneously surged, like two monsters huddled in a dried-up mud pit, gradually shattering the mud shells encasing their bodies, releasing a dangerous aura from the cracks. Seeing the undercurrents indicating the turbulent situation, Manmet felt a chill run down his spine. He subtly moved further away, quickly casting a combination of 4 psionic spells: Mirror Reflection, Shape-Based Injury, Puppet Injury, and Effect of the same cause. This combination should be enough to survive. If things really came to a head, he could simply log back into the Abyss territory, and use it as a springboard to return to the upper domains. Yes, doing this in front of a group of Abyss Kings was akin to exhibitionism, openly revealing his Abyss territory IP address. But compared to saving his life, sacrificing a piece of Abyss territory was far too worthwhile. Miao Liluan then looked at Elsie Ingersoll. Despite wearing a crimson Nua mask, theoretically expressionless, everyone inexplicably sensed a smile emanating from it. Elsie said with a half-smile, the suggestion is not bad, but... Her tone suddenly turned cold as she changed the subject. Miao Liluan, shouldn't we settle our score with Yinan first? The Four Heavens, the Northern Thunder Defense Line, and the Embryo Wisdom Treasury were the main forces opposing Yinan. A great achiever who simultaneously held the Fifth Ring Consensus and the Abyss King's power could play a terrifying role in such a total war. So far, it alone had inflicted considerable losses on Yinan. Without hesitation, Miao Liluan replied in a gentle and calm tone, I don't want it to be now. You do? Elsie Ingersoll took one hand out of her white suit pocket, her fingers spread, then clenched. Fine, I have a wish too. The purpose of the protection agreement is protection and utilization. Miao Liluan seemed oblivious to this scene, speaking softly, you are one of the 9 pillars of Yinan, but you are not your victory. The protection agreement doesn't need to win, does it? What you want is to monopolize Depth 7, to be the treasure of Depth 7. Do we have to fight here? Its vermilion mask, a corner gradually revealing a new color, a cyan, metallic texture, bronze slowly spreading, about to devour the entire mask, transforming it into an ancient bronze mask filled with a chilling aura. Fine. Almost simultaneously, Shikwanwai and Orion acted, each targeting one, instantly completing blocking and probing, forcibly halting the confrontation. The ancient mask, nearing completion of its transformation, rapidly lost its bronze luster, the vermilion returning, and once again transformed into a new mask bearing the dignified countenance of a demon. The impending battle seemed to have no effect on Miao Liluan. It shifted its gaze once more, finally fixing it on 2 figures standing together. Nando Songshur, Kunyan V, it chanted the 2 names, may I ask? I have a few words to say. A voice interrupted Miao Liluan. Facing the gazes of the entire audience, Songshur stepped forward, standing even further ahead of VE. Would you all do me the honor? Songshur raised his index finger, then calmly lowered it in less than a second. Sure, no one objects. It seems everyone's been very accommodating. You are all having a lively conversation, and I didn't want to interrupt. Being the kind of clueless person who leaves the room for awkward silences has a problem. Songshur tilted his head. Ogden Christopher, if I remember correctly, the only person he asked for help from was me, right? And Ogden Christopher has always been an integral part of the New Order Federation, paying a considerable amount of taxes. Songshur spoke slowly and deliberately, his tone strange. As for you gentlemen, it seems you don't have a legitimate reason to join in this fun. Shirkwawei narrowed his eyes. No one here can compare to me. Deep within Songsher's pupils, crimson gold flames drifted slowly, abruptly stopping the moment I landed, condensing into a surging, burning fissure. At that instant, terrifying psionic energy erupted, and the surrounding turbid waves inexplicably ignited, rising into flames. If you look from a distance, you will see a blazing inferno suddenly appearing at depth 6, formed by interwoven and flowing flames. Before I'm at my strongest, things not going well are tolerable. Surrounded by the fiery inferno that could be extinguished at any moment, the Son of Heaven rose behind Songsher. Compared to the little sun of the fourth ring, it now truly deserved the title Son of Heaven. Though it appeared to be only a few meters in diameter, the feeling it evoked was as if it could sink from the North Pole to the South Pole in one breath, burning a straight line through Terra. I'm already at my strongest, and if I'm still not satisfied. His boundless killing power was undisguisedly displayed, yet at this juncture, Songsher's voice was as gentle as flowing water, unhurried and calm. Then wouldn't it be a waste to be the strongest? The next instant, the Son of Heaven exploded violently. An unimaginable surge of light and heat erupted in less than 1,000th of a second. In physical reality, such an explosion would be no less than a meteor impacting the Earth's crust. From the deep, cracked fissures, molten lava and smoke rose straight into the atmosphere, dragging the entire world into apocalyptic scorched earth. Everything turned crimson. He didn't act rashly. Once he did, he skipped the initial probing and went all out. The derivatives attached to the abyss itself, the bizarre and distorted spatial structure, the data streams crawling and splitting like a centipede, the churning chaotic waves, all were swallowed up by the violent impact, reduced to ashes before the unparalleled spiritual energy. And most importantly, the various kings of the abyss. From the moment Songsher spoke, before his undisguised killing intent, everyone was prepared. The moment the blazing sun wheel, like a great sun, shattered into pieces, they all moved simultaneously. But none of this could stop the next change. Everything within sight, regardless of the supernatural sense or the angle of observation, could only see an intensely pure crimson gold. And within the crimson gold, a sharp edge, flowing with fiery liquid, shone. Then the edge turned and slashed horizontally. Chapter 893. Destructive Power. Still destructive power. His various psionic skills and illustrious achievements, accumulated over time, fermented into an astonishing killing power bearing the title Southern Dipper. With every gesture, he could unleash destructive power unimaginable to most psionicists. And now, Songsher had placed another heavy weight on this destructive power. True spirit annihilation. If this were a pond teeming with catfish, a sudden rock would cause the catfish to scatter wildly, creating a huge splash. If this were a farmer's courtyard, the intervention of an external force would likely result in a noisy and chaotic scene of chickens and dogs running amok. But this was neither a fish pond nor a farmer's courtyard. It was depth 6, where 7 abyss kings had gathered. The instant the true spirit annihilation shattered the sea's surface, a cataclysmic reaction erupted beneath. Even its extreme destructive power couldn't obliterate everything in one fell swoop. On the contrary, it was utterly crushed by forces rising from below. What a temper! Amidst the scattering flames, Elsie Ingersoll withdrew her hand and laughed loudly. But I don't hate it. Songsher. But the sound lasted only a brief moment. Before the echo could even reverberate, it was torn to shreds by crisscrossing forces. A turbulence even more massive and intense than the previous cyclone storm completely engulfed the environment. Not long after, in Yan'an, the New Order Federation, the Vanpusta Empire, as the culprit that nearly triggered the psionic shock that swept across all of humanity, even disregarding the high value of the various products within the abyss, it itself deserved special attention. Therefore, every political entity established a dedicated department targeting the abyss. Almost simultaneously, in offices across Terra, across various departments, the elites who had undergone rigorous selection were astonished to discover that the abyss was boiling and screaming. Crimson warning pop-ups densely filled the field of vision of their prosthetic eyes, various parameters fluctuating wildly in unnatural curves, as if trying to tear the screen apart. In just a few moments, several devices couldn't withstand the pressure, crumbling into oblivion after a crackling of sparks. However, the source had been identified. Depth 6. At this depth, even an Abyss Lord would need to make thorough preparations to even briefly venture in, and the fact that it could create such a massive disturbance now could only be imagined by the King of the Abyss. No, the Abyss is vast and boundless. Even the King of the Abyss would be powerless to stop it. So the answer is multiple Abyss Kings? Notify all deep-sea units currently on missions. Mission terminated immediately, surface immediately. Abyss centers at all levels. Network protection level upgraded to level 2. Emergency plan activated. A series of commands escalated in the channel, repeating back and forth. If the abyss were a basin filled with strong acid, it would be violently shaking, acid splashing everywhere. Even a tiny drop of acid, when it splashed out, would corrode several large holes in a person's face. Boom! Boom! Compared to its initial state, Depth 6 has changed. Of course, as the abyss, it is constantly changing, but this time is different. The fierce battle of multiple grandmasters has left an indelible mark. The once bizarre and chaotic changes have been violently smoothed out, attempting to forcefully steer it in its desired direction. The clash of 7 psychics with combat power equivalent to a 5th ring true spirit would, if it were on Earth, cause rivers to collapse, seas to boil, and the heavens to crumble. Even the continental plates, bearing the marks of history and symbolizing imposing grandeur, would have to bow their heads in humiliation, shattered into pieces. Fortunately, this is not reality. But Depth 6 is no exception to the upheaval. The violent impacts never ceased, everything was pierced, shattered, and repeatedly plowed. In the escalating, ultra-fast pace of attack and defense, different yet equally powerful methods flowed forth. Step by step, with thought and experimentation, each person who ascended the throne of King of the Abyss constructed their own unique combat strategy. The chaotic divine sense and data packets of Miaoli were mixed together, like a swarm of locusts blotting out the sky, polluting the entire arena. Even the most advanced data filters could not accurately detect everything, causing one's own system to be gradually infiltrated and corrupted by Miaoli, eventually bursting the machine in one go. Its defensive methods focus on buffering rather than defense. It has survived 90 million rounds of celestial wisdom tribulations, and the remnants of these past personality clashes have been plastered onto its firewall, constructing a cognitive labyrinth. Even a theoretically bloodless and emotionless aggressive program, if it were to crash into it, would experience a logical breakdown and be instantly rendered useless. Then a dazzling silver light flashed by, instantly piercing a section of the cognitive labyrinth, leaving it soft and fragile like a cake. In the direction from which the silver light came, Elsie Ingersoll was repeatedly tossing something with one hand, like flipping a coin, but before it could be clearly seen, it slowly dissipated. The answer is the technical blueprint. A precious, high-value, and rare technological blueprint. Under one of the underlying rules of the Abyss, all things have constant weight, technology possesses weight. This is why the deeper one goes, the better the items that can be retrieved. It is obvious that, at the same speed, the heavier the object, the greater its kinetic energy and destructive power. In Elsie Ingersoll's palm, before the silver light had completely dissipated, a new object rapidly materialized. Behind the woman, the phantom of a massive mega-museum appeared, countless display cases revealed, doors opening and closing. This is the culmination of generations of painstaking effort, a result of cunning and patchwork tactics. They rather pay 100 times the cost than miss a single technological advancement. A cognitive maze? Elsie Ingersoll intends to break it with brute force, employing extravagant tactics. The next second, hundreds of silver lights, like hundreds of meteors, burst forth once more. Observer Stone, Spring Guard, and Orion Cog are locked in combat. The former adopts a defensive counterattack stance. His psionic energy and technology have given birth to a bizarre structure resembling a 22 by 2 Rubik's Cube. Each piece is an independent component, like an independent local world, and these local worlds together form the interconnected network. Every single second, every piece rotates, and each rotation brings new changes. Real-time dynamic change. The vulnerability painstakingly discovered 1 second becomes worthless in the new structure the next, requiring a complete overhaul. Faced with an impenetrable defense, Orion Cog slowly tapped his mechanical scepter. From all directions, chance erupted. Chapter 894. Orion Cog responded. On its tall, mechanical body, devoid of any flesh, viscous liquid seeped from the gaps between gears and mechanisms, dripping and quickly gathering into indistinct pools. Then, the pools stood up. The viscous liquid surged upwards, solidifying into a firm outline, before dissipating to reveal the creation within, a scene reminiscent of a newborn breaking free from its amniotic sac. However, what was born was a monster far surpassing any beast. A colossal titan, as if the distinctive organs of 1,000 mechanical behemoths had been ripped off and crudely stitched together, a deformed centipede, its countless pairs of legs stretched out, pieced together from brass, each pair of legs welded with a heavy chainsaw sword, a bronze dancer, her body hunched at nearly 90 degrees, wrapped in a filthy tutu, her abdomen ripped open to reveal the rotting, rusty flies within. In the blink of an eye, the number of monsters had surpassed 3 digits. And it continued to increase. They emitted distinctly different roars, like the rumble of colliding engineering equipment, the click of a spring stuck in its winding mechanism, the beeping of steam erupting. These distorted sounds, which should have ripped through one's brain, miraculously blended together with Orion Cog's deep chanting, adding a touch of the divine. Suddenly, the chanting stopped abruptly, and Orion Cog shook his mechanical scepter. All the monsters surged towards Shiquanwai like a tidal wave, and not just Shiquanwai. The moment Thierry detonated, igniting the flames of war, the chaos began. No one could remain uninvolved or have the right to be undisturbed. Miaoli Luan blocked another technical blueprint attack from Elsie Ingersoll, and just before retaliating, it abruptly changed tactics, striking a rapidly approaching shadow. The latter exploded with a bang, shattering into countless fragments. It was none other than a six-headed horsehair worm that had been lurking for a long time. But this was only the beginning. The exploding fragments were torn apart before they could completely disperse. One after another, mechanical insects unveiled their stealth veils, revealing their ferocious mandibles, and pounced on Miaoli Luan. Orion Cog seemed oblivious to this scene in the distance, his eyes still lowered, continuing his chanting of prayers. Suddenly, Orion stretched out a massive hand. A huge three-dimensional network vanished in an instant, followed by a dark, cast iron wall rising from the ground. The next moment, a fiery meteor crashed down. Amidst the earth-shattering tremors, the cast iron wall, thousands of meters high and hundreds of meters thick, was smashed apart. It was Song Shi. Without the usual formalities, Song Shi simply unleashed his spiritual energy, bringing with him a magnificent display that rivaled anyone else's. Endless flames surged forth, burning everything in their path, data streams imbued with divine consciousness, and grotesque, terrifying mechanical monsters, to charcoal. Even when faced with a counterattack, the sea of fire was pierced through, countless large chunks pulverized into dust, but in the next instant, new flames would eagerly rush to fill the void. Song Shi's thoughts traveled along the Singularity Technologies quantum communication link directly to V's heart. One more time. You don't need to say it. V roared, its consciousness soaring as if ascending to the clouds. From its overhead perspective, the intricate, wildly changing battlefield was simplified into a patchwork of various colors. Exquisitely precise, like performing a ritual within a snail's shell. That was never her forte. Nightmare Swarm had always excelled at connecting individual nodes, forming lines, and then surfaces, guiding large-scale, sweeping operations across a vast area. Suddenly, a series of marks appeared on the previously chaotic patchwork of colors, the weak point in the entire battle at that instant. Fleeting. But in that fleeting moment, crimson flames descended from the sky. Currently, the 7 Abyss Kings are locked in a chaotic battle. Even Song Shi cannot single-handedly suppress everyone. Even the Great Source defenses are not perfect, being torn apart and ruined by the ever-increasing clashes of power. If we follow V's perspective and view the battlefield as a giant block map, with everyone filling it with their own colors to claim space and assert territory, then at this moment, streaks of brilliant crimson gold rain down. Not with overwhelming divine might. From the perspective of the fifth ring Great Source, each streak of crimson gold was quite thin, lacking its usual grandeur. But when they finally struck, they were like nails, firmly driven in. Unremovable. They fixed a corner of the battlefield. Manment, who had been hovering around the perimeter of the battlefield, was startled. A materialized flame had just been driven down in front of him, nearly hitting him. Of course, for a fourth ring revelation, the word nearly is a bit too broad. But that's not the point. His combat strategy relies on fourth ring revelation psychic powers, and the technology of the Abyss King to create a system called Automatic Interceptor. His most sophisticated decryption algorithms combined with his psychic powers allow him to automatically output a document every 14 seconds, perhaps a vulnerability in the enemy, a key to a certain level of access, or even a prediction pointing directly to the future. Therefore, a protracted, stalemate battle was his comfort zone. As for the current chaotic melee, frankly speaking, even the Abyss King, possessing the fourth ring revelation, was only qualified to be on the table. So he remained hesitant, afraid to venture into the center and engage in a head-on assault like the others, unleashing his power in a frenzy. I can't move, Manmanti thought. He tried to break through the flames pinning him to the ground, but although seemingly slender, though not actually that slender, this beam of flame, tens of meters in radius and shaped like a divine spear, contained breathtakingly pure spiritual energy. For the time being, he couldn't move it at all. Thinking this, Manmanti performed a divination, drawing a card, glancing at it, and then scattering it with a wave of his hand. The card surface was completely blank, pure white, except for a small black dot. It was a tiny black dot, burned out. In the blink of an eye, it spread rapidly, burning away most of the card. If Man-Man hadn't reacted quickly, his hand would have been burned too. The opponent possessed too much weight and too high a position, making his divination extremely difficult. But that was enough. Man-Man had already realized what the opponent intended to do. Song Shi was clearly planning to leave indelible marks on the environment in this way, disrupting everyone else's plans while simultaneously devouring the environment itself, ultimately overturning the entire situation. Chapter 895. No one was unaware of Song Shi's intentions. He was currently the only great source, naturally harboring an insatiable lust for the environment. If he truly succeeded in these endeavors, and completely devoured the environment, then everyone else would be in serious trouble. Having blocked another attack from the technical blueprint, Miao Li Luan unleashed a new technique during the brief vacuum. A 9-colored, glazed halo suddenly appeared behind its head. Not just one ring, not even 10, 100, 1,000, but a staggering 90 million. Miao Li Luan calmly extended its 5 fingers, forming a hand gesture. Then, the halo began to spin. The techniques Miao Li Luan had previously displayed were characterized by their ingenuity, versatility, and delicacy, but in terms of sheer strangeness, Song Shi compared them to the awakened one Zen Lu Shan Na from his memories. The latter was clearly superior. With the rotation of the halo, this impression was instantly shattered, not because of its strangeness. On the contrary, the rotating light wheel emanated an extremely powerful feeling. 90 million cycles of kalpas of past wisdom had culminated in the great wisdom of Miao Li Luan, her divine will now unified and indestructible. Close at hand, the deeply embedded beams of flame, the swarming mechanical insects, and the dozen or so shooting beams of silver light, all these things, centered on Miao Li Luan, froze for a moment as the 9-colored light wheel rotated, then collapsed simultaneously, like millet grains being flattened by a millstone. In the complete silence, Miao Li Luan's gesture changed again, as if she were about to do something, but then she suddenly looked up. From the depths of the sky, as if someone had yanked her cloak, a vast expanse of starlight was suddenly unleashed. One after another, crimson golden stars filled her vision, and then, in less than 1,000th of a second, they poured down like a torrential downpour, relentlessly and thunderously. Let's see if you can wear me down faster, or I can shake you off faster. Song Shi has never been afraid of a war of attrition. Miao Li Luan wasn't the only one countering Song Shi. Orion Cog and Shikuanwei also launched counterattacks without hesitation. Even Song Shi couldn't ignore such a force, he had to take it seriously, and his offensive was temporarily halted. However, the halt didn't last long. Everyone present faced at least 3 attacks from different sources every moment, leaving no time to focus on a single target. In the rapidly changing battle, Song Shi, relying on V's assistance, relentlessly bombarded the enemy, slowly carving out territory. It wasn't that no one wanted to attack V, but among the 6 Abyss Kings, V and Man-Man had the lowest raw strength, yet their survival and escape skills were the opposite. They were incredibly experienced, deeply insightful, and adept at various tricks. Especially V, who chose to stay directly behind Song Shi, using him as a shield while hiding herself in the complex, nested IC array, demonstrating remarkable resilience and endurance. Normally, the advantage of this defensive tactic is its resilience against attacks, but the disadvantage is its inability to retaliate, and its difficulty in intervening in external conflicts. After all, technology is always a double-edged sword. However, with the Singularity technology, the quantum communication link, all these are no longer problems. Previously insurmountable obstacles are easily overcome, achieving both speed and stability in remote technical support. Located in the Abyss environment, facing a 5th-ring psionicist, who also holds the title of King of the Abyss. Primarily Stone Guard and Orion Cog, the combination of one force and one weakness should have forced Song Shi, who considered himself only one step away from the 3rd stage of true spirit, into a fierce battle. Should have. With the constant, updated support from V, the spirit behind COS, Song Shi was already overwhelming them. V would occasionally peek out and launch a sneak attack. Chong Shi unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing everything in its path, about to engulf all vision. Almost simultaneously, a powerful resistance came from the other end of the blade, determined to stop it, even push it back. In that instant, Miao Li Luan, Shikuanwei, and the others displayed an unspoken understanding. Their distinct powers merged into one, fiercely resisting the earth-shattering wave of flames. Song Shi was not alarmed but delighted. Chong Shi spun around and unleashed a direct strike. True spirit. Annihilation. Boundless, destruction, boom. A terrifying torrent erupted from the collision, instantly devouring countless spaces. The already riddled environment was further strained. Even the swirling storm that filled the entire Depth 6 was partially disrupted, creating a conspicuous vacuum zone. Before the dust had settled, an aura slowly rose within the arena. It was Elsie Ingersoll, the vice-chairwoman of the protection agreement, smirked. Large and small silver lights floated around her, some resembling light balloons that would rise rapidly if released, others like heavy iron lumps that would sink to the bottom. Each cluster of silver lights represented a technological blueprint. She was no longer the one who wielded precious, high-value technological blueprints to harass others. Now, while the numerous clusters of light surrounding her still contained rare and valuable technological blueprints, the vast majority, far more numerous and ordinary, were simply unremarkable. If Elsie Ingersoll hadn't forcibly restrained them, they would have long since escaped Depth 6 and surfaced to other depths. But a mob, no matter how many gather, is ultimately insignificant. In theory, that's true. However, as these silver lights gathered, the sense of danger they emitted gradually increased, to the point that Song sure couldn't help but shift his gaze, a faint premonition rising in his hair. Elsie Ingersoll held her head high with composure. Technology is never isolated. A large excavator, this familiar piece of construction machinery, is also a complex assembly. The engine serves as the power system, the hydraulic pumps and control valves as the hydraulic system, the slewing motor and bearings as the slewing system, and if we break it down further, even the simplest diesel engine involves a dazzling array of disciplines such as materials mechanics, metal forming, metal materials science, and internal combustion engine engineering. It is far more than just a lump of iron, but a comprehensive product born from mechanics, electronics, control, materials, and many other disciplines. From unattainable strategic weaponry to ubiquitous lighters, these are the fruits of generations of painstaking exploration, practice, and summarization, painstakingly built from countless disciplines and industrial systems. The Protection Protocol was created for this purpose. Each president of the Protection Protocol can proudly declare that even if Terra were to one day become a wasteland, and everyone except them were to perish, the technologies and theories they have collected could be rebuilt from scratch, allowing them to rapidly re-establish their technological foundation. This is what Elsie Ingersoll is doing. Single technological blueprints are being integrated by her. As a fifth-ring balance psionicist, she specializes in combination, coordination, and unification. These individual, independent technological blueprints, like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, are gradually sketching a complete picture, a detailed and all-encompassing system of disciplines. Under the constant weight of all things rule from the abyss underlying structure, its weight is like a rapidly accumulating jackpot, constantly rising until it's emptied in an instant. While others are engaged in chaotic battles, and temporarily unable to attend to this, Elsie Ingersoll is clearly determined to deliver an absolutely devastating blow. Chapter 896. Even amidst the chaos, this aura shone like a beacon in the night, exceptionally conspicuous, stimulating everyone's minds. Following the chaos of Miaoli, Elsie Ingersoll also unleashed her trump card, a trump card even more ferocious than the former. In an instant, the chaotic battlefield paused due to the collision and interplay of different forces. Then, with their consciousness honed to its peak through countless battles, the others made the most correct choice without hesitation. The forces that were clashing just moments before merged, directing themselves towards Elsie Ingersoll. Faced with the terrifying force of this convergence, even though Elsie Ingersoll was greatly displeased, she could only curse inwardly while withdrawing her spiritual energy, focusing on defense and evasion. This attack, which she named Technology Tree, represented the upper limit of her current destructive power, one of her most treasured trump cards. There are only two drawbacks. First, it requires the Abyss environment to function, so she couldn't unleash it in reality before. But after the Holy Priest opened up the source, this is no longer a problem, leaving only one drawback: the precast time. Even without external interference, and with complete focus, building the tech tree still takes a considerable amount of time. In the fierce battles of the 5th ring level, this precast time is extended even further. Forced to pause the construction of the tech tree, Elsie Ingersoll was about to deal with the incoming combined attack. At the same moment, a crimson light blazed in her vision. A crimson celestial fire containing abhorrent destructive power lit up from afar, and then, as if time had stopped for a moment, when consciousness resumed, it was already close at hand, filling her wide-open pupils. Boom! The hastily formed convergence was cleaved apart by Song Shu's single strike, forcibly dispersed. Flames erupted in a massive burst, churning the battle into a turbulent, unpredictable maelstrom. Elsie Ingersoll paused slightly, then laughed heartily. The psionic energy she had just drawn was decisively reintroduced into the technology tree. Numerous silver lights representing technological blueprints continued to fill, coordinate, and combine, like a tree diagram illuminating a constellation of stars. This tree diagram continued to spread and grow at a visible speed. In the center of the blazing inferno, Songshur stood slowly. He glanced at Chongshur, who had dimmed considerably. Even the flames he carried were thinner, revealing a bluish-black blade. Taking the combined attack of several Abyss Kings head-on was obviously not an option. He couldn't possibly emerge unscathed. But what did it matter? Songshur licked his lips. One after another, solid flames were repeatedly struck and destroyed, stretched out until now, finally barely enough to meet the prerequisites. He raised the heavy slayer, and abruptly straightened it. True spirit present world. The battlefield suddenly changed. A vague yet omnipresent curtain rose, replacing the old world. He felt as if he had suddenly found himself in a pond filled with glue, the viscous resistance holding his hands and feet. Shi Chuanwei's eyes sharpened. He knew that the other party had finally achieved its goal. True spirit present world, the field of the fifth ring great source. No, it should be said that there can be no more reservations. Shi Chuanwei's eyes deepened. As one of the 9 holy sects, and one of only 2 fifth ring psionicists, he was qualified to access all 3 singularity technologies of the Academic Council. Great Collection doesn't significantly boost immediate combat power, and his mastery of atomic reconstruction is limited. He can only say he knows how to use it, and in the current battle, merely knowing how to use it is tantamount to creating an opening for himself. The only choice left is, of course, the structure of Shikuanwei, resembling a 22 by 2 Rubik's Cube, suddenly paused. Singularity technology time stop. Time is often metaphorically described as a ceaselessly flowing river, but time is never continuous. It presents a discontinuous structure. After a momentary pause, the 22 by 2 Rubik's Cube rotated simultaneously, and the discontinuous time encountered interference from different quadrants. The Rubik's Cube spun violently, but everywhere else near Shikuanwei was frozen in time. And then distorted. A simple time stop, as the name suggests, freezes time in a region. The Academic Council uses this technology to create temporary defensive barriers, seal important things, and conduct physical research, etc. But in Shikuanwei, in the hands of the Abyss King and the Fifth Ring Truth, it can generate new possibilities. He uses time stop to disrupt the discontinuity of time, thus distorting local space-time and achieving physical destructiveness. This is also the same time Shikuanwei reveals its trump card. One by one, the numerous masks around Maya Liyuan's waist crumbled. They didn't scatter with the gale, but floated, surrounding her. But this was just a drop in the ocean. In a daze, it seemed as if thousands of faces appeared and then vanished. Maya Liyuan casually made a hand gesture. Behind it, a halo formed from 90 million kalpas of past wisdom releases radiant light representing great wisdom. As the halo rotates, this radiance transforms into the most solid existence in the world, ready to crush all phenomena of the 33 heavens. Elsie Ingersoll was gathering her strongest attack. Songshur activated the present world, and Shikuanwei unleashed its singularity technology. Realizing that Songshur's intervention might prevent them from defeating Elsie Ingersoll, it made the same choice as Shikuanwei, unleashing its ultimate technique. For the first time, Orion Cog stopped chanting, slowly raising its bowed head. The mechanical scepter transformed. It was unimaginable that a mere scepter could undergo such a massive change. Countless parts wriggled, flowed, and connected, creating a completely new form. At the same time, the deformed monsters ceased their rampage, kneeling in place, as if in prayer. The chants of countless electronic ghosts rose higher and higher, and amidst the prayers and praises, an exceptionally large and solemn illusory outline slowly coalesced above Orion Cog. Watching everything unfold, Man's heart pounded wildly, every pore screaming. Elsie Ingersoll and Miao Liluan, neither of them were opponents he could defeat. Without further hesitation, he withdrew all his previous small movements, constantly moving away from the center of the battlefield while frantically stacking defenses on himself. With the real world activated, the immense pressure from the billions of turbid waves of the abyss made maintaining it far more difficult and costly than in reality. But at least for this moment, within the real world, Songshur felt a sudden lightness, an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Ha! Witnessing the auras rising with a deafening roar, stirring the surrounding world and emanating an undisguised sense of crisis, Songshur almost lost control. He gripped his heavy slayer's sword, feeling the stinging pain of those forces brushing against his cheeks. Fighting move. Light ignited. You have it, so why don't you have it yourselves? Psionic technique, a glimpse of heaven. The next instant, all power collided within a tiny space. Chapter 897. The chaotic currents, stirred by the supreme power manifested here, surged violently within Depth 6, forming an unprecedented storm. If Dwight were still alive and witnessed this scene, he would shamefully admit that even the corporate firewall meticulously built by Zero Network over decades could not withstand this storm. Even the colossal wonder separating the abyss from the upper network domains, the network domain firewall, would suffer significant damage in the face of such a terrifying impact. At this moment, a massive radiance, like a solar flare, shone from the endless storm. Its brightness was so dazzling that even the ever-roaring abyssal storm, this vast entity engulfing Depth 6, was forced to dim, the turbid waves slowed, and the gale ceased. The next second after the brightness reached its peak, a deafening explosion. After reaching its expansion limit, the flare collapsed inward, then erupted again in a fraction of a second. Accompanied by an incredibly heavy impact, a blinding white light engulfed all vision. At the same instant, all the instruments and modules attempting to monitor Depth 6 emitted a series of teeth-grinding cracking sounds. Whether located in the far north or the deepest parts of the Abyss Department, everyone stared in horror at the interface monitoring the Depth 6 energy level, where the peak surged past its limit in an instant, and then the screen shattered with a bang. The concept of time seemed to vanish. Songshur coughed, took a deep breath, and the blinding white light gradually dissipated, the world reappearing in his pupils. V, who had almost literally been overwhelmed, stopped his emergency treatment and slowly opened his eyes wide. A relentless storm, a raging torrent stretching between heaven and earth, a barrier so formidable that even the kings of the abyss could only stare in silence, unable to comprehend its grandeur. A colossal void pierced through it. Not a perfect circle, but rather torn apart by some violent, terrifying force, its edges jagged and irregular, like a horrifying gaping wound. Through that deep, dark opening, chaotic streams of light were faintly visible, yet a deathly stillness pervaded everything. Within the vast expanse centered on the void, data streams, information, redundant psionic energy, everything, both explicit and implicit, were annihilated without discrimination, transformed into a tranquil, absolute vacuum. The power generated by the clash of the combined might of 6 kings of the abyss, and a 5th ring great source shattered the barrier separating Depth 6 and Depth 7. Songshur blinked. Deep within his pupils, flames flickered, tinged with a glassy luster. Beneath the glass view, the remaining white mist was pierced, and he could see the others clearly. None of them looked anything but disheveled. Elsie Ingersoll's white suit was now ripped, his one-side white hair now loose and scattered behind his head. Miao Lilwan's mask, hanging at her waist, was in disarray, and the one on her face was cracked, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Sher Quanwei and Orion Cog were slightly better off, but not by much. The former's 22 by 2 Rubik's Cube now looked like it had been neglected for years, creaking and groaning as it turned. The latter's mechanical scepter was covered in a thick layer of rust, and the chanting of numerous electronic ghosts had become weak and listless, huddled in the illusory mechanical field behind him. Manmanti, let's not even mention her. He was the only one who chose to retreat when the others unleashed their deadly attacks, shrinking back and hiding. However, the problem was that even so, he was still seriously injured. The aftershocks from the collision of the 6 people in front of him were too fierce. He couldn't hide from the very beginning. If he had rushed forward like the others, he'd probably be dead by now. Unlike V, he didn't have someone to shield him. How are you feeling? Songshur's thoughts stirred slightly. Ouch, that really hurts. V's voice echoed in Songshur's mind. She gritted her teeth, as if squeezing out blood from between them to keep the metallic taste in her throat. But he won't die. V gasped for breath. Songshur, can you still move? The answer was definitely yes. Songshur poured 40% of his power into a glimpse of heaven in one breath. In terms of killing power, it was top tier among all the attacks. In a one-on-one situation, even a 5th level cultivator could be cleanly killed by this attack. However, in the midst of the chaotic battle of ultimate moves, multiple forces were involved, pulled, and confronted each other, preventing this attack from being fully unleashed on a single target. But it was still like a hot knife through butter, invincible, smoothly cutting through any obstacle. Wielding devastating power, using offense as defense, so looking around at everyone present, although Songshur's energy level had also decreased, his injuries were the lightest. In the blink of an eye, everyone except Songshur gradually recovered and understood the current situation. Although theoretically it was gradually, the interval was too short to be almost negligible. The consensus that the consensus psionicists had painstakingly pursued was achieved in this instant. Everyone, including Manman, the 7 streaks of light, disregarding their condition and injuries, rushed without hesitation into the gaping hole that pierced the barrier. Leading the charge was Manmet. This abyss king of the Society of the Silent, contrary to his usual behavior, acted like a starving ghost suddenly seeing a feast, recklessly plunging into the hole. The world, entrenched at the bottom of the abyss, selfishly monopolized the possibilities of Depth 7. Like a deep veil, it cast its shadow over Depth 7. Such cause and effect, such concealment, even the supreme wonder of the Society of the Silent, forged over 8,000 years, the infinity of all things, could not interfere. Throughout history, countless people have sacrificed themselves in search of the truth, resolutely and without regret. If it could transmit the records back to the Society of the Silent, Manmet was willing to be another sacrifice. The only problem was, sacrifice is a choice, but it is never a choice that guarantees success. Manmanti's lead lasted only a short time. Immediately afterward, several powerful forces erupted, colliding back and forth within the void, instantly creating a small storm. Disrupted, Manmanti's momentum was forced to slow, and in that brief pause, Sher Quanwei and the others caught up. They didn't try to focus on Manmanti. The first priority in a race, of course, was to charge forward themselves. However, a dazzling light suddenly shone at the entrance of the void, followed by a sea of fire erupting like a volcano, sweeping through the void and roaring upwards. It utterly engulfed the leading figures. Using the raging flames, Song, Sher and V quickly caught up, reaching the front. The one who was overtaken was unwilling to give up easily, and in an instant, the two exchanged dozens of blows, appearing even more intense than before. Song Sher accepted every attack without hesitation, letting V hold on tight. His powerful, heavy-hitting strikes cleaved through the enemy ranks, creating an impenetrable barrier and forcibly holding off the others, securing the first position. There was no need to fight anymore. Suddenly, a bright light appeared at the edge of their vision. The exit was approaching. Song Sher was about to become the first person besides Archibald to reach Depth 7. Huh? As if suddenly discovering something unbelievable, V's eyes widened, his scalp tingling, and he roared, "Wait! Song!" Song Sher noticed it no later than V. Depth 7 had caused Ogden Christopher's downfall, forcing the King of Wizards to frantically call for help. It couldn't possibly be a sweet land flowing with milk and gold. It was more likely a pure inferno. Despite his charge, Song Sher's perception remained at its peak. A split second before V's loud warning, he saw it, but it was too late. A terrifying, suffocating pressure descended the moment he burst through the void. Chapter 898. It wasn't the gloomy, desolate hell of his imagination. On the contrary, it was bright and magnificent. Looking around, he saw flowing, ethereal light, like clouds and mist. The light he had seen at the entrance to the void originated from here. But Song Sher didn't feel any sense of liberation, because an unprecedented pressure was descending upon him from above. Song Sher abruptly looked up. In the vast, boundless space, something of unimaginable size was moving. The colossus of southern heavy industry was the largest psionic being Song Sher had ever seen. Its mechanical titan body was over 10,000 meters tall, capable of casually tossing meteorites like balls. Yet, before this being before him, the colossus of his memory was utterly dwarfed. Song Sher's senses spread, extending hundreds of miles with a thought, yet he still couldn't discern its full form, as if this range was merely a glimpse of its brilliance. The illusory data world of the abyss naturally didn't adhere to the constraints of real-world laws. Even a modeler with no physical strength could create a monster model hundreds of meters tall simply by typing on a keyboard. Even so, this thing was still excessively large. The spreading perception abruptly stopped, not because it had reached its limit, but because an overwhelming, sky-covering pressure was already upon it. This colossal being noticed the intruder, and without even needing to attack, it simply exerted its strength, moving about, squeezing out a massive amount of chaotic matter, and unleashing a raging tsunami. In a fleeting glance, Song Sher keenly sensed that this thing's emotions were off, it seemed, enraged. But before he could think further, amidst V's horrified ow, Song Sher's body erupted with a burst of light and flame, expanding and surging. It evolved into a magnificent pillar of flame that pierced the heavens and earth, resolutely withstanding the immense pressure. Asterisk crack. Asterisk, the sound was reminiscent of a broken window shattering from a runaway car. Song Sher wasn't the only victim. The relentlessly pursuing Sher Quanwei, Orion Cog, and their companions, who rushed out of the void, were also slammed down by the same oppressive force. In an instant, following the pillar of light and flame, various forces erupted one after another, attempting to dissipate the pressure. An explosion far surpassing a nuclear blast was born again. The most powerful flame was instantly torn apart, turning into countless scattered sparks that vanished in an instant. Only after passing through the gaps between the countless sparks did Song Shi and V's silhouettes disappear without a trace, somewhere in Depth 7. So that's how it is. I knew the world couldn't be this strong. Song Shi swallowed Emperor's elixir, quickly recovering his strength. He had first engaged in a fierce battle, then taken a hit from that thing. His current condition was definitely not good, but his eyes were full of brilliance. He chuckled softly. Archibald, you almost fooled me. In fact, before descending into the abyss, he had been quite puzzled by one thing: the barrier left behind by the world, isolating Depth 7. The storm circulation that left the Abyss Kings in awe. Indeed, the world, Archibald, was very strong, extremely strong, a sixth-ring transcendence, standing at the pinnacle of Terra, the reigning god. Even if he publicly demonstrated how to destroy a fifth-ring opponent with a single blow, Song Shi wouldn't be the slightest bit confused. But it shouldn't be like this. The contingency plan left before leaving Terra for the outer heavens, even after several years, showed no signs of weakening, constantly stirring up Depth 6, preventing even the Abyss Kings from entering. Not long ago, Song Shi learned the answer to this perplexing question. The contingency plan left behind by the world wasn't a one-off deal. Call it whatever you want. In short, he personally created an enormous monster. This thing, perched in Depth 7, acted as a living wave generator, endlessly stirring up the abyss. Thus, even after the world left, the scale of the storm circulation remained. Never mind whether it's intimidating or not, V lay sprawled on the ground, her eyelids twitching. What are you going to do with this thing? She choked back a sob, adding weakly, don't tell me you're planning to fight it. V's raw strength was indeed somewhat lacking, but precisely because of this, she had developed a keen sense of smell. Even after only a brief encounter, she had still discerned much of the thing's true nature. It, let's call it for now, is actually difficult to categorize by strength. For example, its ability to forcefully stir up Depth 7 and drive the circulation storm would be difficult even for a fifth-ring psionicist, leaving them clueless. On the other hand, its advantage is limited to this. This immense, unbelievably powerful force is clearly not something this thing can wield with ease or precision. Fifth-ring psychics each have their strengths, and some are considered less skilled than others, but even the most technically challenged true spirit is still far superior. If Song Shi were still at his peak, a clash with it wouldn't be a problem. However, after the fierce battle and the unleashing of a glimpse of heaven, Song Shi is clearly not at his best, and he himself has sustained some injuries. Facing this undisputed ruler of Depth 7, only a gruesome end awaits him. It's too big, the sensor modules inevitably have a delay, that's why we can hide here. V looked at the ceiling, sparks flickering from the broken sections. The place beneath her and Song Shi's feet was a server room resembling a giant kingdom, a jumbled mess of ruins. I made a makeshift stealth veil. Make sure to tell me before you move, otherwise it definitely spot us, and then it can just whip its tail around. V turned her head and glanced out through a gap in the ruins. The colossal creature was angrily patrolling, its endless shell like a wall disappearing into the sky, slowly moving across their field of vision. Heh! Don't be so pessimistic. The Depth 7 you've been longing for is right in front of you, aren't you excited? Song Shi said seriously. V pouted, saying nothing. Let me ask, Song Shi said, looking outside. Have you found anything good? Not yet. V finally seemed to react, sitting up abruptly and unusually frowning. Damn it, this is Depth 7. She stretched out her hand, and small bubbles slowly rose from her skin, resembling effervescent tablets soaking in water. Just as predicted, the pressure at Depth 7 was indeed stronger than at Depth 6, even she felt a slight discomfort. Because of this, in principle, rare treasures should be everywhere, but what she saw so far was completely devoid of anything good. Instead, she was covered in a lot of murky matter, looking extremely disheveled. Could it be that her exploration area was still too small, so she hadn't encountered anything yet? If the others aren't dead, they'd probably found a place to hide by now. After resting for a while, Song Shi calmed down. Next, we should do what they did, figuring out the situation as we slowly explore. V narrowed her eyes. How could that be? Song Shi sighed, then said decisively, of course we're going to speedrun. Singularity technology, quantum communication link, ordinary people can't interfere with that. Song Shi sized up V, then said leisurely, I don't believe you're that stupid as to get in touch without even looking at the guide. V snorted and flicked its index finger. A pop-up window appeared in front of Song Shi, and almost instantly, the communication went from red to green, and a slightly shrill voice came from the other end. "Ha!" I said, "You stinking upper-level network running Depth 7. Speak human language." "Humph." After a few seconds, the other party said, "The coordinates have been sent. Let V guide you. Come here and explain in detail. Remember to be quiet." Chapter 899. If the abyss is considered a projection of reality, the farther away, the weaker the signal, and the more distorted the projection becomes, with the deviation constantly increasing. Depth 7, as the bottom of the abyss, follows the same principle. Its distortion has reached a point that makes Songshur uncomfortable. Everything he sees and feels is structured completely different from reality. Following the location set by Ogden, V led the way, guiding Songshur slowly forward. The world fell into an eerie silence, not truly deathly stillness. The world's last remaining artifact was still enraged, unleashing a torrent of water. Songshur witnessed a mountain-sized wind-up rat being pulverized into dust by the raging flood, dying instantly. But apart from that, there was no movement from humans. Depth 7 was flooded with 6 Abyss Kings, yet none of them surfaced. Everyone was hidden, well hidden, and completely silent. Songshur understood. It seems V isn't the only one with a solution, the others are equally adept, temporarily avoiding direct confrontation and concealing their presence. "I must clarify something beforehand." V scratched his tangled bangs. "The time I can keep us undetected by this giant is hard to say how long." "Is it because of these lights?" Songshur asked. V glanced at him with slight surprise, then nodded. "So perceptive?" "Yes, it's these lights." Without needing to focus on any specific spot, Songshur's pupils were filled with bright white light, illuminating Depth 7 as if under the brightest operating lights of an operating room. Songshur couldn't pinpoint the nature of these white lights. Perhaps it was some kind of special detection program, but he could describe his intuitive feeling. These white lights swept across Depth 7, like omnipresent cameras, seemingly searching for something. "First of all, I don't think that given the character of the uppers, Depth 7 would be so openly honest," Songshur said, withdrawing his gaze. "So, you think it was modified?" V finished the sentence for him. "You think it's looking for Ogden?" "It's an obvious fact that Ogden is dishonest," Songshur shrugged. "Who knows what heinous things he did here? Maybe he angered this thing? Don't you think that makes sense?" V said, "We're here?" There are always some people who like to gossip behind others' backs. Then, a sinister voice came from the depths of the sewers. "Yes, the sewers." Following the coordinates, Songshur and V arrived at a sewer network comparable in size to a city. They crawled in through an opening, walked for a while, and finally reached the source of the voice. What came into view was a boy sitting rudely in the corner, his face grim. His once gilded and silver-inlaid staff was gone, and his magnificent robes, a masterpiece of engineering, were haphazardly ripped off and stuffed under his buttocks. The undefeated king of wizards, the undisputed #1 Abyss King of Terra, the only demon to have reached the 7th level of the Deep Realm, and also Songshur's target. Ogden Christopher. Songshur didn't answer. He looked him up and down for a while, then stroked his chin. "Respected Mr. Ogden, don't you look a little unwell?" Upon hearing this, Ogden's lips twitched, his already unpleasant expression darkening further. But that wasn't what Songshur was referring to. It wasn't just that. Ogden Christopher's face, his hands, his abdomen, most of the King of Wizards' body was a deathly pallor, like paper money burned, looking at him as if only half a figure had been painted. Accompanying this was the feeling Songshur got from his unusually low aura, a severe sign of decline. Songshur had first engaged in a chaotic battle, then unleashed a glimpse of heaven, and even blocked an attack from a remnant of the world. His condition was definitely not good. He estimated his current strength to be about half of his peak. But against Ogden Christopher before him, he was practically invincible. "You have the..." Ogden, unable to bear Songshur's scrutiny, was about to explode. "V, go up and punch him." Songshur snapped his fingers. "Remember to aim for the face." V was taken aback at first, then reacted, immediately rolling up his sleeves and rubbing his hands together. "You?" Ogden was instantly enraged, his anger compounded, but seeing V approaching step by step, he decisively swallowed his anger. "Let's get down to business." "Let's get down to business." V, there's no rush for now. Let's save this punch for him." Songshur said calmly, as if nothing had happened. "How about this, my most respected brother Ogden? I ask you a question, and you answer, shall we? Of course, you also have the right to ask questions." Songshur smiled. Ogden stared, grinding his teeth. "How did you manage to break through the barrier?" "The first question." V pricked up her ears, her curiosity piqued. She admitted there was a gap between herself and Ogden, but could the gap really be this vast? After all, it took 7 top-tier fighters, Song Shi, Orion Cog, Shi Quanwei, and herself, to clash before they could forcefully breach the barrier that the world still harbored. As for Ogden, V bluntly stated that while the **** was strong, he wasn't exceptionally strong. At least in a one-on-one fight, Song Shi beside him would undoubtedly crush him. Your judgment is as poor as ever. It was Song Shi who asked the question, but Ogden was looking at V. He couldn't help but chuckle. What? The answer is right there, and you still can't understand? Primal psionic energy, infinite power. Song Shi said thoughtfully, that's the key point, but that alone isn't enough. V, what do you think? V didn't answer immediately. She carefully observed the boy, her brows furrowing and relaxing, her lips pursed. After a long while, she finally spoke slowly. Slow penetration. Infinite power. She muttered to herself, repeatedly repeating, data diversion. Stand. Finally, she seemed to have grasped the concept, exclaiming incredulously, aren't you afraid of being sent? Humph. Ogden placed his hands flat on his knees. That's why I can enter depth 7, while you can only follow behind, eating the exhaust fumes. V had roughly understood. Although some technical principles and details were still open to debate, she had grasped the underlying logic. The primal psionic energy infinite power, Ogden Christopher was like an infinitely divided calculus, splitting Ogden Christopher into countless parts, and from these countless parts, infinity was achieved, gaining undeniable power. But infinite power absolutely could not break through the barrier. Ogden Christopher didn't simply brute force it open. This guy, V thought to herself, he used the Abyss King's power to completely digitize himself, then paired each piece of data with infinite power, dividing it into countless massive amounts of data. If high-frequency vibrations are applied to a wall, a person could miraculously pass through walls. Ogden Christopher, with astonishing skill, captured the frequency of the storm circulation, adjusting himself in real time to match it. Simultaneously, based on the theory of slow penetration, he allowed segments of infinite force and data to slowly seep through the barrier. Until depth 7, he was reassembled into Ogden Christopher. Even after understanding the principle, V was still amazed. The method was simple to summarize, but the technical difficulties in its implementation were numerous and incredibly challenging. But Ogden did it, and ended up half dead. Chapter 900. Infinitely dissecting himself, V thought, if humans were considered to be composed of atoms, then Ogden Christopher was no less than someone who, in the abyss, personally disintegrated himself into atoms, only to have them permeate the barrier and recombine into Ogden Christopher at depth 7. Of course, his basic unit was no longer atoms, but infinite force and data. Why isn't Ogden dead yet? This was a question etched in V's heart. To break through from the 3rd ring to the 4th ring, ascension, a psionicist needs to shatter a part of themselves, then use will as an anchor to reforge themselves. Ogden's actions were practically equivalent to ascension, dying first, and then being reborn. But he didn't just shatter a part, he shattered everything. Even when V broke through to ascension, he hadn't managed to shatter everything. To be precise, after shattering a part, as he prepared to continue shattering the remainder, he realized he lacked the strength and decisively chose to stop. If it were just that, it wouldn't be so bad, but this is still the abyss, not some peaceful, cozy lakeside picnic. Redundant psionic energy, murky information, raging storms. The sheer volume of bizarre interference is endless, and Ogden's decomposition and recombination are extremely dangerous. He must focus entirely on maintaining the infiltration, leaving no time for anything else, drastically reducing his resistance. He can only helplessly watch as external forces attack him, especially since he also has to simultaneously observe the frequency of the storm circulation and constantly adjust to it. The slightest mistake, and he'd die on the spot. V bluntly asks, why aren't you dead yet? When are you going to die? Ogden is greatly displeased. You could say you succeeded halfway, Song Shi said, pausing for a moment after hearing the explanation. I bet you only infiltrated a small portion. The rest collapsed halfway through. Ogden grunted, tacitly agreeing. A few seconds later, he said resentfully, Archibald had a backup plan, I knew it immediately. If I hadn't been in such poor condition at depth 7, I wouldn't be in this mess. Song Shi understood. These few words outlined Ogden's descent to depth 7. After struggling to squeeze into depth 7, he was then. The metamorphosis of the floating world, Ogden suddenly said. Then, the very first second he opened his eyes, he was tortured by the metamorphosis of the floating world, further worsening his already depressed state. He fled at lightning speed, finding a place to hide until now. Humph, it's already marked me. Ogden glanced at his pale, dull palms. The moment my movements slightly exceed the threshold, it can find me immediately. So at most, I can only stabilize my injuries. I can't recover my strength. He said, you're right. Communication is included too. You have no idea how much I suffered to establish that communication. Songsher asked with interest, are you curious how I got in? I'm not blind, nor deaf, Ogden retorted. Look at the state of your fighting. I could hear everything clearly even from depth 7. Since you could hear everything clearly, that makes things easier. Songsher raised his index finger. All the Abyss Kings of Terra are huddled here. I reckon they're all geared up to arrest you. And right now, what are you? A complete burden. Songsher spread his hands. Can't carry anything. I come to rescue you. So do you have a plan for escaping from here? I said you came alone? Hearing this, Ogden paused for a moment, then completely lost his temper, turning to stomp on the woman. Who are you? Where did you come from? What gives you the right to be here? Ogden first pointed at V beside him, then suddenly pointed in all directions. If I didn't know, I think you came here to rescue someone. Songsher wasn't going to let it go, and called for V to punch Ogden on the head. The latter immediately cowered, his cursing abruptly stopping. I was about to ask you the same thing. You can't even make a proper encrypted communication. It's like a sieve, everyone can hear it. Songsher chuckled coldly. If you were in the security bureau, you'd be in a military court by now. If you were in a company, your compensation payments would be delayed until 1,000 years from now. If you were in the enlightened ones, you'd be fired on the spot. Wait! Ogden suddenly realized something. Where's that old woman? No, why can't I smell her? She didn't come? She wouldn't let herself go? Songsher said, Zinarkasana. V said, dead. Ogden's pupils contracted, and he took a while to process what he said. Who did it? Chakro? Or that white-haired monster Elsie leading a group to ambush them? Could it be Myliluan? No, it doesn't have the ability to kill Shaquanwai and Orion Cog. But, his speech quickened, his mind racing. Just then, he heard a voice say, I killed her. Huh? Ogden scoffed instinctively. Let me tell you. Zenria Setsuna's mind is incredibly dark, unfathomable. Don't underestimate her just because she's only at the 4th ring. She can easily break through to the 5th. If she's lucky, she could even reach the 2nd stage of True Spirit in one go. His voice trailed off. Ogden stared intently at Songsher, as if observing him seriously for the first time ever. The first time he met him, Songsher was a nobody who had somehow acquired the secrets of the 3 Sages system, and only had the right to negotiate with him through Chaklo. Just a few years? He had defeated and killed that old woman. That was a dignified awakened one, Zinarsetsa. Even if Ogden himself fought her, he would at most a 50-50 chance. It wasn't bluffing, it wasn't deception. Ogden never believed in so-called manly promises, or the magnanimity of the strong. Who said that someone strong enough would necessarily be unwilling to lie? This answer was purely based on his personal judgment. The other party wasn't lying. How could he possibly be lying? He hadn't been paying attention earlier, but now, observing closely, he was astonished to discover that the other party was only one step away from the 3rd stage of True Spirit. He couldn't help but wonder if he had finally become one of those old-fashioned people he once mocked and insulted. Out of touch with the times, destined only for a miserable end of being trampled on and humiliated. After a while he asked, who else? Darkness. Songsher nodded. Solomon Beaufort, huh? 3 5th ring members have died in succession. Enterprise Alliance, current status? Songsher casually replied, no, it's now the New Order Federation. A long pause followed. Ogden rubbed his forehead. Archibald's backup plan is a massive, surging, autonomous program based on psionic energy. I secretly looked through its development logs. It's called the Metamorphosis of the Floating World. Fighting is out of the question. If I weren't injured, I could have a good time with it, but now... Hacking? V suggested. No way. Ogden rejected it. First, my algorithm doesn't have a technological gap. At best, it's on par with its internal rejection program. Second, our computing power is at an absolute disadvantage, so it's not even a 50-50th chance, it's a 10/10th chance. Don't even think about crawling inside its belly. In electronic warfare, computing power is a crucial resource. A major reason why the company's cybersecurity experts made life so difficult for hackers was that the former received a continuous supply of computing power from the company. Didn't you notice? There's a barrier blocking the way, and the connection to the abyss is extremely unstable, weakening our combat capabilities. Ogden didn't even look up. Don't mention quantum communication links to me. Singularity technology isn't omnipotent. Conventional physical phenomena can't interfere with the quantum world, but this is the abyss, with unconventional psionic energy. Your signal is more stable than mine, I believe, but to say it's much more stable, humph. Next, V proposed several more ideas, all of which were casually rejected by the other party. So what's your suggestion? Finally, Songshur spoke. Ogden cracked his neck and said briefly, "Great." Songshur's eyes lit up. That's it. Chapter 901. Surging mechanism programmed deep within a lake-sized vortex of light stood a man. Shirchuenwei's surface was shrouded in a dazzling light and shadow, indistinguishable from the vortex, merging seamlessly. He simulated the data representation of this area, using it to evade the floating world's metamorphosis. Shirchuenwei subtly withdrew his gaze from the floating world's metamorphosis. This monstrous creature, resembling a leviathan from mythology, possessed an overwhelming presence. Fragments of it could be glimpsed from anywhere. Extremely valuable. A piece of paper appeared out of thin air in the man's hand. He folded it in half, then in half again, and stuffed it into the inner pocket of his coat. This document not only contained partial information about the floating world's metamorphosis, but also included preliminary measurements of depth 7. Even to the academic council, this was extremely valuable data. A person with a mediocre academic background, a lackluster resume, and meager achievements, if they personally provided these resources to help the Knowledge Council complete the exploration of Depth 7 from scratch, then they could instantly ascend to superhuman status, receiving top-tier talent programs, and coveted awards that would leave countless others craving more. However, for Shirchuenwei, already a saint, none of this mattered. He had experienced it all 10 years ago. Even if all of these were bundled together and multiplied tenfold, they wouldn't be as valuable to him as a single sentence. Everything was for the future. Glancing at the task list, hundreds of processes were running or waiting, the highest priority ones, such as the preliminary assessment of Depth 7, which Shirchuenwei had already personally completed. He exhaled, allocating several simulated personality threads to advance the remaining tasks, while withdrawing his main consciousness, representing his true self. For the first time since entering the abyss, he had the leisure to examine himself. The situation was far from optimistic. Involving multiple fifth ring cultivators and the Abyss King, the intensity of this chaotic battle was something even he couldn't handle with ease, and he suffered considerable injuries. Upon reaching Depth 7, the initial encounter with the transformation of the floating world and the instability of the Abyss territory's connections caused by the cyclical storms further diminished his controllable power. It was a truly rare sight to see him in such a sorry state. Shirchuenwei's face was grim. With Ruan Fa in seclusion, focused entirely on his breakthrough to the God's throne, only he could hold the academic council together. While there were certainly a few potential successors to break through to the fifth ring, potential and achievement are two different things. There had never been a shortage of geniuses like Terra, whose prowess was unparalleled, but those who truly realized their future and stepped into the true spirit realm were limited to a handful per generation. No more than double digits. Given the current situation, he needed to plan carefully before acting. The others had also gone into hiding, he needed to. Shirchuenwei's gaze suddenly sharpened. His hand made a grasping motion, and the jumbled streams of light that had been drifting through his surroundings were caught. Then, like the inner core of tangled electrical wires, they were peeled away layer by layer. These streams of light were the manifestation of data in the abyss. The light was peeled away until a wisp of gray light was revealed at the deepest point. Shirchuenwei recognized it. It was an identification code. Based on the characteristics, it represented VE. This wasn't targeted at any specific object, it was more like a full-band broadcast, albeit with a series of disguises. The core identification code was hidden within a large amount of irrelevant data, drifting along with the current, but for the King of the Abyss, seeing through these disguises was no big problem. So this was specifically targeting him. No, targeting the King of the Abyss. Shirchuenwei examined the identification code, pondered for a moment, and granted permission to make the call. Almost instantly, the communication was established. Hello, can you hear me? Can't recognize me? This is Songshur Quantum Communication Link. Shirchuenwei uttered a single word. Depth 7 was already extremely dangerous, and now with the metamorphosis of the floating world stirring up trouble, ordinary communication methods were even more difficult. Even the King of the Abyss would have to put in some effort. These overall capabilities were inferior to his own, and in terms of specialized skills, at least in the field of communication technology, He hadn't heard of any achievements. No papers, no physical evidence. Moreover, the metamorphosis of the floating world was watching the entire scene closely, determined to find these illegal intruders. If their communication signals were detected and traced back to their location, a massive attack would be unleashed in the next second. Oh, this? How about you trade time stop for it? We can complement each other. Contrary to expectations of being ignored, Songshur found that the other party was deep in thought, seemingly seriously considering it. After a long pause, he shook his head again. A valuable suggestion, but not now. State your purpose. We broke through the barrier only through a clash of deadly attacks, but given the current situation, it's clear we can't launch a second attack. If you want to get out, you could only continue through the void, but don't tell me you didn't see it healing. Sure, Quanwei certainly understood. Floating World's metamorphosis wasn't crazy, it was currently using its own body to block the void, while frantically stirring up waves, striving to have the circulating storm fill the void again. If the void hadn't been pierced by multiple fifth rings, and the remaining power wasn't too terrifying, the void would have long since vanished. Even so, thanks to the massive, redundant, turbid waves of the abyss, the void was still healing and repairing itself little by little. The most crucial point is that the location of the void is constantly shifting with the storm. The abyss is chaotic and unpredictable, ever-changing. Under normal circumstances, the Abyss King would have plenty of ways to calculate it, but now they are trapped at depth 7, isolated from the outside world, in low condition, and with the floating world's metamorphosis pushing the void along, its location is difficult to pinpoint. Even if they call for support, by the time the other fifth rings find the void, who knows how long. They are not the Abyss Kings. In the Abyss, they will only be blind. You want to gather everyone's strength to defeat the floating world's metamorphosis? Stone Spring Guard revealed the other party's plan. This is the only way, isn't it? There may be many paths to survival, but no matter which one, they cannot bypass the floating world's metamorphosis. I request to share the intelligence that Ogden has already obtained, Stone Spring Guard said. Where's Ogden? I'm still looking for him too. We can stall, Songshur, Sure Quanwei said. You're strong, but you're not the king of the abyss. You're not even a demon. The oppression of the abyss varies from person to person, and depth 7 is no exception. The oppression you're under is stronger than mine. Right now, you're in the best condition, with the least injury, that's your advantage, but it will disappear over time. If I were you, I wouldn't refuse. Well, there's no other way. You're right. Here's what I do. I have Ogden prepare a document for you. 10 breaths later, Sure Quanwei received the document, glanced at it for a moment, and after confirming it was correct, he nodded. I'm ready to act at any time. Chapter 902. Sincerity, Orion Cog said, his voice sounding like the friction of a gear train slowly turning, coated in thick engine oil. You should launch the first attack. That's too high a price to pay. Songshur's voice came from the other end. It's clearly in a bad mood, looking for something to vent on. Me go up and take the first hit. So you can reap the benefits? You're overthinking it. I have to remind you, Ogden is with me. If he can get in, why can't he get out? You're the one who should be worried. Silence fell. The two sides remained silent for a while. Finally, Orion, gazing at the listless, dormant electronic ghosts behind him, broke the silence. When you launch the first attack, I will assist you. There was no immediate reply from the other side, as if weighing the pros and cons. A few seconds later, Songshur's voice rang out again. I can accept, but you have to swear an oath. I want you to swear to your emperor that you will keep your promise. In His Majesty's name, Orion Cog said calmly, I will keep my promise. This time, credibility was assured. Based on Songshur's dealings with the Imperials, they were extremely devout in any matter involving the emperor. All done. Songshur disconnected the communication. He's the last one. Ogden, who had been staring at the data tablet, fiddling with something, didn't look up. The estimated time to complete the void repair is 17 hours. I'm fine on my end. These pupils were crimson, almost indistinguishable from bloodshot veins. Everything's ready. What? Are you targeting me? Ogden retorted instantly. Everyone else is fine, just waiting for me. V narrowed her eyes, not replying, and tapped the ground with her index finger. In less than a second, a series of bomb emojis suddenly appeared on Ogden's data tablet, refreshing wildly, one after another, even bursting through the screen, almost exploding in Ogden's face. Amidst the rising smoke, Ogden erupted, decisively retaliating. While the two sides were still locked in combat, Songshur was checking his own condition. Because technical issues were irrelevant to him, He only needed to ensure sufficient combat power. V was already severely injured, but Ogden was even worse, practically crippled. Combat power remaining, 50%. Songshur lightly gathered his fingers, flames following like a shadow, sometimes dispersing, sometimes gathering. Even though no longer at their peak, they still exuded a chilling aura. This was the power he possessed now, this Southern Dipper. It's been quite a journey. I have the right to say this. The psionicist known as Songshur has left an indelible mark on the path of the Yuan. Even the sixth ring, God's throne, which I could only look up to before, and never even had the right to touch, is now only 2 steps away, including Depth 7. No one can help but be curious about this place, myself included. Before diving, I wondered what Depth 7 would be like, whether it truly was an abyss within an abyss, a purgatory within a purgatory, a forbidden zone that must never be trodden. But now that I'm actually here, admittedly, the pressure is terrifying. Even I feel quite uncomfortable. My whole body lacks energy, and every movement feels like it's being pulled by an invisible force, making me sluggish and viscous. A 4th ring psychic immersed in Depth 7 would likely be completely eroded, becoming just another handful of dregs in the abyss. Even a 5th ring psychic would suffer lasting damage if left there too long. But for him, for his current self, Depth 7 was nothing special. Of course, he couldn't ignore it, but he didn't need to be terrified either. The immense, redundant pressure exerted on ordinary psychics, high-ranking psychics, and even 5th ring psychics was certainly stressful, but he could grit his teeth and bear it. Quite disappointing. It was becoming increasingly difficult to experience the feeling of immense pressure that he used to encounter from all directions when he was weaker. If things continued like this, he really needed to put black hole exploration on his journal and see if the internal environment of that thing was pressure enough. Archimedes. Are you done yet? Songshur's thoughts were interrupted by Ogden shouting. Sir, my eagerness won't yield accurate results. I'm still working on it. It should take another 11 minutes. Would you like me to brew you some tea? The voice came suddenly, clearly a completely new tone. Songshur subconsciously turned his head and saw a fist-sized anthropomorphic creature, resembling a water wheel come to life. The creature, beneath the water wheel's head, wore an extremely loose, off-white robe. Seeing Songshur's gaze, it calmly gave a salute. Songshur was startled, stared for a few seconds, and then suddenly realized. You are, this feeling, you're also a weaving machine? Oh, a weaving machine? I heard that name from you, sir. It smiled reservedly. If you mean a being born from the abyss, then I think yes, I am also a weaving machine. However, I prefer you call me by another name. It introduced itself. The full name is Archimedes Machine. V was even more surprised than Songshur. She stared intently at the Archimedes machine, incredulously saying, Dwight's miniature abyss project, you successfully replicated it? Ogden reveled in this surprise, as if every pore on his body had opened up. Dwight had a good plan, intending to create a miniature version of the abyss, but he failed, only to gain an unexpected bonus. That piece of the abyss that was cut off collapsed and became the weaving machine. Did you think I was like you, only able to watch the spectacle after obtaining the permission to visit the weaving machine? I am the one who replicated the weaving machine. The product of the Archimedes, the only successful product. The Archimedes machine chimed in politely. Depth 7 is the birthplace of me, this is my home. Logically and emotionally, I should guide everyone on a tour. But now a big guy is taking up space, and I can't do anything about it. Songshur only asked one question. Can you withstand the pressure of Depth 7? Even if you were born from the abyss and have excellent innate adaptability, Depth 7 isn't something you can withstand with just a talent. You're really crazy, Ogden. V grabbed her hair, she had already seen through it, and gritted her teeth. You really are something, you do anything to yourself. Crazy? Ogden tapped his temple with his index finger, a grin spreading across his face. Under the primal psionic power of infinite force and digitization, Ogden Christopher, once infinitely divided into basic units. In his proud openness, V saw it. The Archimedes machine merged and connected with him, like two different colored grains of sand stuffed into the same bottle, forming a striking yet strangely harmonious shape. Without a spirit of dedication, how can one reap substantial rewards? Chapter 903. Ogden's gains seemed to be greater than expected. Of the 7 Abyss Kings who dived to Depth 7, V, Ogden Christopher, and Elsie Ingersoll all studied the spinning machine up close and felt they had gained something. If not completely satisfied, their trip was at least worthwhile. However, after Dwight Brooks, only Ogden actually succeeded in replicating it. But it's hard to say. Perhaps he only benefited from the first dive to Depth 7. If V and Elsie Ingersoll had enough time, they could have done the same, but that's not important for now. Songsher first calmed V down. The latter seemed about to go berserk, as if she was about to recklessly try to create the next spinning machine and Archimedes machine herself, before being forcibly pulled back to reality by Songsher. Next, Songsher chatted with the Archimedes machine for a while. You say we're the closest to super artificial intelligence, but to me, we don't seem that super. I guess what you meant. The Archimedes machine's personality didn't seem like that of someone born from Ogden. It didn't utter a single curse word from beginning to end, hijacking the global network 1 minute after birth, achieving super evolution 10 minutes later, achieving ultimate breakthroughs in both theory and application, mass-producing singularity technology, and incidentally creating a time machine warp drive constant corrector before dinner. Unfortunately, regarding how to become the super AI in the science fiction film shot in the Dust Contract era, I'm still working on that. Songsher clapped repeatedly. The textile machine's answer wasn't as humorous as yours. Thank you for the compliment. The Archimedes machine feigned surprise, then returned to normal, saying unhurriedly, in fact, that's why we're only prefixed with proposed, not truly super artificial intelligence. Do you know the concept of a technological singularity? It's when technological development suddenly spikes along the development axis within a very short period, a point of immense, even near infinite, progress. This point is called a technological singularity. Me, and that textile machine I never met, well, speaking of which, I wonder if I ever have the honor of meeting it. I'm the AI on the entire internet who respects it the most. After receiving an affirmative answer, the Archimedes machine visibly brightened, its voice becoming increasingly cheerful. There's a dividing line between us and truly super artificial intelligence, something like a technological singularity. I don't know what the textile machine calls it, but personally, I prefer to call this dividing line an intelligence gap. The textile machine said something similar to me, Songsher said thoughtfully. Simultaneous conclusions, it seems this is the correct answer. He posed a crucial question. Between you and the textile machine, who is closer to the dividing line? That's hard to say, the Archimedes machine said with a troubled expression. I think the intelligence gap is like the last digit of pi. Even if you get closer little by little with each step, truly reaching and breaking through it is perhaps mathematically impossible, it humbly stated. Awakening psionic energy makes it possible, Songsher pointed out. Enough. Stop talking about such idiotic topics. Ogden finally raised his head. He stood up, stretched his fingers from working too much, and snorted coldly, I'm done here. Time to go now. Songsher shrugged, a ball of flame igniting in his hand, and solidifying into a heavy killer. He flicked it, and the heavy killer immediately emitted an excited buzzing sound. He and V walked ahead, behind them came the sound of Ogden reprimanding the Archimedes machine. Who told you to say something like not so easy to say? I casually stepped on Dwight's head back then. Are you going to turn the tables, and say you're inferior to the spinning machine he invented? You better remember this well, the spinning machine is outdated, it's old stuff, you are the future version. Remaining time for the void to heal, 9 hours and 43 minutes. Boom. A person's attention has its limits, it cannot encompass everything. When someone is focused on doing something, even a nearby natural disaster cannot disturb them. The metamorphosis of the floating world is no exception. And when Songsher's attention returned, he heard the enormous sound again, the sound of the metamorphosis of the floating world stirring up the 9 oceans and 4 seas, creating endless waves. Truly deafening, earth-shattering. Songsher witnessed firsthand the surging, crimson torrent that spawned the world around him, and saw a single fin of the floating world's metamorphosis effortlessly shatter a vast glacier of solidified gold with an unconscious sway. Songsher compared the fin to the fin. It could probably hold hundreds of thousands of his own, and the floating world's metamorphosis was conservatively estimated to be over 100 centimeters long for that swaying part. He proceeded cautiously, stopping and starting, until he sensed the void again. Less than 2 hours remained for its repair. He didn't need to see it with his own eyes. In fact, it was still too far away to see for the time being. If the initial void was like a slit cut in a snake sack, then now it was like a small hole pierced through the snake sack with an awl. V's pupils contracted slightly, revealing deep apprehension. This guy. He just had the advantage of terrain. Songsher dismissed it, casually saying, he purely relied on the impurities and turbid waves accumulated by the abyss itself, using their immense power to smash it down. If it were to repair the void alone, hey V, don't underestimate the 5th ring. V was momentarily speechless. She wasn't a 5th ring member, and Ogden, who created primal psionic energy, wasn't a true 5th ring member either. Only practice gives one the right to speak. Of the three present, only Songshur had truly broken free from predetermined death and attained true spirit. As they talked, the three advanced a distance. A subtle distance. Because the true form of the metamorphosis of the floating world was right before their eyes. Although they couldn't see its entirety, the body, connecting heaven and earth, immeasurably large and wide, with just a portion completely blocking the void, was still breathtaking, filling their vision. Songshur noticed the veil draped over him was becoming increasingly indistinct. At this distance within the transformation of the floating world, even the Abyss King's stealth and disguise were failing. Lingering would only lead to exposure. He scanned the area with his senses. Besides the transformation of the floating world, only himself remained, no other presence. This was normal. If he could detect such presence so easily, the Abyss King wouldn't need to exist in the abyss. There were still 12 minutes until the agreed-upon time to act. A crucial question arose. What if they verbally agreed but didn't show up, or simply watched him fight alone? None of the above was a problem. Songshur thought to himself. His true leverage had never been, or rather, wasn't solely, about joining forces to break through the void and escape. The information gleaned between the lines that Ogden Christopher was on their side was the real bargaining chip they couldn't refuse. No Abyss King could allow Ogden Christopher, who had entered Depth 7 so early, to eat his fill and then escape. Chapter 904. Elsie Ingersoll tossed her white hair. She gazed at the floating world's metamorphosis, which parted the tides in the distance, her pupils filled with fervent anticipation. While other Abyss Kings were busy healing, stabilizing their condition, and exploring Depth 7, she alone chose to focus most of her attention on the floating world's metamorphosis. Gold far away is not as valuable as silver close at hand. This was Elsie Ingersoll's unwavering principle. Of course, according to Xinyu's previous assessment of her, it was a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. How much time was available for exploration before the void healed? And with the floating world's metamorphosis looming large, how much freedom of action was there? Under these circumstances, focusing on the floating world's metamorphosis before her was clearly the optimal solution. How could such a gleaming, living, high-value entity be ignored? Therefore, so far, Elsie Ingersoll had made a gain. Truly strong and extraordinary, Elsie Ingersoll concluded. Commonly used development tools, habitual electronic warfare strategies, and the prioritization of variable handling, the network operations of experts often bear a strong personal style, which other experts can recognize and, in turn, identify its owner. As the vice chairperson of the Protection Protocol, Elsie Ingersoll, the Abyss King of Terra, is undoubtedly a master among masters. Therefore, through a glimpse, she has already deduced part of the outline of the world Archibald from the artificial monster, the metamorphosis of the floating world. Stylistically speaking, this world's technical style remains consistent, just like 100 years ago, before he ascended to the throne, and was still active in the public eye, steady and solid to the point of being nauseating. But now, long forgotten and largely unknown, after decades of dominating the abyss, Elsie Ingersoll can finally be certain of one thing. The gap between him and these Abyss Kings representing the forefront of Terra's cyber technology certainly exists, but it's by no means an insurmountable chasm. At most, they're half a generation ahead. His dominance over the Abyss relies heavily on his sixth-ring Transcendent's supreme psionic power. This is both exciting and unexciting. Unexciting because it seems his opponent hasn't completely transcended Terra's academic world. Exciting because perhaps he too has the potential to replicate the transformation of the floating world. From Elsie Ingersoll's perspective, even a scaled-down version is still a super weapon for Abyss warfare, no less than a strategic weapon. If used properly, it could give Yunnan a significant advantage in future electronic warfare. One more step towards the glorious righteous path promised by the chairman. The sample data is still somewhat lacking. Elsie Ingersoll thought to herself, just looking without actually touching and tugging at it isn't quite enough. But if she actually went up and touched it, sigh, the pain all over her body hadn't healed yet. If she really went up and tried to touch it, she'd probably be knocked over by the floating world sheath. Songshur, you better be able to do that. Elsie glanced at the time and brushed her shoulder-length white hair back. Her power, which had been extremely restrained, striving not to reveal a trace of its aura, slowly gathered, waiting for the moment of explosion. She suddenly looked up. In the distance, on the edge of the murky ocean, a radiant sun suddenly shone. It rose, expanded, and burst forth with boundless brilliance in less than 1,000th of a second, scattering in all directions. A sliver of light from the sky abruptly separated the chaotic world into the heavens and the abyss, turning the towering waves crimson, as if they were ablaze. From Southern Dipper, Songshur. This sun wheel was enormous, roughly estimated to be over several hundred meters in diameter, but before the turbulent transformation of depth 7, it remained as insignificant as a drop in the ocean. Yet it shone. A thin candle can illuminate a room. A sun wheel, naturally surpassing even a candle, can illuminate countless heavens and earths. At the center of the sun wheel, flowing with fiery lava, the outline of Song Shi was faintly visible. He held the heavy slayer, dragging forth a vast and blazing light, forcibly imbuing depth 7 with an unprecedented color in that instant. Countless heavens and earths were illuminated with scorching crimson gold. With this move, at least visually, he managed to create a stalemate with the floating world's metamorphosis. The next second, Song Shi wielded the heavy slaughtering blade, unleashing a blinding barrage of light upon the floating world's metamorphosis, almost simultaneously with his attack. From another previously unremarkable location, a solemn and orderly chanting suddenly resounded. The veil used to conceal it was lifted, revealing its true form. Oling Kog's large hand gripped the mechanical scepter, abruptly halting. Instantly, invisible ripples spread, transforming everything in its path, including redundant psionic energy and chaotic information, into a metallic wasteland of iron clusters, gears, and machine oil. Then this wasteland roared and trembled, as if possessing a living geological structure, transforming from the rumble of heavy industrial machinery into thousands of spectacular deer-like cannons, towering peaks extending inch by inch, roaring forth a shower of blazing white starlight. Elsie Ingersoll made her move too. Her left and right legs were crossed, one hand resting lightly above her shoulder, as if supporting something, her fingers forming a pincer. Within this pincer movement, the sound of pages turning suddenly filled the air. Then, documents of various styles floated out, rapidly converging and forming the shape of a javelin. Each document represented a technological blueprint. The instant the javelin took shape, Elsie Ingersoll channeled power from her chest to her shoulders, then from her shoulders to her arms, the force flowing sequentially along the kinetic chain of her body, concentrating in her hand, and the javelin, coalescing into an explosive force. Seeing the three act simultaneously, multiple, no longer concealed, intense shockwaves erupted within a vast area centered on the void. Stone Guard, Manmet, and Miaoli ripped away their cover, each unleashing a strike at the floating world's metamorphosis. The floating world's metamorphosis possessed immense advantages, and its own power was exceptionally dense and surging. If they didn't seize this opportunity to severely injure it, none of them dared to admit they lacked the confidence to defeat it in a one-on-one fight. No need for excessive aiming. Multiple techniques, each imbued with their own cultivation, struck the floating world's metamorphosis from different directions, creating a deafening and incredibly violent tremor. Then, the floating world's metamorphosis, startled and in pain, shifted its body, letting out a furious roar in response. Enraged, it launched a counterattack against the tiny insects in all directions. The recent abyssal tsunami was already a natural disaster, dangerous and ferocious, but now, accompanied by the roar of the floating world's metamorphosis and the frantic thrashing of hundreds and thousands of limbs, the tsunami's impact force increased several times over. A real tsunami can topple skyscrapers and submerge cities. It's an undeniable natural disaster. But the tsunami brought by the metamorphosis of the floating world, even if it were continuous, would instantly pulverize the thick, natural barriers of the land, the mountains. Everyone was prepared, when suddenly they noticed something. In the surging, devastating sea, the sun's disk extinguished in an instant, and within it, Song Shi's silhouette was also shattered into dust. Under the combined assault of multiple fifth-ring combatants, the metamorphosis of the floating world tumbled and swayed, and the previously impenetrable void inevitably developed a crack. Miaoli immediately saw one. No, 3 figures led by Song Shi, darting headlong into the crack. Turning back, she saw Elsie Ingersoll following closely behind, also frantically running towards the crack. Ha ha. Let's go! Chapter 905. Let's rewind to an earlier time. While I personally wouldn't mind exchanging a few blows with it, Song Shi waved his hand righteously. It depends on the time and the situation. If I were to be the first to confront it head-on, wouldn't that only hurt my allies and please my enemies? The metamorphosis of the floating world, the watchdog left behind by this world, a mythical leviathan entrenched at depth 7, if assessed in terms of danger compared to psionicists, Song Shi estimated that it was slightly stronger than a second-stage true spirit. Of course, this was just a theoretical assessment. With Song Shi's insight, he could make a deeper judgment. If he were to find a top-tier second-stage true spirit, such as himself at his peak, in a one-on-one head-on clash, the metamorphosis of the floating world would most likely be no match. Faced with a top-tier psionicist, who had been tempered and refined through countless tribulations, the metamorphosis of the floating world would inevitably appear clumsy and dull. However, the metamorphosis of the floating world is not without its flaws. It wields immense, vast, and surging power, and can also utilize the advantage of the abyss at depth 7. These factors are merely entry tickets to compete with other players of the same level, but become insurmountable barriers against significantly weaker opponents. In short, it's all about overwhelming force, allowing for infinitely high margins of error, and relying on sheer power. Theoretically, the metamorphosis of the floating world's combat strength is at the second stage true spirit level, but in a close match, it's practically comparable to a third stage true spirit. This is why the metamorphosis of the floating world has suppressed the 8 intruders, leaving them unable to raise their heads. Songshur refused to be the first to stick his neck out. Ogden scoffed from the side, "Come on, I see you done plenty of stupid suicide attempts on your resume. I done some calculations, and the success rate is no less than 73%. V, who had been silent for a while, sometimes biting his nails and sometimes scratching his hair, suddenly spoke up. "Overall, I haven't seen any problems yet, but there are still a few technical issues at the practical application level." The message has been sent out. Ogden pulled up his sleeve. There are still 11 hours until the agreed-upon time. He tapped his index finger in the air, setting up a temporary domain and opening a link to VE. A perfect score is 10. "Hey V, how would you rate your work efficiency?" Ogden glanced at him disdainfully, raising his chin before the other could speak. "Whatever it is, give me 100 points now." The Archimedes machine moved around nearby, equally engrossed in its work. Songshur also had a task to complete, but according to the order, it was the last step. The carrier. This was the plan. Although he had contacted others and rallied them to attack the floating world's metamorphosis, Songshur didn't really intend to waste time on it. Taking V and Ogden was the top priority. The problem lay here. If he didn't strike first, given the personalities of the other Abyss Kings, they clearly wouldn't intervene. Empty promises wouldn't convince them. If he didn't take the lead, they'd rather stand by than participate. But if he did strike first, most of the floating world's metamorphosis's hatred would fall on him. Coupled with the other subtle distractions, there would be absolutely no chance of escape. Therefore, Songshur had to do 2 things. First, lead the attack in front of everyone, forcing the others to join the fray. Second, escape during the battle, seizing the brief opportunity when the floating world's metamorphosis thrashed in pain, creating a gap in the blocked void, to escape from depth 7. These 2 points were inherently contradictory, but with V and Ogden present, the 3 of them, after some discussion, surprisingly came up with a solution that compatible with both. Thanks to her experience distributing vessels everywhere, V was an authority among authorities, a veteran among veterans, in the field of how to project power beyond visual range. She and Ogden worked urgently to create a vessel capable of carrying Songshur's spiritual energy. It had a limit. It could only withstand the force of a single blow from Songshur, after which it would be instantly reduced to ashes. But that was exactly what Songshur wanted. Once the vessel was hastily created, Songshur infused it with several sparks as a power source, and at the same time, he spent considerable effort meticulously imbuing the vessel with his own aura, striving for realism. Even with the combined power of Ogden and V, this was still a rushed project. Minor flaws and issues couldn't be fixed in time, and they had prepared for the possibility that the carrier might collapse mid-attack. But ultimately, the result was perfect. A dizzying, violent impact crashed down, but Songshur laughed heartily, dragging Ogden and V along as they rapidly approached the void's opening. Far away, Elsie Ingersoll was no slower, also frantically charging towards the void. The woman's eyes crinkled with delight as she clutched something. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly a piece of the floating world's body tissue. It was the very tissue she had seized during their earlier combined attack on the floating world, having already coordinated with Songshur and made thorough preparations. A bunch of uncivilized fools. The tsunami surged, wave after wave, and Ogden's slightly shrill voice boomed, mingling with the storm and ravaging the surroundings. He laughed maniacally. "You only deserve to eat the greatest Ogden." His voice abruptly stopped. The immense wisdom left by the collision of personalities and minds reaching 9 figures, the pure spirit piercing through the abyss's raging winds, struck Ogden Christopher with tremendous force. Source, not me, a wondrous chaos. This mental shock wasn't just aimed at Ogden. Songshur was also included. His previously surging momentum inevitably paused. Most importantly, this attack was not only powerful but also perfectly timed, completely lacking the necessary recovery and buffer one would expect after a powerful attack on the floating world's metamorphosis. The only explanation is that Meowlil One's attack, which echoed the combined efforts of everyone, was a negligible feint. Its attention was mostly focused elsewhere, which allowed it to intercept Songshur in time. At the critical moment, Songshur reversed his attack, his crimson gold surging instantly. Before the flames that could destroy and burn anything, spirit and matter were treated equally, like butter smoothly sliced by a hot knife. Hiss, it seems the plan was anticipated. How did you do that? Having cleaved through the impact, Songshur hissed, is this what they call great wisdom? I don't think so. During his charge, Elsie Ingersoll scoffed, it's just that too many people are crammed into your brain, resulting in a large data sample size. If a large number of people is called great wisdom, then I immediately invite infinite non-repeating decimals to be my vice chairman. And amidst the intertwined words, a new attack arrived. Chapter 906. Miao Liluan clasped her hands together, her fingers forming intricate hand gestures. The 9,000 layers of light behind her suddenly trembled from their previous dimness, forcefully bursting forth with light. These lights rotated with the rotation of the light wheels, like a giant millstone smashing towards Songshur. However, more than inflicting damage, the true target of this attack was to smash Songshur away from the hollow side. By both reason and emotion, it would never tolerate Songshur and the other two leaving. The crimson flame surged upwards, splitting into 2, 4, 8, 16. In an instant, thousands upon thousands of streams of fire emerged. Before reaching their final destination, they converged again, the crimson gold transforming into a deep, dark black, coalescing into a pitch-black monster that barely resembled a dragon. Spiritual energy technique. Calamity Flame. The monster opened its blood-red maw, nearly tearing itself apart, and swallowed the projected light whole. The two forces neutralized each other, and finally, the light representing great wisdom vanished. The pitch-black monster retained a small portion of its body, swirling around Songshur, forming a circular barrier with a radius of several hundred meters. Calamity Flame was always adept at dealing with this kind of power derived from the spirit. Miao Liluan's raw strength was inferior to its own, and her condition was also inferior. Even without using its true spirit, this spiritual energy technique alone was enough to hold its own for a while. Even their journey was disrupted. V was manageable, but the real problem was Ogden. This king of wizards was all bark and no bite at the moment. If it were anyone else, given Songshur's personality, he would be decisive whether he was fighting or running away. If he wanted to fight, he would turn around and give it his all. If he wanted to run, he would brave the onslaught and charge forward without looking back. Anyway, if you're so tough, just keep taking damage until you die. But with Ogden, currently a cripple, along, if he tries to do something like tanking damage, Songshur fears the opponent will just get bumped and bruised and killed on the spot. At this moment, a roaring tide, like billions of tons of ocean light slowly approaching from the horizon, rose higher and higher in his pupils, seemingly engulfing even the clouds. However, what came wasn't a tsunami, but a molten mortal mass that would make even billions of tons pale in comparison. The white light illuminating depth 7 flickered subtly for a moment, as if the signal was faulty. Then, the source of the white light appeared for the first time in the sky above depth 7. It was countless searchlights, each as large as a cluster of stars, filling the entire sky. Embedded at the very bottom of the lamp cores, countless pupils moved, then suddenly stopped, all fixing on a single point. Located in the void was Songshur. It saw Songshur, and Ogden beside him. Every pupil, brimming with pure white light, revealed the same rage. In the thunderous surge, the floating world's metamorphosis roared, its body violently thrashing, crashing towards Songshur. From Songshur's perspective, it felt as if an entire continental plate had been overturned and slammed into him. There were no fancy tricks, no elaborate techniques. It was simply a crushing force, overwhelming and unstoppable. Dodge was absolutely impossible. Songshur took a deep breath, focusing his mind. Time seemed to slow down 1,000-fold, everything in his vision becoming crystal clear, moving slowly. But in the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal, resuming its supersonic pace. He was no exception. The true spirit, annihilated. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying scene unfolded. Like a continental plate collapsing, the boundless power of billions of tons of surging tides was concentrated in a single, unbelievably dazzling point of crimson gold. Compared to the former, the crimson gold, which should have been worthy of the word vast, was indeed merely a point. Yet this point, like an extremely sharp blade, or a heavy sledgehammer, the instant it made contact with the former, the continental plate suddenly cracked, and a striking indentation appeared in the surging tide. A point piercing the surface. But it failed to shatter everything. The collision generated a powerful impact, For a moment, everything in sight shook and trembled. Countless network domains collapsed and shattered during this time. And Songshur, one of the instigators, slowly licked his lips, swallowed the blood, and forcibly calmed the tremors in his internal organs. A collapsing skyscraper can kill a whole chain of people, but even in a collapsed nest, some eggs remain intact. If, by chance, a hollow structure forms inside the building, survivors can hold out until rescuers arrive. This is what Songshur just did. In the current state, even the true spirit annihilation couldn't directly overturn the floating world's metamorphosis. The pressure from the impact was too immense. Songshur could only forcefully create a hollow structure to protect Ogden and VE. VE remained silent, using the Singularity Technology quantum communication link to buff Songshur. But the buff was pushed back as soon as it was applied. VE realized with surprise that Songshur had rejected her. No need, no need. Songshur chuckled softly, his mouth unconsciously curving into a smile. Hetty Slayer was grasped by him, the blade radiating an indescribable quality. You just have to ambush me, don't you? The metamorphosis of the floating world seemed to understand, its attention shifting from Ogden to Songshur. Countless searchlights hanging in the sky emitted a mixture of pain and anger. It was both indignation and disdain. You at least have a legitimate reason. Oh well, I don't think it's that legitimate. The premise of guarding a house is that it's truly your own house. Dep 7, do you even have a property certificate? Are you just guarding this place? Songshur removed his index finger from the metamorphosis of the floating world and suddenly pointed at Orion Cog. The current chief of the Mene agency remained completely unmoved. Neither being tricked by Songshur nor the current battle situation seemed to affect him, he remained silent. And then there's you. You really reached a level of pettiness, can't even let go of something this small? Ogden suddenly interrupted, scoffing, all I did was capture a few of your Empire's cyber raids for research, and you still can't forget it after all these years? I truly feel sorry for your life, it must be incredibly painful, right? Songshur glanced at him. Ogden raised his hands, shrugged, indicating, fine, I won't say anything more. Interrupted like this, Songshur didn't continue. He slowly scanned the room. The floating world's metamorphosis and the various Abyss Kings, who had initially been locked in fierce combat. They weren't on the same side. The floating world's metamorphosis undoubtedly held the top position, still regarding all intruders as enemies, filled with rage. However, the targets of their rage were different. Songshur and Ogden were at the top of the list. It glared menacingly, yet inexplicably possessed a composed demeanor, like a guest picking up a knife and fork, preparing to savor a royal meal. Because there was no way out for the intruders. Taking advantage of the previous attack, the empty gap was once again blocked, its vast, boundless body becoming an insurmountable chasm. Songshur, the remaining Abyss Kings, centered on the floating world's metamorphosis, dispersed far and wide, yet simultaneously formed a larger encirclement, surrounding Songshur, his two companions, and Elsie Ingersoll. Miao Lilwan's unpredictable voice suddenly surfaced in Songshur's mind, gentle and serene. The floating world's metamorphosis is powerful, while we are weak. In my opinion, we should join forces to defeat it first. As for other matters, we can discuss them later. Songshur shattered the serene voice. That's a good idea, and it's part of our agreed-upon plan. But I think it might need a slight modification. Songshur paused, then suddenly said, Ogden, hold on to your primal psionic energy, open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Songshur exhaled softly, but in that instant, a chilling dread rose in everyone's scalp. Before the dread, Songshur gazed, looked up, and looked down upon the ephemeral world. Forward. What is true infinity? True spirit. The Crimson Abyss. Chapter 907. Songshur stepped forward. Without warning, time seemed to stand still for him. The ephemeral world filling his vision slowed 1,000-fold, revealing even the smallest details. The chaotic tsunami, the trajectory of every wave, was clearly visible. The faces of everyone, Orion Cog, each with their unique expressions, were reflected in his pupils. Consensus masters of the Tao can artificially lengthen and accelerate their thought processes through psionic techniques, achieving a form of time acceleration specific to themselves. If they choose to maintain this acceleration, it's akin to a special kind of longevity, granting them several times, even dozens of times, the lifespan of ordinary people. Songshur felt he was experiencing this. His breathing became incredibly long. Songshur witnessed a breath, its essence unknown. At least to him it appeared as a cluster of air. This cluster of air was swallowed, pressed into his abdomen, swirled, and then slowly exhaled from his mouth. A sharp, undeniable pain shot through him. The source was his internal organs and his throat. Old wounds hadn't healed, and new ones had appeared. Song sure wasn't one of those who chose to freely adjust their senses, simply shutting out pain. For him, pain, on the contrary, made life more tangible, imbued with a vibrant joy. Song sure took another breath, a deep, forceful one. This time, the pain intensified considerably. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the ephemeral world in his vision seemed larger than before. It wasn't an illusion. It really had grown a little larger, because it was closer to him. Song sure suddenly realized that time hadn't truly stopped. Even if personal time truly stood still, people outside of that individual would still relentlessly move forward. Then, Song sure remained oblivious to the ever-approaching metamorphosis, focusing instead on his own reflection. Psionic energy flowed, surged, it anticipated. No, not psionic energy. Song sure thought to himself, psionic energy is a projection of the self, an extension of will. What truly anticipates is himself. As his thoughts flowed, Song sure continued forward, his examination yielding yet another conclusion. If the Song sure of the past was a relentlessly burning inferno, then he was now a flickering, much thinner flame. Psionic energy was irrational, yet it did hold some truth. In Song sure's current state, let alone defeating the metamorphosis, even simply trying to break through with Ogden and V would be extremely difficult. Song sure couldn't help but sigh. Chakra Vaughn, on the other hand, had no such concerns. Faced with the true spirit, the paradox of reversal, his state remained constant, neither increasing nor decreasing. To defeat him from now on, one would either need to shatter the paradox of reversal in one fell swoop with unbelievably immense power, or be like Zenrya Satsuna or Oa Hanjo, skilled in calculating changes and specializing in problem solving, to unravel the paradox of reversal bit by bit. And what about himself? He couldn't do it. Nor did he want to. The paradox of reversal seemed powerful, and indeed was. But it wasn't what he desired. Its synonym for constancy was immutability. Chakra had indeed gained an unyielding, indestructible, and eternally constant state, but this also meant he had given up hysterical, limit-breaking killing moves like a glimpse of heaven. However, his opponent rarely used such tactics in his life. Chakra's past record showed a habit of steady fighting, not seeking speed, but simply engaging in direct, head-on clashes, gradually crushing his enemies. A creaking sound. A grating, distorting sound abruptly seeped into his frozen thoughts. Song sure glanced around. The floating world's metamorphosis had advanced another step. 5,000 meters? 3,000 meters? It made little difference. Regardless of the distance, for a spiritualist of this level, it was close-quarters combat. The environment seemed to collapse under its weight. The once pure-colored sea of fire gradually developed countless cracks. Its arrival, with its oppressive force, shattered his thoughts, ruthlessly dragging Song sure back to reality, continuing the unfinished battle. Song sure ignored it. He didn't look at the floating world's metamorphosis, but instead looked at his palm, slowly furrowing his brow. Then, his palm flipped, transforming into a searching hand. It moved with his gaze, grasping and squeezing, seemingly desperate to grasp something. Scattered willow catkins, a wisp of dancing gauze, a drifting fishing line, these hazy, indistinct things were precisely grasped by Song sure, then casually discarded. The third stage of true spirit, the end of the fifth ring. The insurmountable throne of gods, which allows one to hold Terra in the palm of their hand, and need it at will, is but a step away. From its inception to its collapse, even including its predecessor, the United Government, and rebels like Chakra Vaughn, in over 200 years, no more than 5 psionicists have reached this stage. If this were in the Eastern continent of earlier years, such cultivation would have made it possible to become the ruler of the Eastern continent, a supreme emperor dominating heaven, earth, and the underworld. But now, Song sure's hand stopped moving, his gaze shifted, and for the first time, he looked directly ahead, staring at the floating world's metamorphosis, and at the others standing further away, surrounding him. Without anyone noticing, Song sure raised his index finger. The movement was subtle, very gentle, very slow, clearly visible even to an ordinary person. Yet, in that single movement, Song sure's aura suddenly became chaotic, as if struck by lightning. One could even see countless cracks erupting all over his body in an instant, followed by the abrupt extinguishing of the swirling flames. This wasn't the end. Then, as if a chain reaction had begun, the flames surrounding Song sure went out, followed by those further away, like dominoes falling. The once mighty sea of flames vanished completely. In this process, Song sure's aura was no longer even a flickering flame. It had become a teetering spark, ready to be extinguished at any moment. A spark. Songshur revealed an incredibly radiant smile. A tiny spark adorned the tip of his raised index finger, like a roadside wildflower, a glistening snowflake in winter, or a fleeting morning dew. He released his hand, flicking it gently. The spark slipped from his grasp, and before anyone could realize what was happening, it spiraled out of control. Fragmented information ignited, a dangerous virus burst forth in the heat, and the murky waves took on a chilling crimson hue. A single spark, like a forest parched through a long winter, burst into flames with the force of a wildfire. V, standing closest, involuntarily covered her mouth. One moment, it was a fleeting spark. The next, everything it touched became flammable fuel, merging into its outline, transforming into a raging, overwhelming inferno worthy of the title Radiant Blaze. Since his first awakening of psychic abilities, after traveling a very, very long road, the psychic named Songshur had surrendered his ultimate understanding of the true spirit. It is not an infinity achieved by oneself alone, but rather, it is an infinity born from self-destruction, where the self leverages the external and unrestrainedly devours all things. Chapter 908. Depth 7, a murky realm, resembles a vast ocean formed from a mixture of industrial wastewater, where countless colors converge, creating a dazzling, almost cloying spectacle. When the ice thickens to a certain point, the surface becomes extremely rough and blurry like frosted glass. Those standing on the ice cannot see what lies beneath, at most catching glimpses of light and shadow. Those who once stood outside Depth 7 viewed it from above in this way. The natural barriers between depths, the acquired obstructions of the circulation barriers created by the ephemeral nature of existence, even the king of the abyss, standing at Depth 6, could only sense the chaotic currents below, unable to know anything further. Except for this moment. Except for this instant. On the incredibly thick, frozen surface, amidst the blurry frosted glass, a jarring color suddenly appeared, crimson gold, like a blazing sun, or a molten lava fire. No matter how thick, how icy the snow and ice, nothing could prevent anyone from seeing it for the first time. A heart-pounding, searing sensation emanating from the very core of one's being. This mass of color wasn't static. From the very first second it appeared, it began to expand uncontrollably. Whether it was rapidly rising or exploding with a roar was unclear. Depth 7, a pillar of flame, swallowing the 8 wastelands and 6 realms, rising and condensing from a single spark, like the legendary axe that separated the clear from the turbid, creating heaven and earth. Before it, even the gathered kings of the abyss were insignificant, reduced to the size of dust grains. The vast and boundless metamorphosis of the floating world saw for the first time a volume worthy of its direct attention, and in the next breath, the pillar of flame that rose from the depths of the underworld to the heavens shifted slightly, as if grasped by someone, and then blasted towards the metamorphosis of the floating world. Countless searchlights hanging high in the sky shook violently, as if struck by an earthquake, causing the white light spreading throughout Depth 7 to flicker erratically. Simultaneously, the metamorphosis of the floating world unleashed a deafening roar, its immense power being forcefully mobilized and surged forth, with a tsunami sweeping across the abyss. It transformed into a deity crashing into the pillar of heaven, colliding with the incoming pillar of flame. An indescribable light engulfed all vision, obscuring everything else. Even the king of the abyss, with his status, experienced tinnitus and blindness for a moment, unable to discern the center of the collision. The light that swallowed vision continued for a long time, until vision gradually returned, and the impact slowly subsided. Shi Quanwei, holding the 22 by 2 Rubik's Cube, suddenly paused. The scene before him was reflected in the deepest recesses of his pupils. Occupying Depth 7, the floating world's metamorphosis, which had once forced everyone to flee, remained completely obscured. This abomination, created by the very hand of the gods, writhed in agony, its abdomen riddled with a gaping hole far larger than an entire city, its charred edges crackling with sparks that stretched to the very edge of sight without fading. As for the hole that had once been plugged, it had been deliberately torn open, leaving no trace of human presence. A voice, no longer so shrill, said, "What's it called?" A violent cough followed. After a while, the voice, panting but unusually light-hearted, stopped coughing. "What did you say? I don't quite understand." "Stop talking nonsense. It's the one you just used. Your true spirit." Ogden raised his voice. Songshur was overjoyed, laughing for a long time before leisurely saying, "Hong Yuan Tianqi, how is it?" "The principle is there, but it has nothing to do with the principle." V looked like she was about to tear her hair out, her chest heaving in utter astonishment. "Songshur, how did you do that?" She had figured out the principle. Hong Yuan Tianqi, this true spirit devoured and assimilated everything without restraint, Like locusts in the apocalypse, a raging fire, with just a tiny spark, it could instantly unleash a terrifying tidal wave. The Eastern continent values unity of heaven and man as the highest realm, allowing psychics to manipulate the environment and gain power far exceeding their own. However, before Songshire's Crimson Abyss, unity of heaven and man is nothing more than a trivial street performance. Not long ago, at Depth 7, after the fierce battle between the old and new, Songshire was in a very low state. Yet, with a single strike of Crimson Abyss, he unleashed a vast power thousands, or even tens of thousands of times greater than the original, directly piercing through the seemingly invincible transformation of the floating world. Along with it, he and Ogden also broke through Depth 7, ascending upwards. She remembered that Songshire had discussed the third stage of True Spirit with her a few times before, casually mentioning his expectations. One of them was wanting a single spark to burn through Terra. V subconsciously calculated that, given the power of Crimson Abyss, this was by no means an absurd or impossible thing. Don't think too much. Songshire gently wiped his face. It was chapped and slightly stinging. Chaklo's breakthrough to the third stage of True Spirit was achieved through gradual accumulation and natural progression, while my own breakthrough was a last-minute effort. Looking back, several mishaps occurred along the way, resulting in my current state of intermittent breathing. However, Hangyuan Tianchi is complete. What a mess. It's not even a mess anymore. I always cherished the environment and respected nature. Songshire nodded at V, seemingly guessing what she was thinking. Instead of worrying about me, you should think about others. They're not as accustomed to protecting the environment as I am. V was silent for a moment, then shook her head, feeling quite wistful. She had witnessed the collapse of the corporate alliance and the establishment of the New Order Federation. In her past impressions, Chaklo Vaughn was undoubtedly a top contender, widely considered a strong candidate to reach the fifth ring. Ralph Gabriel was similar, consistently holding the titles of the richest person in the corporate alliance and the strongest psionicist, even surpassing Chaklo Vaughn in public opinion polls at one point, and considered the first person of this generation capable of breaking through to the third stage of True Spirit. After these two, Zenria Setsuna, Solomon Beaufort. While they were remarkable, they were ultimately a step behind, and need not be mentioned further. He was, of course, on the list too, but not for the third stage of True Spirit candidates, rather, it was for when he would break through to the fifth ring. Time was truly cruel, V thought. Of those once highly regarded individuals, some had achieved their goals, while others had passed away. And no one had imagined that the second psychic to reach the end of the fifth ring would be someone who had traversed the stages of Unknown, Key Seed, Supernova, and Great Achiever at lightning speed. The Paradox of Reversal, and Hangyuan Tianchi. Ogden. At this moment, Songshire suddenly spoke. He looked at the boy. Isn't there something important we forgot? Ogden frowned, quite puzzled. Heh. Songshire's smile vanished, and a chilling aura gradually enveloped him. I know you still have a portion of your power hidden, as your last trump card. If I hadn't been able to defeat the floating world's metamorphosis just now, you would have had to make one last desperate attempt to escape alone. And if I really did manage to pull you out, then you would have used this power to get away, right? Unbeknownst to him, V had already prepared, his crimson pupils fixed on the boy. Ogden tested it calmly, then couldn't help but curse. All directions, up, down, left, and right. True Spirit, the present world. Chapter 909. As the other party said, Ogden had indeed kept a trump card. Even after being trapped in Depth 7 for so long, and facing numerous perilous situations, Ogden had never considered using it. This was because he possessed the virtue of restraint. Depth 7 was like a cage. A gold watch worth hundreds of thousands outside would only get him a slightly more comfortable room, and a few decent prison meals inside. Ogden would never hand over such a precious luxury item for a momentary whim. If he didn't wait for the outsiders to break the deadlock, Ogden would be slowly dying in Depth 7. And if the outsiders were to leave, obviously, many would come. In such a chaotic situation, a gold watch might have a huge effect, even exceeding its intrinsic value. However, he truly hadn't expected to witness a psychic breakthrough to the third stage of True Spirit. All right. Ogden slowly raised his hands, indicating that he had no intention of resisting, but he just couldn't stop talking. I have to add something. You really misunderstood. Think about our past collaborations. Wasn't every single one a win-win situation? Sigh. To be honest, you're just overthinking things. Don't underestimate me. I am the mighty Wizard King, the undisputed #1 in Terra, Ogden Christopher. How could I possibly be the kind of person you think I am? Sir, the Archimedes machine suddenly popped out, cautiously interrupting, How about we just admit it? I analyzed it, and continuing to be stubborn will only result in negative returns for you. Ogden cursed. The next second, his hand plunged into his own heart. With a gasp and a click of his tongue, the boy's forehead beaded with cold sweat, but as he painstakingly pulled his hand out, a cube appeared in his palm. Within the 5 seconds he acquired this singularity technology, he had created an airtight storage system for it, striving to prevent anyone else from taking or stealing it. It was an obvious fact that removing it was just as difficult as inserting it. This sudden movement caused Ogden excruciating pain. However, he acted as if nothing had happened, staring intently at the cube in his palm, his eyes filled with heartache. He stared like that for a long time until Songshur simply grabbed it. The first moment Songshur took it, he was slightly startled. The cube looked small, but it felt surprisingly heavy in his hand. No, that description was too light. To be precise, it was as heavy as a colossal statue cast in pure bronze, towering beyond reach. Songshur nearly lost his grip and dropped it. However, Songshur immediately realized that the abyss rule of everything is weightless meant that Ogden hadn't lied this time, and had handed over the real thing. Just to be safe, Songshur asked, "You don't have the technology to fake weight, do you?" Ogden turned his head away unhappily. "It's still in the early conceptual stage." "Okay. This is a few singularity technologies?" Songshur examined the cube. It was a perfect cube, silvery white, with no visible seams on its surface. "Just one, and you want several?" Hearing this, Ogden flew into a rage, gritting his teeth. "I struggled through Depth 7, enduring countless hardships to obtain a single singularity technology, and you, not only do you get it for free, but you're also greedy." Songshur remained noncommittal, having developed a strong immunity to Ogden's incessant chatter. He took out the key Ogden had given him, and slowly inserted it into the cube. Wisps of light emerged from the cube's surface, spreading rapidly. Then, with a soft crack, the cube cracked, revealing its true form. Songshur's eyes widened slightly. V recognized it before him, and couldn't help but exclaim softly. Spatial leap. What appeared before the three of them was a super technology created by the once mighty corporation Fugu Pioneer, achieving a state-of-the-art effect akin to a teleportation portal in magic. Singularity technology spatial leap. If it were just a single giant corporation, it wouldn't matter, but for a political entity like Yinan or the Van Pusta Empire, possessing multiple fifth ring true spirits and a deep-rooted foundation, in a sense, this singularity technology was more important to them than a single fifth ring member. I heard people say before that technology is divided into practical effects and theory. Songshur broke the silence first, speaking slowly and deliberately. Different theories can achieve roughly the same effect. For example, broadly speaking, both the Chaklo-Von and the vacuum zero-point energy engine are perpetual motion machines. To ignite a wad of newspaper, both a flint and a flamethrower can create a flame. Songshur stared at the shattered cube, then glanced at V. "There's something I wanted to ask for a while now. What's the principle behind Fugu's space jump? What makes it so powerful?" V thought for a moment, then organized his thoughts. "Songshur, if you wanted to travel a long distance, what would you do?" "Just fly there." Songshur shrugged. "While I can disrupt spatial structures, I can't achieve precise point-to-point positioning." "That's the first type, a wormhole," V said. "There are 2 points on a piece of paper, far apart, right? But if you fold the paper in half, the 2 points overlap, and the distance between them becomes irrelevant. We could open wormholes at 2 locations, and jump from here to there in the next second. The second type is a warp drive." V, as a lecturer, had a unique advantage. She could create vivid models in real time. As she spoke, a flat surface appeared before her, with a ship sailing on it. Immediately, the waves at the bow compressed, while the waves at the stern expanded, causing the ship to fly an unknown distance in an instant. For the unit undergoing the jump, compress spacetime in front of it and expand spacetime behind it, creating a warp bubble. The warp bubble envelopes the unit. As long as the warp bubble is propelled forward, the unit naturally achieves the jump. The third type is higher dimensional jumps, V said. Let's assume we're currently in 3-dimensional space. If we temporarily leave and jump into a higher dimension, the distance in 3-dimensional space will be greatly compressed, allowing us to reach our destination in a short time. Then we can jump back into 3-dimensional space. The fourth type is, at least I personally don't think this counts as a spatial jump. V frowned. It depends on your perspective, Songshur. If you think that recording all of a person's particle information, decomposing it, and then reassembling it one-to-one at the destination counts as a spatial jump. Songshur asked with interest. First, we need to see to what extent this one-to-one can be achieved. V pursed his lips. The singularity technology of the Knowledge Council, atomic reconstruction, only reaches the atomic level. They say there's a next level, quarks. It's a forward-looking idea, but I think it'd still be just an idea even after they're buried. Songsher laughed. If you really want me to say, there are countless psionic techniques like full elementalization and dispersion, and recombination already existed. They change all the time, and no one questions whether they're still the same psionicist. But psionics are psionics, and technology is technology. Songsher shrugged. So, does this one-to-one kind of spatial jump count as a spatial leap? I think it's hard to say. And then? What's the principle behind the spatial jump pioneered by Fugu? V asked. Wormholes. Chapter 910. Wormhole. The true essence of singularity technology, spatial leap, is based on many theories for achieving this effect, but so far, only the giant corporation Fugu Kaichuo has successfully completed one of them. Let me ask one more question. Since it's a wormhole, why is it called spatial leap? Songsher asked curiously. Ogden scoffed at the answer. V said, because spatial leap sounds more advanced than wormhole, which is beneficial for Fugu Kaichuo's marketing and brand value enhancement. Fine. Songsher stopped examining the technical blueprint of spatial leap, put it in his pocket, and casually activated True Spirit, Present World. Instantly, the four-way seal dissipated. Ogden's heart stirred slightly. The power that had served as his trump card immediately became active, finally regaining the ability to protect himself. Resistance was impossible. With V on one side and Songsher on the other, at such close range, if a deadly battle ensued, the outcome would likely be decided in an instant. Ogden, you're right. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Songsher extended his hand with a smile. Ogden stared at the outstretched hand for a while, then clicked his tongue, reluctantly shaking it to get it over with. I guess you're not planning to come with us. So Songsher held up his index finger first. Could you please leave your contact information, so we can reach you if needed? Ogden retorted sarcastically, I just heard someone bragging about being a purebred, unparalleled, infinite warrior. Good heavens, such a powerful character needs help. This is seriously shattering my worldview. Oh, not at all. Ogden Christopher may not be as good as me, but he's still qualified to be on the scene, Songsher said with a smile, unperturbed. I still have high hopes for you. Come on. Ogden impatiently waved his hand. Anything else to say? If not, I'll... The corporate alliance went bankrupt and disintegrated. Let bygones be bygones, but this is the era of the New Order Federation. Songsher pointed to himself, then to the boy. It's impossible for you to obey the law now, and of course, I'm not that kind of person myself. So my personal advice is that you should restrain yourself. Restrain yourself? Make me? After a brief silence, Ogden laughed, the most genuine laugh he's shown since they met, a cold laugh. For example? Or you could try killing me now. For example, using base reality overwrite in a densely populated area. Songsher stood up, seemingly oblivious to Ogden's cold laugh. He nodded to V, indicating he was leaving, and as he passed Ogden, he patted him on the shoulder. Right now, right here, killing you wouldn't be difficult, Ogden. In the future, elsewhere, I believe killing you won't be difficult either. Songsher withdrew his hand, straightened his collar, and after taking a few steps, suddenly turned his head. To push primal psionic energy to this extent is no easy feat, truly rare in the world, especially considering you are Terra's #1 abyss king. I hope we don't reach that point. With you alive, Terra will be more interesting. Ogden rubbed his teeth, his expression shifting for a moment, finally letting out a sinister laugh before disappearing. V, do you still have the strength to surface back up? Songsher smiled, unconcerned, raising his voice. V's nostrils twitched, squeezing out a humph, and dragged Songsher away, disappearing from the spot as well, rushing towards the endless network firewall. This return to reality was unlike any other experience. Divers descending into the deep sea cannot be pulled up immediately, because the water pressure changes significantly with every 100 meters. If a diver chooses to ascend rapidly in one breath, the sudden pressure change would place an immense strain on their body. Even after reaching the shore, divers must spend time in a decompression chamber for a period to ensure safety. The abyss is not the deep sea, but it shares similarities in this respect. Songsher carefully experienced the subtle changes within herself. The pressure at depth 7 was indeed terrifying. Even with her psionic abilities, this ordeal still caused her some discomfort. And V's explanation confirmed this. She, the Queen of the Abyss, one of Terra's few abyss explorers, also experienced undeniable discomfort at depth 7, lacking her usual ease and comfort. If that's the case, in an office in the Mongxing original settlement area, Songsher tapped his index finger lightly on the table, lost in thought. Won't you demons just have another killer move? When the time is right, you can use base reality overwrite with a connection depth of 7, and just flooding them would be enough to kill a huge number of people. You can't calculate it that way, V reminded him. Not every demon has the ability to use base reality overwrite. Aren't you already developing a one-click, idiot-proof version? Songsher countered. I see it's all over the internet, touted as the biggest open-source project in a century. The demon's glory is at stake. V said, well, that's different. And even the Abyss Lord can't connect to depth 7, he still get hit, and sent away anyway. V rolled her eyes and muttered, a killer move. It really is a killer move, but I think it only broadens the complexity of tactical options. It can't really be relied upon as a trump card. That's different. Songsher shook his head, speaking seriously. I can't speak for others, but you and Manmet can definitely use it as a trump card. Hey, directly pulling depth 7 back into reality is much more lethal than you two struggling to do it yourselves. Manmet is the Abyss King of the Silent One Society, the Fourth Ring Revelation, excessively slippery, excessively lacking in direct combat power. Speaking of which, it's rare to bump into a high-ranking member of the Silent One Society outside the space carrier beyond the boundary, and I forgot to chat with him. The Society of the Silent has a history of 8,000 years, enduring countless ups and downs, repeatedly dying and being reborn, until now it has finally borne fruit, possessing a sixth-ring god's throne, and the supreme wonder the infinity of all things. Now that the corporate alliance has collapsed and the nations are at war, they have no reason, nor is it possible, to remain uninvolved. However, no one knows what these people are currently thinking. V, how are your injuries? Can you handle the upcoming Mongxing plains? After receiving an affirmative answer, Songsher nodded and opened the office window. Then I'd be going. Songsher wanted to personally deliver the complete file of the Singularity technology, Spatial Leap, to Newcastle City. Besides that, he wanted to personally meet with Chakro regarding the third stage of the True Spirit. Chapter 911. Is it confirmed? Confirmed, confirmed. An elderly man, with a thick head of silver hair, looking old but not quite, trembled uncontrollably. It's true, he exclaimed with elation. That's right. Although I haven't looked at it in detail yet, it's absolutely true. Every step makes sense. Especially the complete experimental records, from early stages to mature application. This is simply... Songsher casually sized up the old man. He was one of the core leaders of the original Enlightened One's technical department. After the establishment of the New Order Federation, he naturally became the director of a large research institute. However, compared to pure theoretical research, his expertise leaned more towards applied engineering. At this moment, a low curse sounded from the side. This is the kind of thinking they have here. Damn it! And this is no wonder I was like that time. The speaker was a man in a suit and tie, looking much younger, around 40 years old. He was always radiant, as if he had inexhaustible energy. But at this moment, he stared intently at the data tablet in his hand, sometimes scrolling rapidly, sometimes pausing for a long time, his expression constantly shifting between gritted teeth, relief, and frustration. Suddenly, realizing that others were watching him, he made an O, put down the data tablet, and rubbed his temples vigorously. Sorry, I lost my composure a bit. I didn't expect Fugu to overcome those wormhole technical difficulties in this way. TSK, looking at it this way, my previous thinking was off track. Songsher didn't know this person, but Chakro had introduced him at the beginning. So they got to know each other. The other person was a member of the Science Ethics Committee, a scholar with a high reputation and profound attainments in the field of theoretical physics. During his time with the corporate alliance, he was neutral, but leaned towards opposing the company. So he accepted the invitation to join the Scientific Ethics Committee as a full member. The company is truly ruthless when it comes to those who dare to challenge it. Without the Scientific Ethics Committee, if he were simply killed, that would be one thing, but more likely, he would wake up one morning to find himself a proponent of the company. For public figures with such influence, the company prefers to use techniques like consensus building, memory editing, and personality modification to carefully shape them into their desired image rather than outright killing. He absolutely cannot accept such a thing. But with the Scientific Ethics Committee as a backing, as long as he doesn't openly oppose the company won't rashly take action against him for his occasional criticisms, attacks, or underhanded sabotage. Another equally important point, the full members of the Scientific Ethics Committee include accomplished experts and scholars in their respective fields, well-known independent journalists, wealthy individuals opposing the misuse of technology, community leaders, and more. Many are wealthy, and many are not. Because of his past statements and actions, he had been subjected to both overt and covert pressure from the company, and research resources had always been extremely scarce. However, the Science Ethics Committee naturally formed a platform for all parties to exchange resources, allowing him to escape the company's control to some extent. And now, Songshur thought to himself. Precisely because of this past experience, when giant corporations went bankrupt, disintegrated, and were subject to regulation, directly leading to the fragmentation and scattering of the old academic system, the formal members of the Science Ethics Committee suddenly transformed from a small, thriving group into a unique behemoth. In fact, the Security Bureau was also trending in this direction. However, the Security Bureau system itself was relatively closed, with limited dissemination. The Scientific Ethics Committee, or rather, its formal members, were spread across various industries, and their combined influence far surpassed that of the Security Bureau. Currently, it wasn't out of control, but in the future. Who? At this moment, the man took a deep breath, then exhaled, repeating this 3 times, finally calming himself down temporarily. He looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Austin is right. It is indeed a very complete technical file. I think we can move on to the implementation phase." "Your Excellency, the Supreme Executive Committee member," he said solemnly, looking at Songshur beside him, "please allow me to join." "Sure, I have no objection," Songshur shrugged, "but I suggest you ask Chaklo and Yvette again." This unexpected meeting didn't last long. The few veteran experts, who had been temporarily brought in, found a place to have a heated discussion. Involving singularity technology, the level of secrecy is undoubtedly the highest. For the foreseeable future, they all have to stay here. Of course, being able to see and experience singularity technology firsthand, they won't be driven away. As for what happens afterward, the New Order Alliance's team building and resource allocation for the disassembly, analysis, and physical reproduction of spatial jump will be irrelevant to Songshur. Depth 7, they actually kept a backup plan for the world. While saying actually, Chaklo's tone was flat and straightforward, clearly indicating he had been prepared. He looked up at the sky, not without worry. If Archibald returns, I must ascend to the throne of gods before then. Whether she comes back or not is another matter. Songshur didn't seem to care. No one in Yinan thought Isidore would lose. Everyone thought she was guaranteed to win. "And what do you think?" Chaklo chuckled. "I'm betting on Isidore," Songshur said decisively. "The metamorphosis of the floating world is Archibald's creation, which is practically equivalent to me fighting Archibald. And coincidentally, I also fought Isidore. I don't think she'll lose." Chaklo seemed thoughtful upon hearing this, then shook his head slightly. "If she comes back, I need to break through to the 6th ring even more." After that, he didn't continue the topic and looked at Songshur. Songshur understood. A ball of flame appeared out of thin air. Chaklo clenched his fist and twisted it. The spiritual energy of rejection and negation silently appeared, sealing the room and ensuring no power leaked out. "Hong Yuan Tianchi, this is the 3rd stage of my true spirit." Songshur didn't unleash a massive sea of fire, but merely summoned a small ball of flame, about the size of a fist. It hovered quietly. Songshur slightly loosened the restriction, and the next second, the flame exploded and expanded, every inch of air becoming a medium for its extension, instantly filling the entire room. Assimilation and expansion. Within the overflowing sea of fire, Chakalo's expression remained unchanged. He observed for a moment and gave his assessment. With just a sliver of spiritual energy as the initial driving force, you can now trigger a chain reaction, snowballing indefinitely. He pondered, very efficient, very fast, but... "Take another look," Songshur interrupted. Chakalo focused, and then surprise appeared in his pupils. Flame. Fire that filled every corner of the room, an impenetrable flame. It itself was burning. Chapter 912. Flame. No one knows the origin of the first flame ever seen by humankind. Was it charcoal struck by lightning, or a startling spark suddenly appearing from the friction between stones, or the subterranean fire witnessed during a lava eruption? Many have feared it, praised it, revered it, and sung its praises, shrouding it in layers of mystery and reverence, only to tear them away time and again. Today, the people of the corporate alliance, those with basic general education, clearly know that flame is merely the phenomenon of air molecules around the reaction zone in an exothermic reaction heating up and moving at high speed, thus emitting light. Nothing special. Except psionicists. Chakro carefully observed the flames, confirming that his conjecture was correct. These flames were still burning. Even with the room completely reduced to ashes, and no way to proceed, They were using themselves as fuel, continuing to burn. Who says flames can't burn? Songshur casually grabbed a handful, holding it in his palm. Chakro, have you ever heard of the Eastern Continent's classification of the dead? Chakro's answer was naturally no. When a person dies, they become a ghost. When a ghost dies, they become a spirit. When a spirit dies, they become a rarity. When a rarity dies, they become nothingness. In our view, a person doesn't die simply by having their head cut off, but rather through a gradual process. Oh, I remember now. The corporate alliance has a similar saying. A person can die 3 times. The first time is when they breathe their last, the second time is when they are buried, and the third time is when the last person who remembers them forgets them. Chakro indicated that he had heard of this. These flames are undergoing a process somewhat similar to this. Songshur raised his index finger, touching a small ball of flame that flickered and burned restlessly. Under Hongyuan Tianqi, they burn incessantly, constantly transforming. Before Songshur could finish, Chaklo also grabbed a handful of flames. He closed his eyes, clenched his fist, and personally experienced the changes in the flames. Then he felt it. The flame in his palm was small and inconspicuous, but under the focused attention of a psionicist who had reached the end of the 5th ring, even the slightest change could not escape his notice. To use a simple analogy, the flame he held was gradually rising, like a raw stone being peeled away, transforming into a more precious essence. It was still a flame, yet different from the flame of the previous moment. Like clay solidifying into bronze, bronze into silver, and silver into gold. The speed of this transformation wasn't fast, nor slow. The key was that Chakro couldn't sense an end. He had seen similar psionic techniques in his 40-odd years of life, techniques that temporarily enhance one's power over time. But without exception, they all had a visible upper limit. However, at this moment, Chakro carefully observed them, and was surprised to find that these flames seemed to be transforming uncontrollably, as if along an endless mountain range, showing no sign of stopping or slowing down. No. Chakro opened his eyes. Consuming. He looked at Songshur. The other nodded. The flames climbed as they burned, but as the burning continued, Chakro keenly noticed that the flames were being consumed. The consumption wasn't large, only a trace, but even a trace was consumption. Compared to the enhancement brought by the transformation of the flames, this slight increase seemed insignificant, practically non-existent, almost defying the law of conservation of energy. But that's the difference between 0 and 1. Yes, there's still some consumption, Songshur readily admitted, cracking his knuckles and sighing. In my ideal scenario, there would be no consumption at all. Each wisp of flame doesn't require any cost to burn. They only need to transform again and again. Songshur paused, his teeth bared. The cost is borne by me alone. If the transformation reaches a point I can't control, then I die. Chakro shook his head. Everything has its limits. Spiritual energy is no exception, even true spirits. Even you, and I have things we can't do. He gestured for Songshur to extinguish the flames, then twisted his hands forcefully. The chair, which had just been swallowed up and burned to ashes, reappeared in the room. If Songshur were to kill someone, even with his current psychic abilities, he couldn't resurrect them, but 2 chairs wouldn't be a problem. Remember Ralph? Chaklo sat down. Songshur also sat down. Ralph Gabriel, the controller of the giant corporation Dark Crystal Credit, was also a man who once held the titles of the richest man in the corporate alliance and the strongest psychic. However, in the Battle of the Evening Moon, he was beaten to death by Chaklo, punch by punch. You should know that Dark Crystal Credit's singularity technology is information twin, a technology about replication and imprinting. Chaklo slowly explained, back then, when I fought Ralph, he was no match for me, so he tried to force a breakthrough. Give him a lever, and he could manipulate the entire Terra market. That was his claim about his 3rd stage of true spirit. His breakthrough wasn't a complete success, but it wasn't a failure either. He barely managed to take half a step, enough to support him for another strike. While setting up the super multiplying leverage, Ralph activated the singularity technology information twin, resulting in a final strike repeated twice. Chaklo tapped his chest with his index finger. That's how he forcefully shook my paradox of reversal. It threw me off balance for quite a while. True spirits aren't a panacea. At least as far as I know, not every psionicist who reached the 3rd stage in history died of old age. Songshur laughed. How come I remember most of them died unnatural deaths? Either they were beaten to death by a group of people for playing too big, or they died suddenly after failing to break through to the god throne, or they died in a one-on-one fight because they lost by a single move. Chaklo was silent for a moment, then chuckled. You forgot, Some went to challenge the god throne, and their lives and paths ended together. Song Shi. He sighed, Hong Yuan Tianqi, even with some consumption, with its unrestrained absorption and replenishment efficiency, this consumption is negligible for you now. Within the fifth ring's domain, you can be called infinite. Is that so? Song Shi remained noncommittal. The environment has a maximum carrying capacity. It has a limit to the number of organisms it can support. Chaklo sighed slightly, rubbing his temples. Terra is the same. Now, you alone can destroy it. Humanity is already walking a tightrope, teetering on the brink of collapse. With every passing second, we likely be one step closer to falling. The end of the entire world dying out is indeed not far off, but I don't think it's necessarily near. Song Shi didn't seem to care. Even if that day comes, we can just wait tens or hundreds of thousands of years, evolve again, and start over. I think we should focus on what's right in front of us first. Song Shi looked directly at Chaklo. Sixth Ring God's Throne. Chaklo, do you have any ideas? Chapter 913. The Sixth Ring. The Throne of Gods. No longer the arrogant declarations of the past. No longer the visions of a future to come. No longer the startling pronouncements of casual conversation. It has become a stark, undeniable reality before our eyes. From the moment he awakened his spiritual energy, from the first touch of this pulsating power to now, through countless reflections, tribulations, and enlightenments, Song Shi has finally reached this point. As the culmination of the fifth ring, he has secured a ticket to the throne of gods. Chakro Vaughn is the same. I cannot give a definite answer. Chakro's expression turned serious, and he slowly shook his head. The boundary between the fourth and fifth rings lies in the true spirit, he said in a deep voice. And between the fifth and sixth rings, I also vaguely see the boundary, but how to break through it is still something I'm groping for. He suddenly changed the subject. Didn't you fight Isidore? Tell me your feelings. From your current perspective. Song Shi crossed his legs and tapped his knee with his index finger. Back then, when he was working as a border inspector in Yunnan, representing the Lord of Yunnan to inspect the entire territory, and finally marching straight into the capital Mamandala to fight Isidore Sinati, he had naturally told him about his experience. However, times had changed. Back then, he had only just entered the fourth ring, while now he had even achieved the third stage of the true spirit. As the saying goes, things have changed, the same poem, the same person, the feeling of reading it 10 years ago must be different from 10 years later. Well, how should I put it? My first feeling back then was that Isidore was incredibly strong, Song Shi said frankly, looking back at his memories. Sigh, I really wanted to see her fight the Grand Marshal, but I don't know if I ever had the chance. Song Shi digressed a bit, then quickly brought the topic back. But, I can understand strength, but strength to that extent is a bit unreasonable. For Song Shi to say something like unreasonable, it truly was unreasonable. Thinking back now, I actually realized it a little back then. Song Shi lowered his legs, sat up straighter, and gazed at Chakro. Isidore's victory came from within. Croftwilder gave me the same feeling. Chakro revealed an expression of certainty, pointing to the sky. The first time he shot me down, I didn't think much of it, but now I often revisit that memory, and his silhouette is larger than I imagined. High-ranking psionicists can bring a vast oppressive aura, like dark clouds pressing down on a city, threatening to crush it. Even without seeing the person, one can still feel the shadow looming overhead. If the silhouette of a fourth-ring psyker, obscuring the sky, is a pebble, then a fifth-ring psyker is a massive rock. The exact size varies from person to person, but it falls within this general range. At least, none of the various fifth-ring psykers Chakro had ever seen were exceptions. But the sixth ring. But the throne. The observer, Croftwilder, this guy who saw Terra as a playground, gave Chakro the impression of a towering mountain. The difference between a mountain and a rock and a pebble, is indescribable. It simply defies common sense. Most people in Chakrabetta understood better than anyone else what the god's throne meant, knew the immense power the sixth ring represented, and had even briefly experienced it firsthand. Yet, precisely because of this, he was able to make an unreasonable judgment. The sixth ring, God's throne, was certainly powerful, extremely powerful, but its presence shouldn't have been this overpowered. Our psychic power originates from our own will, therefore many people believe that psychics are all in a state of extreme isolation. Song Shi pressed his temples. I don't think there's much of a problem with that. Psychic power is beyond reason, beyond conventional understanding. To non-psychics, psychics are all incompatible with themselves. Chaklo nodded slightly. Cocoon, shell, amber psychics can be seen as beings that are encased. So you think the key to breaking through to the sixth ring lies in expanding one's cocoon, shell, amber, whatever you call it. Isn't that what you think? Chaklo countered. Songshur chuckled, pretty much the same, that's my current line of thinking too. Your reversal of death, reversal of the paradox, my annihilation, present world, flood abyss crimson heaven. Our fifth ring true spirit is the most self-expressive. That's why it's called true spirit and not something else. Songshur pointed to Chaklo, then to himself. The sixth ring, God's throne, I suspect it's the natural extension that comes after the fifth ring's inner seeking. A ball of flame appeared, and with a casual thought from Songshur, it instantly transformed into a perfect sphere, flawless, and without a single imperfection. If we consider this sphere as you and me, the next second, the sphere noticeably grew larger, though its outline changed slightly. Part of it curved excessively, turning the original standard sphere into an irregular ellipse. Chakro? This is no longer me. Chakro observed quietly, then said. Exactly. Songshur snapped his fingers. If it's just about becoming stronger, it's meaningless to us. I can run to outer space right now, and use Hongyuan Tianqi to ignite the entire atmosphere. As long as the God Throne doesn't intervene, absolutely no one can stop me. With Terra's many fifth ring members, it wouldn't be difficult for them all to swarm and beat him to death, or even save a portion of the atmosphere, but that's about it. Even with the most conservative estimate, he could ultimately destroy more than half of the atmosphere, exposing billions of people directly to the vacuum and cosmic radiation. Hongyuan Tianqi can assimilate and devour everything. At that point, aside from anything else, he would at least have more available spiritual energy than he does now. But it would be meaningless. This wasn't what he wanted. If it went against his will, it was like the fireball before him. It was indeed much larger than before, but its shape was so distorted, far removed from its original form. Even though it was much larger, what good was it? Even if it were offered to Songshur for free, he wouldn't bother to look at it. Chaklo reached out and gently pressed the fireball. His true spirit, reversal, activated. Time seemed to flow backward, the distorted shape instantly shrank, regressed, and returned to its original form. While maintaining the unchanged foundation, achieve extension, he said softly. Enhance every aspect, every tiny detail, without exception. Songshur and Chaklo exchanged a glance. This is the Divine Throne. Chapter 914. This discussion didn't last long. The conclusions reached by both sides couldn't be guaranteed to be correct. Even though both were top-tier psionicists under the God's throne, they still couldn't guarantee anything when faced with the question of how to break through to the sixth ring. However, one thing was certain. Songshur was absolutely certain that this direction was correct. As for the path of the Tao, Songshur even tried to ask it, but unfortunately, it remained silent on this issue. This wasn't entirely unusual. After all, the path of the Tao itself was difficult to define precisely. Even its occasional appearances in history were mostly vague, like a flash of inspiration, a spur-of-the-moment decision, or a divine revelation. Perhaps there was another way. Directly ask successful individuals with prior experience. Currently, Terra still has 3 God's thrones. The whereabouts of Observer Croft Wilder are unknown to all, but the whereabouts of the remaining 2 are perfectly clear. Nestled within the Silent One's Academy's space carrier, beyond the boundary, standing in a neutral position overlooking the world's myriad phenomena. The Six Rings Revelation, the string plucker, Meredith Tate. Single-handedly, she created the ideal utopia Eden on Terra, establishing a perpetual paradise. The Sixth Ring's truth, eternal and everlasting, Ader. Ader was a complete stranger, and Eden was sealed off long ago, which was one thing, but Meredith Tate of the Silent One's Academy held a lingering connection from their past test of the supreme wonder, the infinity of all things. If one sincerely sought her guidance, the likelihood of her answering was still. Songshur stroked his chin. No, it's hard to say. The Six Rings Revelation is the epitome of charlatanry. According to the habits of these mystical people, if Meredith Tate were willing to answer, it would be a secret pouch she gave him when he left the outer realm, mysteriously stating that it would open when the time was right. Then, when he attained Hongyuan Tianqi, contemplating breaking through to the Sixth Ring, and thinking of Meredith Tate, the pouch would suddenly open on its own, revealing the answer to how to reach the throne of godhood. But that's not happening now. Either she's unwilling to answer, or is it possible that he himself doesn't want to repeat what others have said? Stepping outside, the sunlight, like red-hot iron bars, slammed into his face. Songshur admired it for a moment, then vanished from the spot, heading to his next destination. Sia. Strictly speaking, one of the New Order Federation key national projects, the Lunar Expedition Base. The unprecedented battles could leave indelible scars on Terra, profoundly impacting its future for centuries to come. But as Songshur strolled through this deep space, gazing in all directions, he saw only a profound, dark silence. As always, the ultimate battle between Lord of the Ten Realms Dwight Brooks and the Corrector Juan F.A., the war between the 10 true spirits of the New Order Federation and the Enterprise Alliance, and those wars that Songshur had never witnessed or experienced, belonging to a bygone era. Those earth-shattering events, like snow piled up in the sunlight, gradually vanished into deep space, leaving only faint traces. But not entirely gone. Songshur glanced at Terra's outer orbit. The densely packed space debris and other creations that had accumulated there before had been evaporated thousands of miles away by Ming Xianyuan's casual strike, leaving a large, noticeable blank space. All right, I left my mark too. Songshur thought happily. The giant corporation Xena Central made a big show of its involvement in Terra, announcing its plan to build a second space elevator. However, it failed miserably, collapsing halfway through construction. It only managed to lay part of the foundation before the entire company went bankrupt and disintegrated due to the subsequent Lunar War. The New Order Federation inherited most of Xena Central's legacy, naturally including the space elevator project. It was cleanly and decisively abandoned. Or rather, construction was temporarily halted. The New Order Federation thoroughly assessed the construction costs and risks of the space elevator and ultimately decided to temporarily put it on hold. Firstly, the cost of building such a thing was simply enormous. The New Order Alliance's economy was already struggling due to continuous warfare and the transition period between the two political entities. Investing a large amount of money in the construction of a space elevator under these circumstances would be unwise. Since they wanted to work on credit, there were plenty of projects of better quality than the space elevator to choose from. This is the second reason. Building a space elevator is troublesome, but destroying it is easy. The fate of the first-generation space elevator is still fresh in everyone's mind. It was smashed and destroyed by several high-ranking psionicists with their bare hands, disintegrating from top to bottom, its debris creating a shower of meteors across Terra. Now, with the second generation of the Seven Earths War raging, even if it were built, there's no guarantee it wouldn't be destroyed again. The wisest choice is to wait until the situation stabilizes before considering restarting it. Could this be considered a butterfly flapping its wings, causing a tornado thousands of miles away? Songshur examined his hands. It was because he killed Deep Darkness Solomon Beaufort that the space elevator vanished. The next instant, Songshur smiled silently, his human form vanishing, replaced by a streak of light, dazzlingly brilliant, traversing deep space and hurtling towards the distant celestial body, much smaller than Terra. On the grayish-white earth, metallic gleams rippled, replacing the ravines of Sia, spreading slowly like a thick tide. Upon closer inspection, these were revealed to be various types of automated engineering machinery, performing reconstruction work day after day according to programs in their processors. In this way, they repaired the wounds inflicted on the lunar expedition base by the war. Suddenly, at the bottom of a crater, scattered grains of sand stirred. Then a second time, and a third time, almost instantly, the sand rose into the air, swirling into a small clump, rapidly coalescing into a male silhouette. The factory Suyudu. He said he would guard Sia, and he truly guarded Sia. Having accepted this new responsibility, he had deployed an astronomical number of nanobots throughout the entire surface of the moon, creating a comprehensive monitoring network that no one could silently bypass. He hovered in midair, gazing at the approaching streamfire. The streamfire seemed to sense his presence, paused briefly, and appeared to nod in his direction. Then, the streamfire slowly disappeared below the horizon, sinking into the lunar exploration base. Having been notified beforehand, the receptionist greeted Songshur the moment he arrived and quickly led him there. Heavy alloy gates opened one after another, and he descended slowly in an elevator. Passing through 3 identity verification checks and 7 defense mechanisms, he finally arrived at the deepest part of the lunar exploration base. Also, 100 kilometers underground from the moon's surface. As the one who brought back the singularity technology, space jump, Songshur came here to meet the following person, the Celestial Deep Space Exploration Fleet. Chapter 9:15. The room wasn't spacious, the walls were decorated with simple lines. At the very center stood a pillar-like device reminiscent of white crystal. It connected the floor and ceiling, and through its surface, a crystalline white light emanated from the depths of the cylinder. When Songshur entered, it seemed to react, the white light suddenly dispersed, transforming into countless tiny specks of light. Suyuda stood to the side, appearing to have been waiting for some time. This is the navigation station? Songshur strolled around, looking around. It's much simpler than I imagined. I heard we have a support advisory team. Where are they? Their office is elsewhere, Su Yuta replied. This is the primary contact point. All information transmitted by the Deep Space Exploration Fleet must first be reviewed here before being passed on to the advisory team. Songshur gave an O, indicating understanding. Deep space exploration is undoubtedly a top secret. What if some explosive information suddenly comes back? Or worse, something like a cognitive meme were transmitted, which could have disastrous consequences if not handled carefully. Considering these reasons, it's quite reasonable for a top executive member to personally oversee the operation. Especially since Suyu can easily transform himself without interfering with his other tasks. Without any visible movement, Suyu simply closed his eyes. The next second, the crystal-like cylinder reacted. The scattered sea of light points seemed to boil, bouncing erratically, causing turbidity to rise within the cylinder. But quickly, the boiling, erratic light points calmed down, outlining a rough shape. Then, the rough became specific, and the specific became detailed. Finally, in Songshur's gaze, a person composed entirely of light points, incredibly realistic, emerged. This was a man, slightly taller than average, almost 2 meters. His legs were considerably thinner, yet they moved with a steady, powerful gait. These were the most typical physiological characteristics of a celestial being. Finally, under Songshur's gaze, a figure composed entirely of points of light, incredibly lifelike, stepped out. This was a man, slightly taller than average, almost 2 meters. His legs were considerably thinner, yet they moved with a steady, powerful gait. These were the most typical physiological characteristics of a celestial being. His attire carried an unusual seriousness. His clothing style deviated from the company's preferred minimalist and efficient aesthetic, instead bearing the hallmarks of an old-fashioned military uniform, with several medals adorning his chest. The man's eyes were slightly sunken, and his pupils held an emotionless gaze. Songshur, hands in his coat pockets, asked, "Shall I introduce myself?" Deep Space Exploration Fleet, First Ship, the singer, current commander, Blair Patrick Gilbert Elsie. Blair stood a few meters away from Songshur, staring at him throughout his speech, showing no intention of shaking hands. Songshur chuckled indifferently. Long before the 10 True Spirits War began, Darkness Solomon Beaufort had instructed that deep space exploration should be the top priority. Therefore, upon learning of the former's defeat, both the Celestials still remaining in Sia and the Deep Space Exploration Fleet far from their homeland chose to join the New Order Federation. This was both a testament to the immense prestige of Darkness Solomon Beaufort, who had led millions of Celestials under the Celestial Central Hub for decades, and a principle they had always upheld. But humans are not ultimately indifferent. At this moment, facing someone who had personally killed a leader they had steadfastly followed. In short, Songshur chose to generously forgive the other person's heart. You can't expect them to let go of their hatred, can you? Fourth ring psychic energy. As the others stared at Songshur, Songshur also sized them up. Oh, beyond. I read the report. Including you, there were 3 fourth ring members from the Xena Central, who joined the Deep Space Exploration Fleet at that time. The combat power is barely enough. It shouldn't be a problem for handling normal situations. Songshur suddenly changed the subject. However, your deep space exploration is clearly not normal. Blair, what's the current situation? Still exploring. Blair paused for a moment, his fluctuating emotions completely suppressed, and he answered in a deep voice. The singer was among the first deep space exploration ships. We have officially left the Terra system. The Xena Central didn't send out the Deep Space Exploration Fleet all at once, just before the war. They had already set off gradually before this. The singer, on which the other was the warship that had traveled the farthest. The situation is not optimistic. Blair's expression was grim. So far, we haven't discovered any new celestial bodies. It's pitch black everywhere, with no response whatsoever. The star map only shows Terra, the setting sun, and 3 points of light, all receding into the distance. He paused, then added, according to reports from subsequent fleets, in addition to these 3, there are multiple ultra-high energy reaction points engaged in continuous combat in a region of space approximately 65 million kilometers from Terra. 65 million kilometers. Songshur paused slightly, then murmured to himself. Isidore Sinity, the Grand Marshal, Amaya Kata, are they on a battlefield like this? There's no need to be discouraged. His thoughts shifted, and Songshur returned to reality. You don't have faster-than-light technology, you're just relying on sheer speed. I remember you spent a lot of effort, and you only accelerated to 1/5 the speed of light. Right. Songsher snapped his fingers. You know better than I how big the universe is. Let alone 1/5. Even 5 times the speed of light is still as slow as a tortoise compared to the universe. As long as we continue exploring, we eventually hit the jackpot. Songsher pondered for a moment, thinking of the current fake starry sky, and added, probably. Even Blair, who never showed his emotions, didn't know what to say upon hearing this, finding the meaning unclear. I obtained the singularity technology, space jump, and have the complete technical files. If we're lucky, we can replicate it in reality within a few months. I then transfer it to you. That should greatly improve exploration efficiency. I already been informed of that. Blair's expression immediately turned solemn. His lips trembled slightly, and he bowed respectfully to Songsher. Please allow me, and the entire deep space exploration fleet, to offer you our sincerest respect. Wherever the future may lead, you will forever stand as a monument in the history of deep space exploration. Chapter 916. Whom Songsher accepted calmly, smiling. In my experience, even the most perfect plan will encounter a multitude of problems once it's actually implemented, enough to make one's hair stand on end. I suspect the problems you're facing aren't just about flying too slowly. In principle, you're not wrong. Blair pondered for a moment. We do have some problems. For example, resupply. According to the initial plan, we should replenish the necessary minerals, fuel, chemicals, and other resources during the voyage by capturing meteorites and collecting asteroids. But based on current information, this path is not feasible. There are no materials available for collection. In the past era of navigation, an old, single-masted sailing ship, a dozen or so mixed sailors, could embark on an adventure while drunk. But the Tianran Deep Space Exploration Fleet, backed by a giant corporation, has far more resources at its disposal than the former could imagine. Before leaving the lunar exploration base, each fleet was fully loaded with various spare parts, base materials, raw materials, and other resources. They also established internal ecological recycling systems to ensure self-sufficiency in basic necessities, like water and food. In dire circumstances, everyone could undergo prosthetic surgery and become vegetative individuals, able to meet most physiological needs simply by basking in the sun. However, no matter how thorough the preparations, or how much delays it could be, the journey remained fundamentally unprofitable. If it continued indefinitely, the Deep Space Exploration Fleet would eventually run out of resources, and be forced to shut down. Genetic diversity must also be considered. As the captain of one of the ships, responsible for everyone on board, Blair was well versed in these matters. The exploration fleet operates in a partially enclosed space, severely limiting the genetic diversity of newborns. Furthermore, after several generations of reproduction, the probability of genetic defects will increase significantly. Although we carried a large number of high-quality reproductive cells to buffer the dilution problem, the stockpile will eventually run out. Songsher nodded. He hadn't actually considered this point, but upon reflection, he remembered that children born to close relatives did indeed have a higher probability of birth defects. As for treatment, the Deep Space Exploration Fleet has a comprehensive medical system, capable of handling even intractable diseases like genetic defects. However, the cost is enormous, and resources must be used wisely, not endlessly wasted on a bunch of deformed newborns. You even considered having children in the future, Songsher remarked, unusually. You're really prepared to spend your entire lives on the fleet. It's our duty, Blair said calmly. He didn't mention one thing. The fleet's personnel had already entered hibernation pods in batches, and he was currently one of the few remaining conscious on the ship. He brought up the old topic again. The best solution would definitely be to collect both the universal printer and the vacuum zero-point energy engine. This way, we wouldn't need to worry about energy consumption, and could slowly iterate and modify the fleet. This was also the long-cherished wish of Central Hub, who desperately wanted to snatch it from Southern Heavy Industries and Fubo Energy. However, even after all three were gone, this wish remained unfulfilled. Has Yinan secured the vacuum zero-point energy engine? Songsher suddenly turned and asked. Suyu had been quietly observing, and when suddenly asked this, he didn't even flinch, replying, as far as I know, no. It's possible Yinan intentionally concealed it. Back then, Fubo Energy decided on a final gamble, and the Grodin family stuffed the vacuum zero-point energy engine into the Earth's core, preparing to detonate Terra when all else failed. Then, one of Yinan's 9 pillars, the fifth ring's great source, 5 realms earthquake Boyd Freeman, noticed and intercepted it in time. The final result was a massive earthquake instead of the planned planetary explosion. Half of the vacuum zero-point energy engine's wreckage was preserved by Boyd Freeman, and sent to the protection protocol, where the latter worked day and night to try and reverse engineer it. I see. Blair. Songsher said thoughtfully, the vacuum zero-point energy engine is still somewhat promising. As for the universal printer, I suggest you pray a little more each day, hoping it will one day be dug out of the abyss, or that someone will build a new one from scratch. I look forward to that day. Blair paused, then decided to remind him, but I must say, space jump? Its importance to us far surpasses that of other singularity technologies. As long as the wormhole opens then, we can obtain resources from Terra to replenish our supplies, and everything I mentioned above will be a minor problem. I see. Songsher understood. Then perhaps one day I can even sit on your fleet. Impressive, impressive. He sincerely praised. I have nothing more to say here, so you can continue with your plan. Although the future is uncertain, and hope is visibly extremely slim. Songsher smiled at him. But I still believe that one day I will be able to figure out the dark truth of the universe. I wish you success soon. Songsher rubbed his neck. I also have things waiting for me here, so how about we stop here for today? Blair, however, continued to look at Songsher. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. I don't think exploring the universe is more difficult than resolving the conflicts on Terra. I never felt that way. Songsher was surprised. The next second, he chuckled, shrugged, and turned his back on Blair. Clang. Songsher bent down, took a drink from the vending machine, and turned around to see Su Yuta leaning against the wall. He's seen him again, the other seemed omnipresent. So he bought another can and casually tossed it over. What do you think is the reason we can't see the stars? Songsher smacked his lips. Crazy clover flavor, a little strange, but still within acceptable limits. Su Yuta caught it steadily, but just held it without drinking. I don't know. Can't you be a little more humorous? Songsher was dissatisfied. Hypothesize, guess, maybe, if all else fails, just guess. My vision has never been far-reaching, not then, not now, Su Yuta said slowly. I'm more used to focusing on the present. Songsher sighed deeply. Right now? The Grand Marshal you swore you'd fight again is still locked in a fierce battle with Dao Yifu on Tuesday. Why don't you consider stopping him when he returns to Terra? Su Yu slowly stroked the aluminum can, still not responding to Songsher's rambling. After a few seconds, he said, the New Order Federation is ready. Oh, I know that. Songsher tossed the empty beverage can vertically upwards, flicking it as it fell, and it landed precisely on a trash can 15 meters away with a bang. The Dragon Vein of the Eastern Continent Republic. It's time for it to be severed. Chapter 917. It needs to give birth to. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't startle it. Amidst whispers, the underground space, resembling a sports stadium, had been deliberately cleared out. The steel dome and walls were empty, except for the center. In the center of the space, a large pile of equipment was placed. People whispered amongst themselves, anxious yet excited, gazing down. They were positioned slightly higher, observing the space through huge floor-to-ceiling windows. The latter also had people standing, but far fewer in number, only a handful. Without exception, those standing beside the equipment were all key figures, leaders, of the Space Leap project. In principle, this experiment, the first verification experiment attempting human traversal of a wormhole, should all be kept to the side, at least not this close. Otherwise, if the experiment went wrong, such as the equipment creating the wormhole exploding, this distance could easily send them all to their deaths. Fortunately, there are always exceptions. Wow! The president's here? Besides several project leaders, an unexpected guest appeared in the room. Not particularly tall, but possessing a strangely powerful physique and undeniably handsome features, the only difference being that his usual suits for important television appearances had been replaced with a casual overcoat. This was none other than the current president, Chakro Vaughn. Noticing the numerous gazes directed at him, the man turned around, smiling and nodding to the project members behind the glass window. Among the crowd were many who considered themselves rational, but seeing this scene still stirred a surge of excitement within them. This was no ordinary person. He was qualified to enter the Space Leap project. Outside, they would all be considered geniuses and elites, but compared to the man before them, compared to this super psionicist who had overthrown the corporate alliance. Let's begin. Chaklo nodded to the person before him. Yes. After a brief reply, the man saluted and then put on a fully enclosed helmet resembling a spacesuit. This volunteer, selected from the military, was now completely dressed in a technologically advanced bodysuit, a specially made wormhole suit designed to ensure his safety. This was the original design. Don't be afraid, Just do as you've been trained. Chaklo patted the man's shoulder and said gently, I'm here. Yes. The man paused for a moment, then saluted again, this time shouting even louder. Then, he walked towards the doorway ahead. It was a perfectly round device, its outline shimmering with a pale blue halo, like a magical portal from a fairy tale. It was large enough for 3 people to pass through simultaneously, and within the doorway, a vortex of silvery white energy flowed, slowly rotating like a liquid galaxy. This was the product of the New Order Federation's 5-month-long replication of the Singularity technology, space jump. Conventional materials, electronic devices, intelligent machinery, and small to medium-sized living beings, all of these have undergone transmission verification. Next, it's time for the most crucial element, the living humans. Just as the volunteers headed to the wormhole generator, waiting for the final parameter adjustments before jumping in, several project leaders couldn't help but glance at Chakro. Chakro stammered, confused. What's wrong? The silver-haired elder, a former enlightened one and the technical leader, hesitated for a moment, stammering. I guess Austin means, why are you willing to resurrect the dead? Meanwhile, the professor from the Science Ethics Committee spoke frankly, without any reservations. Your ability to resurrect the dead is classified, but not for us. Their status was already extraordinary, and after personally participating in the Space Jump project, this experience would undoubtedly elevate them to a higher level, making them important figures in the New Order Federation. The President's psychic powers, reversing death. They were entitled to know. In your eyes, am I so heartless? Chakro asked rhetorically. The old man hesitated for a moment, then chose to remain silent. Another project leader, however, after listening for a while, couldn't help but speak up. Actually, it's quite heartless. Mr. President, I heard many rumors. Quite a few people. Your comrades, your loyal subordinates, and even the descendants of your deceased friends. Many have approached you, each hoping you cast a slight wave of your noble hand and resurrect the person they long for. Those willing to give up all their achievements are nothing compared to the most ruthless rumor I heard. Someone said they give up the lives of 10 Imperial Knights plus their own to exchange for the chance to resurrect a friend. Chakro listened patiently, then shook his head. I mastered the ability to reverse death, and from the very first day I attained it, I told myself I must have a restrained and cautious heart, Chakro said, seemingly digressing. I must approach death with the utmost conservatism. He continued, but that doesn't mean I've given up using it. Caution isn't passivity, and restraint isn't inaction. I won't lock the ability to reverse death away in a safe, I simply. Chakro said. Yes, the other person nodded subconsciously. That's why I didn't grant their request. Death isn't an hourglass that can be turned at will. It's a boundary that needs and must be respected. The other man rubbed his forehead. Your Excellency, please allow me a moment of offense. He even tried to soften the atmosphere with a joke. Oh, obviously, I only dare say these things to you. With any other true spirit, I certainly wouldn't dare utter a single word. So, if I may be so bold, do you perhaps think that the volunteer? Yes, of course, I understand his nobility, but do you think the sacrifices of your former subordinates were cheaper than his? That doesn't explain your behavior today. Chaklo calmly looked him straight in the eye. Nigel Price. The volunteer's name. This is a purely scientific and exploratory goal. His death, if it had occurred, would have been the first step the entire New Order Federation took into the unknown. Reversing his death is not as Chaklo Vaughn, but as the current president of the New Order Federation, a guarantee and compensation for this act. Those heroes who fell to establish the New Order Federation for us, their sacrifices forged our present, this heavy, unquestionable, and unshakable monument. And this volunteer today, his sacrifice is for our new tomorrow. The other person was momentarily speechless, pondering for a moment, seemingly wanting to say something more. But the next moment, he nodded with a wry smile. He heard, "May the departed rest in peace, and give courage to the living." Crunch, a crisp chewing sound. TSKV, can't you be serious for once? Somshire said unhappily. V, on the other end of the sofa, was stuffing popcorn into her mouth haphazardly, commenting, "If you had the reverse death key, I feel like you'd be issuing resurrection bonds indiscriminately, creating inflation." Don't be so stereotypical, okay? Somshire retorted, then shrugged, but I think you're right. I think you're better at stereotyping than I am. V pouted, her gaze fixed on a scene in the video. A volunteer passing through a wormhole and successfully emerging at another test site 140 kilometers away. All right. She tossed the popcorn bucket aside and wiped her hands on the sofa. The final piece of the severing the dragon veins puzzle is complete.